Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We are back. I know it's been 2 weeks, but I needed this. I realized my head was just in content and everything a bit too much. I'm like, you know what? Need to get out of the house, hit up the boys, have a big Les style weekend, you know, and yeah, it was fantastic. Watched a ton of shows, which I would love to talk with you guys about, share with you. Culinary Class Wars, Smiling Friends, which is fucking 10 out of 10. And I also watched the new season of Rick and Morty. And what else? I got out in nature. Just made sure I got out in nature as much as possible. Walking around us, interesting new areas. Just like, there's a ton of crazy Australian bush and wildlife here. Beaches, night walks. It was so good, man. I look a little bit tanned, maybe. It's not a filter. But yeah, no, I feel fantastic. And today's stream is gonna be sick. Today's stream will be the last big YouTube long form recording session. I know this is the 4th one in a row, but look, this is, you know, in Total War, like Warhammer, when you just spend a few turns building up like a huge, like several 20 stacks of armies. That's what I'm doing, basically. And before they go rampaging across the landscape. Oh, we'll also be having a look at that game later on in the stream. Yeah, after that, game streams will return. Now, before I continue, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has just subbed and gifted subs during the starting soon screen and hopping in here just now. Mega Monkey Mix, thank you very much for the tier 3 subscription the moment I went live. Thank you very much, Mega Monkey. That's absolutely huge. Humongous. Thank you for the tier 3. Peanut, thank you for the 57 months. Thank you for the Sebi W, and thank you for the Ultra Soy. There's going to be a lot of soy facing here, mate. All right. Boring Gamer, thank you for the 5 months. Makiroth, thank you for the 3-month Prime. You all right. Saphira, thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription. Appreciate the hell out of that. Tier 2 is huge. Welcome in. Catching a Sebi stream from the beginning. Yes, I'm actually streaming at a decent hour as well. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Also, Midnight, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs on Sebi Goddamn Webs TV. Midnight, thank you for the 10 pack. Absolutely massive. Guys, if you got a sub from Midnight, please say, you all right. Tavalnor, thank you very much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 50 months. Jeez Louises, absolutely massive. All right. Neville's Twitch, thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. Anikami, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back, Sebi. Oh, you get out of here. Phantom Nuff, thank you for the $2. Congratulations on touching grass today. It wasn't today. It was a few days ago, but it felt fantastic. I find, you hear this song right now, this Chrono Cross Another World? Felt like that, mate. I was walking on this nature thing and I just saw this thing off the beaten path, and it was just like all these flat rocks right near the water, and I just like sat down there, right there, huge sort of river, lake, whatever, towering trees and valleys and gullies all on either side, and I just sat there kind of just saying and doing nothing, just being out there in nature, because it was nice. It was nice to, what am I trying to say here? Nice to just not think about anything. It was really, really nice, if that makes sense. Just to be unplugged from the whole thing. From the Matrix. All right, welcome in. KB Streams just put the little one down. What a great timing. Great to see you. Welcome in, KB. Thank you very much for the 7 months. Holy shit. Also, I have a new monitor as well. I'm going to try and sit back a bit. I've changed from my 32-inch monitor, which was an OLED, which is backlit through like something called pulse width monitoring. It was burning my fucking eyes out. So I swapped it with a 27-inch IPS monitor. I think from what I've learned, IPS is like just much easier for your eyes. I mean, it said it was like max eye comfort, so we're gonna have to work with that. Also, I might need to fix my camera next stream because the autofocus doesn't work. Am I blurry when I sit close? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Can I adjust that? Because the writing looks a bit small on my screen right now. Anyway, I'm going to keep saying thank you, guys. Smark Frost, thank you for the 6-month-through. We don't see you enough these days. Hope you're well. Oh, I'm good. Deathweaver, thank you for that Prime. Mozzie, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome in. Masochist, thank you for the 9 months. Good to see you, buddy. Still arguing with people in the YouTube comments about how bad the remakes are. Oh, God. I appreciate that. Look, mate, it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Also, Aravan called you Wayne. Thank you very much for the Prime. Welcome in. Welcome in. Queenie Jules, thank you for the 21 months. Oh, my God, guys. Welcome in. Max Eye Comfort, still wearing sunglasses, Zelfie. Look, mate, I got the 2 green screen lights here. You gotta have them on just for a wee bit. It's handy. A Raven called Wayne. Okay, cool. I thought it was like some anime name. Okay, enough fucking about, boys. Enough fucking about. You're on YouTube, see on Twitch. Welcome in, Feta. Well, if you hop into, if you're on YouTube, it will be delayed by like 20-30 seconds, so sometimes YouTube chatters think I'm not responding to them. It's like, no, you're late. That's all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I could make it even, I would, but it's not an option. So, OLED worse for the eyes, Fenrir? Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a cool idea at first, like upgrade from 27-inch to OLED, to 32-inch OLED. The problem is 32 inches gives off a lot more light than 27 inches, and you need like actual screen distance. You kind of need to sit a bit further away from the monitor. And what else is that? And as I say, IPS monitors are apparently like much more easy on the eyes than OLED because of that pulse width modulation. I'm not a tech guy. I don't know exactly what that means, but it said something like there's like an invisible brightness with an OLED. Like even when you turn the brightness down, it still technically is actually bright, but it's invisible. I don't know, man. All I know was like, on my off days, I couldn't even look at my screen. I'm like, oh, I can't even watch shows or play games anymore. It sucks. Grave Calamity, thank you for that 7 months. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Ariane Tadita, welcome in. Not doing games right now? No, so here's what we're going to do. I know some people are hopping in and they're all terrified that like, oh my God, are we hating FF7 Rebirth's combat right now? No, we're actually not. We're not. And if you'd listened to me for, I don't know, every time I said this non-stop for the last 1.5 years, FF7 Rebirth's combat is not my main complaint about the game. I don't think it's amazing, but I didn't hate it. I didn't not have fun with it or with parts of it. I've said that I enjoyed the slow-mo ATB stuff. I love I like the Matrix, the bullet time stuff is fun. And on stream, it's fun that whenever I'm in ATB, I can just do a little slow-mo like, oh my God. Yeah, I think a lot of the people who don't like my content don't even know what they're arguing with half the time. They come here thinking I say this and that. And I'm like, no, I actually thought that was all right. I actually enjoyed that. And I've said that like 50 times over the last 1.5 years. But yeah, what I want to do with the remake combat video is... it's kind of a weird thing I've noticed about it. I'm not trying to make it look bad. I want to do a video that breaks it down into its components, into its building blocks, into its pieces. Because I want to see what it's made of. Like, obviously, it has its roots somewhere. Obviously, it had... Let me put it this way. Remake's combat did not just... It's not like Square went to the top of a mountain with a PS4 and God shot down a lightning bolt and carved Remake's combat into the console. That's not what happened. Like any other gameplay system, it's built on other systems. It might use some things from that and not use other things, it mix and match. And just because you can break it down doesn't mean it's bad. I mean, Expedition 33, it's very easy to break down what Expedition 33's combat is, and I will do that later in the stream. It's kind of like just 4 things. And, I think it's excellent. I think it's fantastic. In a way, like, that game wears its influences on its sleeve, and it's fine. So, you know what I mean? There's a weird gaslight or a mentality with some remake fans that if you can break 7 Remake's combat down into its building blocks, then it's no longer good. The magic is destroyed, the illusion is ruined. That's not how I think about it. Like, a lot of my favorite things, I like looking at how they put it together, what it drew from, what it didn't use from its influences, and how it combined it in an interesting way. So, See, you guys are saying it's Kingdom Hearts without Disney. See, that's the thing. The reason I'm making this video at all is I kind of like was just off the cuff talking to someone on Twitter, saying, yeah, like Remakes Combat, it basically feels like Kingdom Hearts mixed with ATB. That's kind of how it feels. Now, obviously, there's some differences. I'm not saying it's exactly. People think the word basically means exactly. It doesn't. FF16, Clive's moveset, that's exactly ripped from Nero, Dante, and Virgil. That's not the same. Whereas 7 Remake felt foundationally at a basic level somewhat like that. But obviously, Kingdom Hearts you can jump, Kingdom Hearts doesn't have slow-mo ATV. Again, that's all a separate thing. And in Kingdom Hearts you can't swap between Sora and play as Goofy and Donald, whereas you can in 7 Remake. But this doesn't make these wildly different things. It's just like, I see a similar foundation with a few tweaks. But anyway, we're jumping the gun here. We're going to talk about what else we're going to be doing on stream today. Voodlo, thank you for the 8 months. Also, welcome in, Divine Crod, Echoes of Light, East Blue Drew, Gumbo the Dumbo. You like the combat, not gonna lie? Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people, I don't hate it or like it. Like, that's how I feel about 7 Remakes combat. I don't really hate it or like it. But I don't think it is this mystical system that defies explanation, that cannot be described because it was written. It was carved by the heavens. I don't think it's that. And I think a lot of Remake fans act like it is. And whenever anyone tries to describe or break down what the combat is, a lot of Remake fans will just say, oh, you're wrong. You're an idiot. You know nothing about game design. It's like, okay, well, what do you think it is? They got nothing. Okay, well, what do you think it's like? They got nothing. Specifically, what do you think its building blocks are? They got nothing. They have no. All they do is say you're an idiot, but they bring nothing to the table. So, at the risk of looking foolish on stream, we're going to sit here and we're going to make a video where I even talk to you guys in chat for ideas to help me break down what it is at its building blocks. Because while I am trained in theater, I've had like 3 years of theater training that covers like acting, writing, storytelling, and all that. I don't have any formal training in game design. That's why I can break down a story scene with some competency. I can sort of do that fairly okay, but I don't have the specific working terminology for talking about games that I guess you would learn from studying game design for 3 years. I'm an audience member, I'm a casual, but in spite of all that, I know what I like. I can see with my own eyes when something looks similar or whether it looks different. But I might be wrong about where a thing originated, or I might use a word, the wrong word for something. That's fine. And you know what? The vast majority of gamers are like that as well. The vast majority of people who tell you you don't know what you're talking about, they haven't studied game design formally either. So, yeah. Katana Fox, thank you very much for that. Prime, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. At least it's not FF15 combat. That shit was garbage. Oh, we're getting there. Believe that. Have I played Lost Odyssey? I need to borrow my friend's Xbox before I can do that. So... but welcome in, guys. Sorry if I missed anyone's names. Baomong Mazumane, Crandall, welcome in. Flame Hero, Leons, welcome in. Deckard Khan. All right. The real question is, what do you hope to achieve by dogpiling on the remake issues? Are you trying to highlight what's wrong for the developers or having fun shitting on the cringe? It's simple as this, Deckard Khan. I don't like that FF7 Remake is dishonestly marketed. I don't like that it's called Remake, all right? It's not a remake, and we all fucking know it's not, all right? It's just a dishonest title. And I don't like how many of its fans will lie to outsiders and say, oh yeah, it's basically like 95% the same. It's basically captures the vibe and the spirit and the story and the characters. Nothing changed. I don't like that either, all right? By all means, the title can do that and the fans can lie all they want, but don't expect to do that and not be challenged, okay? Don't expect to not get challenged by that. Do you ever tell people to stop lying about these games? Probably not, because you're glad that they do, you know. So yeah, I just... OGFF7 is very fucking important to me, and I do not like that a bunch of bad faith actors are trying to rewrite the past around that game and around like millions of people's childhoods just to serve their own modern day agenda, whatever the hell that is. I don't know, the agenda that Red 13 was a moonwalking a dog who talks like Mickey Mouse. I don't know. when people say like, oh, they're trying to believe in a beautiful lie, it's like, what's beautiful about this lie? It's just Red 13 moonwalking and talking like Mickey Mouse. Also, Cage Ragnarok, thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't know why people think you can't critique something you like. Nothing is perfect. I played JRPGs since FF7 OG's release. See, here's the problem, Cage Ragnarok. If you didn't like FF7 Remake, then you never played the OG, right? That's how it works. All right, see, I thought I played it like 6 times, but Twitter informed me that if I don't like Rebirth, then I've never played the original. So I'm afraid now you know, that's how the rules work. Welcome to the club, but yeah, clearly you never played it. Also, thank you for that $5 super chat. Appreciate that. And Leons, thank you for the tier 1 YouTube membership. And thank you for gifting 5 YouTube memberships to SebiWebs TV. Leons, you all right. Pain Package, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you very much. God, I'm gonna adjust my camera a bit. I'm wondering if I can actually manually adjust the focus. Just hold on a sec, chat. I'm gonna try something. Please don't fuck it up. Yeah, it's good enough for now. Sebi, what's up, man? Finally made it to a stream. You inspire me. As soon as I have a new spot, I want to start streaming. You want to start streaming too? Day 1, FF7 Remake disc on a pyre, then the glass of Johnny Walker Double Black. Appreciate that, appreciate that. Good luck with streaming, Night Sky Soul. It's a crazy thing. Don't expect to become a celebrity or anything. It's just fun for its own sake. Just do it because you like doing it. Yeah, and also expect like tech issues for the first month. That's definitely gonna happen. And they'll continue to happen, just less often. But that first month is going to be brutal. Crandall, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. God dang. All right, let's catch up with chat over here. All right, where are we? Sorry, I just realized I was really far up in chat and I got to come down a wee bit. Quick game recommendation, Grand Blue Fantasy. I've heard of that one. They called it remake and retcon 90% of it. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't like rewriting the past. Like, oh, that's another reason this is important to me, is that 1984 was a huge influence on me as a kid. That book by George Orwell. And one of the things I found most horrifying about it was the idea that you could rewrite the past. I never even thought that was a thing you could do. And 14-year-old me was shocked at that. And to wake up in this day and age and see that a really crap version of 1984 is happening with my favorite game, like one of the most influential games, impressionable games on me, I was like, I'm sorry, I'm just not okay with that. Like, people think this is about views, they think it's about money. No, it's actually very deep personal reasons, like multiple deep personal reasons. If it was only about views or money, that is not a strong enough motivation to weather the endless storms of death threats, people telling me to kill myself, relentlessly insulting me, relentlessly hating me, relentlessly posting hate threads and hate tweets about me, Twitter accounts dedicated just to hating on me, TikTok accounts dedicated just to hating on me. If it was just about money and views, there's easier ways to do that. Like, the reason I can weather all of that is because that's not actually the motivation. The motivation is something that's so deep and personal and so close to my childhood that it's how you get through it all, because it's more important than that. So, all right, let's catch up with chat. Should have been called Rebuild, not Remake. It's a fine game if you frame it like that. The problem is, then call it Rebuild. Don't call it Remake. The word Remake is a major source of FF7R's problems. The problem is, if you remove that word from the game, it won't sell as well. That's the problem. So I'm sorry, but they're kind of sleeping in the bed they've made. It would have been more respected in the long run if it was just called FF7-2 Electric Boogaloo, because at least it's honest about what it is. But they won't do that, because Remake is what sells the game. The problem is the title is immensely misleading. And anyone who says this was brilliant because, like, oh, you know, people are talking about it, it's like, no, not all press is good press. Millions of fans feeling deceived is not a good outcome. It's not. All right, enough fucking about. I'll tell you what else we have on the list for today's stream, guys. We will... I'm just answering people's questions about that because they thought that I was... Look, some people hopped in thinking I was going to, like, shit on 7 Remakes combat. I'm not. I'm just here to break it down in its building blocks because I don't like that gaslight around it. I think it can be broken down. Doesn't mean it's bad. But we will also be reacting to Abysssoft's video about the history of FF7 speedruns, which is like an hour and 15 minutes long. So I'm going to try not to be too much of a pausing Andy. Try not to go on too many tangents, but holy shit. Also, Herosaurus, thank you for that 8 months. How the fuck are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good, man. Oh, hold the line. I'm just gonna do one thing real quick. The other things we have on, we're going to do Guillaume Broche, Expedition 33's director, is, he had like a long ass video, and it's in French, so that's gonna be quite tricky to, deal with. But we're gonna watch this video in French, guys, alright. This is good for the French viewers. This is good for the French viewers. That's also like an hour and 15 minutes long. I'm sorry, guys. That's going to be a tough one to get through as well. And we are also going to have... what was the other one? We're going to do some Final Fantasy tier lists. Yes, we are going to get around to doing it, all right? We're going to do Bahamut's. We're going to rank the Bahamut's. We're going to rank... What else is there? Blue Mages! Alright, God. And if we have time, we're gonna do a wee bit of Total War Warhammer. Because I just want to do some easy shorts. All their legendary lords have a fun little opening cutscene. They got like a hilarious fucking little lore blurb. And lastly, what else? Which I'll read out, like Academy Award-winning voice acting, and of course I'll make some comments on that as well, because I'd like to make some shorts about other stuff. I think that could be fun. Oh my god, what else do we have here? Otherwise, I'm not sure. We could react to some other stuff, but I think that's all the gas I'll have in the tank, really. Yeah, I think that's all the gas I'll have in the tank. Oh, whoops. What else do we have here? I was gonna read something. Evening, Autocon. Greetings from Wisconsin. Spent all day at a Renaissance fair. Hope you're taking it easy. Nice. I haven't been to one of those, but I hear they're good. I hear they're fun. Queena's blue magic gimmick is a pain in the ass. Well, Queena is a cool idea. It's just a pain in the ass to... It's just a pain in the ass to get there. Abilities, because you have to like lower the enemy to something like 25% HP, not accidentally kill them before that, and most enemies don't teach you a skill. And I don't... Can you scan enemies to see whether they have a skill or not? I think you just have to just eat everything and hope for the best. I'm like, oh, it's too hard. Yeah, so Existential Bread, thank you for the 8 months. Happy weekend, Sebi and chat. Old stream title. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Hang on. Let me just check. Is that an old stream title? I'm just gonna check my Twitch. No. What do you mean? It's the same thing. So. What else do I have here? No. When did you get gifted? Oh, we got a bunch of gifted earlier. We got a bunch of gifted earlier, and I just want to do one thing before we continue. Alright. Enough fucking about. I think it's time, Sonny Jim. My YouTube stream title. Really? Oh, well, I apologize then. You're right. I stand corrected. Sorry, chat. My bad. What do you have here? Yeah, no, you're right. Damn it. It's alright, I can just copy paste it from my own stream. And there we go, Sonny Jim. You done goofed! I did done goofed. Oh, I see why, because it was too long. Okay, alright. Okay, that's why it didn't replace it. I made it way too long. That's my own bad. Alright, it should be fixed. Thank you! Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Feels like half an idea they forgot to implement. What are the parameters for ranking the summons? Just basically how cool do I think it is. Like, I think that, FF7, 8, 9, and 10's Bahamut's, they're probably just gonna win. They're probably just gonna win the game. I don't think later Bahamut's, let's see. I think 13's looks kind of crap. 15 is a different idea about Bahamut. I just don't think the idea itself is that great, but I don't know. Anyway, does a Realm Reborn's intro count? No, we will not be reacting to the FF14 video because that takes about like 5.5 minutes. It's a really, it's too long. It's too long, mate. So, but yeah, chat. I've been Crossed, you're watching my Baldur's Gate 3 VODs. I hope you're enjoying that, because that was an absolutely ridiculous set of streams. What else did we watch? We watched, off stream, as I say, I watched and finished all of Smiling Friends, which I recommend, guys. That show is fucking hilarious, man. It's been a while since there's been a show that, had me bursting out laughing, like unexpectedly, like non-stop through the whole thing. It's so fucking funny. Yeah, you can watch it. Oh god, you can watch it on Apple TV. You can watch it on HBO Max. I think HBO Max has all the seasons. Apple only had like the first 2. And I also finished the newest season of Rick and Morty, which I thought was entertaining. Episode 1 of that with Evil Morty is fucking nuts, though. That season opened really hard, man. That went off the chain. Cursed RNG, thank you very much for the 27 months on SebiWebs TV. Yes, it was on HBO Max as well, Rick and Morty. I had to get an account just to watch those things. And also, HBO Max, it's got a lot of good stuff. I feel like I've seen everything on Netflix and fucking what else is there? What was the other one? Amazon Prime. God, I'm tired. I need another coffee. So, Smiling Friends Brazil episode. That episode was trash. I hated that. After a while, I realized, like, oh no, I get the joke of this. Oh no, this episode sucks. Oh yeah, but it was clever. It got me at first. Rated Mature, excited for a new shot by shot. Keep that Gatling loaded, fighting the good fight. You all right. Thank you, Rated Mature. Yes, we have some new shot by shots in the works. A couple of short ones and a big fat long one. So, have I seen the new FF14 stuff? Will I react to it, Mupul? Not really. I mean, all we saw on FF14 is that, I mean, from what I saw, I had FanFest open on my second monitor. It was just flitting between it. There's gonna be is it an Alliance raid? There's gonna be an FF7, FF14 crossover. I mean, they've done everything else. It's an 8-man raid. Okay. I mean, they've done everything else. They've crossed over everything else. I thought this was always kind of inevitable. It feels like the We Need FF7 Remake Part 3 to sell crossover. It feels like that. Evercold feels like the We Need Revelations to sell expansion. Because there's just so many references. It's like Lifestream, Midgar, Promised Land, and all that. Eris, welcome in, welcome in. They are out of ideas. Well, here's an interesting thing, right? When you look at, say, like the Golden Age Final Fantasies, they take influence, and by that I mean, like, say, roughly FF4 to 10. They take influence from a lot of outside different stuff. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze, hang on. Sorry. Oh god. They take influence from a lot of outside stuff. Like, for example, like FF7's boss music comes from Metallica's "For Whom the Bell Tolls." You know, sound familiar? Or FF10's, you know, that takes influence from like death metal, which was kind of blowing up, and you know, people hearing about that at the time. But when you look at modern Final Fantasies, like modern FFs, they take influence from older FFs. They're not really taking influence from new stuff. They just reference the older games, the good old days, and it's like trying to tug nostalgia strings. So I find that kind of interesting. A friend of mine described it as like an inbreeding of ideas, which I think is an interesting way of putting it, but that's how it is, yeah. Also, Zen, thank you for the gifted subs. Louis, thank you very much for the $6 super chat. Sebi and community, hello from the fucking UK. It's almost 3 a.m. here, innit? Looking forward to the stream. Welcome to the chicken stream? The chicken stream. Oh, the cock stream. You're talking about, what's it called? Zach watching Cloud bang Eris in the cock stream. I mean, he does do that, so. Would I be interested in playing Suikoden 2? Maybe one day. It's just not a priority. There's just too many other things I want to do first. So, Sacred Pains, first time stream watcher, found you from the Rebirth videos. You were iffy about playing it because of the timeline changing Dementors. Thanks to you, I won't have to waste my time with it. Or Revelation, cue the Titus laugh. I mean, look, man, I didn't. I just show you the footage from the game. That's it. I show you the footage from the game and I contrast it with like the original game. If that's enough if that makes you be like, oh god, what have they done? You're not buying it? I mean, that's kind of the game's fault. It's not like I edited it. It's not like I photoshopped it. Like, it's the game itself, man. And as I say, look, man, if the title and a lot of the fans are not going to be honest about what those games are, then I will. If they're not going to tell you what it is, I will. It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. Would I ever play the God of War games to prep for Laufey? Yeah, no, I would love to do a bunch of the... I would love to do a bunch of the God of War games. I've only ever played the 4th one from start to finish, and then I've just kind of dipped into some of the other ones briefly. So, yeah. Maybe, and Laufey would be a fun set of streams, you know, I'll just make jokes about her just... I'll just make, as I'm playing Laufey and slamming demons, I'll be making jokes like, no, you do the dishes, boom. I can't help myself. So, Ralph, Sebi, you love FF7 so much. It's true. What did I think when I played the game with a bad localization? Assume you think it worked despite the translation? Well, when I played the PS1 version of OG FF7 on launch, I remember when... like Emerald and Ruby weapon was spelt with all caps on the weapon. I remember when the tough ring was called the Tooth Ring with a P instead of a G. T-O-U-P-H. I remember that. I remember this guy are sick. Okay. And I remember Eris, which is the correct pronunciation of her name because it sounds better. So, yeah, no, I don't think that I think the 90s translation works fine because a lot of 90s stuff, I guess, yeah, it's taking some liberties, but it just kind of works. It translated it quite well. It wasn't done the way that a lot of translations are done today, where they're quite clearly inserting their own agenda, or like, oh, that's a bit problematic, let's not do that. In fact, it was almost the opposite in the 90s. A lot of like 90s translations, I think, kind of ramped up some stuff, or like they were like, oh, I get what they're going for, here's how we'd say it in English or American, and let's do it this way, or something like that. I don't know. It was a different landscape back then. Guffles Kupo, welcome in. You can even see this in how English dubs are done back then. Like, a lot of modern anime dubs is like Deku from My Hero Academia. Like, oh man, there's a gamer girl in my lobby. You know, it's very soy, one might say at times. But if you listen to, say, Fist of the North Stars dub from the 1980s, it sounds cheesy, but it doesn't sound twinkish, if that makes sense. They'll say things like, the suffering you have felt is nothing compared to the suffering you have caused others. You don't seem to realize you're a dead man. You know what I mean? It's like, you're wrong, Ken. No one has felt suffering like I. So it's like, it's cheesy, but it's not soy. And if you want to hear, I remember a very good dub that I thought was Ghost in the Shell. The first one from from 1995, I think. I remember Major and Barto sounding really cool. They didn't sound cringe. Like the voice acting, yeah, I was like a teenager at the time. Maybe I'll have a different opinion on it now, but it just kind of felt right. It felt serious and mature for its world. It wasn't like, Major, we gotta take out the Puppet Master. So something like that, so. Charles Berg, thank you for the $5. I'm a fan of anyone who is a fan of JRPGs. In the question though, what is your favorite mid-tier turn-based game? Ark the Lad. Oh god, I know Ark the Lad. I mean, I know of it. My favorite mid-tier turn-based RPG. That is such a strange question. God. Is it Lunar? Lunar 2? Not Lunar Second Story. It's not Star Ocean. Is it Lunar Second Story? I played one. This is like a turn-based JRPG on the PS1 way back in the day. It had a guy called Ronfar. And he had a move called Light Litany or something, and I do remember that there's a heap serious-looking elf dude. Lunar Silver Star Story, something like that. I never finished it, but I do remember there was some really serious elf guy. He was like a general or something. He's really intense, but he's actually a good guy, and he breaks you out of prison. And it's sort of like when Usopp becomes Sniper King in One Piece, but like he just wears this heaps dumb mask, and he thinks he's like some superhero. He's like, it is I, Mister! And everyone's like, we know it's you. He's like, what do you mean? I'm a superhero. And then when he like actually leaves and comes back as this general, he's like, I just passed this strange yet heroic looking man. I'm sure he's off on some serious adventures somewhere. It's like, yeah, we know it was you. It's like, it was so dumb. I remember it was like such a stupid anime joke, but I remember enjoying that as a kid. I don't know, it was whatever. So, is it I think it's Lunar 2. Yeah, that's my favorite mid-tier one. I never finished it, but I remember enjoying it somewhat. So, Snooze and Side Quests. You're new here, but you've seen a bunch of clips and you think I got some good insight and you like tuning in. Good job on helping keep turn-based alive. Thank you. Well, turn-based is like alive and well in every form except like Final Fantasy type games, like AAA JRPGs, you could say, until Clear Obscure Expedition 33 came in and showed that it was always possible. It never had to step away from that. And yeah, I know it's technically AA, but it looks and feels like a AAA, so we'll give it the honorary mention. All right. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. Thank you, Mr. Karate, for that $5 super chat. Oh, fucking, that's one of my favorite lines from the PS1. It's so good. Sayun, thank you very much for the 4 months. Just finished watching my FF9 VODs, thank you. Your voice acting was top tier entertainment. I love the voice you picked for Queena. Cheers, thank you. My Queena voice is me doing a less horrific version of Dehaka from StarCraft 2. Actually, it sounds horrific no matter what, so yeah, thank you. Thank you for enjoying that. Source Boss, thank you for the $10. Hey, boss. I just finished FF7 on PS1 again for the first time in 20 years. It was truly much more special than I remembered. Doing 8 now. Oh, you're doing 8 now. And you like it even more. We'll see how it finishes. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to try one thing, guys. Okay. Yes, thank fuck. Oh my god. Okay. I just had to increase the font size on my... Oh, that's so good. I just increased the font size of my activity bar. Now I can read it. Oh, it's so nice. Have I played Xenogears? I played it halfway through and I got walled on the submarine boss and I was like, I'm going to play something else. Look, it was the PS1 era, alright? I had other options, okay? PS1 had like 300 great console exclusives. It was a different time back then. You know, you were spoiled for options. The Crafty Miscreant, thank you very much. You showed your friend my Tekken song, and now he won't stop playing it. What have I done? Thank you very much. Thank you for enjoying the Tekken song. I appreciate that so much. So, lovely. Thank you for the 23 months on SebiWebs TV. Spit the truth? Maybe I will. J Red, thank you for the $20. The man, the myth, the legend has shown up on YouTube Live, and I'm super happy. Thank you for that $20, J Red. I appreciate that. Absolutely huge on the channel. You all right? Oh my goodness. Star Ocean 1 to 6? Oh god, I will play Second Story maybe one day, and that's it, alright? Life's too short to do all the Star Ocean series. I got other shit to do. You the GOAT, Archo? Oh, you, get out of here. Thank you for that 9 months. Thank you very much. Have I played Legend of Legaia? Oh, you're damn straight I fucking played that. That game's awesome. That game's interesting. I mean, Legaia kind of showed you an interesting variant on turn-based combat, which like is not technically an action game, but you know, it's like triangle, triangle, square, and you do a combo based on that. Or square, square, X, X, and you run up and you do a 4-hit combo that way. Cool idea. Like, it really shows that back then they were experimenting with other things you could do with that genre. In a way, I think pure turn-based still works, man. Like, when I was playing Metaphor, and I know I've only done one stream of that, and I know it's been put off. There's other shit I want to do first, but I do want to come back to it eventually. But when I was playing Metaphor, I was like, this doesn't feel stale. You know what I mean? Like, QTEs and parries, like at E33, they're cool, and they are part of E33's identity, but it's not like this is now how all turn-based games have to be. You know, it's like kind of a Final Fantasy's Dark Souls hybrid game in a lot of regards, although much more heavy on the Final Fantasy aspect. Miguel Silva, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. You all right? All right. Holy shit. Austin, thank you for the Sebi Lulus and chat. Metaphor's combat is solid. It felt fine, man. It felt fine. Existential Bread, Metaphor mentioned. I thought it was fun, man. They're gaslighting themselves and they say turn-based. Yeah, well, there's a weird idea that turn-based is fundamentally dated and it has to evolve into action. It's just, it's bullshit. It's a lie. I mean, like, how is chess still around then? Like, you know what I mean? It's like if you take a turn-based game and you make it action, it fundamentally changes it. It fundamentally changes it completely. It's just a different game. And I think a lot of modern Final Fantasy combat runs into this problem where it's not, because it didn't start ground up from action, it kind of is enslaved to a bit of its turn-based roots. And let me put it this way, action is great for having this fast-paced, continuous flow. Turn-based is good for like these slow, weighty, grand spectacles, these cinematic attacks. Here's the problem. When I was playing Crisis Core, right, you know how Zack has like those endless slot reels going? I'd be fighting and dodging and button mashing, and then bang, suddenly there's a cutscene in the middle of the fight between Zack and Angeal, telling him how you got to do this and you got to fight like that. And Zack's like, thanks, man. And now I've got this thing. It's like, you just pulled me out of the action. And it's continuous in Crisis Core. It's non-stop. You get these mini cutscenes mid-fight, which I think is not as egregious. Or not, it's not really bad in turn-based, because turn-based is cinematic by its own nature, but you notice how that doesn't happen in Souls? Notice how that doesn't really happen? I'm trying to think, does it ever happen in Devil May Cry? Not really. If there's some attacks in Devil May Cry that have a cinematic element, but there's such big moves that you can't even span, like Judgment Cut End, that it doesn't matter, you know what I mean? Like, no one's like, oh no, Judgment Cut End, this boring move. It's like, no, it's one of the coolest moves in gaming. So, you wouldn't turn Yu-Gi-Oh into an action game? Yeah, imagine turning Magic the Gathering into an action game. It just fundamentally changes it, so. Where did Square Enix get the idea that turn-based is outdated from? Well, I grew up during that time period, probably from people in the PS1, PS2 era who made fun of it for being turn-based, who acted like it would play better if it was action, and who were never interested in Final Fantasy to begin with. And I think Square looked at them and thought, oh no, I guess that's our new target audience from now on. Better bend Final Fantasy towards those people for like 20 years straight, unsuccessfully, and abandon our own core fan base and throw them under the bus forever. I don't know, it's a really strange thing. Like, I phrase it like, it's like abandoning your lifelong friends at school to try and impress the bully who hates you. And after 20 years, they still hate you. Or they don't even hate you, they just don't even know you exist. They're just disinterested, so, yeah. J-Red! Thank you for the $50 super chat! Sebi said, you all right. I'm happy now. I'm a bit older than you, and I grew up on FF7. Thank you. Thank you for being the truth speaker. Oh, you stop. Get out of here. Thank you for that $50 donation. That is absolutely massive. That goes to my editors. That goes to my thumbnail guy. That basically goes to making the channel as good as it can possibly be. And towards me eating healthy food so I can keep fighting the good fight. So thank you for that $50, man. Absolutely gigantic. So you blame the bouncer coming out, which swerved the dynamic of what the original formula was. Well, the bouncer's like this interesting thing where the bouncer shows Square's inexperience with action, because any game, right? Or what am I trying to say here? Any action game company that made the bouncer would have made it multiplayer. Like, who the fuck makes a Streets of Rage game, a Golden Axe game, an Alien Storm game? Who makes that kind of game and makes it one player? Like, you don't do it. Only Square would make that mistake because they don't make action. They don't know how to do it. They're noobs at that, even after all this time, you know. And it's not their specialty. It's like a fire Pokemon trying to do water attacks. It's not their specialty. It's not their type. So, but that's the thing. One of the biggest flaws of the bouncer, something that would make the bouncer twice as good, is if you could team up with your mates and beat the whole game together. It's just, how fucking sick would that be? It would be an improvement on the game. So, yeah. All right. Action games have so much. They can't let traditional fans have one AAA attempt. It's fine. That's what I mean, Noodles. Like, when people say, like, oh, it has to be action. It's like, no, you don't get it. You want AAA action? You have literally like 500,000 options. You want AAA JRPG turn-based? You got one. You got Expedition 33. And before that, the only one that really is of any note at all is FF10. Now, you may like Persona and stuff, but like at the end of the day, they are anime games, and anime games, they just don't have that same universal appeal as the AAA, you know what I mean? And there's plenty of anime action games as well. In terms of like getting the AAA realistic 3D treatment, we're just starved, you know? And people argue, there's some people who say, oh, E33 wasn't that good, it's just because people were starved for that kind of game that long. Well, yes, you've identified a problem, man. Think that if you want to, but if you've identified a very specific market problem, a huge gap in the market that's not being filled, why not fill it? Why not, man? So, Miguel Silva, thank you very much for the $5. Have I played Chaos Rings? I have not. Surprisingly dark RPG from Square Enix with a great soundtrack, but you can't find them anymore except for the worst one. I mean, it's typical, isn't it? No, I don't know that game. Velfin, thank you for the tier 1. J-Rad, thank you for the $10. You've heard me speak on Clair Obscure. Is it a game like 7777? You wonder if you should invest sleepless nights. Let me put it this way. Even if you removed the parry dodge mechanic from Expedition 33, it is still the Final Fantasy VII of 2025. That's the best way I can put it. In terms of its impact as a game, in terms of its tone, how memorable it is, how much it makes you feel, you know, the emotions, memorable soundtracks, memorable story moments, memorable lines. It's got so many. It's just the full package. It's superb. It's excellent. So, and real world impact, Joe Rowe. I mean, yes, no, it actually had a real world impact. It's crazy, man. So, yeah. Awesome Cube. Turn-based games let you take in the moment, while action games force you to keep moving. You can't stop and absorb a moment in action games or you die, whilst you can do that in turn-based. Awesome. Yeah, so I get a friend who's studying game design, and he explained to as I say, I know my way around, say, storytelling fairly well. I can argue with some competency there. But with game design, I don't have any formal training or terminology. I'm just kind of like, I'm a casual who's just knows what I like, and I've got eyes, or I can see if a thing is similar or not. And I can attempt to explain it the best I can, but maybe I'll use the wrong word at times. But back on that point, a friend of mine I was in a Discord call with him, and he was showing like some fights from like FF10 or E33, and he's like, because you can stand still and you have all the time in the world to really look at this entire boss and appreciate it. One, you can just kind of be like, holy shit, look what I'm fighting. Two, you can look at different parts of it. Like, you now have time, the game designer now has time to present information that might be key to understanding the boss's weakness or a mechanic about it. Like in Clair Obscur, I was fighting this huge rock thing, and I was like, I can't do any damage to him, why? And I look at him, I'm like, hang on, what's that huge glowing red crystal on his shoulder that's a different color from the rest of his body? I wonder if I shoot that. And it's like, yeah, I started shooting that thing and it cracked. It's like, oh, now I can do damage, you know what I mean? That's a very basic example of it, but you could say like Omni Seymour in FF10, you know, where he's like that huge like thing with like 4 rotating discs that all have like different like colored elements on them and stuff. You can do that. So, anyway, let me respond to you guys in chat. Everoni, thank you very much for the 46 months. Insane, but it shows how talented you are. Oh, you. Get out of here. I mean, well, you know, you got one of these. So, J-Red, thank you for that $10. You're gonna buy it, dive in. You need to feel FF7 again. I recommend just going in blind, man. E33 is one of those games where just go in knowing nothing, and you should have a fun time. Have I seen The Odyssey, Mozzie? No, but thanks for reminding me, because I have seen the Odyssey rap that the actual actors did, and it's brutal. It's the actors rapping their own name. Odyssey, 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 Odyssey. Odysseus, Telemachus, Antonius, Penelope. It's so bad. It is the most theater kid thing I have ever seen. And we're going to react to that and talk about that. We're not going to talk about any of the politics on it. I'm not going there, all right? I'm not going there. But I think the Odyssey alone can be criticized enough just as a work of art or as a work of entertainment, and whether the liberties it took with its source material was a good idea or not. I personally think with stuff like the Odyssey and the Iliad, I think it's best to just stick as close to the source material as possible. If you're going to take liberties, learn from how Peter Jackson did this with Lord of the Rings. I think the liberties and changes he made work well cinematically. But I am listening to... Hey, Kara, no, it's real. We're going to watch that, believe that. I'm listening to Lord of the Rings narrated by Andy Serkis on Audible. And there's many scenes that are not in the movies, and there's many scenes in the movies that are not in the books. But I think it's fine. I think for the most part, the changes are actually fine. So, I don't think we need 1 hour straight of Tom Bombadil singing, for example. Or we don't see Merry and Pippin, or we don't see Treebeard take Merry and Pippin to his house. Yes, Ents have houses, believe it or not. What else is there? The Barrow Wights? Yeah, pointless, Amira. What else? Well, I mean, the thing is, if you did the Barrow Wights in Fellowship, it just deviates from the story too much, and it doesn't really add too much to the grand narrative. It's not as important. It's interesting. I feel like when Tolkien was writing Lord of the Rings, let me put it this way, The Two Towers feels like a different book from The Fellowship of the Ring. I feel like when he wrote The Two Towers, I think his editors may have said to him, Fellowship's fantastic, really interesting world, great premise, but please, less singing. Please don't have another Tom Bombadil segment in it. So as soon as Two Towers started, it was just non-stop action. It was Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas, and it was also, what else is there? And there's also heaps of Merry and Pippin and the orcs and the Ents and like attacking like Saruman's area and all that. And only halfway through the book, once all that's done, does it then begin Frodo and Sam's journey. I was like, this is so differently paced, man. Fellowship's still really important though. Rhubarb, you don't think all criticism is useless, but you think there's an absolutism that can be reached that skews the perception and creates lopsided views. Anyway, you don't hate all my takes, man, Rhubarb. Appreciate it. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, how many people are there glazing FF7 Remake and Rebirth non-stop like it is the second coming of Christ? like, it's a lot of people, man. It's like, that's a lot of people who talk about it. Now, how many people are there who basically go and criticize as many of its major problems and minor problems as possible unapologetically? There's not a lot of YouTubers, man. Like, I'm one of the only ones. There's also guys like, I think Dan's Gaming did a scathing review, but it was one video. Orion85, he's been around forever. Raziel Reed did one. What else is there? There was Mist, and there was also, there's not really a lot, and it's often just like, as I say, one video, whereas I'm one of the only ones who does like 100 videos, because it's important to me, man. And I don't like, as I say, you can like it, man. Like, you like what you like. It's just don't lie about it. That's the thing. You know, whenever anyone says, look, man, I know that Red 13's voice has been changed, but I don't mind it. I got no issue with that. But when you say that, like, no, this was exactly, it was written, it was carved in stone in the original, bullshit. Bullshit. I'm sorry, but if you're a 50-year-old, if a 50-year-old Japanese man changes what pronouns he uses in that language, he doesn't magically then sound like he's 12 years old, biologically like a 12-year-old. That is not how that language works. It's not how any language works. Just stop fucking lying. And even if you can prove, even if it's true, that in OGFF7, their plan, they always wanted Red 13 to have a fake voice, and then a real voice, ha, who will? Then I think it's a stupid idea, and I don't respect it. I reject it. I don't care if Sakaguchi himself thought of it. I think it's stupid, and I reject it. So yeah, I mean, that's just, that's how I feel about it, man. Mr. Madaki, thank you very much for the Subaru. And J-Red, thank you for the $10 super chat. Oh, before I continue with that, I just want to finish up what I'm saying. There needs to be some balance on this, man. Like, a lot of people say that I go too hard on these games. Do you ever call out the people lying about it? Do you ever call out the people, like, gaslighting and rewriting history? Because unless you're doing that as well, then I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry, I don't want to hear it, unless you're applying it equally. And most of these people aren't. They like the narrative when it goes their way, by dishonest means. J-Red, thank you for that $10 super chat. Last super chat because I don't want to pirate the stream, but I really enjoy your YouTube videos and keep super chatting for appreciation for the amazing voice work and the funny moments. Oh, you stop. Get out of here. Thank you. I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate the support for the channel. Thank you so much. And thanks for enjoying the long forms. We're having more long forms coming, chat. Sorry, I've given my editors enormous long form videos to deal with. And even though I got 3 working on them, it takes so long. I can be a bit of a perfectionist. Like, I'll watch the whole video, be like, trim this, change that, just don't use this, add more of this, blah, blah, blah. After 1 or 2 refinements, it's usually where I want it to be. So, Kanbei Alex, 100% same opinion. If Nanaki is like this and that was the real intention, that goes from one of your favorites to one of your most disliked characters in the franchise. Yeah, and also the thing is, you don't, just because, like, there's a mistake I think a lot of gamers make or audiences make where they forget that they're allowed to think for themselves, you know. Like, creative people can appear like they have magic powers, all right? Like writing, like storytelling almost is like magic. When you don't know how it's done, storytelling, acting, writing, music, there's a mystique to this. There's a mystery about them. But these are all basically codified. They all have rules and guidelines, and there's historical reasons for all that. And the really good artists can break those rules in a creative way. But getting back to the original point, artists are still people at the end of the day. They can still make bad calls. They can still make mistakes. They can still have an intention and not execute it well. All right? And that's why I'm going to bring this back to this cooking show I've been talking about, which you guys need to all watch, by the way. Culinary Class Wars, a Korean cooking show on Netflix. It's amazing. Many times the judges will eat your dish and they'll be like, what was your intention with this dish? And they'll be like, oh, I wanted it to have a smoky flavor. I'm like, I mean, it doesn't taste bad, but I can't taste the smokiness. So you're eliminated. You're out. Because a chef, you should be able to realize your intention. And that's a really important thing with storytelling. Like, you can, like, if a comedian made a joke and you didn't laugh, it doesn't matter what their intention was. It doesn't matter that this was the joke. If you didn't laugh, it failed. If the dish didn't taste good, you failed. It's just how it works, man. So yeah. Anyway, I'm working here. You don't hate anybody for liking what they like, just be honest with you about it, and you respect you more for it, Matake. Yeah, I mean, I like some stuff that I just like, oh god, it's a guilty pleasure, but I just like it, man. You can't help it, man. It's preferences, man. It's preferences. All right. You found it weird, Rhubarb. You can't really see why it would have been made unless Japanese audiences would have understood it. Well, the thing is, right, we all know Red 13 is a teenager for his species. I mean, we all know that, but this doesn't mean that he has to sound like, ha, everyone's a winner. You know what I mean? If you think that is how if you think that's how a 16-year-old sounds, then you have watched too many bad English dubs and you have broken your brain, all right? You have destroyed your brain cells from watching too much bad anime. That's not, like, I was 16 once, I didn't sound like that, and if I did, you'll never know. Just me in class being like to my teacher, everyone's a winner. Oh my god, help me. Korean cinema is great. Korean cinema is exceptional. Yeah, no, it's really good. All right, let me catch up with some super chats here. The Breadman. You recently made a Twitter and you saw the sheer amount of remake fans trying to rage bait you is crazy. Real victim behavior, just looking for fights. Well, that's the thing. They'll say that they can't stand my content, but they'll dedicate their entire account to just like ripping on me. It's like, okay. I don't mean to be rent-free, but, you know. Crass, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. I'll get to that in a second, Crass, but Zavirasu, thank you very much for that raid. How the fuck are you doing? Also, thank you for the tier 3. You all right? Oh my god, Zerv, that fucking dubstep song you sent me the other day. I was actually listening to that in the bar after I'd gone for a long walk. It's like, god. Zerv, are you in Berlin FanFest, man? And if you are, how's it going? How is it bloody going? And I'll respond to this. Crass, thank you for that $20. FF14 FanFest just announced that 7 Remake Raid has been announced. You think it's a sad, desperate attempt to sell a few more copies the same time Evercold launches? Yeah, I think like it is. I think Evercold, and I think the FF7 14 crossover is an attempt to boost the sales of 7 Remake Part 3. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I mean, 7 is kind of the only FF they haven't crossed over with or influenced at that point. The timing makes sense. What I think is a bit more dishonest, right, is I'm seeing people on Twitter celebrating there's been a bit of a boost in FF7 Rebirth sales on Steam, which I don't have a problem with that. But let's not act like that's because the game is so amazing. It's because for about a month straight, FF7 Rebirth sold for $20. $20 on Steam. That's why there was a massive boost into sales. Like, that's, I mean, come on, let's just be honest about it. I mean, if Expedition 33 suddenly sold for $10, I wouldn't be like, oh, see, it's because it was that good and no other reason. Like, no, that would be a big reason why it sold so much, man. You know, I think there was like a bundle where you could get Remake and Rebirth for $35 or something like that. Jojo, thank you very much for that sub. Appreciate it. And I think it also came with, like, I think when you buy Remake Rebirth now, you also get, like, some mode where you can just turn on invincibility and max damage and use all your abilities from level 1. I think that's to get people to speed through both those games so they can buy Part 3 when it launches. I think that's what it's about. I don't know, man. But I'm actually not opposed to, no, for a newer game. Yeah. But say, like, if you buy, like, FF7 or 9, I'm actually not opposed to the fact that they've added triple speed, turn on limit breaks, turn off encounters and stuff, because these are old games, and sometimes you've played it 20 times, sometimes you just want to run from one end of the world to the other without it taking 8 business days because of random encounters, all right? No one's, if you don't like it, no one's making you use it. But these games are like 30 years ago. I don't think it's the end of the world to have some optional quality of life toggle. I don't think it ruins it. But doing that in a new game, I think that's weird. Nicholas, appreciate all the commentary on FF. Oh, you get out of here. Zerv, you're gonna play them soon just to do it? Just to know, good luck. Zerv, I warn you, it takes a very long time. And, oh god, part 3 might take an even longer amount of time because apparently there was a tweet that FF7 Revelations open world is going to be even bigger than Rebirths. This is not a drill, chat. This is not a joke. This is not a meme. This is true. And I didn't even know what to... I couldn't even be bothered to, like, make any criticisms because I was tired, so I just quote tweeted it with a picture of Chadley with a big chin putting his hand on Cloud's shoulder. And my words were just in all caps. Uh-oh. That was it. That's all I had in me. I was like, oh, fuck, mate. Oh, it's gonna take so long. It's gonna take so long to do. And I'll tell you what, chat, here's my plan. Guffles, that's you all the time, even though you play them numerous times without the extra speed. Yeah, and the thing is, right, FF12 fans will tell you need to play that game with 4 times speed. People who love FF12 will be like, the thought of playing this on normal speed is horrifying. DDDDD Darlene, thank you very much for the Sebi Soys, the 63 month-through. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Also, I need to respond to the super chat. Draconic Frost, you finally finished FF7 with 200 hours. You mastered every summon materia 3 times. You got me to try it. I got you to try it. I take no responsibility for that. That's not my fault. You did that to yourself, mate. That's it. If anyone gets Cloud and Barrett to level 99 in the first Mako reactor of OG FF7, I take no responsibility. All right? It's not my fault. So, yeah. Oh, my God. Zeldris, you're right, Seb. Remake fans live in a bubble. On Reddit, outside of the FF communities, people don't like the remake project. They don't, man. I mean, if they did, they just would be selling more. It's just true. You know, people would be recommending them more. In their defense, FF7 Remake is probably the only modern FF I see people actually do recommend. I never see people recommend 16, 15, 12, 13. I think I see a lot of people saying that 16, 15, 13, 12 aren't that bad and overhated. But the people who love those games know better than to recommend those games to you. So yeah. Yeah, Cooper. Darlene, hope you're doing well. Skeptical. We know people love the chicken chase minigame, so now we've added more. Pretty much, man. Can it be fun though? Oh, that's what I think is one of the big tragedies about 7 Remake, is that it actually does have some things I think it does well, and it can be fun. That's why we're going to do a video today breaking down its combat. Some people think that it's to make the combat look bad. It's like, no. The combat can be broken down into its building blocks. That's what it is. Doesn't make it bad. It's, but I don't like this gaslight that it's this mystical system that has no roots and no foundation. It was sent through a bolt of lightning from the gods to Earth, and us mere mortals can't comprehend it. No, it's a combat system like anything else. It has a foundation, it has roots. It's mixed and matched from many other things. We can do it. And that doesn't make it bad, because you can do the same thing with E33 and it's still good. Draconic, thank you for that $5. After FF7, I went to FF10. Currently working on getting the Aeons to 225 stats. Working on getting all the Celestial weapons at 115 hours. That sounds absolutely brutal. God, I've finished FF4, I think 4 times, and I've never attempted to get the Celestial weapons once in any of those playthroughs. Because every time I looked up what to do for any of them, I was like, I'm never doing that. Not one single weapons requirement did I think was worth it. It's too hard. Oh, Shuffle, you ever to turn on streamline progressions, the Hell House fight? Well, I mean, yeah, I think unless you're playing on easy mode, a lot of the enemies are basically 20-minute bullet sponges. They're just damage sponges. And I think you had to beat... Tell me this, chat. Because I was like, fuck it. I don't want to do all these side quests just to progress the story. That's why with Rebirth, eventually I just chucked on easy mode because I'm like, and it was still the most bloated game I've ever played in my life. But for those of you who played on normal, was it normal that you had to do a ton of side quests in an area before you were strong enough to then move on to the next story boss? Because I think I've heard a lot of people say that. I just want to know from you guys. J-Red, thank you for the $20. Oh, wait, they don't sound like ooh-woo? I thought my scratchy voice turning into a deep one was 1 in a million. Yeah, no, J-Red, did you know that like people don't actually talk like Deku from My Hero Academia? That's like an anime voice. Most things are derivative of other things. H.P. Lovecraft, the Eldrazi, Stranger Things, all that same shit. Yeah, I mean, like, Genova, for example, comes from The Thing, you know. And then Cloud and Sephiroth are like Guts and Griffith. But Cloud's design looks like Gohan from Cell Saga, you know. And Zack, his field model looks like Raditz. You know, it's interesting. They take influence from all these other stuff. Bang TDS, side questing to go to another zone. That's MMO design. Fuck me. Bang, welcome in. Guys, also follow my man, Bang TDS. Congo Stacks, Sebi, just wanted to say you're the best FF content creator. Well, I mean, I do try. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I'm gonna try one other thing. Am I out of focus here? I get out of focus there. This is good enough. Zerv, the autofocus on the cameras turned off, so I'm gonna have to like figure it out on my own off stream. But it's all right. As long as I sit here, I'm like sort of good. Benjamin, thank you for the $2. Look up the World Cup 2030 short. It's funny. No, because I don't have enough time to get through all the things I've already got lined up. But I'll tell you what, the World Cup, what's his name? Erling Haaland has gotten me to do the impossible, which is make me pay attention to football, make me watch football, because I'm just so impressed at that guy's ability and his personality. I think Erling Haaland is a fucking hilarious dude. That's what a real man looks like, guys. So yeah, and I love that he kind of moves and acts like an orc when he's not on the field, and I love the shot of him looking like Majin Buu. That is fucking hilarious, and I love that he looks like Majin Buu. It's like that is actually like the coolest DBZ character to look like. That's so sick. So, alright. Here's a tip for lightning bolts. Equip the arm with no encounters and use the scorch crater near one of the towers to control the bolts. Yeah, because you can accidentally jump off screen, can't you? You don't think FF7 Remake is terrible? Just feels like junk food, Miguel? Yeah, well, what people say is like, oh no, too much content. My lobster's too buttery. My soup is too rich. It's like, no. It's like there's bits of lobster and then it's covered in like 50 pieces of cheap bread. That's kind of what it is. There's some good there, but it's just so much unnecessary bloat. Opeth fan? Ah, I can't believe you know Opeth as well. Believe it or not, chat, I do know a bit of metal and I grew up with Opeth because their vocals are brutal. Thank you for that $7. I always ask the Vocal 7 Remake stands, so why did no one buy it? Square themselves said it underperformed and barely shipped 5 mil. People were buying PS1s and PS2s to play those golden era FFs. It's true. I mean, well, the answer is Opeth. They have a lot of cope behind that. They'll say that like PS5 exclusivity, that and that alone hurt the sales, nothing else. They'll argue that literally everyone loved the combat remake. Literally everyone loved the story changes, the whispers, the bait and switch, the multiverse sequel, whatever the hell it is. They'll argue that literally everyone loved it, and the only reason Part 2 experienced a 60 to 70% drop in interest in purchases on launch is because of PS5 exclusivity. It's just not true. It's just not true, man. And even you'll see in the Reddits early on that there are people criticizing the pillar collapse scene and explaining how elements are changed and different, and then just getting attacked for that. It's always been weird. Yeah. Cringe comp, where are you getting the 60 to 70% drop? After 2020, oh no, it's just, look, here's the thing. I'm just using the numbers. I'm using the officially released numbers. That's all we've got available to us. And that's just kind of what I'm working with. And those are kind of like some anchors because, you know, newspaper articles, they're under legal duress, to be honest, about those numbers. Otherwise, they can get sued. So by 2023, 7 Remake Part 1 had sold 7 million copies. But on the launch of FF7 Rebirth, it sold 2 million. And then immediately experienced a 91% drop-off in sales. These are from articles. You can find this. Now, obviously, it sold more than that since. I mean, Remake is probably, I don't know, probably 8-9 million. I'm just assuming since that time, Steam release, Wii Switch and all that. Rebirth is probably under 5 mil. I feel like they would announce if it hit 5 mil. But yeah, I mean, and whenever people say, as I say, I've seen people say that Rebirth sold 6 to 7 million copies, but their source is one, an AI answer. You can use AI sycophancy to just have it give you the answer you want, and the other source is some journalist who would never lie said in a message board somewhere that it's sold, or at least 4 or 5 mil. I'm sorry, it's not good enough, man. And if I used evidence like that, they'd laugh in my face and they'd attack me for it. But it's fine when they use evidence that flimsy. It's not good enough, man. So, and also, of course, the fact that Square Enix announces whenever their games sell 5 million, and they've done that for so many different things, but they haven't done that for FF16 or Rebirth. That's why. Now, do I know for definite? No, but I'm just saying that's why I think that. I'm giving my reasoning, and people can. One, they don't present any counter evidence, and when they do, it's the weakest evidence ever, coupled with a healthy dose of gaslighting. That if I use that same tactic, I'd get destroyed for it. So I'm sorry, it's not good enough, man. Yeah. Draconic Frost, thank you for the $5. It took you 20 hours to get a gold chocobo. Oh, God fucking hell. You know what? That is one thing I don't like about OGFF7. How long it takes to breed a gold chocobo. Fuck me, that is AIDS. Even when you play on triple speed and you're using a guide, it still takes so long, man. God, it's torture. Bloody torture. So anyone who says I think the original games are perfect, no, I don't think they are. But also, you can forgive it because it was 1997 and you just didn't know any better, and it was this brand new exciting thing. Video games are brand new, you just didn't know any better. Uza Raygon, welcome in. Simon Einherja, thank you for the prime. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Yas, you lucked out getting your golden chocos. See, I didn't. I kept breeding like greens. I could only breed greens. When I got a blue, I was so happy. I was like, oh god. Oh my god, man. Yeah. All right. Let me read some more. If you put together, Kaylee, if you put together the views of the YouTube trailers for Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation, there's a consistent drop and it's not small. Well, I mean, like, look at that, man. Like, 7 remakes. Part 1's announcement trailer has something like 16 million views. Now, yes, it has had 10 years to build up to that, but that also shows like immense interest in that at that time. Whereas, let's have a look at FF7 Remake. Let's look at Revelation's trailer. And we're gonna look at its Final Fantasy official one in the West. Right, let's hop in here. This has been out for like 5 or 6 weeks, and it's still not at 1 million views. And remember, this is the English-speaking one. We're not looking at the Japanese one. This is in the West. But remember, Final Fantasy is considered the westernized JRPG. It's the JRPG that is geared to the West, you know, through its graphics and a lot of its... that's what people say about it. That's what people have always said about it. Not even at 1 million in the West. This is so bad, man. This is shocking to me. I thought it would hit 1 million by now. It's fucked, man. It's actually fucked, and I don't know how well it's going to sell. Someone in my TikTok comments said that Revelation would sell 4 million on launch, and won't I look a bit of a fool then? Well, I don't see how it's going to do that. If Rebirth sold 2 million on launch, and that turned off a lot of people, how is this going to sell 4 million on launch? I don't think that Steam and Switch and Xbox is going to be that significant. I mean, let's compare this. Let's have a look at how it is on Nintendo. 147,000 views after 5 to 6 weeks. I don't think Nintendo Switch is going to save this game. Well, maybe Xbox will. People played Lost Odyssey on Xbox, right? That's going to move a copy or two. Oh my god, man. 35,000 views. I don't even want to laugh at this because I just kind of feel sad, to be honest. It's like, oh, how the mighty have fallen, you know. And remember, Xbox is, I mean, I assume there's some overlap with Steam and PC gamers, because, you know, it's Microsoft at the end of the day, but this is just shocking. This is so bad, man. This is so bad. Yeah. At the same time, this is the most expected. No one buys an Xbox to play Final Fantasy, all right? I mean, I technically will to stream FF13, but that's, you know, and Lost Odyssey, but I'm weird, all right? That's a very weird thing. That's just tragic. This music is so appropriate for it as well. Like, this music makes me sad. So, you know what? I might even make this a mini video. Let's see. FF7 Revelation trailer views. Make full video. This is so bad, mate. Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, there you go, guys. Like and subscribe. Catch me live on Twitch and for more sad updates about modern Final Fantasy. Goodbye. That's gonna be such a depressing end to the video. Oh, that makes me so. This makes me so sad, man. Begin with TikTok talk. There you go. No. God, that's really sad. I'll tell you what. I will leave you having a look at that depressing picture for a while. I'm just going to open my window a bit more. Hold the line. I'll be right back. Alright, back please. Yeah, and I've seen people adding me on Twitter to be like, oh, look at this! It topped this week's sales on the Switch 2 with 30,000 copies! I'm like, 30,000? Is that... Are you flexing on me with like 30,000 copies sold? That's not that impressive to me. I feel like if I said, oh bro, E33 smashed modern FF with 30,000 copies. I feel like they just point and laugh at me. I don't know. There's a great lack of self-awareness here. Angel Rocher, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Thank you for the 49 months and the Sebi Soy. How the fuck are ya? The devs have already started blaming each other for the failure of Remake Rebirth. I didn't know that. Is there a clip of that? It shows how modern fans of the loud minority yield real estate. Yeah, remember how they say that, like, I'm the minority? Or people who don't like those games are the minority? In a way, the thing is the games are already performing badly. It's just kind of there's a gaslight culture around it to try and convince fans otherwise. So, yeah. I do think that the 14... I don't know. Actually, I'll tell you what. I don't think the 14 crossover is going to boost the sales of 7 Remake because I think a lot of FF7 Remake fans are 14 players. I don't know. I feel like a lot of modern FF fans are 14 players. That's kind of a recurring theme at times. Like, they'll argue with me on Twitter or in the comments and stuff, and then they'll bring up that. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, I see. I'm not saying 14 is bad. I'm just saying that, like, I don't see how putting 7 in 14 will increase sales when that's already a huge bulk of the player base. Zero Fabio, thank you very much for the 5 gifted Subarus. Take care of yourself, Zerv. Appreciate the raid, man. Thank you very much. What else was I gonna say? Oh, lastly, the reason I don't think that multi-platform is gonna boost the sales tremendously for Revelation is that I think Final Fantasy's main player base has always historically been PlayStation. It's been PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, and for many of us OG fans, one of my friends bought a PS5 for Rebirth. He bought a PS5, he's like, well, I gotta play some exclusive on it, bought Rebirth and hated himself. And he's so funny, man. I didn't do these side quests in Rebirth, but he did, because he likes to just do it all. And he's like, you don't understand, Seb. Because, as I say, he did the side quests, I hadn't. He's like, you don't understand, Seb. You don't hate this game enough. And I was like, mate, I never thought I'd hear the day when someone would say that to me. I never thought I'd hear the day when someone would say that I don't hate FF7 Rebirth enough. But he's like, no, I'm not even joking. I've done all the side quests and I know how much even worse it can get. Oh my god, man. So, a line in the house. Ali G in the house. Thank you for the $22 super chat. Going to bed, but you just wanted to show support. FF7 was your first FF and you love to dive into 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. That's a fucking awesome run, by the way. After that, the only disappointment in Broken Dreams. It was only disappointing in Broken Dreams. Worked for EA, Epic Games, Western Gaming is fluffed, you all right. I think Western AAA gaming is in a bit of a tough spot because it seems like the only way you get proper funding or money is if you, how do I say this without sparking a debate? Insert a lot of politics into the games, you know, take that as you will. And so on and so on. There seems to be a lot of agenda at times in modern AAA games in the West, which is just a shame. And I think that just needs to be called out. I think gamers just need to say that, like, look, man, like, we're not interested in this. And for many people, those red flags, even if it's like a few minutes of the game, that can be enough to make people not buy the game at all. Just look at bloody Halo, man. Here's the thing, I don't have any personal attachment to Halo. I didn't grow up playing it. I missed the Xbox era because I was too busy doing school, acting, and like just socializing. But I played Halo 1 multiplayer with a friend a few years ago, so that was my experience of it. But I'm seeing a lot of this Halo stuff blowing up Twitter right now, and it's like, it's just all the red flags that, like, there's political agenda in this and stuff, and I'm just like, oh god, guys, please just stop, man, stop. For God's sake. I think we need less activists and we need more fat sweaty nerds making games, all right? We need less failed theater kids, all right, who want to use video games as their theater kid vehicle, and we need more fat sweaty nerds making games, all right? All the best shit was made by fat sweaty nerds with huge beards. We need them back, all right? It doesn't work without those guys, man. They're the backbone of the gaming industry. So yeah. How fat, how sweaty, how bearded, you know, there's an ascending scale of this, but it needs to be in that range. All right? If I was running a video game company, all right, that would be those would be my job requirements, all right? On your resume, it better say that you are fat, that you are sweaty, and that you have a beard, all right? And I'll be checking in person. Otherwise, you are not getting the job. This is the only way that video games are gonna get fixed. And I think video game companies, they also need training in how to just ignore Twitter meltdowns. I think they just need training in that, because I think that, here's the thing, right? Like, I've been at the center of this multiple times, right? I've had half of Twitter come down on me and like hate me, make hate posts about me nonstop. It's scary and uncertain the first couple of times it happens. But after a while, you realize, like, these people already hated me to begin with. Like, they were never watching me to begin with. And notice how none of that's ever hurt my channel at all. Like, that's what you gotta do, because most people, the silent majority, don't care about this dog shit. They just want good old-fashioned beast games and all that. That's just it, man. So I think that video game companies need training in how not to freak out over a Twitter meltdown. Just be like, well, that sucks. Let's just, whatever damage control statement you gotta make, or there's some people you just don't apologize to. Or if you are absolutely certain you're right, just be like, no, we think this is a cool thing in our game, we think this is good, and that's it. And then just leave it, just go away. Twitter mobs don't really have that much power. They just make you think they do. And here's the thing, like, as I say, like, there's been times when people who hate me on Twitter sometimes make a tweet that backfires on them, or suddenly they start being on the receiving end of like some negative attention. All those people, they delete the tweet, they lock replies, they set their profile to private, they this and that. They the second any of that hate comes back on them, they fold like a house of cards, all right? They realize that, like, oh shit, this is 1% of what Seb deals with on a daily basis for like the last 1.5 years straight, man. It's not fun, don't get me wrong with that, but I think that, like, if every now and again having people on Twitter just hate you is just part of the package of saying what you honestly believe and stuff, or arguing for and against certain things, if that's the price, then that's the price, all right? That's just part of it. You can't not have it. So it's better than saying nothing. I think video game companies need to learn that. So Ali G in the house, thank you for the $5. When I started, it was everyone is welcome, and now we try to exclude everyone who disagree. HR is the enemy and infiltrated. Long live the God Emperor of mankind. The Emperor protects. Yeah, well, I think sounds so bad. I think HR around the world, I think the image of HR around the world has been destroyed by that meme of all those ladies going, itty bitty titties in a bob, itty bitty titties in a bob, Gen Z boss in a mini, Gen Z boss in a mini, 5'3" in an attitude, 5'3" in an attitude. It's like, oh my God, of course they're Australian as well. Who would have thought, chat, that my country once again destroyed the reputation of an entire industry worldwide? We did this with breakdancing, with ray gun, all right? Like, when Australia decides to troll the entire world, we come out of left field and we cause incalculable damage. And it's completely irreversible. The toothpaste just can't be put back in the tube. So I don't know how or why Australia manages to do this, but for some reason we punch above our weight when you least expect it. And it's just nuclear. It's fucking nuclear. Oh my God. So yeah. Anyway. Kruzik, I could have breakdanced better than her. Well, I mean, anyone could have breakdanced better than her. So, you know. But I do think it's funny that Australia, like, as soon as they enter breakdancing in the Olympics, we're just so bad that they remove that event permanently for the rest of all time. That's so funny, man. Dude, Aussie trolling is next level. Revertible, Twitter mobs don't do anything. Remember they said they were going to boycott Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, it just didn't work, man. I mean, that was a big watershed moment where it just basically helped the sales of that game, and it made no one ever take those people seriously ever again. And I don't even care about Harry Potter. I don't give a shit. All right? I think it's a cool original thing. I think it's, like, good for what it is, but it's not, Harry Potter's not as important to me as, say, like The Matrix or Lord of the Rings or Terminator 2 or FF7 or Kung Fu movies and stuff. I just don't really, I don't feel about it either way, but I thought all that protesting and stuff about it was stupid, and it backfired massively. So, anyway, enough fucking about chat. God, what else do we have today for stream? I'll just let you know what we're going to be doing for today, because I think it's time we start recording some videos. And I also think it's time that do I need to make another coffee? Yeah, maybe I will. Or maybe I won't, I don't know. Yeah, but so today we are going to react to the Odyssey rap. We are also going to make a video where we're gonna cover some of the Twitter drama about FF7 Remake's combat. I'm not here to shit on it. I just want to do a video where you and me chat, we collectively just try and figure out what is it made up of, like break it down to its building blocks. Is it basically Kingdom Hearts with a few tweaks and ATB? Because I kind of think it feels a bit like that, you know. And if you and also minor changes, like whatever, you can't jump and this and that doesn't mean it's a different genre or that it has no relationship. I think it's got some relationship to it. Or is it a wildly different form of gameplay that's never existed before and was bestowed to us by the gods? We will also have a look at the history of FF7 speedruns. We will look at Guillaume Broche speak in French for about an hour and 15 minutes about his favorite games. Don't worry, there will be subtitles and all my French viewers are gonna love it. And no, we are not using the auto AI dub thing that makes Guillaume Broche speak in a really weird robotic English. It sounds horrific. It sounds horrible. We're not doing that. We will also do some Final Fantasy tier lists. I've got 2 in mind. And if we have time, and if we have energy, we will do some total war Warhammer content. Because I want to show you, I want to show you my Lizardman army, and I want to show you my Beastman army. And then I want to do some shorts out of the legendary lords. You'll see my brilliant Sun Tzu Art of War tactics when I defeat an extremely weak army with my entire with my 20 stack made up of only gigantic monsters. Yes, purely with my superior strategy is how I win these fights. So I'm trash at that game, by the way. I'm really bad. I'm good at the like map style of that game. You know, it's like what is it, like when it plays a bit like Civilization? I'm good at that part. I am atrocious at actually controlling my army. I'm fucking dog shit. But it's really fun to just on your off days just play there controlling like heaps of lizard men and T-Rexes fighting against horrible rat men, Skaven people or like ogres and stuff. It's so chill. It's just like, fuck you. Angel Roche, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Not going to talk about FanFest. I don't know what there is to really say about it. I mean, the 7 remake crossover is the only thing I can really think of. I've talked about that already. It'll be in the VOD somewhere. Marcus, thank you for the $2. Can I say one of my top 3 Final Fantasy games? OGFF7 at the top, and then God, what would I put as number 2 and 3 after that? In 2nd and 3rd place, I'm going to cram in FF9, 10, 4, and 6, and Tactics. All right. Those 5 games go in the next 2 places. That's it. I don't really think about top 10 in terms of that. I think I know what when it comes to games, I know what my favorites are, and I know if it's worth playing or not. Or I'll say if I think it's worth playing or not. Or if it's like a mixed bag or heavily flawed. So... Ever 12 and 13. 12 is easily the most boring Final Fantasy in the entire series. There are FFs more offensive than 12, but none more boring. But I need to play 13 at some point so I can rip on that game from experience too. I thought it was hilarious, guys. You know when people are talking about FF6 and 7, it's always like an argument of which one's better. But with FF12 and 13, it's both sets of fans arguing which one is worse. And I only noticed this when I streamed 12, and anytime I pointed out something dog shit about it, people would flood and be like, 13's worse, wait till you play 13. It's like, hang on, you know what? I get the feeling I'll get very pissed off at 13 as well, but I don't think I'll be as bored. I'll be more offended, but less bored, which is, it's pretty shit either way, man. It's like choosing between getting punched in the face or getting kicked in the shin. It's like... Yeah, it's like getting punched really hard in the arm or getting kicked in the leg. Like, which would you prefer? It's like, neither of these are good, man. So, also, I have seen Preach streaming FF13 too. How is that going? Is he enjoying that? Because I know he did 13 ages ago. I didn't know he'd come back to it. 13 and 12 are bad for very different reasons. That's what I think. So, yeah. All right, enough talking about... I didn't read your $20 chat? Where? Hang on. Oh my God! Guys, if I ever miss a super chat, please tell me. Please tell me. Sometimes I get... I'm so sorry, I did miss that. Zero Fabio, thank you for the 5 months. And Mike, FF14, thank you for the $20 on SebiWebs TV. Do you remember... when Peter starts singing along to the space battle in Blue Harvest, the moment FF characters started breaking the 4th wall and singing along the theme music was only the beginning of the end. What are you talking about? What is this? What is this? What game is this? Which FF is this? I need to see this right now. That sounds horrendous. But thank you for that $20, and I'm sorry I missed that earlier. I apologize for that. Let's get the next ones. Nobuo Uematsu versus Mitsuda. I guess I'm a fake fan, because I can't think of who you mean by Mitsuda. Which music did he do? Which games? Uematsu wins, I'd say. Regardless. Tayron, thank you for the gifted Subaru. And Blue Beric, thank you very much for the 56 months. Damn, I'm late. You all right. Peter Griffin from Family Guy? Oh, fucking hell. Hang on, what? I thought Peter was a character in an FF spin-off game called Blue Harvest, because that actually sounds like a subtitle they'd use, and then you followed up with Final Fantasy. Okay, yeah, well, Family Guy can get away with songs more than Final Fantasy does, because even then, I don't like the songs in Family Guy. I do not like when songs invade comedies where they don't belong. I didn't like how many songs were in the South Park movie. I didn't like how many songs they put into Family Guy for the most part. But Seth MacFarlane is interesting because he is a good singer and he can write some really good songs. You know, I didn't know this until like, actually no, I found this out like 10 years ago. I didn't know Seth MacFarlane, I think, sings the main song for the opening of the 4th Futurama movie. The one where they're in the casino, and it's fucking dope. It's sick. It's so good. Alright. Yasunori Mitsuda. Yeah, which games did he do the music for again? Mitsuda did Xenogears, Chrono Trigger, and Chrono Cross. Ooh, Danny, that's a tough one. I mean, Uematsu is just stacked, though, at the end of the day. Uematsu is stacked. But Chrono Cross has some of the best music I've ever heard. So, and thank you, Miguel, for that $2 super chat. So, Chris Putnick, thank you for the $5. FF7 Remakes. Combat is closer to Star Ocean than Kingdom Hearts. Oh, well, we're just gonna have to look at that. Tell you what. Do you mean Star Ocean? Which Star Ocean do you mean? I'll pull these videos up so we can look at it on screen. And, I'll even look at, what's the other one? Someone said Tails? I have to look at that one as well. The Wild Green Yonder? Yeah. That movie had some moments where I'm like, okay, maybe they're running out of ideas, but for the most part, I thought it was really fun. I thought it was excellent. So, I think the card game that Bender plays with Fry, who can read his mind, that elite poker game with all the others, that's one of the best poker games I've ever seen. Like, everyone's overpowered. Fry can literally read your mind, and he can know if you are holding 2 aces. But Bender is so lucky that he completely relies on his luck alone and can beat that. It can beat Fry's mind-reading moves. It's a great fucking card game. It's brilliant. Like, Bender won't even look at his cards for the final round because he's so convinced by his own luck that he's gonna win that it does. And because Fry can't read his mind, he's like, but you didn't even look at your cards. And I think the result is, what is it? Fry has 4 aces, but Bender somehow has 5 kings. And the way he has 5 kings is because one of them is the King of Beers, a coaster that somehow got mixed into the deck, but it still counts. Budget and all the effort into that, into its opening. No slow-mo. Yeah, I think something original. Well, the slow-mo from FF7 Remake, it's not original to that game, though. I mean, in GTA 5, when you do your weapon select wheel, you're in slow motion, like, while you choose between, like, gun, shotgun, Uzi, whatever. That idea isn't original to Remake. And if you want to see bullet time in action, I mean, just go Max Payne. That's from, like, 2001. So, I'm not saying it's bad for that reason. And I think, and that's the reason I want to make this video, which we're going to do very soon. In fact, fuck it, let's just do it right now. In the last episode of SebiWebs TV, Sebi took a 2-week break from streaming so he could actually go outside and be a normal person for the first time in a long time, hanging out with the boys, having a Big Les-style weekend like Sassy the Sasquatch. Then, he actually went outside into nature and sat by a rock next to a lake, and it was cool, and it was all Zen and Taoist and Buddhist and all that, and Ubu Sugoi. Then, he watched some fantastic TV shows like Smiling Friends, Rick and Morty, and Culinary Class Wars. But now, it's time for him to do the last big YouTube recording session before he finally goes back to streaming games once again. Will he deliver an Academy Award-winning performance? Will he make the YouTube videos of the century? Find out today, only on SebiWebs TV. SebiWebs TV, YouTube recording session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My brain is toast. No, stop it. Go away, Dragon Ball. My brain is a piece of poo in my head. Hey! That's not my thing. Oh, alright, we'll just, have that play. Sorry, my music playlist went into something else. Alright, no fucking about chat. Bring Culinary Class Wars, it's so good. As I say, if you guys have not seen Culinary Class Wars, Korean cooking show, the reason you need to watch it is because it's not just about cooking. It's about the mindset of an artist. Let me put it this way. I did not expect to feel cucked by a bunch of chefs and judges, but they have such rock solid confidence that you only get from knowing your craft back to front, both in terms of training and experience. I was just like, fuck, man, I need to get better at my own stuff. You know, I need to listen to more plays, like, you know, brush up on a bit of theory and basics and stuff. It's such an impressive show. As I say, if you think it's just a cooking show, you're wrong. If you're a writer, actor, musician, visual artist, game designer, you will watch that show and you'll be like, oh shit, I need to get better at my own thing. Like, it has a bit of a Miyamoto Musashi effect on you. You know how, like, Musashi said, you gotta study other art forms because that will deepen your understanding of your main one. It's like that. I've never seen a cooking show have that effect on me, and I tried watching a few others after that. It just wasn't the same. It's the only one like it. There's 2 seasons, absolutely fantastic. Check it out. Right, guys, I'm gonna make myself a coffee. I'm gonna take a piss. Enjoy the sights and sounds of my chair floating in the vastness of space. I'll be right back. Ooh, sugoi. Right. Hope you enjoyed the chair. Hope you enjoyed the chair. And the sights and sounds of space. That chair's got Sebi's back. I mean, quite literally, yeah. Alright, let's do this. Not fucking about. His coffee must be around Mars. You know what? I didn't make myself a coffee. I was going to, and I thought, yeah, I'm alright. Dr. Basco, thank you for that blib. Also, Angel Roche, thank you for gifting a sub to Eris. And FizzWizBiz, thank you for the 11 months. Chair content was better. Hey, man. Loves to grind, thank you for the $5. You want to thank me for the movie recommendations. Your dad and you watch movies together on your days off. You love The Castle and Romper Stomper. Oh, that's so sick. Loves to grind. Thank you for checking out some of the finest Australian cinema out there. The Castle is just full of so many quotable lines and stuff. Like, I love when he wins the lawsuit and he's like, oh, what did he say? He's like, good on you. He says something to the other guy, like, oh, sorry, mate. You dickhead. Anyway, it's the vibe. I love how shit his own lawyer is as well. So, oh, you don't understand, Otto. You know, it's the vibe. It's just, you know, it's the vibe of the whole thing. It just sucks. And Romper Stomper is crazy, man. Russell Crowe. If you guys want to see a 19-year-old Russell Crowe on fucking steroids, like one of the most intense, crazy, psychopathic performances ever, watch that movie. Torsten, welcome in. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna stop fucking about. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Now, I'm going to turn the brightness down on my screen so it doesn't burn my eyeballs out. And I'm gonna record a wee YouTube video or two. Let's see, where do I start with this? Okay. You're gonna leave and Google these movies? Don't you ever leave my stream, alright? You're here forever. I'm gonna drink this water, and what should we start with? I can't believe this is real. God, this would be so bad. We could also do this. Did you know there's a new reel going around on Instagram about how your sleep paralysis demon is an old Final Fantasy fan? Sounds a bit familiar, right? Remember when that was like happening 6 months ago? Except this is a different content creator who just basically copy-pasted the same idea. Now, we'll get to that. We'll believe that. It won't be a 30-minute react, alright? I'll just quickly debunk those, but my god, mate. It's one of those moments I was like, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? We also have some of the remake content discussion. Some of this. We got Star Ocean's combat and Tales. Hang on, someone said Tales combat. Let's have a look. Which Tales game would you say has combat the most like FF7 remake? Can anyone... Does anyone know one? I just want that for like a visual for when we do that video. We also have Guillaume Broche talking about his favorite games in French, and we have the world history of Final Fantasy 7 speedruns. Get out of here, you. That's my own stream, and oh god, that's just depressing, isn't it? I'll just put you all the way over here. There you are. Any of them. Tales 9 Zillia, Tales of Arise. Okay, let's have a look. Tales Arise. I hear the name Tales Arise a lot. Let's just do Tales Arise boss fight. If this is a spoiler, I don't care. Right, let's have a look at you. Lord Balsif! Okay. I mean, it all just kind of looks a bit Kingdom Hearts-ish, doesn't it? But I mean, there were action games before Kingdom Hearts 2. We all know that. So, it's good enough. We'll work with this. God, which do I start on? You know what? Maybe I will make that drink. Because, chat, you're gonna need it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm pouring a whiskey right now. We're going hard right off the bat, because this is not gonna be easy. This is gonna be brutal. Alright, guys. Buckle up, buckaroos! Start with a bad one first. I know, we're starting with a bad one first. Buckle up, buckaroos! If you haven't seen this, this is... I know the orcs love to say, this is gonna be fun. This will not be fun. Alright, I'm just gonna timestamp when I'm gonna start this. Okay. Time-stamping it. I'm going to have a sip of my whiskey, and then we will beginneth. And then we're gonna hate ourselves. Guys, thank you all for being here. Cheers. Cheers so much. It's good to be back on stream. It was a lot of... I needed that recovery time, but I also missed this, so... Appreciate y'all being here. Happy Saturday. Also, Suko Suto, thank you for the $5. The Tales series is the first to combine real-time combat with traditional JRPGs. Some even control like fighting games. See, okay. See, I don't know anything about that, but I know that, like Devil May Cry, I was surprised. I understood why you hold down R1 to lock on. And it was interesting having like Street Fighter inputs for your moves, like back, forward, square, and stuff. That was kind of interesting as well, so... Zaimimaru, thank you for the $5. You're playing Tales of Arise DLC while listening. You gotta say, playing this made you realize Japan loves asimilarity and you hate it. What do you mean asimilarity? Stuff that's asymmetrical? Sorry, I'm probably reading that wrong. Or do you mean like they like doing a lot of stuff that's kind of similar? Yeah, there are different design philosophies, you can argue. Oh my wingsuit! It's going on, you fucking dog. What do I think of the Street Fighter movie? I haven't seen it. Is it any fun? The trailer? Oh, it's not out yet. I don't know anything about it, I gotta say. Jason Momoa is Blanca, right? I'd say he's well cast, so. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Buckle up, buckaroos. How do I start this video? How does anyone start this video? It's always hard shifting into the YouTube recording gear while I'm live, but it can be done. It can be done. And it is Johnny Walker Black that I'm drinking. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Theater Kid epidemic. This is real. Oh, fuck. No, I gotta... Start again. Ladies and gentlemen, to promote the movie The Odyssey, the entire cast got together and they did the Theater Kid rap. This is not AI. This is real. Buckle up, buckaroos. Don't say it. Why would you do this, Christopher Nolan? What did I ever do to you? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Theater Kids must be stopped, alright? They're at it again. I even quote tweeted this and said that this is the most advanced strain of Theater Kid virus I've ever seen in my entire life. That was 1 minute long, by the way. You probably thought it was 5 minutes, because that's how long it felt, but no, that was 60 seconds of pure torture. Now, if you're an actor, acting school is important. The problem is that acting teachers will try to gaslight you that doing stuff like this is cool and necessary. It's not. And I think it's kind of interesting to see how some of the actors look like they don't want to be there. Let's break that down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break that down. Oh my god. Actually, I'll respond to some super chats and then we'll do this. Babsy, watch the Persona 5 poker rap as a palate cleanser. No, no more raps after this, but thank you for that $2. Thank you for that $2. God help me. All right, let's do this in slow motion so we can freeze on all the best parts. There we go. Odysseus. Matt Damon looks like he does not want to be there. I wonder how they got him to do this, because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would normally do something like this. He's just like, oh, fuck, just get this over and done with. All right, who's next? Telemachus. Tom Holland just loving every second of this. Oh my god, Spider-Man. All right, who's after? Penelope. I feel like Anne Hathaway would have been like one of the top dogs at her acting school. Like, I don't know, I feel like she would have been one of the heavy hitters, one of the top players. She's also loving every moment of this. Penelope. Oh my god. Robert Pattinson is interesting. I feel like he knows this is cringe, but he's like, oh fuck, I gotta do it anyway. So, I don't know, let's at least try to have fun with it. I hear that he's actually one of the standouts in the movie. I hear that like he's like some villain, right? And people are saying a lot of the performances felt a bit flat, but Pattinson, you had like, you could actually get an emotion out of you. Apparently you hated this guy. And he's also got that meme going around where he's like, get those beggars out of here. Yeah. And it's like, I actually think that's kind of funny, man. So I think he's doing the best he can. Who's next? Odysseus. Oh, piss off, Zendaya. Don't make this face afterwards. Hang on, they have the same hair. I just realized. Yeah, it's like a character select screen, you know, like body type A and body type B. I don't know why they put Zendaya in literally everything. I thought she was okay in Dune, because Arrakis is a pretty shit place to live, so her permanent expression, her one-face scowl was, I think it worked for that character, but I don't think it works for Mary Jane. Anyway, let's keep going. Calypso, Penelope, and John Bernthal. Is that how you pronounce his name? Let me just look it up. I just want to pronounce it right. John Bernthal. That's close enough. John Bernthal looks like he does not want to be there either. And the thing is, right, the reason I say this theater kid shit is unnecessary is because this guy's a mad actor. He was dope in The Walking Dead. He was dope in The Punisher. You don't need to do this to play those characters or really to be an actor at all. This is just acting school teachers gaslighting you into thinking you got to do shit like this. I don't know why. Is it a power trip? Is it like, I can make these 20-year-olds jump through hoops and tell them it's art? I don't know. But he's just like, oh, fuck. I imagine that after this was done, I imagine that after this rap, he and Matt Damon went out for drinks and like, oh, fuck, let's never do that again. And Helen of Troy. Odyssey. That's not Helen of Troy. Sorry, we'll do that in not slow motion. We'll do that in not slow motion. There we go. Yeah, I'm serious. It's like, oh, piss off. God, why did they think this is a good idea? Odyssey. Itching for Ithaca. Yep. Itching for Ithaca. See, this is why we need to hire better writers. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Ithaca. Get past the Peloponnesian Peninsula. That, oh my god. Having been through 3 years of acting school, I know when an actor is thinking, nailed it, Oh, that was good. And that's exactly what we get with, what is it? Peloponnesian Peninsula.
Peloponnesian Peninsula.
Odyssey.
Nailed it.
Odyssey.
Mediterranean.
Oh, what is this? Hang on. Oh, this is another one of those, like... This is another one of those acting student things where you're just like, what if I did this when I said that? Oh, that looks cool. Bit of variety. Okay, all right, enough. You've had your fun, now fuck off. Yeah, here's the thing. Anne Hathaway's hot, so she gets away with it. All right, so looks maxes for the win. It's fine. But yeah, I think, you know what I think is interesting? Oh god, that's a bad screenshot. We'll get a better screenshot of Robert Pattinson. Hang on.
Gotta be
Tired.
Hang on. We'll get a better screenshot of Pattinson because I do want to say something about him too.
hidden.
Robert Pattinson is interesting to me, and I was just thinking this. I don't know if you guys agree. I don't think we've actually seen him do his best work yet. Like when I look at, say, like Matt Damon, John Bernthal, Tom Holland, they're at their max power level right now. I think there's something more in him, and he just hasn't had exactly the right role yet. Like he's fine in Batman. I haven't seen The Lighthouse, but I heard he's all right in that as well. And I've noticed that since Twilight, he's picked really unusual, interesting roles. I guess to stretch himself and grow as an actor. But let me put it this way. I don't think this is his final form. I think he's good, but I think he's going to get better. Like, he's in his 40s now. I think in his 50s, I think around his 50s or 60s, he's going to do something fucking insane. Like, remember how there was Matthew McConaughey, and he was kind of seen as like, he was just in a lot of rom-coms, and he wasn't always that good. But, well, no, he was always good, but he felt a bit typecast and wasn't taken too seriously. Then one day in 2013, no, was it 2013 or 14? Then one day, Matt McConaughey came out with True Detective Season 1. And it was some of the best acting on screen anyone had ever seen, and still is to this day. It's superb. If you're an actor, you have to study it. It's fucking incredible how good how good McConaughey is in that. So I don't know. I sometimes there's potential in Pattinson. There's potential in Pattinson. I don't think he's at his max power level yet, but I don't know what max power Robert Pattinson is going to look like. Also, I do have a bit of a soft spot for him because he said that he liked OGFF7 and that he cried when Eris died. All right. When I saw that interview, I was like, you know what, Robert? You all right. So, yeah. Anyone who likes OGFF7 is all right in my books, mate. And it could be as simple as that. But, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, there you go, chat. Hope you enjoyed Odyssey. Actually, let's see what the comments say. This is what hell sounds like. This does sound like, you know how Sisyphus has to push the boulder up the hill, or that other guy has an eagle that kind of like pecks his liver out every day? I feel like you could add this to the list. You just have to listen to this on repeat for the rest of your life, for years. I feel like that's kind of worse, you know? It would just eventually be the worst thing in the world. This is a humiliation ritual. Here's the funny thing. A lot of people think this is a humiliation ritual. I actually don't agree. This is, as someone who has been through 3 years of acting school, I bet half the people in this video actually thought this was cool. Just thought it was a fun thing to do. Like, you don't attribute everything to the Illuminati or whatever, the Council 13, the conspiracy. Don't like, not everything is some secret society making everything suck. Sometimes people just suck on their own. So, like, this is, like, what am I trying to say here? Before you blame the Illuminati, blame theater kids first. And to be honest, theater kids are probably a much more destructive force. I mean, my God. What do we have here? Homer is rolling in his grave, regretting ever having written this book. Oh my God. What else do we have? If this video gives you cancer, you may be entitled to compensation. Bro, this can't be real. No, dude, I had to check multiple sources to make sure this is real. I thought this has to be AI. I don't want to get fooled by this. I don't want to rip on this just yet until I can confirm that it's real. Yeah, and the funny thing is, right, it does remind me of... What's that? The boys ripped on it, you know, with the Deep, where he's singing into the camera and he's just like, imagine all the people. I thought that, oh, well, that shows a bit of self-awareness from the entertainment industry. You know, they're like, okay, all right, we made some cringe there. Let's rip on it. Let's not do that again. And then they just did it again. They just did it again. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to respond to some super chats and we'll continue. Let's put some music back on. Oh, and actually, let's just end the video. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the Odyssey wrap. Like and subscribe. Catch me live on Twitch. And yeah, just remember, Odysseus, Telemachus, Antonius, Penelope. Ah, fucked it. All right, get out of here. It's over. All right, yeah, that's the end of the video. Let's get the music back on. That was pure torture. When does that video end? Fucking hell, mate. Zaimaru! You meant asymmetry. JRPGs can just let size match? Do you mean, like, say, Titus, how one of his pant legs is shorter than the other? Oh, actually, no, I do want to come back and say one last thing on this video before we continue. To my editor, just add this in before I do the YouTube goodbye thing. Just 1 second, okay. I would actually say my biggest complaint about this movie, from what I've seen, is that everyone has an American accent. I think that is a stupid idea. I don't care that you're modernizing it this or that. The American accent sounds way too modern. It doesn't work in things that are thousands of years old. You know, if you're doing, like, people speaking yes, they're not... What am I saying here? Yes, they're not speaking ancient Greek or whatever, but look, learn from things like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, or even 300, all right? For some reason, old British accents or European accents, they just work in that time period, okay? You know, like the Odyssey will have something like, my daddy's coming home. Just like, your daddy is Odysseus, and he's a loser. 6'7", okay? Now, compare that to a random line in 300. This is where we hold them! This is where we fight! This is where they die! Remember this day, men, for it'll be yours for all eternity. You know what I mean? Or just like them having a conversation. No retreat, no surrender. That is Spartan law. And by Spartan law, we will stand and fight and die. You know what I mean? Compare that to... My dad's coming home. Oh yeah? Your daddy is a loser. He couldn't even win the Trojan War, ooh-woo. Just compare it to that. It doesn't work. It sucks, man. Just, yes, I know the Greeks weren't Scottish either, but it sounds better than New York English. just do it. All right? So yeah. That's my main complaint. Anyway, like and subscribe. Catch me live on Twitch. And if you want to see the movie, just remember, Odyssey, Telemachus, Antonius, Penelope. Your mum's fat. Yeah, whatever. Let's get out of here. All right. Okay, that's the real end. That's the real end. That's the real end. Ooh, sugoi. Noob Latiper, thank you for the Prime. You'll never defeat Galbadia. Thank you. Appreciate that, Prime. Davey Gamer, thank you for the super chat. According to AI, the honeybee dance costs $2 to $3 million to do. That, Jesus. Thank you for that. B Jones, thank you for that super chat. That rap made me shit myself. I wouldn't be surprised. Mika, you liked Rob in Mickey 13. See, I heard he's good in Mickey 13. I heard he's good. Yeah. So. If they're not good at accents, they'll sound like Pacino and Scarface. Wait till you hear Al Pacino do an English accent. It sounds so funny. Just sort of, hello, Gov. What I was telling him was that he got to say hello to my little friend. It's fucking unlistenable. It's amazing. But you know what? It's fine, because it's Al Pacino. And even when Al Pacino doesn't do an accent well, he's still fucking Al Pacino. He's still exciting. He's still interesting. He's intense. He's fun. He's entertaining. Scribblucky, think of that, Prime. So, yeah. Alright. Moon Hughes, hot take. You think OGFF7 is what drove the FF community to full-blown toxicity with their atrocious shipping wars? Yeah, it's weird, but I mean, here's the thing. That's gonna happen, but you don't need to make games specifically for the shippers, because they'll just do it anyway. You know what I mean? Ruining your game to make the shippers happy at the expense of literally everyone else is a bad idea. You don't need to do this because OGFF7 is not made for shippers, and it spawned one of the biggest and most terrifying shipping communities, period. So you don't need to do it, man. Yeah. Alright. He talks about the Bronze Age ending. Like he's aware we're gonna call it the Bronze Age in the future. Did they call it the Bronze Age for Dantron back then? That's weird. I don't think they did that historically, did they? They didn't call themselves the Classical Age. The Old Dynasty. It's like, you don't know the next dynasties are gonna come. Oh, that's bizarre, yeah. Alright. Making the shippers happy is impossible, so why even try it? Well, I mean, someone's gonna get upset regardless, you know what I mean? Cloud's gonna end up with one or the other. You're gonna piss off some of those people. Bouter Shark, welcome in. Alright. Alright, fuck it. Let's just knock this one out of the park. Jeez Louises. Let's just do this one. Let's do the deja vu one. The term Bronze Age was only coined 300 years later. Well. Odysseus, Telemachus, Penelope, Antonius. I'm sorry. That's all that's going through my head right now. Like, I had a thought, I had a response, and instead that just came instead. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We're gonna move on to something else. All right, we're gonna move on to something else. Do you ever get a sense of deja vu? Because there is a short going around about how your sleep paralysis demon is an old Final Fantasy fan. Anyway, let's check it out.
The franchise will never be like it was. Final Fantasy X is the last good Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy needs to go back to turn-based to succeed. You have to play Final Fantasy VII OG before the remake. The good old days are over. Final Fantasy 15? That sucks. That is horrible. You think I'm really gonna play an MMO? Final Fantasy 16? That is not a real Final Fantasy game.
Oh no, sleep paralysis demon makes some pretty good points, mate. Oh, the demon seems alright to me, mate. I don't see what the problem is. But what I think the real problem is that another content creator basically made this exact short 6 months ago, and I reacted to it and responded to all of its points. So it wasn't necessarily that good, but at least it was original. He was the first one to do it. This guy's just kind of done the same thing. Now, we're not going to spend like this long reacting to it, but this did trigger my instinct. This did trigger the part of me that wants to say, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? So, out of sheer principle, we will just quickly go through this and debunk these invalid, dated arguments. Let's go.
The franchise will never be like it was.
Well, the franchise, Final Fantasy never will be like it was again, because it's missing Sakaguchi, you know, the guy who's called the father of Final Fantasy. It's basically making Steven Spielberg movies without Steven Spielberg, Martin Scorsese movies without Martin Scorsese, Quentin Tarantino movies without Quentin Tarantino. Without him, it just lacks a clear focus, it lacks vision, it lacks direction. It's just true. And they haven't found anyone who can replace that guy. And without him, the series just has no restraint. Anyway, let's keep going.
Final Fantasy X is the last good Final Fantasy.
FF10 was the last great Final Fantasy. It's the last one that anyone can really universally agree upon was the last great one. Let me put it this way. If you recommend let me put it this way. If you recommend your friend to play FF10, they'll be like, man, that was an old game, but that was really cool. That was really interesting. That was something. That was fascinating. If you tell that same friend to rush out and play FF10 2, 12, 13, 15, 16, they're going to be like, why did you tell me to play that? Yeah, there were some good parts now and again, but that was a bloated mixed bag. What the hell was that? All right, so no, basically every FF after 10 has the Dark Souls 2 problem where it's divisive to the fan base. And any outsider looks at that as like, oh, well, okay. Anyway, let's keep going.
Final Fantasy needs to go back to turn-based to succeed.
Well, it's not like the new direction is succeeding wildly. I mean, let's see. FF16 has been out since 2023, still hasn't cracked 5 million copies, as far as we know. FF7 Rebirth has been out since 2024, still hasn't cracked 5 million copies, as far as we know. Expedition 33 has been out 1 year. 8 million copies sold. 1 year. Persona 5, man, that's like, what, 10 million copies? Yeah, some extra if you include the action games, but that's kind of missing the point, isn't it? But like, and so on and so forth. This idea that... It just ain't working, guys. It just ain't working. It's just not working. And everyone knows it. Actually, let me put it this way. If a new game comes out and someone asks you, like, how's it play? And you say, oh, it plays like a Final Fantasy game. What do you think? You don't think FF16. You don't think 15. You think turn-based, all right? That kind of shows you that even though it hasn't been turn-based for, like, 10 to 15 years, 20 years, whatever, forever, people still think of it that way. That style of combat is tied to its identity, whether you like it or not. Let's see the next one.
You have to play Final Fantasy VII OG before the remake.
You do.
The good old days OG before the remake.
Even if FF7 Remake fans will tell you you need to play the original game before the remake, I don't see how this is a contentious point at all. Yeah, Hamaguchi, the director of Rebirth and Revelations, said he hopes you play the remakes first, but I mean, that's just because... what am I trying to say here? Like, a lot of remake fans will tell you that the remakes are actually sequels. You know that before you play a sequel, you need to play the one that came before it, right? Like, that's kind of... Yeah, I know Square Enix, some devs said that they hope you play remake before the original. It's just damage control. In fact, the reason anyone tells you that you should play the remake before the original game is because they know that if you play the OG first, you'll see how badly they fucked up the remakes. The reason they want you to play the remakes first is so that is your first impression of FF7, period, and that's locked into your memory, and that's what you think it is, so that the OG is less likely to disrupt that and make you realize how completely butchered the character, pacing, story, tone, vibe, the everything is in it. It's kind of like, it's just pro-remake propaganda. So anyway, let's see the next one.
The good old days are over.
The good old days are over. I think that's kind of like what everyone thinks. Let me tell you what the good old days are, right? FF7, 8, 9, 10 were a gold standard in gaming, only matched by peak Blizzard. Everyone who lives through that time period knows this. They were at the very top, and it's just not that way anymore. Anyone who thinks that modern FF is like the peak gaming experience today, you just know that you're wrong.
Final Fantasy 15, that sucks. That is horrible.
Final Fantasy 15 does suck, and it is horrible. That game killed Final Fantasy for millions of OG fans. Why do you think there's such a gigantic drop-off in sales for FF16? It's like all these fans are like, that's it, I'm not getting fooled again. FF15's sales are the result of insane brute force marketing and unique circumstances. People thought they were getting something like Versus 13. You didn't. It was the first Final Fantasy on PS4, the new console, and everyone was sick of 13. It was just like that. That's all you had. That's all you got, man. You know, I pre-ordered the deluxe edition. Won't make that mistake again. You know, what else? Conan O'Brien promoted it. I mean, my God. Noctis was a guest character in Tekken 7. FF15 went on sale for like, what, $20 for years, and so on and so forth. It's just... It's brute force marketing, and that's how you can tell. Like, yes, it technically sold a lot, by all means. If you enjoyed it, fantastic. But no one recommends FF15. And anyone who does tell you to rush out and play FF15 over any other game, you gotta think seriously about your friends' recommendations, mate. Let me say that again. Even people who love FF15 know better than to tell you to rush out and play it. The people who love FF15 love it for all its warts, all right? They love it for all its faults, through warts and all. All right, let's keep going. And FF15's combat is a joke. What, hold down circle to make Noctis continuously spam combos? Please, come on, guys, please, please.
You think I'm really gonna play an MMO?
If you want to play an MMO, that's actually fine. I mean, I don't think FF11 and 14 are in the same conversation as the single-player Final Fantasies. You know, if you want to hang out with other people who like modern FF or some OGs, like, by all means, 14 is there. Go and AFK dance at Limsa Laminsa. Go enjoy the nightlife DJ party section there. It actually does a pretty good job at that. But I don't really see what the point of that is, what he just said.
Final Fantasy 16? That is not a real Final Fantasy game.
Well, it's not. I mean, when I first played FF16, I never played Devil May Cry, all right? So I was like, the combat, okay, whatever. When I played Devil May Cry 5, I could not believe how many of Clive's moves are literally copy-pasted from Nero, Dante, and Virgil. Like, literally identical. Judgment Cut End, Nero's Kamehameha Beam, Dante's thing where, like, all the petals flow around him, like Stinger. I was shocked. I was actually shocked. You're controlling one character with no party in Devil May Cry Light Action. Let me tell you how not a Final Fantasy game 16 is. One of the first bosses you fight is a Malbro. Now, everyone knows that a Malbro is one of the most nuclear trash enemies, period. This enemy can wipe your party. It can be more dangerous than a boss. Why? Because of its move, Bad Breath. Bad Breath hits you with every single bad status effect in the entire game. Poison, Sleep, Darkness, Toad, Mini, Petrify, Slow, Stop, fucking whatever you want, everything. Do you know how many status effects Bad Breath... Do you know how many status effects FF16's Marlboro hits you with when it does Bad Breath on you? Let me redo that sentence. Hang on. In FF16, when Marlboro hits you with Bad Breath, how many status effects do you think it hits you with? Nothing! None! Zero! Zero! Don't take my word for it. Let's look it up. In FF16, how many status effects does Marlboro Bad Breath what is it? Affect you with? In Final Fantasy 16, Marlboro's Bad Breath does not affect you with any status effects. It is damage only. All right? This is one of the most iconic and terrifying enemies in FF, period. Man, this is a trash enemy that is so dangerous, you should be more scared of this than of actual bosses. And it doesn't even do the thing that it's famous for, or infamous for. Yeah, so, no, FF16 is not a real Final Fantasy. I don't think it's the worst one. I think 12 is more boring. But 16 is the least Final Fantasy out of them all. 12 is more boring, but it's more of an FF. Yeah, so anyway, look, I thought I would just go through here and just debunk these invalidated arguments. And yeah, like and subscribe for more sleep paralysis content. Catch me live on Twitch if you want to see the sleep paralysis demon himself. Ooh, I'm scary with my different opinions. Yeah, anyway, that's it. YouTube video's over. Like and subscribe and get out of here. All right, so yeah, no, it looks like I didn't think I should react to this chat because we've already done this video. But I thought, you know what? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Fuck it, we'll just do it anyway. We'll just do it anyway. Okay, my God. Oh, piss off. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna respond to some chats and we'll continue. Yeah, there's no elemental damage as far as I remember in 16 either. Do the video as many times as they do Brimgash. Well, here's the thing. It's about sending a message, so. Oh, the last thing I'll say on that is that, I don't know if it's about me or if that's what the guy intended, But that's what everyone in this comment section is saying. All right. I'll respond to some of these super chats. Marcus Adriel, thank you for the $5. What FF game would you recommend to play after OG FF7? You're torn between 6 and 10. If you feel like Pixel, go 6. You want 3D, go 10. Miguel, thank you for the $5. If you had to sacrifice gameplay, plot, or soundtrack in FF, what would be the most acceptable while remaining a good FF game? That's a tough one. You know what? If you had to sacrifice one, I thought you said if you had to focus on one. That's very difficult to answer, to be honest. Let me put it this way. Like, I think Chrono Cross, its story is whatever, and its gameplay, yeah, its gameplay is fine, but its battle music is so bad that for me it makes the game unplayable. Even the rest of its music is fantastic. But then there's games where 7 Remake has probably the best action gameplay they've come up with. It's better than 15 and 16. But then you see how offended I get by the story. That's a hard question to answer, Miguel. I'll have to think about it. Trakushian, thank you for the $7. You recently met Friendly Geordies. He's a big famous Australian. At a show in Vancouver. Showed some of your vids. He liked them. He's also in Sydney. He's traveling now. I should reach out and do a collab. I don't know what Friendly Geordies and I would do together. I don't know if he'd be interested in a collab. I can't really think of anything. But I have known of his content for like years and years and years ago. He's a classic old school Australian YouTuber. Seems like a pretty cool guy as well. That's mad you got to meet him. That's sick. I don't know if he has any interest in like FF7 or FF7 Remake. Just one second, chat. I do want to just check one thing real quick. Am I... Alright, I think we're alright. Sorry, chat, because my autofocus is balked and I just need to turn it back on. I'm just checking, I'm just adjusting. So, activating combat mode. Activating swim mode. Okay, we're gonna get into some of the bigger moments, guys. Rank the Final Fantasy story. Oh, it's gonna take forever. If your sleep paralysis demon was Seb, you just watch me pour whiskey. Yeah, where's the whiskey part? So, you're not really interested in Final Fantasy, Proxy, but you appreciate what I represent for gaming and older game appreciation. Keep at it. Thank you, P-Roxy. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, a lot of people will say that, oh, you know, my channel has too much of a focus on FF or Clair Obscure Expedition 33. I don't see the problem with that, because I'm very passionate. I care a lot about both, and no one else seems to be working this corner. And if I go and like, okay, what would you like me to make videos about instead? It's like, well, I would like to for some of these, but I'm simply not in the algorithm for many other things, and many other YouTubers have kind of just covered these things before me. They kind of got there first. I don't know what else original stuff I could say on top of that. And also, I do a lot of videos for fun. Sometimes I make a video knowing it's not going to get a lot of views. Like, for example, the Warhammer 40k Orcs top 10 best jobs. I knew that wouldn't do that well, because who the fuck am I in Warhammer? Like, no one knows me there. And YouTube doesn't know what to do with that, the algorithm either. I made it anyway because I just wanted to, but I can't do that with every video. I'm going to make videos that I care about, that get views, and make money, because that's kind of what you're supposed to do as a YouTuber. And why should I stop making videos that I like to make, that people like to watch, just because a few people don't like it? I don't... Do you get how this works? Anyway, so people are strictly insufferable. That's all they do, so F them. Oh yeah, I mean, there's people who get angry. There's people who every time I post a 7 Remake video, they're immediately in the comments section complaining. Second I post a video about anything else, they're nowhere to be seen. Like, I could post 10 videos about stuff that's got nothing to do with 7 Remake in a row. They're nowhere to be seen. The second I post a remake video, oh my god, this is all you do! It's like, no, that's all you watch. That's all you click on. That's not my fault. I don't control your algorithm. I can't... If you want to see different videos, you gotta click on the channel and find them yourself, so... Anyway. Alright. We're gonna do the big Chungus video. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna take a piss. and I'll be right back. Okay. Uwu. All right. Fucking bark, boys. It's fucking time. Fucking time. Indecisive Panda. Oh my god, this is the first time I'm on your live. It's all FF7. Takes piss. Love the E33 music though. Thank you for enjoying the E33 music and welcome to the stream. The Francois theme in the background. I fucking love this song. I think it's sick. It's like a good boss song, but it's also just like mad chill. Something dancey about it. King Coles, you love Final Fantasy and you're very passionate about it. That's why you're not afraid to give Square Enix the tough love and tell them the truth about the most recent Final Fantasy games from 13 to 16 and 7. I mean, really, I think all they need to do is they gotta find someone who can fill the role of Sakaguchi and just have focus, restraint, and a clear vision. Because the series doesn't have that right now. It just doesn't. It feels like a bunch of experiments. You know? And if your aim is to experiment, then you're not aiming to make like a tight, a tight, concise, well-made whole. It's just, you know, yeah, it's fine to like try new things, but let me put it this way: if you go to a restaurant and the chef is just endlessly experimenting, it's like, well, some of it was good and the rest of it was bad. Like, can you please stick to these tried and true recipes that have been refined over hundreds, if not thousands of years, please? I mean, just like, you know, if you're a good chef, you can experiment with something new and make it taste good. That's why Culinary Class Wars is so excellent, which you should all watch, by the way. So, all right. Moon Hughes, the sad thing is these people attack you. They always have the habit of getting rage baited instead of just scrolling when it's not for them. They can't help themselves. What's the thing? They tell me just play something else, but they can't take their own advice. Just watch a different channel. You know there's 60 million channels on YouTube that post once a month, at least? I'll say that again. On YouTube, there are 60 million channels that post at least once a month, all right? You have options. No one's making you watch mine, you know. So yeah, and as I say, the reason I criticize FF7 Remake is because of the effect it has on the original game, is because, like, I would love to just stick there with the OG, but these remakes have poisoned the conversation around it, and a lot of my content is aimed at addressing that and tackling that, so. All right, I want you to change for my sake, Boosie. Okay, you whatever. All right, enough fucking about. Let's do this. Guys, I'm going to record this YouTube video. I apologize that my chat interaction is not going to be as good. East Blue, please. Can we please have a bit less all caps, East Blue? It's like every single one of your chats is like all caps, and it has the effect of screaming inside of my head. Let's just dial it back a bit. What was I going to say? All right, okay. I'm just timestamping where this is going to begin. Now, don't get me wrong, I like all capsing occasionally for that reason, because it has the effect of you just screaming inside someone's head. It's fucking hilarious, but not every chat. So, okay. So, the next video we're going to do... Oh, yeah. If you subscribe or super chat or whatever, I might miss it in the moment because I'm recording this for YouTube. I just want to, like, stay in the moment, keep my focus on... keep my eye on the ball. But there will be periods where I need a break and I'll respond to it and then I'll get back into the video. So, yeah. You enjoy your streams, but you close your browser because I'm playing E33 music. You cannot resist the call to do another playthrough. Do it, person. Do it. It's calling. All right. Whatever. You're right, East Blue. I think it's funny because I've done that as well. When I was new to Twitch, I just all caps all the time, and I had streamers tell me like, please calm down. So anyway, all right, enough fucking about. Let's start. On my channel, we often cover like the story changes and the character stuff, the writing in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Oh fuck, how do you... God damn it, how do people do this? On my channel, we often tackle the storytelling element of FF7 Remake, Rebirth, and so on and so forth, but we don't often talk about the combat. This video is not intended to... How am I trying to say this? Before you get up in arms, I'm not trying to rip on FF7 Remake's combat, alright? I didn't think it was amazing, but I didn't hate it, alright? I had some fun with it. I thought the slow motion ATB was fun, synergy attacks. I didn't have the worst time with it. That's why I don't bring it up that often. But there was a wee bit of drama on Twitter where I could have used a bit more precise wording when I was talking about it, when I was just shooting the shit with someone else. Either that or... Oh, fucking hell. Hang on. Jesus, sorry, my chair just clipped. Sorry, editor. Sorry. Oh, my God. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. My chair just fucking made me fall over. But a wee bit of drama started when I was having a back and forth with this guy on Twitter. It's my fault because I hopped on. It's my fault because I was just kind of talking out loud before I'd had my morning coffee, and before I knew it, people on Twitter were having a whinge, having a sook about the things that I said about Remake's combat, even though I say it's not that bad. I think it can be a bit fun. The purpose of this video is... Okay. The purpose of this video is to tackle this weird thing I've noticed in FF7R conversations. Many Remake fans act like you can't break this down into... Many Remake fans act like this is some mystical combat system gifted to us by the gods. It has no roots, no foundation, and whatever you compare it to, you're wrong. I just don't think that's true. Every combat system has its roots and its foundations somewhere, and I thought I'd make this video and talk with people in chat and stuff to figure out exactly what it is. What are its building blocks? The second thing I'm going to say is just because you can break down Remake's combat into its components doesn't mean it's bad. That's just... You can break down a complex dish, food dish, into its components. You can do this with any combat system. You can do this with movies and stories. Some remake fans seem to have this idea that if you can break it down, then you've ruined it. I disagree. So, it all started with this. A guy called Bad Brett added me on Twitter and said, "Luckily I haven't played the game, but is this for real?" Let's see what it is. Easily the most underrated combat system of the year. Loud noises! Fuck's sake! Sorry. Cut. Start again. Hang on. Easily the most underrated... Ah, fuck it. What do you think, chat? Do you think that's easily the most underrated combat system of the year? Anyway, you guys discuss amongst yourself. Now, this is the thing that people attacked, is this word basically, but I'll just read this out, all right, and then we'll go through all of this, all right? I said FF7 Remake's combat is basically Kingdom Hearts plus slow motion ATB. I'm not saying exactly. In my mind, it's like foundationally similar, but I can see where people lost their minds over this. FF7 Remake fans will tell you it's a mystical, untouchable system that was gifted from the gods. It's not. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's amazing either. It's not my main complaint about FF7 Remake. You know, the story, character, vibe changes are. The reality is that FF7 Remake's combat is carried by the fact that you're playing as Cloud, Tifa, and Barret. They have very strong, nostalgic 90s designs. And this is not me saying that, like, it's only fun if you're alive in the 1990s. No, I'm saying they're not. I'm saying that the 90s designs of FF7's characters are extremely visually distinct, striking, and memorable, especially when you compare them to modern game designs. Just, you can already think of a few off the top of your head. Game design, character designs that are just like, what am I even looking at? Or character designs that just look boring. They look drab, they look bland, they're almost trying to lean too heavily into like minimalism and realism. They don't stick in the mind, they don't stick in your memory. So I think for a new player, these characters are extreme. I think for a new player, I think these characters stand out in the market. And if you've grown up since 1997, and if you've grown up with these games from 1997, it's like, oh my god, I'm playing with Barret and Tifa and Cloud in 4K. Ooh woo. So I think that it's carried very heavily by that. The real test would be to see how FF7 Remake's combat would do in the market with a brand new story and a brand new set of characters. I can't think of any video games that borrow from this system, that copy it or take inspiration from it. I think the closest you've got is, I think it's called Beast of Annihilation. Is that what it is? There's some game where it's like some samurai game and it seems to have a bit of its slow-mo ATB. We'll see how well that does. Because I think the building blocks of FF7, its story, characters, and environments and music are so strong that you can kind of do a sloppy job with it and it still be somewhat enjoyable. So yeah. So what do you think, chat? Now, a lot of people had a huge meltdown because they thought that basically meant exactly. No. And we're going to, well, let's find out if it means the same thing. Does the word basically mean the same as exactly? No! Basically does not mean the same as exactly. Rather, basically means essentially, in a general way, or more or less, you know, the way that 7 Remake combat feels more or less like Kingdom Hearts with a bit of, you know, a few tweaks and stuff, with ATB tacked onto it. While exactly means precisely and without error. See, exactly, I would say like FF16 and Devil May Cry 5. That feels like exactly copied. A lot of Clive's moves. So, general summary, used to give a simple, broad overview of a complex topic while leaving out minor details. Before anyone freaks out, yes, I know in Kingdom Hearts you can jump, I know there's no ATB, and I know you can't switch to Goofy and Donald. Yes, I'm just saying at a foundational level, that's kind of what it somewhat felt like. So, as we found out for a lot of... Well, anyway. Naturally, people dogpiled on me on Twitter, screen capped it to say what an idiot I am, and I just tried engaging with a few of them. I tried, like, asking, well, okay, all right. What do you think? Explain it to me. Give me... well, here's an example of one of these conversations. Your FF7 Remake story critiques are pretty good, but when you bring up gameplay, it genuinely feels like you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have to like it, but saying it plays like Kingdom Hearts is factually incorrect. Okay, alright. What game would you say it plays like? Probably other ARPGs like the Tales series, but even that's a stretch. It has a fundamental different flow, and you factor in the turn-based hybrid aspect. See, again, not reading what I said. I'm not saying that Kingdom Hearts has ATB. That's why I said it felt like Kingdom Hearts plus ATB. We know where the ATB comes from. I'm talking about like the general feel of its of just like its action combat, with some tweaks. Yeah, sure. Where were we? Blocking being a stand-in for defend, spell cast times, way more buffs, debuffs, its movement is more restrictive. Yes, that's true. You can't jump in Remake. You have to knock them into the air, then you can follow them up, and then start attacking, and so on and so forth. Rambo Dingo, it's nothing like 16, you prat? What, Devil May Cry 5? Are you saying Devil May Cry 5 is nothing like FF16? Of all the video games in the world, Devil May Cry 5 is the most like FF16. That's why I've made multiple shorts that literally show those moves from Clive and Dante, Nero, and Virgil literally side by side and showing how identical they are. It's not that Clive is using a sword, it's that Clive is using the same sword attacks that Dante and Nero and Virgil use. Like, identical. That's the difference. But anyway, I don't know, maybe you're talking to someone in chat. Where were we? So I was like, look, man, I haven't played Tales, so I wouldn't know. So what would you say the foundation inspiration for 7 Remakes combat is? Because it didn't spring out of nowhere. And we're not talking about ATB. We all know where that's from. I mean the action part of it. So it was cited as a desire, 7 Remakes combat was cited as a desire to make the characters move and feel like how people saw them in Advent Children. Won't deny that the UI is Kingdom Hearts inspired, but it's still very distinct. The thing is, right, like, I don't see why Square wouldn't draw influence from Kingdom Hearts for 7 Remake Rebirth. In fact, let me put it this way. When I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 for the first time in 2024, the conclusion I reached at the end was like, I now understand a lot better why 7 Remake turned out the way it did. Like, not just the combat, but the story-wise and the childish tone as well. And if I was Square, I would know very well that Kingdom Hearts seems to be doing better than modern Final Fantasy for a really long time. And it's like, well, if we want to make modern FF play like action, maybe we should look at the action games that we made that were extremely successful. Like, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's an insane idea that Square Enix took some inspiration from Kingdom Hearts, which they made when making the action combat for 7 Remake. And yes, no, they do sort of move at slightly different speeds, weights, and, you know, we can't jump on all that, and so on and so forth. But I don't think this is ridiculous, man. Okay, so I'm like, all right, okay. Now you'll see why I'm having a conversation with this guy here, because I'm trying to get it out of him. Okay, in your opinion, is the action part of FF7 Remake's combat a completely original creation, the first of its kind? Do you really think it doesn't draw influence from, like, any other game? It's like, you can't really separate the two core aspects of the combat. So again, we're talking about the hybrid action. No, you can. You could. I'm assuming you could actually probably just, like, mod the ATB to be gone and it just play as an action game. Yes, it will be, like, broken, but I'm just saying you can do that. These are two things put together, and I'm not talking about the ATB. I'm talking about the action. That's why I said Kingdom Hearts plus ATB. Every game is derivative, but that doesn't make them copies of one another. For a lot of people who like reading games, there's a lot who can't read. Boiling it down to Kingdom Hearts with pausing shows a lack of understanding of both games' mechanics. Again, I'm not saying it's a copy. I'm saying that, like, there's a reason it feels like that. And look, we will go into that later on. Let's just keep going with this. I'm like, look, basically the same as poor word choice. Now, here's the thing. I didn't even see basically the same. I said it just basically is. But yeah, I'm not saying basically the same. It's poor word choice, sure. But do you honestly not see how people might think the action side of FF7 Remake feels similar to Kingdom Hearts? Yes, I know in 7 Remake you can't jump or swap characters and you have stagger. Oh god. Talking at a foundational level. At a glance, yes. The UI styles, I would say, are basically the same. Oh! Basically the same? Oh, what? I'm calling the Twitter police. But you can make the same argument for any other genre if someone isn't super familiar with. Not really. The best way to describe mechanics is by their own merits, regardless of inspiration. You use the same rebuttal for E33 haters. Yeah, so for their credit, you know, they're defending E33 and stuff. But let's get out of here, because it's just kind of, I think I made my point, chat, that when I ask someone, okay, well, what is it? If it's not that, what is it? How come every single gameplay system in the world can be broken down into its building blocks? You can find where its roots are, its foundation, but not 7 Remake. How come this combat system is... the rules don't apply to it. It somehow exists outside of all that. And that's the purpose of this video, is I don't think that's true, and we are going to sit here and we are going to break down what it is. And I'm going to talk to some of you guys in chat. Also, I apologize there's no music playing right now. It just makes it easier for my editor to add this in later on when we talk about it, so. Sizzy Mac, you can absolutely separate them. It's bad faith to claim otherwise. Yeah, exactly, Sizzy. Here's the thing, like Tekken 8, for example. I hate Heat. I can't stand it. I think it's a terrible mechanic. It's taken the signature flow of Tekken and it's added these stop-starty, jerky movements and mini cinematics to it. And someone made a mod that removes heat from Tekken. And the Tekken without heat looks so natural that when you put heat back in, heat now looks like the mod instead of the other way around. So yes, you can separate the mechanics from this and that. If you can remove heat from Tekken, you can remove the ATB from 7 Remake and analyze its action combat on its own. That's just how it all is. So, the correct wording would be, it feels like Kingdom Hearts, Purgus. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. The problem is, because everyone in this day and age, we're also bad at reading. We don't read books anymore. People think the word basically is the same as exactly, and it's not. And you know what? It's my fault. It's my fault for thinking that people who play reading games can read. But, you know, without me being snarky, it's my fault for hopping on Twitter before I had my morning coffee and not realize the dumpster fire I was about to cause. So, what do we have here? For some reason, FF7 Remake is perfect and should never be criticized. It's like they want a terrible game. Isn't it crazy, Neo? Because if you don't criticize stuff, nothing improves. Like, imagine if people didn't criticize Devil May Cry 2. RIP the series, I guess, you know, or people didn't criticize Resident Evil 6. Well, guess that series is done. You know what I mean? You gotta do this, man. So, okay, let's continue. Bobby Frank, gameplay analysis is not your strongest suit, I'm afraid. See, here's the thing, Bobby. This is what I mean. You have no specifics. You have no arguments. You don't give any evidence. All Remake fans do is say you're wrong. And when I say, okay, well then what do you think it is? You got nothing. You got nothing. All right? It's just, it was written. Anyway, let's have a look at this. Actually, no, we'll do it. This is where we enter the next part of the stream, where I'm gonna talk with you guys about this, and we're gonna see if we can break this down. So, all right. Now, before we continue, I'm gonna ask my editor, dear editor, during this entire segment, can you please just add visuals? Keep me here, but just add visuals. Just gameplay. It doesn't have to be match perfectly what I'm saying, all this and that. But just add visuals so to hide the fact that I'm lazily reading from a script. Okay, here we go. So, all YouTube videos are like this. They're all reading from a script, but there was a lot to write out, so I just couldn't be fucked. So here we go. Anyway, all right. Do you think it might be because something I do with anime games, I've been dismissive to Kingdom Hearts, using it as a description of something you've already disliked? Well, I'm not dismissive of Kingdom Hearts. I think Kingdom Hearts, from what I played, is fine for what it is. I don't think they're perfect, but I do think Kingdom Hearts should stay Kingdom Hearts. I don't think it should influence Final Fantasy. Yeah. And also, notice this chat. You're going to see this a lot through this conversation. Yeah, not even in a notepad, but it's in a tweet. Here's the thing, Sunamods, you never know when you want to tweet something, but this is my notepad, basically. It's just my... See, this will post in December the 1st, 2027. That'll show him with my draft that I'm just reading out on the stream. Guys, also follow my man, Sunamods. Yeah. To insult someone instead of giving analysis is a bad faith argument, which people stop doing that. Well, here's the thing, KG Dragon, like, it's harder to be constructive. You know why everyone is negative? Because it's easier. It's easier to say this thing sucks. All right, and everyone's like, ha, you're right. But how much harder is it to say, here's what might work instead. Here's a way to improve it. Here's this new cool thing I've made. That is much, much, much harder. And I try to do that with my criticisms. Like, I'll say I don't like this, but here's why I think it's better on this and that. Kingdom Hearts has one party member at all times. You can't command them freely like an FF7 remake. See, Bobby, this is why you need to listen, all right? Because I literally said earlier in the video that in 7 Remake, you can swap to your other party members. In Kingdom Hearts, you just play as Sora. You can't play as Goofy or Donald, all right? If you were listening, instead of just telling me that I'm wrong, it's kind of pointless here, man. So, all right. Now, what we're going to say next. Okay, here we go. Editor, please, this entire time, please put visuals from video games or just whatever I'm talking about to hide the fact that I'm reading from a script, all right? Only my live viewers will see this. Only VOD watchers will watch this, all right? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. There was a lot to remember. Look at this. There's a lot to remember, all right? There was a lot. I wanted to cover a lot of ground. Look at it. Look. You think I'm going to have all this off the top of my head? But anyway, let's go. All right, so before we start, how do I start this? So this is the part of the stream where I just want to, like, this is just gonna be a learning experience. I just want to, like, talk about this combat, like, try and figure out what it is, what it isn't, and I'm going to be talking to my live viewers as well, and see what they think. So before we start, I'm going to preface this one thing. I've had 3 years of professional theater training, all right? So I've got one of these. I'm a trained actor! So that covers acting, writing, dialogue, pacing, storytelling, etc., all right? That's why I can take a scene in a video game, break it down into its parts, and describe why I think it works or doesn't work. You know, I'm not saying I'm great at it, but I've got, like, a working language for this. I got a bit of training, education in this. I know that sounds cringe, but, you know. Anyway. God, I can say it again. This is so hard. I'm an actor. I'm not saying I'm great at it, but I have a working language for this. However, I have no formal training in video game design, all right? I'm a gamer and an audience member. I can say what I like and what I don't like and why. I can say how things look and feel to me. I can tell if things look similar or wildly different. But sometimes I might use the wrong terminology, or I might be wrong about where a thing originated from. I'm not perfect, guys. I'm just doing the best with a limited toolkit, which is why we are going to do this group activity on stream, and we're going to get to the bottom of what FF7 Remake's combat actually is at a foundational, basic level. We will break it down into its building blocks. Sunamods, the systems are the same with one extra part. A Sunday roast with garlic potatoes is still a Sunday roast, even with one extra ingredient. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and if anyone thinks basically the same means exactly, just read that. Okay. Right. That's why I said basically and not exactly. All right. Anyway. So, what exactly is FF7 Remake's combat? I'm not talking about the slow motion ATB, all right? We all know where that's from. I'm talking about the action side of it. FF7 Remake fans will have you believe that the action side of FF7 Remake is a completely new creation. It has no roots in any previous gameplay system. They act like it defies explanation. It cannot be described. They act like Square Enix went to the top of a mountain with a PS4 and God himself shot a bolt of lightning down and carved the gameplay of FF7R into the console itself. It was written. It was carved in stone. You can enjoy it, but I don't agree. FF7 Remake's combat has its roots somewhere. All gameplay systems do. I think if some Remake fans think that if you can break its combat down into its building blocks, that means it's no longer good, that the magic has been ruined. I disagree. As a show of good faith, I'm going to do that with Claire Obscure Expedition 33. You might have heard of that game, and you might know that I like that game. So, E33's combat system... Anyway... let me redo that. I just lost my train of thought because I was trying to be too clever. That's my own fault. I disagree, all right? As a show of good faith, I'm going to do that with Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which is a combat system that I think is excellent. Now, from a layman's perspective, like me, some ordinary pleb, E33 looks to me like Final Fantasy X's turn-based combat foundation, you know, and you even see like the turn-based order in like one of the top corners of the screen. It has QTE attacks from Legend of Dragoon, except they are simplified. Legend of Dragoon quick time attacks, they can go up to like 6 or 7 hits, you know, like Gust of Wind Dance, or Moonstrike. Whereas E33 attacks, they're usually only 2 hits, 3 at the most. And I'm gonna take a pause and I'm gonna respond to some super chats because I don't want to keep you guys waiting forever. So let me put some music on and then we'll do that. So Savage Squirrel, you handle these people so well. It reminds you of when Cell backhanded Mr. Saturn into the mountain. I don't want to backhand anyone. I just... Look, let me put it this way. If you argue with like modern FF fans for like years straight, eventually you just start seeing a few patterns and it's just like, all right, yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for being person number 500 to say the same thing. So, but thank you for that super chat. Chris Putnick, thank you for the $5. Still on Remake. Didn't know you could juggle like that in Rebirth. That is closer to a less flashy Kingdom Hearts and Star Ocean. You played every Kingdom Hearts. So then, Chris, we'll get into that later on. We've already got Star Ocean open. We got Tales, so we can compare that as well. Tyler Spears, Sebi, my good man. Since watching you, you decided to give turn-based go again. It's been a long time. Been heavy on Legend of Dragoon Volcano. Tyler Spear, thank you for that $5 super chat. Sorry, I'm 12 minutes late to literally all you guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep focused on this. Yeah. Sunamods, you hope you're part of the FF7 speedrunning history made it in. You're the Abersoft one? We're gonna get there. If you're in it, good. So, all right. I'm just gonna finish this. All right. I'm gonna continue doing this video while my mind is still on this. Apologies that I'm not so good at responding to chat while I record YouTube videos. When it's the enemy's turn to attack, it's now this mini game where you can either dodge or parry. I think E33's director said that this was inspired by Sekiro parries. You know, he was just playing that game, and that's a core mechanic, and he thought, hang on, what if you could do this in a turn-based Final Fantasy game? Oh my god. And 1 second later, we had Clair Obscur. Yeah, so that's kind of an inspired idea. And let's continue. And it has the battle menu from Persona 5. I think this battle menu looks cool in both games, E33 and P5. It's a creative and stylish alternative to scrolling through the menu lists, you know? It looks fun, it looks gamey, it's just cool, man. I think, and that's basically E33's combat system in a nutshell, you know, at a foundational level, and it's brilliant. It wears its influences on its sleeve, and I think it's better for that reason. I think the same thing can be done with FF7 Remake's combat, and, what was I going to say? I think the same thing can be done with FF7 Remake's combat. So, what is it? We know FF7R's combat is a hybrid system. You know, it's half action, half ATB. Or when you attack, how do I say this? You spam attacks to fill the ATB bar. When that bar's full, you can use like a spell, you can use a special attack or whatever. And we know where ATB comes from. It comes from like Final Fantasy 4 to 9. It's basically turn-based combat, except you wait for a bar to fill up for your turn. You could even say it's 95% the same. Ooh-woo. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, but ATB is so similar to turn-based that most people don't even know the difference or even care. Like, when they think of Final Fantasy 1 to 10, they think turn-based, you know. And there's always some guy who shows up and is like, well, actually, only FF 1 to 3 were turn-based. There's always some asshole who shows up and is like, well, actually, only FF 1 to 3 and 10 were turn-based. The rest were ATB. Yes. Yes, thank you, no one cares. So we know where that. I think FF7 Remake's slow motion ATB is an improvement on how FF10 does it. Sorry, I totally messed that up. I need water. I need water. You said that, Herosaurus? You should be ashamed of yourself. I also think ATB made turn-based worse. I don't like it. It's like making chess, but you only have 5 seconds to do your move. I think it's stupid, and I think it was invented to trick people into thinking turn-based was more actiony. But the... Oh, hang on, I gotta pause this. Oh, come on, you fuck! Stupid Rain and Gaia. I like this song. I like this remake. I think these girls are alright. What? Oh, well... Come on. No, I'm gonna lose my train of thought. I'm gonna lose my train of thought! Thank you. Why is the internet so dog shit? Alright. There we go. Where was my train of thought? There it is. The irony is that ATB makes turn-based slower because you do your attack, the enemy does their attack, then you both stand there doing nothing while you wait for your bar to fill up. It's stupid. Whereas in turn-based, any of you played FF10, you can just go bang, 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 bang. Yeah. So. Right. Dead internet theory is coming true. Oh, God, help me. Chrono Trigger is your favorite combat system. Chrono Trigger is sick. It's sick. Tasty Mew. Thank you for the Cato blushies. I love that emoji. All right. So. All right. Let's continue with this. I think FF7 Remake's slow motion ATB is an improvement on how FF15 does it. So, like, in FF15, it just pauses the game mid-fight. Like, it's just Noctis and Gladio just frozen mid-air, and you can move the camera around while you're choosing stuff, but it's like, whatever. Whereas in 7 Remake, you get the cool Matrix slow-mo, which I actually enjoyed a lot, all right? And you'll see, if you watch my Rebirth streams, almost every time I have a character do anything in ATB, I can't help but slowly do a 360 spin and just be like, oh my god, Star Platinum Salute! I can't help myself. It was fun. I like it. I like the Matrix. The slow motion itself, though, is not an invention of FF7 Remake. In GTA 5 from 2013, when you open the weapon select wheel, the game goes into slow motion. When you're selecting like handgun, shotgun, Uzi, your character's like... It's not an invention of FF7R. And if you're a real boomer, you remember when Max Payne from 2001 popularized slow-motion bullet time in third-person shooting games. That game is also extremely heavy. That's brutal. But yeah, that game was huge back then. It was like, whoa, just like... It was so sick. So yeah. Alina Inverse, welcome in. Thank you. Alina, I keep thinking that's a hamster, but it's a seal. Guys, please chuck a follow to the lovely Alina Inverse. God, I've known her for like a million years at this point, and she's doing her first playthrough of Final Fantasy IX with top-tier voice acting. She hasn't done it yet, but one day she will. All right, because I keep bugging her about it. So, that's a game you haven't heard of in years. Oh, Max Payne is nuts, man. I've only seen the opening. I was like, this is horrible, in a cool way. So. All right, so let's keep going. Now for the hard part. But where does the action combat come from? Because whatever you say, 7 Remake fans will tell you you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about, etc., etc. But whenever you ask them where it's from, they can't give you a specific answer. All right? According to them, 7 Remake's combat just magically sprung into existence in 2020 with no roots and no foundation in anything else. And I'm sorry, but I just don't agree. So what is it? What's it from? What do you think in YouTube? Let me know in the comments. And I'm going to talk to my live viewers about this as well, guys. Like, what do you think? We've had some people say it comes from Tales or Star Ocean 3. Or someone even said it looks a bit like Dynasty Warriors. I don't know. The action combat comes from somewhere. It's not Souls. All right. Souls is different. Like, again, I'm a layman here, but from my perspective, Souls looks like it's basically kind of... From a layman's perspective, Souls basically to me looks like dodge roll, block, and attack. And you have like a light attack and a strong attack. Extremely simple system, but from that, you get infinite enemy variety, infinite boss variety. With those alone, you can beat the whole game, really. But yes, of course, you also have like weapon-specific attacks. You'll have like parries, you know, riposte. You get other stuff on top of that, but Souls is genius in its simplicity, and there's a reason that it basically changed the landscape of action games, and there's an entire genre named after it called Souls-like. That's how strong and influential Souls is. So, all right, I want to see what you guys have to say, chat. Prince of Persia! I don't know about that. Monster Hunter? I never thought of that. Do you think 7 Remakes combat might have some roots in Monster Hunter? Again, not ATB. I'm going to have to keep saying not ATB because there's people who don't listen. And no, I'm not saying Monster Hunter has ATB. All right, we are talking, we've already covered that. We're talking purely about the action combat. It comes from somewhere. So, Tales Games and Hack and Slash. $20, Trevor. $20, I haven't seen you in a million years. How the fuck have you been, you fucking dog? Good to see ya. Miguel, thank you for the $2. Gotta go, but appreciate your videos. Thanks, Miguel. You were right. So, no, not Monster Hunter. All right. So it's not Souls. It's not Devil May Cry either. All right, that's FF16's territory. For example, you know, Devil May Cry, you don't toggle on, lock on. You have to hold down R1 to lock on, and then you input moves like a Street Fighter game, like back, forward, square, and stuff. And holding R1 is a fundamental part of its gameplay. Whereas in Kingdom Hearts, FF7 Remake, you can toggle the lock on and all that. I've played Devil May Cry 1 to 5 in the last few months. It did not feel like Remake combat or Kingdom Hearts combat or Souls combat. It's kind of its own thing to me. Also, Devil May Cry has things like the style meter, which incentivizes you to constantly like change your moves and not spam the one thing. And if you're playing as Virgil, you have the concentration bar, which is one of the greatest inventions in video game history. It rewards you for aura farming. It rewards you for standing still, for RP walking, landing a hit, and perfect dodging. It punishes you for running, missing an attack, or getting hit, or dodging when you didn't need to. I've never been so, how would Virgil say, I've never been so motivated to play like that guy. Like a guy who teleports behind you and says, "Nothing personal, kid," while tipping his fedora and sheathing his katana. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's like that either. FF16, on the other hand, does feel very copy-pasted. Like if you look at Clive's moves, it's shocking how many of them are just reskins of Dante, Nero, and Virgil moves. Like it's not even trying to hide it, like most of the time. So it's not FF15's combat. Like FF15 is a bit of a joke. I mean, hold circle to make Noctis spam attacks continuously. Just please, guys, like, come on, mate. I will say though, Warp Strike is a cool move, and it's like iconic to Noctis. It's his move, but it's not fun to fight against this move in Tekken 7. All right, if you mained Noctis in Tekken 7, you're an asshole. All right, you pay to win with your long range, fast, low poking spear and your fucking teleports and your magic. Get the fuck out of here. The way you dodge in 15 is you hold square and a meter starts going down, and if you get hit during that meter, you dodge. Now, I didn't use it that much. It was kind of annoying, but I did have a cool moment where I had like 20 soldiers drop shipped on me, and I just held square. They all attacked me, and Noctis just like phased through all of them, like just leaving heaps of after images. That looked cool. That looked cool. But here's the thing, right? I have never seen a single video game take influence from FF15's combat. Why? Because it sucks. That's why. That's my argument. I don't need to say anything more because it does. FF7 Remake's combat director came from Monster Hunter, so there's probably some link there. Okay. I can see Remake's action combat having... I can see Remake's action combat having influences from Monster Hunter and Kingdom Hearts in the pure action side. We're not talking about ATB. Like, it's a hybrid system, we know, but this is where people are wrong, is that I'm not saying that Monster Hunter or Kingdom Hearts was a hybrid system with ATB. My God, we're just talking about the action side of this here, you know. Anyway, what do we have here? You could say that it looks and feels like Crisis Core. Now, here's the thing. I've only played Crisis Core Reunion. I haven't played the original game. And that feels like... Reunion felt like it was retooled to look more like FF7R. Like, I heard some things were even added in, but the UI certainly does. I don't know how similar the original Crisis Core combat looked to FF7 remakes. But I don't know, maybe we can look up a video or two to analyze that. But when I was playing Crisis Core Reunion for the first time, it felt like I was playing FF7R 0, right? Same bad writing, same happy upbeat tone instead of the crushing atmosphere of the original game. It played like remake, it didn't play like OG FF7. So yeah, I don't know. It's very different. Crisis Core is just a Kingdom Hearts reskin? Okay. Square Enix does hire game directors from other franchises. I mean, yeah. What do you mean? FF16 was clearly the guy who did FF10. Yeah. How I describe Type O's combat. I don't know Type O. I haven't played it, so I can't really comment on that. Maybe you could argue that 7 Remakes combat feels like 15, except it just plays a lot better. I don't know, man. 15 kind of felt like a bad Kingdom Hearts, you know. 15 almost looks like that was the first Final Fantasy to kind of play a bit like Kingdom Hearts, except it just controlled worse in every single way. Like, I think KH1 and 2's combat is good. I had a fun time with it. Whereas I think 15's combat is some of the worst I've ever played, period. You can like it, but I don't. So, yeah. What do you think, guys? I'll tell you what, when you're playing yeah. When early demos released, they were going through development hell that was basically Kingdom Hearts. Okay. Is it good that you like 7 Remake, Sudden Booch? No. Don't you ever like a thing that I don't like. Alright? Don't you ever have a different opinion from me. Okay, this is an echo chamber. Don't you ever... No, have fun with that. I hope you enjoy Revelation. I'm just messing with you. So... 15 is better combat than the 7 remakes. I don't know if I'd agree with that. I don't agree with that in the workplace. So, all right. Well, look, I mean, you can all yell at me, but I think you can argue that 7 remakes combat has a bit of foundation with Kingdom Hearts, all right? But then it modifies, tweaks, and adds on top of that. Okay. And I'm also going to add... And by tweaks, I mean, like, you can jump in Kingdom Hearts. You can't do that in 7 Remake. Remake, you can swap and play as your other party members, whereas in Kingdom Hearts, you're only playing as Sora. You have Stagger. Oh, God, help me. But anyway. And I also need to add that I've only played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. All right, so I don't know if the combat changes wildly as the series goes on. I don't know how Kingdom Hearts 3 plays, or... What are the other ones? Birth by Sleep, Kingdom Hearts 358/2 days. That brilliantly titled game. I don't know how they play. So I only know 1 and 2. 1 felt a bit more Souls-ish than 2. 2 felt like you could just do a lot more crazy shit. Like, you just had all these different... You know, like, what is it? Donald Duck Sorcerer Mode or something? Or you had, like, what was the other one? Master Mode, you had like 2 Keyblades. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's not playing like 7 Remake, we know that, but we're talking about like at a foundational basic level. So here's some key differences, all right? I just listed these. Kingdom Hearts, you can jump, there's a focus on aerial combat, whereas you can't jump in FF7 Remake, but in Remake, you can knock enemies into the air and do follow-up aerial attacks. Kingdom Hearts, you can only control Sora. You can't switch to control Donald Duck and Goofy, even though you probably want to, because Donald is an absolute dog shit healer. 7 Remake, you can swap from Cloud to players like Tifa, Barrett, and so on and so forth. You can just argue this is an expansion. This doesn't make it a radically different game. This isn't the same as like changing from turn-based combat to an RTS like StarCraft, or a fighting game like Street Fighter to a first-person shooter. I mean, it's the same kind of game they just added to it. If you could swap to play as Goofy and Donald, yeah, it doesn't suddenly change Kingdom Hearts to a different genre. Okay, well, just what I said. So, Mega Stinky, welcome in. Welcome in. So, Nier Automata. You felt Nier Automata's where they got. I didn't feel that from Nier Automata. I find Nier Automata to be very, very fast, and I'm struggling to think. Trying to think what that comes from, if anything. You know, I think Nier Automata. I was watching a bit of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance combat. Nier Automata looked like it got a bit from that. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just kind of how it looked to me. He's dead, Jin. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Alibaba, you're from Argentina. You're playing OGFF7 and Remake at the same time. You can't believe how accurate most of the things you always criticize. But to be fair, you still enjoy it. Here's the thing, Alba. I don't want people to not enjoy 7 Remake Rebirth. I just want them to know what it is, all right? I don't like that a lot of people who bought the first game feel bait and switched and they feel deceived by a billion-dollar company. I don't like that. I think it's not a good thing. I think that millions of people feeling deceived is not a good outcome. And if that game's title and a lot of its game's fans are not going to be honest about what that game is, I will, all right? I'll make videos that will. But I'm not saying you can't like it. If you like it, you like it. Like, fuck, man. You only got one life. If nothing makes you happier than watching Red 13 moonwalk and go, everyone's a winner, then you do you. That's fine. Fucking have fun with it. But don't lie and say that's how he was in 1997. You know it's not true. So, yeah. Bobby Frank, the fact that you and chat are struggling to figure out what it's like proves that it's good and unique. See, Bobby, you're trying very hard here, but you're not listening as well. I never said it's not good. And in terms of it being unique, I'll tell you what, I will say it is, I would say it's a unique combination of things. But saying it's a unique combination of things is not the same as saying you can't break it down into its fundamental parts, all right? Remove the ATB, where does the action combat come from? The action combat of Final Fantasy VII Remake was not something that was invented for the first time ever, with no roots, no foundation, separate from everything else in 2020. It wasn't. It comes from somewhere. It's built on the backs of previous combat systems, like every other combat system in existence. All right. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why you're trying so hard not to understand, not to listen. Actually, no, I know why. I know why you're trying not to understand, because you like this game. And that's just basically how these debates go. Razukan, thank you for the 42 months on SebiWebs TV. SebiWebs TV. All right. Not fucking about. Where were we? Kingdom Hearts moves faster, all right? And it's more about, like, continuous attacks, whereas in FF7 Remake, your basic attacks feel like they do no damage, all right? Their purpose is to build the stagger bar, which sucks, all right? And the other purpose is to build ATB. And now, look, we're going to talk about stagger, okay? I don't like stagger. I think stagger makes both kinds of attacks you have useless in different ways, all right? Attack number 1 does no damage because its purpose is to build stagger. Attack number 2 is so slow that it can't hit anything unless the enemy is just flopping like a fish for about 20 to 30 seconds straight. All right? Yes. That's why I think it's stupid. And it's one thing when you see a dragon flopping on the floor like that, but it looks especially stupid when this happens to a human. Right? You can all remember times where a human enemy gets staggered and they just, you know, fall down on one knee, and then it's just Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa standing around him, just bonking him on the head repeatedly. It looks so dumb. It looks so stupid. But yeah, I think stagger comes from FF13, and it's been a plague on modern Final Fantasy ever since. I don't think it's a good addition to the series. So I'm going to read some chats here. Stagger makes combat drag. It should be used for big enemies and bosses. Yeah, here's the thing. There are times, right, when an enemy gets staggered, I'm like, oh, sweet, stagger. And there's other times I'm like, oh my god, I just do no damage. I just do no fucking damage, man. This is stupid, man. It doesn't feel fun. Zombie Hero. Sebs, your old friend from the Final Fantasy 14 days. I'm at Marvel now, but I've been checking back on you since E33 stuff. You're right about most of this, but Kingdom Hearts 3 combat is awesome. The story is shit, I've heard, but the gameplay is honestly rad. Be fun for VO shenanigans. Thank you, Zombie King. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. You all right. Well, Kingdom Hearts 3 has that meme where Woody is like, hold up, let him cook. You know, the Toy Story meme? So it gave us something in that regard, outside of the combat. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep reading chats here. In terms of stagger, would you be open to having a stagger bar what allows the player or characters to unlock their super special attack? I don't know. I just don't think you ever needed stagger in this. I don't think it ever worked. King Cole, you like my impression of the flopping fish? Thank you. Appreciate it. Stagger is a worse type of filler. You dislike ruin magic? Ruin magic. Is that a type of magic, or have you just written that weirdly? They can make balanced gameplay instead of relying on gimmicky crutch like stagger. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, ruin magic was an FF13, so I don't know what that is. Yeah. When you ignored the stagger and parry system in Sekiro, you had more fun because it forced you to utilize all your moves. Okay. You know what, chat? Would you like to see me do a playthrough of Sekiro at some point? Because I never beat it. I got to some area where there's like shrines with water and swamp with weird dragon people, and then I played other games for like months straight. Then I forgot how to play it, and then I couldn't beat a normal enemy. I never finished it. So, I didn't realize what I was signing up for with Sekiro. I didn't realize it'd be that fucking intense, that technical. So I would love to play it properly now that I know what I'm signing up for. Okay, I'm going to turn my aircon on because I am roasting right now, and we'll come back to this. Okay, BRB guys. BRB. Alright, boys. Fucking going back. How to do this. Okay. Yeah, you better scatter. DRD, I saw you. Sekiro's a rhythm game. This does the samurai sword. The thing is, I reckon I'll be better at Sekiro now after playing Clair Obscur. Because, dude, when I started playing E33, right? I thought, I'm just not going to do parrying. This is too hard. And do you know why I parried? Because, this is true, when that big flower boss does that jumping move, right before he did it, Mael said, parry it! And in that moment I thought, oh shit, you can't dodge this, I have to parry it. And I instinctively reacted and parried. I was like, whoa, what was that counterattack? And I was addicted ever since. Mael saying parry it actually got me to do it. Like that's actually insane. That's actually the reason I did it. So you could say that's an example of good game design. Like at no point, you know, you don't need like Gustav walking around and be like, focus G. Like none of that crap. That alone I think is good game design and good a good use of whatever, dialogue, acting and so on. Zombie King, always happy to see your continued success, brother. Oh, you get out of here. Thank you for that 6 months. Also, your cat looks like Billy except old. Oh, take care of him. Keep the legacy alive. I will. Go blue, yeah. Stagger is cancer for RPG gaming. Hang on. Stagger is cancer for RPG gaming. There's no satisfaction when the enemy gets staggered and you just punish an enemy that can't defend itself. Yeah, I mean, I don't like it. I think it's whatever. I think stagger is a blight on modern FF's combat. So, all right, let's continue. I think Souls and Expedition 33 do a form of stagger much better. So in Souls, you can break an enemy's poise, all right? Like in Elden Ring, anyway, I don't need an example, you all know what I'm talking about. In Souls, you can break an enemy's poise. That gives you a short opening to do some big riposte attack, you know? It's quick, it's cinematic, it doesn't do too much damage, but it still feels fun and it's rewarding, you know? And it doesn't break the flow of combat either. It's just like, ding, boom, bow, and that's it, you keep fighting. Expedition 33 does the break bar. Now, all your attacks in Clair Obscur do actual damage, but they also build break. However, the enemy won't break unless you do a move that specifically breaks them when the break meter is full. And when they're broken, the enemy misses 1 turn. That's it. So it's fun to strategize how you are going to make that 1 missed turn count as much as possible. And I just think that's so much better, you know, because as I say, like 1 turn, but because it's turn-based combat, you can line it up exactly, you can strategize, you can be like, okay, when that happens, I'm going to use this move that I've been buffing for these previous turns, etc., etc., etc. Whereas in FF7 Remake, you know, you're kind of just playing the game, and at some point it's like, boom, stagger, and the enemy's just like, and so on and so forth. So, and it does that for another 30 seconds. So, so I couldn't help myself. I just wanted to do that again. But that's my impression of a staggered enemy in FF7 Rebirth. Sorry, chat. Anyway, these are the serious streams of SaberWeb's TV. I personally think stagger looks stupid, especially when done on a human enemy. You know, I already mentioned that. So circling back to Kingdom Hearts, though, I don't think it's insane to think that Square Enix used Kingdom Hearts as an influence, inspiration, foundation for FF7 Remake's combat, all right? They know that Kingdom Hearts destroys modern FF in terms of popularity and sales, all right? No one cares about modern Final Fantasy outside of the modern FF bubble, all right? No one cares. Whereas the average gamer is still somewhat interested in Kingdom Hearts. 7 Remake has clear Kingdom Hearts influences in its story, in its tone. You know, it's got multiverses, whispers, the Fate Ghosts, the heartless, childish tone. I mean, the final boss fight of Remake Part 1 just basically looks like a Kingdom Hearts boss. So I don't think it's insane that Kingdom Hearts combat influenced 7 Remake's gameplay, all right? And then they modified it and added to it for FF7 characters and its world, all right? I don't think that's a crazy tinfoil hat theory, and if you have a better theory, then please share, all right? But what Remake fans will probably just do is say, no, wrong, that's stupid, you're an idiot, and then they have nothing to bring to the table themselves, all right? This combat system was just birthed by the gods, you know. Anyway, you need a clip of this, Magoob. I mean, if you want to clip me flopping like a fish, getting staggered, if you want to clip me getting staggered, by all means. Oh my god. I would also argue that a lot of FF7 Remake's boss fight design comes from FF14, believe it or not. Not all bosses, but there's quite a few that do this. By that I mean big open arena, stationary boss just floats at the end of it, and they do the 3 famous FF14 attacks. Are you ready? Don't stand in the triangle. Don't stand in the circle. Don't stand in the lines. All right? Now, not all bosses do this, but way too many do. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. For example, like when Zack is fighting a giant Sephiroth head in the church, it just looks like Meteoin in FF14. Or when Bizarro Sephiroth fights the party during Eris's death scene, you know, that classic scene from the original. It just kind of looks like Hades from FF14. There are many other examples of this, but it shouldn't be there at all. I think this type of combat, I think it's okay for like an MMO, the latency and all that and stuff. I don't think it's right for a single player game. It just feels wrong. So anyway, FF7 Remake fans will then argue that in turn-based combat, you also have bosses who are stationary and floating. For example, Seymour in Mount Gagazet in Final Fantasy X. Now, do you know why that's fine? Because it's turn-based combat. The whole point of action, the whole point of going action was to get away from that. An action boss should play like an action boss, but instead they're playing like MMO raid bosses. That's fine for MMOs, but it doesn't make sense for an action game. There's a reason, like, only modern FF does this from what I've seen, and no other FF does. Only modern FF does this from what I've seen. Whereas I don't see other games doing this. So, yeah. Sebi got staggered pretty hard there. Hey, look, it's gonna happen to the best of us, mate. Werewolf. Yeah, it's like, here's the AoE. Go ahead and avoid it. Yeah, it's just silly, man. So, like, some of these bosses in Rebirth just feel like you're fighting an FF14 boss, but with FF7 Remake's, like, gameplay and mechanics. So, Michael Douglas, I loved your work in Wall Street. Sebi, you fuck. Because of you, I can never play OG FF7 without hearing Ben Starr as Cloud. Lol. Love you, bro. Fuck. Thank you. I appreciate that. Chat, when I voice act my OG playthrough, my playthrough of OG FF7, should I just make Cloud Ben Starr? Because I'm struggling to find a better voice. Like, I feel like Cloud should be some American. The problem is, whenever I try to do a neutral American, it sounds like shit. It makes Cloud sound like Solid Snake. You know, just like, oh my god, I'm Cloud. Mercenary for hire. And I don't know if that's right, but I feel like Ben Starr as Cloud is just such a cool idea. It kind of just works. So, oh my god. So, we'll work with it. He's the one voice I'm still trying to figure out. So, California accent? Oh god. As long as he says fuck, Peanut, all right. I think I can pull that off. So, where else were we? So, last point. I think Final Fantasy lost an important part of... Yeah. What was I going to say here? I need water. Because this is an interesting point I'm going to make here, but... The last point I'm going to make is this. Well, old schoolers, do you reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? Let me just put this on while I respond to that. Thank you for that $5 super chat. I literally can't imagine a Kingdom Hearts boss sitting at the edge of a circle arena unmoving. It sounds boring beyond imagination. That's what I mean. Like, I think Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2's combat felt better than 7 Remake Rebirth. Like, as I say, I didn't hate FF7R's combat, but I enjoyed Kingdom Hearts combat more. It felt like it knew what it was more. Also, Davey Gamey, thank you for the $1.40 super chat. Someone said CBT is too handholdy. Thoughts? CBT, nani? C-Thanes, thank you for the 300 bits. FF13 invented Square's stagger system. You was fine with Square trying something new, but is by no means your biggest complaint with the combat. Well, here's the thing. If it was... Stagger sucks, but I don't think it's the biggest problem of modern Final Fantasy. It's like a problem. Michael Lopriore, mamma mia. Welcome in, how are you fucking dog? Guys, also follow my man, Michael Lopriore. CTB? What's CTB? What? Just remind me. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna refill my water here. Cock and ball torture. That's not what it means! Prog. My god, I gotta stop reading these chats out loud before I've actually read them in my head. So, happy to catch a Sebi stream? Hell yeah, brother. CTB is Final Fantasy X. Command turn-based. Is that what you mean? Just call it turn-based. Again, I'd say, like... I think CTB is like one of those things like ATB. No one cares what this is or knows what this is outside the hardcore, die-hard Final Fantasy fandom. Any normal person looks at FF10, it's turn-based combat. It's turn-based combat. I see people say like, oh, sometimes I see, no, it's command-based. Oh, piss off! No, it's turn-based. Get out of here. So yeah. So I'm not yelling at anyone individually. Sebi, take a shot for you. You lost to killing Kefka ultimate prog by 0.8%. As Kefka would say. Fuck me. I'm sorry to hear that. That's brutal. Cute turn-based? I can live with that. Alright. Enough fucking about. Let's keep going. This is an interesting point, chat. The last point I'm going to make is that I think Final Fantasy lost an important part of its identity when it changed to action. Because certain enemy attacks and enemies themselves no longer work or make sense in action combat. I'll give you an example right here. Master Tonberry. Actually, no. Let's start with the Red Dragon. The dragons, for example. Green Dragon, Red Dragon. In the original FF7, they have this move where they stand up on their hind legs, walk all the way right up to you, and you as the player is like, oh shit! And then they bite your head multiple times like that. And then they go back and sit back down. All right. This move doesn't work in action combat because it's too slow. You can see it coming a mile away, but it works brilliantly in turn-based because you got nowhere to run, and you're just like, wait a minute, oh my god, it's coming right for me, you know? And there's a great, and the first time, for many of you guys who played OGFF7, the very first time you saw certain attacks, you were probably like, oh my god, I'm so helpless, and like, it has that effect, it has that emotional impact. You don't get that with action games. No, it has that emotional impact. So, because that cinematic attack can't work in action, what the Red Dragon in the Temple of the Ancients does in FF7 Rebirth is it just jumps around like a panther. Like, it just jumps around like a big cat. And it looks kind of weird. It's just, it looks dumb. It loses all its aura. Whereas, as I say, the OG dragon attack, where it gets on its hind legs and walks up to you to bite your face off, that move has aura. That has an effect. Now, the other enemy I'm going to cite as an example, and this is, yeah, here we go. Just let me just sip this water. The other enemy I'm going to use an example for this is Master Tonberry. Now, for those of you who know, who have fought this enemy, Master Tonberries teach you not to judge a book by its cover. Because here's how you probably experienced it. It's this cute little turtle thing wearing a little cloak, a little star above its head, cute little weird tadpole-like face. He's just standing there with a lantern. And you look at him, you're like, what is this thing? He don't look so tough. But you also remember, hang on, I'm in Disc 3, I'm in the crater. There's like dragon zombies here and iron giants. Why is this thing here? So you hit him with your strongest attack. It doesn't kill him. And then he counterattacks with this move called Everyone's Grudge, which does damage based on how many enemies that particular character has killed in your entire playthrough. So naturally, he's just going to one-shot Cloud. It's just going to do like 9,000 damage on Cloud. And you're like, wait, what? Oh shit, okay. Res Cloud, all right, get him up, what the hell? And then the Tonberry takes a few steps towards you. And then he just stands still. And you're like, hang on. What's he going to do? So you hit him with more of your strongest attacks over and over again, and he just doesn't die because a Master Tonberry has something like 48,000 HP. He's a tank. And he keeps counterattacking you, and you keep rezzing, and he keeps getting closer and closer. And finally, he's right in front of you, and you're like, oh my god, what's he going to do? And he goes, doink, pokes you with his knife, one-hit kill. And you're like, what? And then he turns, and he starts slowly walking towards the next character in your party. Now, this is a type of enemy that works best in turn-based combat. This just doesn't work in action. I'm trying to think how to fix it. Maybe he could slow you in action or whatever. But the way they did it, to my memory, and I apologize if I'm getting some of this wrong, but I think in 7 Remake, you find Rude in Midgar, and he's hired a Tonberry to fight you. This is also really bizarre because how the fuck do you hire a Tonberry? I mean, it just these things, I don't think humans should be able to employ these things or tame these things. I think these are meant to be beyond human control or comprehension somewhat. But to my memory, the Tonberry in 7 Remake zips around like a cactuar. He's just really fast. He's like, and it's just stupid. It just destroys all the aura of this creature. He's no longer this slow burn, slow build, impending doom. You know what I mean? Yeah, it completely loses its charm, as you say, chat. So, sorry, chat, my correction. It's not rude, it's Don Corneo, I think. Again, I'm sorry, the last time I played 7 Remake, it was 6 years ago, so I apologize if my memory's a bit patchy. And it is a Tonberry, it's not a Master Tonberry, but the thing is, it's the same kind of enemy. Like, Master, normal Tonberry, they fundamentally do the same thing. They just have different stats, different strengths and stuff. So, yeah, that's a thing. So this is not me. Let me elaborate on this. Actually, I'm going to read what you say, and Chaos. For it to work in action, he has to have some sort of paralyzing skill and then walk towards you while the other characters desperately try to stop him from killing the paralyzed character or something like that. Yeah, you need to figure... For a Tonberry to work in action, you got to figure out a way where you can freeze your characters and you're trying to break out as he slowly walks towards you with his adorable little knife. But I don't think you can... I don't know. If there's a solution, Square hasn't found it. So, how about a Marlboro, Davey Gamey? I fucking love that enemy. We've already talked about that. Actually, I'll tell you what. We are talking about 7 Remake's combat, though. The Marlboro is more specific to FF16. Because 7 Remake and Rebirth, the Marlboro does hit you with status effects, whereas in 16, he hits you with no status effects. Yes, you read that right. Marlboro's bad breath in FF16 is just flat damage. 0 status effects. That's why people say FF16 is the least Final Fantasy of all, amongst many other things. So, all right, let's keep going. So I'm not saying that action combat is bad. I'm just saying that it does different things well. Like, turn-based combat moves at a different speed and weight. Turn-based is superb for grand cinematic attacks, but I don't think these cinematic attacks work well in action combat. You know, as I say, when I was playing Crisis Core, I hated how often I was pulled out of the flow in action. I hated how often I was pulled out of the flow of action by these weird cutscenes that happen every time Zack gets like a slot reel attack. You know, I'd be fighting in Crisis Core, mashing away, and then just like bam, cutscene of Zack and Angeal with Angeal giving him advice, and then back in the game, you have this move now. I'm like, the hell is the point of this? But like, I would say like, even in like FF16, when you use Clive's sort of dodge, he has like a dodge counter thing. It kind of breaks the flow of combat with these cinematics and stuff. I think all these cinematic stuff kind of... notice how Souls doesn't do this. Or when Devil May Cry has a cinematic move, it's extremely rare, and it's something like Judgment Cut End by Virgil. It's not something you can spam. So, anyway, I think it breaks the flow of combat, and I think it's the result of taking turn-based combat and trying to mutate it into action. Action games that started as action games don't have this problem because they were built that way from the ground up. But modern Final Fantasy is kind of enslaved to this legacy of it being turn-based for its entire golden age, and so it's trying to make action that still somehow feels true to its turn-based roots. It's a really weird thing, but there's a reason most action gamers do not care about modern Final Fantasy's action combat, all right? Because it pales in comparison to real action games like Souls and Devil May Cry. Like, I found FF16's combat to be such a chore, and I found like it didn't even feel like the right combat for that type of game. The pacing was just awful. But with Devil May Cry 5, when I played that, I had so much fun with it that when I finished it, I immediately started a new game and played the whole thing again as Virgil. That's how you know you got a fun game. because I don't ever replay a game on stream. I finish a game, I change game. Whereas I replayed Devil May Cry 5, and I'm still looking for an excuse to bring it back again. I want to do Dante Must Die. I want to try its other challenges and stuff. That's a fun combat system. So, yeah. All right. Oh, if anyone thinks the stream is lagging, either refresh it or press pause and play, or you're on YouTube and your chats are like delayed by 20-30 seconds or something. So if you hop into Twitch, it's much less delayed. So all right. So all right, holy shit. In conclusion, fuck, hang on. Let's just finish this off, chat. It's all right, we're nearly done. Thank you guys. Oh fuck, this is so long. So in conclusion, I don't think FF7 Remake's combat is bad or not fun. It's not my main complaint about the series, okay? And for many people, the combat is a selling point of the remakes. I had a bit of fun with it. You know, the synergies, the slow-mo ATB. Didn't love it, but didn't hate it. However, I don't think FF7 Remake's combat is some mystical system that defies explanation, all right? It can be explained. It can be broken down into its building blocks. And doing that does not ruin it. And if that does ruin it for you, then you never thought it was that good to begin with, right? And as I said before, I also think that 7 Remake's combat is carried by the nostalgia of playing as Cloud, Tifa, and Barret. For new gamers, I think it's carried by the fact that these 90s character designs are extremely distinct and striking. They just bury a lot of the modern gaming. They just bury a lot of the bland, uninteresting character designs that plague modern gaming. All right, and you can all think of a few, okay? Or maybe not, because they're that forgettable. So, would FF7R's combat system survive in the video game market on its own merits? I don't know. We're just going to have to see how well Beast of Reincarnation does, because that's the only game that I see that looks like it's taking any influence from 7 Remake at all. So, what do you think the building blocks of 7 Remake's combat is? What do you think its foundation is? Does it remind you of Kingdom Hearts in an FF7 skin with ATB? Hang on, let me reword that just to piss people off. Does it feel like its foundation is Kingdom Hearts with a few modifications and tweaks in an FF7 skin with slow-mo ATB? All right. Actually, no, that's too long. I will do this right. Too many people bought air gaze. Well, that's the thing. I bought air gaze because Cloud, Tifa, and Sephiroth were in it. It's not a great game, but I mean, it was cool for the PS1, I guess. But it was sold by that. If FF7 characters weren't in that, it just wouldn't have been good. So, does it feel like Kingdom Hearts in an FF7 skin with ATB? Or is it a magic faraway system made of gumdrops and sugar plums from Lollipop Lane? Anyway, let me know in the comments below. Like, subscribe, and catch me live on Twitch. Uwe Sugoi, and get out of here! I'm working here, the video's over! Oh fuck, I fucked up the last part. I'm gonna do it again. Like, subscribe, catch me live on Twitch, Uwu Sugoi, and get out of here! The video's over, get out of here! I'm working here. Oh my god. Thank you guys for waiting through all of that. Fucking hell. Right. Here's the thing, I did not want to make this video, to be perfectly honest. I didn't really want to talk about FF7 Remake's combat, because, as I say, it's not one of my major criticisms. I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's bad. But I wanted to make that video, and I'll tell you why. Because I knew if I didn't, then the usual suspects are gonna use that screen cap of that tweet forever, and when they do, I'm gonna have that video as a response. So yeah, it was just to spite them. But also, I thought, like, I have to get here at some point. We have to have this discussion at some point. Like, what is that combat system? what is it? Let's break it down and stuff. So, at least it's not Halo Campaign Evolved. Oh, I'm sorry, Halo fans. I've seen what they've done to your game. If Beast of Reincarnation is a success, a certain group of people will be forced to ask why FF7 Remake was not. Well, here's the thing. If Beast of Reincarnation is a success, they're going to say that it's because of Remake's combat system. That proves how good the combat system is. If it's not a success, that kind of shows the combat system isn't that great. Well, they'll just say, oh, because it's completely different. They'll say it's completely different gameplay-wise, even though it's the only game that takes influence from it. So, Guts, I love you, but you're gonna DMCA me, so we're gonna hop out. Turn-based would have been better. It totally would have worked in turn-based. The idea that Final Fantasy can't work in turn-based is one of the stupidest ideas in the world. It's stupid. Like, what's next? Devil May Cry can't work as action anymore? Because Baldur's Gate 3 and Clair Obscur were turn-based? What a stupid idea. So, turn-based Berserk? Ooh, I'd play that. So, yeah. It's efficient. YouTube workshopping while streaming. We all had a hard time placing it beyond FF15 and Monster Hunter. I had a lot more fun with Monster Hunter's combat. Again, Monster Hunter's roots are as an action game. Monster Hunter wasn't originally turn-based, and then it was bent and mutated into action against its will. Red Stinger, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Red Stinger. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm gonna say one last thing to add to the video. Hang on. Actually, yeah, tell you what. I'm gonna add one last thing. No, I think the video's said enough. Nah, fuck it. All right. Now, it's Capcom's huge cash cow. It's interesting, like, people shit on Capcom all the time. I'm like, man, sure, no video game company is perfect, but they're better than some other companies I know, mate. Like, Resident Evil still seems to be going strong. Street Fighter seems to be doing okay. Devil May Cry seems to be doing okay. What else do they have? I'm trying to think. I don't, other than fuck it, is Monster Hunter Wilds in the poo? Wilds is a new one, right? World was the one everyone liked. Wilds is in the poo. RE9 is at 7 million sales. It blows my mind that Resident Evil 9 sold 5 million copies in the first 5 days. And don't take my word for it. Let's have a look. Hang on. Let's get it. How many copies did RE9 sell in its first 5 days? Resident Evil 9 Requiem sold 5 million copies in its first 5 days. That is what a healthy game franchise looks like. All right, that's what a happy audience looks like, okay? Because it's just gonna keep, and I think it will keep selling. It seems like it was, people had some criticisms, but it seems like it was well received. And Pragmata, yeah, maybe I should play that. I'm just gonna make jokes about making it self-destruct though. Also, holy shit! Consumed! Holy shit, man. Thank you for the $112 YouTube super chat! Oh my god, you staggered me. You staggered me. Dude, thank you for the $112. That's absolutely massive. Technic here. 40-year-old gamer. I didn't like you to begin with. Say your takes on FF7, and then you realized that I was on point, and you're living in denial. I don't mind a Sephiroth redemption arc. It can make sense, but not like this. Sifting through anime filler slop to get there. Yeah, I mean, at this point, here's the thing, at this point, fuck it. Let's redeem Sephiroth, because at least then no one can say that nothing changed in 7 Remake between, like, Remake and the original game. Just screw it. Fuck it, get Goofy and Sora as well. Get Donald Duck in Park 3, just go all the way. I tell you how I would do a Sephiroth redemption arc. All right. Like, whatever. Rewrite it so that he was actually a good guy all along and he helps you beat Genova. Then have Barrett clap Sephiroth on the shoulder and say, "You all right?" And then Sephiroth flies away to other planets and just starts conquering them. Give me a game where you play as Sephiroth and the joke is that you're just absurdly overpowered and he goes off and fights other really strong aliens and conquers their planets. Just fucking do that, man. You telling me you're not gonna buy that? I'll buy it. Okay, well, they'll find a way to fuck it up. But, you know, it's a cool idea, all right? That's a sick idea. Also, thank you, Consumed, for saying that. You know, it's crazy. I do get that chat a lot, that people initially, like, hated my content. But then they started watching more of it and they're like, okay, well, that is true. You know what I mean? Those are different. That is a bit better, or they didn't do that as well. And then it's eventually like, oh, fuck, no, this is actually right. So look, I do have a very bombastic style, all right? I can understand how people who are exposed to me, people who find my content against their will and see this loud guy with a very aggressive arguing style, I can see how they get very annoyed at me right off the bat. But I don't mean to annoy people. It's just I'm very passionate about this shit. It means a lot to me for a lot of personal reasons, and it just bothers me. I'm sorry. Dishonesty, lies, gaslights, it all bothers me, and I don't like seeing great works of art kind of ruined and rewritten and mutilated. So yeah, thank you, Consumed. Absolutely massive super chat. So, King Coles, love your content right off the bat. Oh, you get out of here. So, someone got mad and left a Twitch chat. Someone got mad and left a Twitch chat when you used one of my takes the other night for Rebirth Dead Space. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Omni Man, Materia Man. Do you think they're going to turn Ever Crisis into a single-player experience like Resonance? Don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, if they did it for Resonance, they could do that as well. I mean, I'm kind of... I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to do next, that company. They're very hard to read in that regard. You found your channel after you beat FF7 Remake. I thought the game was trash, and I knew I couldn't be the only one that thought that, but I felt like I was crazy due to how glazed it was online. Yeah, it is really weird. Well, it's this, like, let me put it this way. FF7 Remake Rebirth is like one of those movies that gets a ton of Oscar nominations, you know, a ton of Academy Awards, but most people don't see it. All right, that's kind of what FF7R is. And then their excuse is that, oh, well, you're just too dumb to understand this cerebral high IQ meta sequel. It's like, no, that's what it is. It just doesn't have that much appeal. Like, who is it made for? Like, if you love the OG and hate seeing it change for the worst, it's not made for you. But if you don't know the OG, you won't know what the hell's going on. So, like, who's it for? It's bizarre, man. So, it's bizarre. Yeah. Excel, you fairly often see people in other chats talk shit about you because of your opinions on FF7. Dude, sometimes I hop on a TikTok and there's a short just about FF7 Remake or whatever, and I see people complaining about me in the comments. I don't mean to. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't think they like... No one is forcing them to watch my content, but I think they don't like that I'm saying it at all. I think for a lot of Remake fans, they can't enjoy the game unless everyone loves it as well. Or if they hear other people don't like it, then they feel less confident in liking it. So they have to silence the person who doesn't like it. It's weird. It's like a cult mentality, man. So, hang on just a minute. I think Billy's scratching on my door. If you're lucky, I'll go find him. I'll be right back. No. Sorry, I'm so sorry, guys. False alarm. I'm so sorry he wasn't there. I'm sorry. It was a Billy false alarm. Consumed! That was before, but now you're fully realized I'm down for your takes on FF7, now that you're limited due to hardware limitations. You know what, Consumed? You all right. Thank you. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Unlimited stream. I'm sorry, Billy was... I tried to find Billy, but there was hardware limitations, so I couldn't find him. We'll get him! We'll get him eventually. Sometimes I hear him just, like, scratching on the door because he wants to come in. So... regardless of point of view, it's kind of cool how passionate everyone is about it. It'd be nice if there wasn't the personal attacks, though. Oh, yeah. I had someone on Instagram message me to tell me I should kill myself for the kind of content I make. I saw... I think in one of my TikToks, someone said that Sebi is the Charlie Kirk of gaming, to which I responded with, are you saying what I think you're saying? I mean, notice they don't pick any other sort of debating person. Like, it's very clear what they want to happen, you know? It's very clear what they think. And also that's not the first time I've seen that. I've seen that in someone else's TikTok where they were responding to one of my tweets and stuff. I don't like that. That makes it... honestly, that is pretty uncomfortable to read shit like that. Because I don't think I should have to spell out exactly why. But I don't like it. So... but yeah, what fucking losers? Well, I mean, yeah, they want you dead for your opinion. For your opinion on a video game. Why? Because you debunked their lie that something in the remake wasn't the same as the original? Like, how unhinged do you have to be that you're willing to kill people to rewrite the story of a 90s, like, PlayStation game to fit the modern remakes? That's insane. It's completely insane. It's not fun to read. It's not fun to read. It's really not fun to read, to be honest. So, am I upset they made FF7 Remake 3 parts instead of one whole game? I don't think it was a good idea, but I mean, they still would have fucked it, but in less time. So, yeah. Anyway, look, I probably shouldn't have said that, but I mean, yeah, it is annoying. Like, when people ask, like, oh, how come no one complained about these games until recently? Because of people like you, all right? Not anyone specifically in chat. I'm talking about deranged people who hurl these death threats, who tell you to off yourself, threaten you with violence, lie about you endlessly, try to attack your reputation, try to destroy your life because you didn't think a video game was perfect, all right? I just think that is such an unhinged, unhealthy, unproductive way to go about things, and it doesn't win anyone to your side. It doesn't make anyone like you. So, yeah. Anyway, that's honestly disgusting, JN. You're a Final Fantasy fan, not a modern or OG, just an FF fan. You like Remake and Rebirth. You also love the OG that you've been playing since you were 10. Yeah, thank you. I mean, look, as I say, look, Twitch chat is always fine to me. My YouTube chat is fine. Twitter can get a bit stupid, but TikTok, I think, is weird. Like, TikTok is, like, off. TikTok is like a bizarro world in a lot of ways. Like, Twitter people, tell people this, like, on Twitter people are angry, but they feel more normal than TikTok people do. Reddit people might hate me as well, but I think Reddit people feel a bit more normal than TikTok does. TikTok's like a quarantine zone of the internet. Yeah. So yeah. You personally never had death threats or anything extreme, but you notice people just telling you wrong for the last 2 years about a game you don't like. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's just people thinking religiously about this. They get their identity from these games, and yeah, they get their identity from these games. So if you criticize the game, they think you're criticizing them. So yeah. That's how bad TikTok is. It makes Twitter look like a place of normal people. Yeah, I don't like going on TikTok. I really don't. Like, I'll post my videos there, but I kind of just post and ghost. I don't want to go there. I don't like that place, man, and they don't like me. So that sort of works out in the end. All right, okay. What are the next videos we're gonna do? Arjun Hayes! Yesterday you were watching Arthas. He was watching a FanFest live letter where they revealed that the new 8-man raid in Evercold will be FF7 Remake themed. I know that. And they have a full partnership with the dev team. I know Nomura's working on it. Hamaguchi's working on it. So you know it's going to be great. Arthas joked that I will have enough material to rip on FF7 Remake forever. Did he say that? I would love to see that. I like Arthas, man. He's always been cool to me. He was fun to hang around with in person at FanFest back in 2023. And it's funny, whenever I do a Singaporean accent, people are like, oh, you just doing an impression of Arthur's? It's like, no, I've known this accent years before I met the guy. But he's one of the only Singaporean content creators anyone knows, so they think I'm doing him. So, yeah. All right. Seth of Wrath, take care of yourself. Am I going to make a video on how Ever Crisis is shutting down? Nah, I don't really care. I mean, I think it's weird because I thought the only reason they were putting Ever Crisis characters like Glenn in FF7 Rebirth and giving him a huge part was to get people to play Ever Crisis and spend money on the gacha game. But then they shut down the gacha game. So why the fuck is Glenn... Why is an Ever Crisis character now in the remakes? I think that they are just making it up as they go along. I think they don't know what they're doing. And I think that's fine, but I mean, you know, aren't we all? Like, here's the thing, aren't we all? I don't actually really fault or blame Square Enix for that. Like, we're all trying to figure out what the hell we're doing in life. But that kind of disproves any of the fans who say the 30-year cook. Bro, they've got such an elaborate plan. Our mortal brains can't conceive. We can't understand. It's like, no, they're winging it like the rest of us. They're making up as they go along. So, You predict my future shot-by-shot comparison of OG Revelation live stream. Oh god, the shot-by-shots in Rebrain, in Rebrain, in Revelation. Oh, all right, chat. Here is what we are going to do next. We're gonna watch something happier. All right, I think we talked a bit. We will come back to FF7, but we are going to go to France with our friend Monsieur Broche, the director of Expedition 33, Clair Obscur by Saint-Paul, and we are going to talk about his favorite games. And I'm sorry, my French accent's really bad, but this will be a fun video for the French viewers, who, believe it or not, there are actually a few, because we will be watching it in French. No auto dubs. It sounds horrific. It sounds so bad. Emmy Gale, welcome in. What do you mean? Oh, the French. Get out of here. Also, guys, follow Emmy Gale. She's lovely. You commented on a video that FF7 Remake wasn't a remake. Within minutes, you were being called boring and ignorant. Yeah, well notice Tenpun, they'll just say you're wrong and they'll call you an idiot. And then they'll upvote each other to look right. But they don't have any counter-arguments or any evidence. Unless it's like the most flimsy evidence in the world, wrapped in a package of gaslighting. David Gaming, a tier list of Final Fantasy music? I don't know if I can, because sometimes my VODs get flagged for like Final Fantasy music, or just this happened with Devil May Cry 2. I don't think I'm being targeted, or I hope not. But my Devil May Cry 2 VOD got, I had to mute 5 parts of that. I don't know how to do a music tier video without getting copyright struck, so I'm not sure. Not sure how to do that. I guess you can if you have it. If you have no song go longer for 30 minutes at a time, 30 seconds at a time. So 30 seconds, jump 5 seconds. You can do that. Yeah. I could probably do that. So, all right, guys, I'm going to pour myself a glass of whiskey, and then I will come back and we will watch auto-dubbed. Get the fuck out of here. Hang on. All right, audio track in French. Good. For a moment, I thought we were going to watch it the wrong way, the un-French way. I'm going to pour myself a drink, because I think France, you know, France always goes well with a drink. And then we'll see Guillaume Broche talk about his favorite games. Or should we do speedruns? Let's give FF a break. We'll come back to it. So, enjoy. All right, BRB, ladies and gentlemen. Wouldn't wine be more fitting? Yeah, I don't have any wine, though. All right, boys and girls. I'll be right back. Be right fucking back. Coolio. Alright. Alright. Fucking fuck. Is this Legend Dragoons BGM? Let me listen and find out. E33 is beating all the modern FF categories on Twitch too. Well, no one cares about modern Final Fantasy, that's why. Just a rice guy, thank you for the prime. You're gonna say this again, when you care too much about pleasing your fans, that you have to sacrifice artistic... When you care too much about pleasing your fans, that you sacrifice the artistic merit the original FF7 game had. Oh, I guess like you mean like for the shippers and stuff. What do you mean? The Red 13 shippers, mate? What are you talking about? I'm just thinking... I do want to see something real quick before we continue. Because we didn't actually get around to this, and we're here, so let's just do it. What was it? Tails Arise boss fight, and the other one was Star Ocean 3 boss fight. This could just be used for the that video. Lord Balasif. All right, I'm gonna have a wee sip of whiskey, and then we're gonna do this. All right, chat. So that guy on Twitter told me that maybe Tales of Arise has some foundation with FF7 Remake's combat, or maybe that's the influence, or Remake plays a bit like that. Let's find out.
The two of you are fools for coming here. Now die! A common thief believes she can usurp me? Don't make me laugh!
You can keep your accursed crown!
We're here to overthrow you and free the dead!
Yeah, I can sort of see that. What do you think? Just picture him reskinned as Cloud. Just modders, get in here, put a Cloud skin on that guy, and make him look like he's holding a Buster Sword. There you go, it's Remake's combat. Did he just jump there? Hang on. Did he just jump there? Because you can only jump in Kingdom Hearts, apparently. You can control the other characters too. Okay. Looks smoother. I think in 7 Remake, it feels like there's more weight and more impact on the attacks. At least to my memory, it felt like Cloud was like hitting you with a bit of force and stuff. This feels a bit floatier. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Anyway, let's see, what is it? Star Ocean 3, till the end of time. Ethereal Queen, boss fight. Let's have a look at this combat. Kubo. Let's just get to the fight. I mean, I guess I don't quite see the similarity between FF7 Remake's combat and this. I mean, you got like a menu system, I guess, like party members and stuff. But I mean, you get that in Kingdom Hearts as well. I think what a lot of them didn't understand is I was saying it feels like you're playing this kind of action game with ATB. And they're like, but that action game doesn't have ATB. Yeah. So... great. Yeah, I don't know. This player isn't trying to DPS in real time. Maybe I got a bad video. Yeah. But, you know, people seem to like this game, so I'm not shitting on the game. I'm just saying that, like, we're trying to find the roots and the foundation of FF7 Remake's combat. What is it, ladies and gentlemen? What is it? All right. Okay, good. We're done. Let me just add this. Add to the middle. Add to middle of yeah, video. I don't know. There we go. It's just, what was it? Tails Arise? Tails plus Star Ocean. Alright, not fucking about. Star Ocean has always had an action RPG combat, but the comparison to Kingdom Hearts is more apt. Why wouldn't they learn from it? They made it, and it was immensely successful. Why would they just ignore that entirely and learn from and create a new thing from the ground up with absolutely no connection to it at all? That's, I don't see why they would. That doesn't seem very Square Enix to me. So yeah. Anyway, not fucking about. All right, let's do this. Let's fucking do this, guys. Trying to think what's the easiest one to do first. What's the easiest one to do first? Just give me 1 second, chat. I've been burning the candle at both ends for 4 hours. Haven't streamed in 2 weeks, and streaming is the hardest job in the world. So, yeah. Down in the mines. Alright, fuck it, we're doing this one. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's time. I have a nice glass of Johnny Walker Black, and thank you all for being here. This is a lot of fun, man. I'm glad I'm back on stream. Appreciate y'all. Hang on, let me just refresh it so it doesn't like do the YouTube thing where it skips, because you haven't refreshed it in a long enough time. Get over here. Get over here. No! I know what's doing that. It's one of you butt plugs. Stop it! No, we will get to we will rank all the Bahamut summons later, alright? Stop jumping the gun and playing on us. Get out of here. Okay. That happened last stream as well, and I know it's this one, because it's the same one last time. For whatever reason, this is... I don't know, somehow I'm triggering that by accident. Oh well, never mind. Alright, let's continue. Ladies and gentlemen, bonjour and welcome to Guillaume Broche, the new goat. Oh, hang on. No, that's not a good introduction. Bonjour, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SebiWebs TV. We are here with Guillaume Broche, the director of Sandfall, the guy behind Clair Obscur Expedition 33. And in this video, he will basically go through... hang on. And in this video, he will talk about his favorite games. And without further ado, let us begin in French.
Bon, est-ce que vous avez 8 heures devant vous? C'est un des meilleurs jeux du monde, voilà. Si vous avez aimé Clair Obscur, jouez à ça.
Let me just get the subtitles on. Begin.
Bon, est-ce que vous avez 8 heures devant vous? C'est un des meilleurs jeux du monde, voilà. Si vous avez aimé Clair Obscur, jouez à ça.
Pause. Lui, c'est Guillaume Broche, le génie derrière Clair Obscur Expédition 33. Il passe dans notre jeu vidéo club après avoir gagné plus de 60 prix pour son jeu, dont 9 Game Awards, dont le GOTY 2025.
Thank you and for those who come after.
Un jeu aussi récompensé ne vient jamais sans son lot de références, d'idées ou de clins d'œil.
Un des meilleurs gameplays des jeux de combat de tous les temps.
Des jeux rétro au dernier AAA, on a assisté à un cours de Monsieur Broche.
C'est pour moi une religion, hein, clairement.
Bon allez, asseyez-vous et bon visionnage.
Ça fait 2 heures déjà la comédie, hein. Je commence à peine là. Hein. Je vois ce qui arrive.
Déjà, tu peux nous dire où est-ce qu'on est, ce que tu vois devant toi et commencer rapidement par les premières choses qui t'interpellent peut-être.
Ouais, bah on est dans un super magasin de jeux vidéo avec beaucoup de rétro à Voltaire. Trop heureux d'être ici. C'est un kiff cette émission, je la regarde beaucoup donc je suis trop content de pouvoir parler de jeux vidéo. Je pense que je peux commencer juste là.
Vas-y.
On va faire tout le temps. Hein. Ça c'est pour moi, en gros je suis pas très Nintendo, j'ai pas grandi avec une Nintendo 64, j'avais juste une Game Boy. Et globalement sur Game Boy on jouait qu'à Pokémon. Pas des souvenirs dans les cours de récré à essayer de comprendre comment on capture tel ou tel Pokémon avec Mew, le fameux camion, il va utiliser CS Force mais en fait ça marchait pas du tout. Plein de théories un peu fumeuses sur comment faire.
Tu choisissais qui du coup au début?
Carapuce, et qui est en fait...
Wow, okay, I played the shit out of Pokemon Red and Blue. Awesome games for their time. These are also the reason I don't play handheld games anymore, because I had 100 hours in this. I had 149 Pokemon. The only thing I needed was a Vaporeon. And then I think I just left it for ages, and then my save got overwritten. by someone else. I wasn't happy about that, believe that. But it also taught me a valuable life lesson, which is just don't get too attached to video games or your saved games or anything digital. You know, just know that it can all disappear in an instant. But yeah, these were incredibly fun for their time. Masterpieces of the original Game Boy.
Avec la maturité et l'âge, on sait tous que c'est sur comment faire.
Tu choisissais qui du coup au début?
Carapuce, et qui est en fait, avec la maturité et
He chose Squirtle? Good man. Yeah, the game tries to gaslight you that Charmander is stronger and the better choice. I don't know, man. Like, he sucks against the first two gym trainers. Charmander's alright, and because he's fire and flying, he now has two sets of weaknesses. He's not just weak against water, he's now also weak against lightning, because lightning's strong against flying. Bulbasaur is okay at first. Venusaur's cool, but again, the problem with Venusaur is that he's grass and poison. So you've got these two weaknesses. You're weak against, like, fire, but because you're poison, you're also weak against Psychic, and Psychic is really strong. Like Alakazams, Gengars, they'll kick the shit out of you. Squirtle is the shit, man. Like, he's mad. Like, fucking Blastoise kicks the shit out of everything. He doesn't have this double weakness problem of the other starting Pokemon to my to my memory. But yeah, I don't know. Also, it just sounds sick. Blastoise.
On sait tous que c'est le meilleur maintenant, mais à l'époque on pensait que c'était Dracofeu parce que c'était un dragon quoi. En gros moi j'ai arrêté Pokémon à Ruby et Saphir. Or évidemment j'avais saigné dans tous les sens aussi. Mais non, exceptionnel, le film aussi exceptionnel, c'était... Surtout après le film tout le monde voulait mieux encore plus quoi, donnez-nous mieux. Donc...
Yeah, the movie was sick for its time as well. I do remember the moment where they have, like, you know, Mewtwo training in the lab, and you have Mewtwo just like raising an entire herd of Tauruses, or you have Alakazam. And Mewtwo's just the better psychic. It's like, whoop, whoop, and his spoons are bending. I remember all this. It was great stuff.
Film aussi exceptionnel, c'était... Surtout après le film, tout le monde voulait mieux encore plus, quoi. Donnez-nous mieux. Donc Pokémon, ouais, très bon jeu, hein, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas.
Ok, Zelda en bas.
Ouais, Zelda, mais encore une fois, moi Zelda, je l'avais sur Game Boy Color. Et finalement, Zelda, j'ai joué quand j'étais tout petit sur Game Boy. Et le seul autre Zelda auquel j'ai joué, c'est Breath of the Wild. Dans l'équipe, on a beaucoup de gens très fans de Zelda. Moi, c'était pas trop. Moi, j'étais plutôt PlayStation.
Mais le Breath of the Wild, quand même, il t'a marqué, j'imagine?
Ouais, mais ça bah, de base, moi, j'aime pas trop les open world. Okay. C'est littéralement le premier open world que j'ai aimé. Quand je suis allé dedans, c'était avec beaucoup de mauvaise volonté. Je sais très bien que j'aime pas ça, mais bon, je vais me forcer parce que tout le monde dit que c'est bien. En fait, c'est vraiment exceptionnel. À mon sens, c'est le premier open world qui délivrait sur la promesse de l'open world. De juste pas avoir de minimap, juste en fait, t'as une grande map, mais t'as vraiment un sentiment d'exploration, de tu vois quelque chose, t'as envie d'y aller. En fait, il se passe 10 000 choses sur le chemin et tu dévies. En fait, tu vas jamais où tu veux parce que t'arrêtes pas d'être pris par des trucs. Et niveau level design, une masterclass, mais absolument.
I haven't played Breath of the Wild, but I hear this is a great open world game. Like, very few games have actually been good at open world. I think Elden Ring is one of them. Skyrim must have been a great one because people buy it every single time they re-release it every 2 to 3 years. Yeah, but I don't know. I do need to play a Zelda game at some point. Ocarina of Time is probably the best entry because that seems to be the FF7 of Zelda. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going.
En fait, tu vas jamais où tu veux parce que t'arrêtes pas d'être pris par des trucs. Et niveau level design, une masterclass, mais absolue, quoi, en fait. Bah moi j'aime beaucoup les histoires de base dans les jeux et dans les open world, l'histoire elle est quand même souvent un peu au second plan. Il y a un peu ce truc de bah tu suis ton histoire mais au final t'as tellement de trucs à gauche à droite que tu perds le fil et je perds un peu l'intérêt de l'histoire. Et niveau gameplay aussi je trouve que du fait que sur un open world généralement les gameplays sont moins précis que les jeux qui vont être plus narratifs. Moi je prends, s'il y a beaucoup de jeux d'action, des open world, mais comparé à Devil May Cry que j'adore, bah Devil May Cry c'est 10 000 fois plus précis et si je veux du combat en fait je préfère jouer à Devil May Cry, si je préfère de l'histoire je préfère jouer à Final Fantasy. Les open world je trouve que à mon sens, avant Breath of the Wild, je trouve que...
I think this is a good criticism, yeah, because say Elden Ring, for example, technically there's a story, but you can miss the entire thing if you want. I don't know what the story is. All I know in Elden Ring is that direction looks interesting, that castle looks cool, what the hell is in this cave? I run in, and oh shit! A million demons come out and bum me, you know? I mean, that's fun, you know? It's kind of, the stakes are there. The stakes are that a giant monster just came out of the cave and is trying to throw you through a brick wall. Whereas, what else is there? Devil May Cry, I can't see this working as an open world game. I think it's very telling that every Devil May Cry game I've played is 20 levels. It's 20 missions. And it's like, it feels like a game, always. In fact, DMC5 felt like what I imagined games in the future would be like when I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like, it still feels like an old game, but it's just souped to the absolute gills. It's just, you know, graphics and tech and quality of life, and just the combat system's been refined over 20 years. It was just awesome. It was so good. Yeah. I will also agree that the mood of Final Fantasy can be strong. Like I don't think FF15 is a great game. I don't really like its story or its characters or its combat, but there is a mood there. There is something about sitting with the boys in the car, telling them to drive from one side of the map to the other, and even just in the CD player chucking on an old school Final Fantasy song, which you can do in game, and just letting that play out while you go and like do chores around the house or have a friend over and just have a chat with them and stuff. Like, the only thing that got me through FF15 is that I had a mate who just kind of like watching me play it. He just like watching me play the game, and he just chilled on the couch and we just talked shit while I just ran around in there. 15 does have a vibe for all the criticisms I give that game. So yeah. What else was there? DMC is just tailored for linear mission structure. Anything else wouldn't work. Yeah, and the thing is, this is why DMC5's combat does not work in FF16. Like, God, how do I say this? When you play a game that plays like Devil May Cry, how do I say this? Notice how in Devil May Cry, there's never any parts where you go into a large town and you just like talk to heaps of NPCs and go to the shops and find weird areas, and it's just like a vibe and stuff. Notice how that never happens. It kind of doesn't work in a Final Fantasy game style, but like turn-based works very well in FF games because it matches the cinematic vibe of the world itself, you know. So Persona and Metaphor seem to understand this pretty well too. So it's not saying action or turn-based is better, it's just saying they fit different vibes and different pacings and speeds and weights well. It's hard to explain, but it's there, and it's why a lot of modern FF combat just feels off and feels wrong. All right, let's keep going.
May Cry, si je préfère de l'histoire, je préfère jouer en Final Fantasy. Les open world, je trouve que, enfin, à mon sens, avant Breath of the Wild, je trouve que c'était un peu... Il y avait un sentiment d'exploration qui justifiait pas le fait d'abandonner un peu le gameplay ou l'histoire, je trouve. Game Boy Advance, est-ce qu'il y a des choses ici? Oh oui, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, la trilogie qu'il y avait sur Game Boy, il y en avait 3. Et exceptionnel, ce qui m'a fait tomber amoureux des Metroidvania. Tout Castlevania, en fait, j'aimais trop l'esthétique gothique, avec un mode boss.
I've heard this was really good. Like, I only know Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Like, that's the big one for me. But people said this one was very strong too.
Sur lequel j'ai passé littéralement des centaines d'heures en tant qu'enfant. J'étais déjà un peu compétitif dans les jeux solo, ce qui n'a aucun sens, alors que je partage avec personne en plus, c'était littéralement qu'avec moi. Mais c'était vraiment exceptionnel. Les niveaux DA, avec la jaquette, elle est tellement belle. Moi, je pense que inconsciemment, Castlevania, c'est une série qui m'a beaucoup inspiré sur un peu toute ma vie sur niveau DA. J'aime trop les ambiances gothiques, de vampires avec la nuit, tout ça, et voilà, c'est...
Okay. I didn't think about that, but you can sort of see, I guess, maybe a bit of Castlevania influences and touches in Clair Obscur, because it does have like quite a dark and you get these dark and elaborate architectures and all that. All right, let's keep going.
J'ai pas joué sur Sega Saturn, mais King of Fighters, un des classiques du jeu de combat.
Oh, these games are so sick.
Je suis très jeu de combat.
Yeah, these games are awesome.
Joué, ouais. Et sachant que je suis un peu d'une école annexe, parce que le jeu auquel j'ai pu jouer c'était BlazBlue. BlazBlue, le premier, il avait du online. C'est la première fois que je pouvais jouer en ligne contre d'autres joueurs qui n'étaient pas mes frères, parce que mes frères, je les aime beaucoup, mais ils étaient quand même beaucoup moins forts. Du coup, j'avais besoin de plus de challenge. Ah ouais, BlazBlue, j'ai mis des milliers et des milliers
Thousands of hours into BlazBlue. Ah, it's so sick.
D'ailleurs, pour ceux qui connaissent, voilà.
Okay.
Le ninja trop stylé, qui était nul dans le premier BlazBlue, du coup, évidemment, il était en bas de la tier list, mais je l'aimais trop. Et dans le 2, Continuum Shift, il est passé top tier. Donc là, j'étais au sommet de ma gloire au niveau gaming. Et
he played a bottom tier character, but he didn't care because he just loved it that much. I respect this way of thinking. It's like that Tekken player Rangchu, who he knew that Panda was F tier, but he just loved Panda so much that he just brought him to the World Tekken tournaments and then beat the best players in the world and won. he won with Panda against the best Tekken players, period, despite it being a shit tier, allegedly shit tier character. I'm a Panda main as well. I like the characters who just kind of look the stupidest. That's the problem. I can't... Like, if my only option is to play as a human, sure. But if you give me the option to play as like a weird creature, I can't help myself every time. Marvel Rivals, I only played Jeff before they gutted him. I played others, you know, whoever else was bizarre, but now I play as Devil Dino. Look, mate, how many games let you play as a rampaging T-Rex? Just running around and biting everything. I don't get this every day, all right? So, yeah, no, I play the shit out of Devil Dino, and I respect that. Let's go.
Si vous pouvez mettre
Low tiers for the win.
l'image de
Geneva, welcome in, welcome in. No, I've been playing a bit of Marvel Rivals with Bang TDS when he was streaming it. Maybe I'll bring a stream back or two. I am dog shit, by the way. I'm really bad at that game. You're gonna need to carry me. And I will play against chat in like different teams. But if you're playing against me, all right, you can't pick on me, all right? I've had someone come as Spider-Man and just kill me for the entire thing, and it wasn't fun. Right, let's go.
Dans le 2, Continuum Shift, il est passé top tier. Donc là, j'étais au sommet de ma gloire au niveau gaming. Et d'ailleurs, si vous pouvez mettre
Wait,
l'image de...
hold on, Blueberry. Did I see the Souls-like dinosaur game? Oh god, okay, sorry. I thought you were saying Devil Dino got a Souls outfit. I thought you were saying I could put Devil Dino in like a suit of armor. I've already got the skin where he's like all metal. I've got this skin. Hang on. As soon as I saw it, I bought this immediately in 1 second. I just wanted to be a huge robot dinosaur just rampaging around. I thought you said that. The Souls dinosaur game, I don't think it needs the swords, to be perfectly honest, because dinosaurs already have weapons. They've already got a huge mouth and a tail. Some also have large claws. I don't think they need swords on top of that. But hey, if it turns out to be really fun and better for that, then by all means, you know, prove me wrong. All right, let's keep going.
Dans le 2, Continuum Shift, il est passé top tier. Donc là, j'étais au sommet de ma gloire au niveau gaming. Et d'ailleurs, si vous pouvez mettre l'image de Bang, quand il fait son ulti, il se transforme en Bang doré, et il y a une musique juste pour lui qui se lance, et qui take over la musique de toute la battle. C'est exceptionnel. Journey, mon histoire avec Journey, c'est que je m'ennuyais de ouf chez moi. Et le jeu était genre à 3 € sur le PlayStation Store, et je le vois et je me dis bon, enfin c'est pas mon style de jeu. Moi je jouais qu'à des trucs un peu vénères jusque là, et c'est le jeu qui m'a fait tomber amoureux avec les jeux contemplatifs. Je l'ai lancé, je me suis dit je vais me faire chier au bout de 5 minutes, et en fait je l'ai fini mais dans la soirée, j'ai joué 3 heures. C'était exceptionnel. Bah il est dur à vendre ce jeu parce que c'est juste un jeu où t'as un petit bonhomme rouge qui marche dans le désert et qui doit atteindre la montagne, et tu te contentes de marcher, t'as quelques petites énigmes pas très dures. Mais c'est très très contemplatif, les musiques de Austin Wintory sont incroyables, je les écoute encore aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment, elles sont exceptionnelles. C'est très contemplatif et surtout...
This game is absolutely exceptional, Journey. It's just one of the best indie games ever made. I think it's from 2012, and for those of you who don't know, how do you describe it? Imagine playing like a philosophical, spiritual journey in the form of a video game. And at some points, people just play this game all the time, and it will just find another player and it'll just put them in your game. And you can't talk to each other. You can only make little sounds like ding, dung, bo. You can heal each other or give each other scarf power back. Beautiful music. It's just a wonderful experience. And I think it was really, it was helped by, I heard about it through YouTubers. I think it got some awards. I think it got pretty good reviews. This is like an example of the industry doing its job. Like bringing a game like this, how would I say this? Like bringing a game like this to a larger audience, giving a game like this more attention. Journey is just beautiful. I've got a VOD of it, by the way, if you want to check it out. You feel extremely connected to the random guy you can't talk to, Mystia. I know! Every time there's someone else in my game, I'm like, no, this is my guy. I don't want to leave him. Like, let's keep moving. Let's explore this thing. Sometimes they show you new stuff. Like, one of them actually brought me down these... I was going to advance upwards, and he kept telling me to come down. I was like, boom, boom. Like, okay, he wants me to see something down there. And at the bottom of this, like, thing was... it was like a multicellular creature from the game Flow, which was, I think, made by the same people. And Flow is a game where you play as, like, single-celled organisms that eat other little things to get bigger and more complex. Awesome little PS3 game. And you move by tilting the controller and stuff. Yeah, it's so sick. Pixel Panda, welcome in. Love your takes on Final Fantasy. Bring back turn-based. FF12 was your favorite. Oh, what? But you also love FF10. 10 was your first game. Well, you know what, mate? We don't take kindly to FF12 enjoyers around here. Hey, Ma! Get the 12 lover! I'm just messing about. As long as you can handle the fact that I rip on 12 non-stop, then you will ride. Blaze Blue is really sweaty bang. Yeah, I know. Look, I only have enough sweat left for Tekken, man, when Bob, Roger, and Yujiro drop. That's all the sweat I got left. I can't pick up another fighting game. All right, let's keep going. Also, if you played Journey and you're looking for another game that feels like this, get Abzu. The Abzu is Journey, but underwater. And it's just wonderful. They made something like 40,000 digital fish for this game. The world, the areas feel alive and just teeming with life. And it also, you can breathe underwater. So you can explore at your own leisure. You can sit down in little shark head statues and just meditate and just like chill for a bit. I don't like underwater games where you constantly have to worry about your oxygen. Except Subnautica. That gets away with it because it is excellent. And it wouldn't be the same without it. All right, enough fucking about. Let's keep going. Tyrex, bro, 12 sucks. You can just play that game without touching the controller, gang. You know what, Tyrex? You all right. Let's keep going.
C'est très contemplatif et surtout, alors moi un truc qui m'a vraiment marqué, c'est qu'il y a du multi dedans. Et le multi, il est un peu spécial parce qu'en fait, tu choisis pas avec qui tu joues, t'invites pas tes amis ou quoi, c'est juste t'as des gens qui arrivent dans ta session, ou tu arrives dans la session des gens en gros, et tu vois quelqu'un qui est aussi un autre petit bonhomme rouge, et tu peux pas vraiment parler, à part en appuyant sur B, et il fait un petit cri. Et du coup, en fait, tu dois faire tout le jeu avec des énigmes et tout, avec potentiellement quelqu'un, en poussant des petits cris, en essayant de se faire comprendre. Et en fait, moi, au bout du deuxième level, il y a quelqu'un qui arrivait dans ma session, et je pense que le mec qui était comme moi, il était là, mais qu'est-ce que ce jeu, c'est trop bien. Et on a fait tout le jeu ensemble pendant genre 3h30, sans jamais se parler. Petit spoil, mais quand on arrive en haut, en gros, il y a de la neige, et dans la neige, tu peux dessiner des choses avec ton personnage en fait en marchant. Et à toute fin, avec cette personne que je ne sais pas qui c'est, je faisais des cœurs dans la neige avant de m'arriver à la fin de l'aventure, c'est trop beau et c'est un des meilleurs moments de game, c'est exceptionnel ce qui est en train de se passer. Et après on finit, la musique est trop belle et à la fin des crédits, t'as les remerciements spéciaux aux gens qui t'ont rejoint dans l'aventure. Et t'avais son nom, mais qui restait genre 5 secondes à l'écran.
It's so sick. Like when you finish the game, it says, you were joined on your journey by Sephiroth Lover 420 and Red 13 Ubu. You know, it gives you their names and stuff. Anyway, let's get going.
J'ai pas pris en photo, je suis deg. Mais du coup, il y a ce truc-là, en plus tu vois le nom de la personne avec qui t'as passé autant de temps et en fait t'appuies juste sur B comme un con, juste pour essayer de dire à droite et à gauche, tout ça. Et enfin, c'est une aventure de ouf. Et enfin, Journey, si vous l'avez pas fait, ça prend 2-3 heures à faire.
Ouais, c'est court.
C'est court. C'est une soirée, enfin c'est un film quoi. Et
Journey is a game you just should experience, you know, and I think it's pretty cheap in this day and age, but I would say that if you love games and you want to see them express themselves as art, if you want to see like a great artistic game, this is one of them.
C'est très poétique.
Ouais, c'est super poétique, c'est un jeu qui est classe quoi. Voilà, un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps.
Oh shit, alright boys.
Pour les gens qui n'ont pas joué à Lost Odyssey, c'est un RPG du coup de Hironobu Sakaguchi, donc le papa de Final Fantasy. Quand il a monté son studio Mistwalker et que c'était au début de la 360, il a sorti Lost Odyssey, qui s'est fait un peu chier dessus par la critique et je leur en veux tout le temps. C'était vraiment un jeu exceptionnel et c'était ce qu'on disait un petit peu au début sur les open world. Ouais. Ça c'est un jeu un peu à l'ancienne qui est tellement très linéaire, il y avait des combats aléatoires en plus à la vieux Final Fantasy. Donc tout le monde a dit c'est quoi ce jeu d'un ancien temps, là on a des open world à côté. Du coup il s'est fait démonter alors que le jeu est exceptionnel, l'histoire est trop bien, c'est le dernier jeu qui m'a fait pleurer. Bon le méchant est pas ouf, c'est son seul point noir pour moi. Mais globalement, enfin, je le recommande de ouf à tous les gens.
I've heard the villain isn't that great, but Lost Odyssey is interesting. It was an Xbox exclusive in 2008 during a time period when no one played JRPGs or Final Fantasy games on the Xbox. The Xbox was the Halo machine, the Gears of War machine. Like it just, you didn't even think of it. It still puzzles me to this day. This game should have been on PlayStation, it should have been on PC, and it should have gotten there. I would say it should have gotten there a lot sooner than it did, but it hasn't even gotten there. It's still not there. You still can only get it on Xbox to this day. Oh, woo. Sugoi, but people call it the real Final Fantasy 13. And it also completely destroys, both this and FF10 completely destroy the argument that turn-based combat doesn't look good in realistic 3D. It's like, well, what about these hundreds of hours of evidence right here? You know, I don't know why anyone ever thought that, and I'm glad that Clair Obscur completely destroyed that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because, you know, they'll just say, oh, but it was like 2008. It's like, okay, what about 2025? Yeah, didn't fucking think so. Anyway, I would love to stream this at some point. I just got to get myself an Xbox first, so.
Donc il fait Final Fantasy. Ça fait partie des jeux qui m'ont vraiment marqué, mais juste pas parce que c'était fun, mais émotionnellement, où de temps en temps j'y repense, j'y réécoute les musiques aussi, de Hironobu Sakaguchi, et je replonge dedans. Enfin, c'est vraiment partie des choses fortes, émotionnelles de ma vie de gamer, quoi. Et en fait, aussi, dans ce truc qui m'a vraiment marqué, c'est que c'était le dernier turn-based un peu ambitieux avec des graphismes réalistes. Après, on a eu beaucoup de turn-based, il y en a encore beaucoup, hein, les Octopass, les Persona, même les Yakuza Sime, mais les turn-based avec des histoires dramatiques, ambitieuses, avec des graphismes réalistes, il n'y en a plus depuis Lost Odyssey, c'était le dernier, et du coup, c'est encore plus fort dans mon cœur parce que c'était clair obscur pour moi.
Now, you know what people are going to say. They're going like, what do you mean there were no turn-based games with realistic graphics? What about Baldur's Gate 3, huh? What about that? It's like, listen, mate, Baldur's Gate 3 is not like a turn-based JRPG like FF10, Yakuza, Clair Obscur, or Lost Odyssey, alright? Baldur's Gate 3 is like a CRPG, Dungeons and Dragons type game. It has zero influence on the turn-based Final Fantasy debate conversation. It has no influence on JRPGs, period. Anyone who says, what about Baldur's Gate 3? You are automatically out of the argument. All right, that's like saying that Call of Duty and Subnautica are basically the same kind of game because they're both first person. All right, you're just wrong. You're just wrong and you're wasting everyone's time. Anyway, let's keep going.
Moi, c'est un peu la relève de ça, quelque part, parce que c'était mon genre de jeu préféré. C'est encore plus fort.
And he's also right that, like, we have not had, when it comes to, say, turn-based JRPGs, we haven't had one in AAA graphics that was really any good since FF10, all right? That was like the full package. Yes, we've had 10-2, but the story and characters were dog shit, and the idea was stupid. Yes, there was FF13, 1, 2, and 3, but... well, I don't know. Where do you even start with that? Let me put it this way. There's a reason no one recommends FF13. And there's a reason Square hasn't put it on the PS4 or the PS5 yet. All right? 13 killed Final Fantasy for millions of people, and it appeals to no one outside of the diehard FF fanbase. All right? Yes, you can still like it. Yes, it wasn't that bad. Ooh, Sugoi. But it's not a timeless classic. It's not a must-play, and you know it's not. I wouldn't put Persona 5 in that same category either, even though... So I wouldn't put Persona 5 in the category as like FF7, 10, Clair Obscur either, even though it did sell a lot, for two major reasons, all right? One is that it is an anime game, and anime, it just doesn't have the same appeal as realistic AAA 3D. Now, if you love it, that's fantastic. By all means, that's great. Ooh-woo. But it doesn't have the same appeal as AAA realistic 3D, and it's not the same either. And what does art style matter? That's the next thing you're going to say. Art style matters a lot, all right? You know why? Because you love anime games, because of its art style. That's why. And anyone who says, oh, but isn't FF7 anime? No, FF7 is anime influenced. Final Fantasy is not anime. It's anime influenced. It has touches of that, but it is AAA realistic 3D. Do you know why? Because someone who would never play an anime game will still play FF7 and FF10. That's why. You can make all the Twitter, Reddit posts in the world calling me an idiot. You can upvote them. You can give them thousands of upvotes and so on and so forth, but you cannot change that fact. You can't change the fact that someone who won't play an anime game will still play FF7 and FF10. The end. So, all right. The other thing that is the other thing that separates Persona 5 from that whole, you know, when they do that list of like turn-based, what is it, the history of turn-based games, they're like FF10, Persona 5, E33, no games in between. Persona 5 doesn't belong on that list either because its pacing is bad compared to FF7, 10, and Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. E33, 10, and 7 are all much more efficiently written and much more tightly paced than Persona 5. I haven't even played Persona 5, yet I know that for a fact. Not even people who love P5 will not tell you that that game is tightly paced or efficiently written. Even they will tell you that it is bloated and they love the game, but they got to skip the cutscenes a lot of time because the characters keep repeating themselves and it's not efficiently paced. So, all right, anyway, enough fucking about. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, FF10 was the last turn-based game ever made, and then after that, it was E33. The end. Sugoi, let's go.
Dans mon cœur, parce que c'était Clair Obscur, pour moi c'est un peu la relève de ça quelque part, parce que c'était mon genre de jeu préféré, et plus personne ne le faisait, du coup je me suis dit bah...
Let's go, je le refais.
Let's go, hein, on va le faire.
Whoa, hang on. Nobody was making them anymore. But what about Bravely Default? You reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? What about Octopath Traveler? That's turn-based. That basically means it's exactly the same as Clair Obscur. What about Metaphor? Huh? What do you mean? Clair Obscur did some sword stuff. That's anime, so therefore it's basically the same game. Yeah, you can see I've been arguing with these people for way too long. But that's literally what they will all say when he says something like that. When he says, oh, I don't know, the truth. When he says what normal people think. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Un des meilleurs jeux du monde, voilà. Si vous avez aimé Clair Obscur, jouez à ça. Rien à voir avec Clair Obscur, et ça va peut-être surprendre, mais Gears of War, j'ai des super souvenirs dessus. Parce qu'avec mon meilleur pote, c'était un gros
Gears of War, boys!
Beaucoup de jeux sur 360 au début, on avait Gears of War 1, mais on a passé des nuits et des nuits, on jouait en mode hardcore, et c'était ultra dur. Et vraiment, on enchaînait les niveaux, on se faisait défoncer, mais je pense qu'on est... Enfin, ça se trouve peut-être dans Clair Obscur, mais j'aime bien le Die and Retry où juste des trucs absurdement difficiles, mais quand tu le passes...
Une satisfaction qui est inégalable, quoi.
Voilà.
I feel sad that I missed Gears of War growing up. I feel like I would have had some great nights with the boys fucking playing this game. Another thing I think is funny is people say Gears of War characters are unrealistic. They're too jacked. But then I heard about this. Let me just see if I can find this. Gears of War character designer. Well, I don't know, man. I think he based it on reality. That's the Gears of War character designer right there. He looks like Marcus Venus. He looks like a Gears character. He looks like a Space Marine, man. He looks like an Astadi. I don't know, man. They say write what you know. Well, he wrote what he knew, mate. You know, he put himself into that work, literally. I think that's so fucking cool, man. I think that is so sick. I'll tell you what, chat. We all complain about self-inserts, but not in this case, all right? In this case, I think we can let this one slide, all right? I think we need more self-inserts like this one. What an absolute unit. Oh, that's so sick. It's going on Kent Ninja, you fucking dog. All right.
C'est de la jouissance pure. Et ouais, avec mon pote, vraiment, on passait des nuits jusqu'à 8h du matin, les yeux comme
God,
ça,
that
sur
feels good.
C'était un hardcore qui était impossible, on se les démontait, et c'est trop bien. Ça, c'est le genre de jeu, tout seul, j'y aurais jamais joué, mais en fait, avec un pote, c'est ultra marrant, tu lui dis un truc à la tronçonneuse, t'es là, bon, c'est débile, émotionnellement, ça me procure pas, ça va pas refaire toute ma mentalité et ma vie, mais c'est gaulerie, donc voilà. Il faut des petits plaisirs coupables aussi. Resident Evil 4, un classique absolu, mais ça, un des jeux, je pense, les plus marquants, où la scène du début dans le village, où on se fait poursuivre par
I still gotta play both the original and the remake at some point.
En fait, je m'amusais plus à refaire cette scène en boucle et à trouver des espèces de glitches, des trucs de comment faire cette scène, oui, parce que j'aimais trop.
C'est le premier Resident Evil auquel t'as joué? Le 4?
Alors non, on jouait au 1 chez mon oncle.
Ok.
Qui avait la PS1, et on était terrifiés parce que j'avais genre 1 an, je sais pas quel âge j'étais genre super jeune. Enfin, le zombie qui se retourne au début, on était tous les chocottes comme ça avec mes frères, mais mon oncle, en gros, ma mère elle regardait pas ce qu'on faisait, et mon oncle il disait regardez les zombies et tout ça. On était terrifiés, mais c'était des trop bons souvenirs, c'est trop cool. Et après, non, moi je suis pas très jeu d'horreur, ça me fait peur. Et vraiment, Resident Evil 4, en gros, c'était plus de l'action.
I couldn't finish Resident Evil 2 when I was 13 on PS1 because it gave me nightmares. So, but I don't like horror games, but I love streaming horror games. They're a great roller coaster event with chat, and I would love to do an RE playthrough at some point because I haven't played the original 2. Original 2 with remake back to back would be cool. I've never played either 3, never played either 4. It could be sick. Shamil, thank you very much for that 8 months. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Anime appeals to Guillaume Broche, and he made E33, so it's a good thing. Yeah, well, I mean, as I say, Clair Obscur has some anime influences in it, but it's not anime. Same how, like, Devil May Cry has anime influences, but it's not an anime game. It's not like Metaphor or Persona.
Que de l'horreur vraiment.
Ouais.
T'avais un peu peur, mais t'avais un gros shotgun dans la main, donc tu te sentais quand même en sécurité. Et oui, les Resident Evil même maintenant, je trouve qu'ils sont... C'est plus juste de l'horreur. Même si en vrai, Resident Evil 1 avec du recul, tu vois le scénario, tu te dis qu'est-ce qui se passe, c'est n'importe quoi. Mais bon, c'est drôle, enfin c'est un peu nanar, mais c'est trop bien. D'ailleurs, quand je retrouverai Devil May Cry, je raconterai l'histoire. De base, ça devait être Devil May Cry, mais c'était pas Devil May Cry. Mais voilà. Non, Devil May Cry, c'est de la balle. Devil May Cry.
We'll get there, because he's about to talk about Devil May Cry. Also, Shamail! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on SebiWebs TV. You all right. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5-pack. If anyone got a 5-pack from Shamail, please say thank you. Subs indeed. Ariantadita. I missed the giant RE sale that just happened on Steam. It doesn't matter. I've already got them all. I already got them all on the last special when they were all like $5. At least, you know, like RE 1, 2, 3, and 4 and stuff. And someone gifted me RE9, which is really cool. So don't you worry, it's on the menu. All right, let's get down to Devil May Cry.
Ça devait être Devil May Cry, mais c'était pas Devil May Cry. Mais voilà. Non, Devil May Cry, c'est de la balle. Devil May Cry. Oui, Devil May Cry, c'est de la balle, mais Resident Evil 4 aussi. Oui. Bon, attends, je fais un stack. Ah oui. Voilà. Bon, est-ce que vous avez 8 heures devant vous?
And it's so sick because... Actually, no. We'll just see what he says, and then he'll talk about Devil May Cry again, and then we'll keep going.
Voilà. Bon, est-ce que vous avez 8 heures devant vous? On va commencer par lui. Bon, il y a le carré blanc au milieu, mais Kingdom Hearts 2, je pense dans mon top 5 des meilleurs jeux de toute ma vie. Vraiment exceptionnel. Kingdom Hearts, pour ceux qui connaissent pas, c'est une fusion entre Final Fantasy et Disney. Donc dit comme ça, on dit what the fuck is that? Et force est de constater que Square Enix a réussi à...
I like how he had to flip into English for like, what the fuck is that? But that is a legitimate reaction when you say Kingdom Hearts for the first time. You're like, is that... What is Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and Goofy doing with anime characters? Is that Cloud and Squall? What the fuck is this? So it's a brilliant and bizarre concept. Yeah, and let's see what he says about it.
Et Disney. Donc dit comme ça, on dit what the fuck is that? Et force est de constater que Square Enix a réussi à faire un truc vraiment exceptionnel. T'as des personnages de Final Fantasy et des personnages de Disney qui se rencontrent, tu te balades dans les mondes de Disney et tout, et avec un gameplay, le 2 particulièrement, que je considère comme un des meilleurs action RPG jamais créés. Vraiment, mais vraiment niveau gameplay, c'est exceptionnel. Il y a une profondeur, il y a du late game dans les combos que tu peux faire, les fusions que tu peux acquérir, enfin il y a un truc où vraiment ce gameplay, je le recherche encore depuis Kingdom Hearts 2. Je trouve que Kingdom Hearts 3 est pas mal mais n'a pas réussi à recapturer.
I thought Kingdom Hearts combat was very good, and I say that as someone who has zero nostalgia vision. My first ever playthrough of these games was KH1 in early 2024, and KH2 after that. As I was playing it, I was like, I know I'm 20 years later. Sorry, as I was playing Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, I knew that I was late to the party, but I could tell that when this first came out, it would have been amazing. It would have been so fucking good. So, yeah. And the funny thing is, a lot of people on Twitter added me with this clip. Being like, oh my god, the E33's director likes Kingdom Hearts. How do you feel about that, SebiWebs? Ooh woo. And I was like, that's great. I like Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. I don't see the point you're trying to make here, you know. And the people who hate me don't even know what they're arguing against. They've invented this idea of me in their head that doesn't match reality, and they argue with that instead. And then they're all baffled. They're like, but... I thought you said some bad things about Kingdom Hearts. So I was confused. Like, no, I said Kingdom Hearts should stay Kingdom Hearts. Final Fantasy should stay Final Fantasy. When you combine the two together, you get FF7 Remake. I'm not a fan of that, but what are you talking about? Yeah, so yeah, it's, anyway, just another day on Twitter with this loving and tolerant fan base who also can't read or listen.
Ce gameplay, je le recherche encore depuis Kingdom Hearts 2. Je trouve que Kingdom Hearts 3 est pas mal mais n'a pas réussi à recapturer vraiment tout ce qu'il faisait au niveau gameplay qui était exceptionnel. Non, il y avait une profondeur, tu pouvais passer 150 heures dans le late game en fait. Vraiment, si vous aimez les action RPG avec des systèmes un peu cool, jouez à ce jeu. God of War, exceptionnel. La première trilogie sur PS2 puis PS3. God of War, bah, c'est le directeur lui-même qui s'était inspiré pour faire ça. Et c'était vraiment un jeu de malade mental. Le premier combat sur le bateau contre l'hydre, qui faisait genre 14 km de haut. On voyait ça, on était comme ça, des trucs de fou.
It's so cool, God of War, because it does the scale of these huge monsters really well. It does that brutality and that violence so well. And what was the other thing I was going to say about it? I think it gets away with its QTEs. So you know how like a giant like steps on you and Kratos is like, and there's like mash circles like, and throws, and the whole giant falls over. Or like, you know, a guy's head gets slammed in a door and it says mash square. It's like, okay, and you mash square and Kratos is like, boom, 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 just slamming the guy's head in the door. That's fucking awesome. And it worked as a great sort of like tech demo for PS2 at the time. But I think these days we got a bit of QTE fatigue, you know, like if you're playing Final Fantasy 16, for example, like I enjoyed the fights, you know, when I'm Ifrit fighting Garuda or Titan or whatever, but I don't like the parts where now it's clearly a cinematic, but now I have to hit square or triangle at a certain point or else I get a worse version of the cinematic or the cutscene. It's just like, look, just keep the cutscenes, keep the gameplay. I'm over it now. So, Eben, you love God of War? I can't wait to stream these games. This is going to be really, really fun. Also, guys, please chuck a follow to the lovely Eben Hart over here. Oh, fuck, falling off my chair. Sorry, I gotta fix this up. Yeah. Todd Brimstone, you made a completely benign comment about how the lighting was off in Rebirth, and you got Sebi-webs used as an insult in a response. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong that the lighting in Rebirth is bad. Do you know why I'm not wrong? Because someone then made a mod that fixes the lighting in Rebirth, and that mod is now trending on Twitter. And all the FF7 Remake fans are saying how amazing that lighting fix mod is. They're showcasing it on their streams, and they're saying this is how you gotta play it. I am right about how bad the lighting is in Rebirth. If I wasn't right, then none of those things I just said would be true. None of that would have happened. So yeah. Anyway, it is funny that people use my name. Oh god. I really have become Voldemort to these people, haven't I? Also, to my editor, should we keep that in the video? Let's keep it in. That's kind of funny. Anyway, I'll fucking out. It's a bunch of flashbangs. Yeah, give me that Quan. It's ridiculous, man. So, the cute. Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Contre l'hydre, qui faisait genre 14 km de haut. On voyait ça, on était comme ça, des trucs de fou. Et quand il jouait sur PS2, genre techniquement, mais c'était ultra impressionnant. Quand il est sorti, c'était le plus beau jeu, mais genre de très loin.
Yeah, it was amazing when it first came out.
Décrocher la mâchoire, le gameplay était vraiment réussi pour le coup, vraiment nerveux. Et je suis exigeant sur les gameplays des jeux d'action, mais le reste c'était vraiment super cool. Et non, le 1 et 2 exceptionnel, le 3 exceptionnel aussi. T'en avais un sur PSP aussi.
Ok, je sais pas.
Personne n'a joué. Enfin, j'ai pas l'impression en tout cas parce que je connais personne, mais que c'était aussi super bien.
Okay.
Donc, après c'est très différent du God of War qui est devenu plus mainstream d'après,
ouais.
Quand ils ont reboot, où c'est un gameplay qui est bien aussi, mais qui est quand même très différent. Là on est plus proche d'un Devil May Cry, alors que le dernier, donc c'est plus resserré, c'est moins basé sur les combos et tout. Alors que là on pouvait envoyer les ennemis en l'air, on les jugglait, t'avais 25 ennemis en même temps, enfin c'était... sensation très différente. Et jouez-y.
As I say, I only know God of War 4. That's the only one I played from start to finish. And I've touched on like 2 and 3 for a little bit. I need to play 1, 2, and 3 from start to finish, and then 4 and 5 after that, and just really see how it feels, like which one I like more. But I know that like there's a lot of God of War fans who do not like the changes. I'm a bit of a tourist to the God of War scene, so I can't really fully weigh in on that. Anyway, let's get going.
On les jugglait, t'avais 25 ennemis en même temps, enfin c'était une sensation très différente. Et jouez-y si vous avez aimé les autres Devil May Cry. Bon, l'histoire, un peu moins émotionnelle, Kratos c'était un peu plus juste un énorme bourrin, mais bon, le reboot, c'est exceptionnel ce qu'ils ont fait. Enfin, pour nous, c'était un peu l'objectif à atteindre. C'était, putain, si on arrive à faire ça niveau histoire et niveau storytelling, c'est le gold standard de l'industrie, quoi. Bon, ça, c'était pas le gold standard niveau histoire, mais niveau gameplay, réal, epicness, tout ça, c'était fabuleux.
Est-ce que tu jouais à des jeux pendant que toi tu faisais Clair Obscur?
Ouais, ah oui, plein.
Tu jouais à quoi?
Je jouais beaucoup à Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, brother.
Ça a été un jeu qui m'a bouffé globalement un an de ma vie de gamer, hein. J'avais fait que ça. Je faisais des mods pour faire des boss rush, des randomizers. J'en voulais plus, du coup. D'ailleurs, il y a Elden Ring, Night Range, on m'a poussé aussi. Typiquement, roguelike tous les midis, tous les soirs, on était complètement accro. Moi, dans Elden Ring, ce que j'aime, c'est l'exploration, c'est de pas tout comprendre, c'est essayer d'assembler les pièces du puzzle ensemble. Enfin, moi, les Souls, je les ai tous poncés, mais c'est maladif. Pendant les Souls, c'est clairement encore autre chose que ce qu'on fait dans Clair Obscur, mais il y a quand même ce côté où il y a une histoire. Généralement, dans les Souls, tu finis le jeu la première fois, t'as rien compris, hein, tu es là, bon, bah, c'est cool, tu vois,
Well, I think that's what's so good about Souls. For those of you who don't speak French, he said, like, you can finish a whole Souls game and not understand a thing. You don't know what the story is or where the hell you are, but it doesn't actually matter. There's an old saying, it doesn't apply to everything, but it goes something like this. A good game with a bad story is still a good game. A bad game with a good story is still a bad game. Now, there's very few exceptions to this rule, unless it's like a story game. If it's a story game like a Final Fantasy, it has to have a good story and good gameplay. FF10 too. Good gameplay. Let's not talk about that story. What's a good example? I'm trying to think of games that have... Some people say Silent Hill has bad gameplay but a good story. I don't know. But it's still technically good. Yeah. But for the most part, that is a rule. For the most part. And yeah. Mixtape! Get the fuck out of here! That's a great... Oh, that's the best answer. So, El Nino! What's going on, you fucking dog? How are you? Sorry if I'm missing a lot of chats, guys. I am recording this as a YouTube video. Yeah. Where was I going with this? Where were we? What were we even talking about here? Huh?
Côté où il y a une histoire. Généralement, dans les Souls, tu finis...
Oh, that's right. But the magic of Souls games is they feel fun and mysterious and unknown and dangerous, like an old game. You know, when you first play something like Ghouls and Goblins on the Sega Mega Drive or whatever. But they have all the quality of life and all the good stuff of modern games, you know. They got the great graphics, great mechanics. You don't get game over if you die like 3 times in a row or some bullshit like that, which would happen in the 90s games. In 90s games, you could get to like the final boss, run out of continues, and that's it. You're going to start again from level 1. No saves, motherfucker. So Dark Souls is a great example of a game that combines the best of the old with the best of the new and none of the bullshit in between. So yeah.
Le jeu la première fois, t'as rien compris, hein, tu es là, bon, bah, c'est cool, tu vois la scène de fin, tu es ok, cool. Même si j'adorais le jeu, j'ai rien compris. Et après, tu vas chercher, le lore est vraiment cool, mais t'as quand même ce sens. Mais en fait, tu sens que tout est écrit, tout est bien fait, tout est ultra cohérent. Même si tu le comprends pas, ça se ressent de fou en fait. Et moi, c'est ce que j'aime aussi que ce soit dans les films ou dans les jeux, c'est ce côté où on peut faire marcher son cerveau pour comprendre vraiment tout ce qui se passe. Et dans Clair Obscur, il y a quand même une histoire, on a des cinématiques, globalement, tout le monde comprend à peu près ce qui se passe, mais pour tout comprendre, je voulais vraiment que les gens se creusent la tête aussi et soient amenés à réfléchir, et qu'il n'y ait pas toutes les réponses qui soient mises devant eux.
You don't want to spoon feed your players all the answers because you want them to have that curiosity. You want them to be like, hang on, but what about that thing that happened there? What about that thing that person said there? I kind of want to check that out or check out that area or look at that. You want people to have that curiosity. If you just spoon feed them everything, it becomes like a bit of a chore. It becomes bloated, it becomes repetitive, and it's like, oh, God. So, Salakami, hello, Soyby Webs. How dare you catch me soy-facing? Sega Genesis era? It was a good era, mate. It's a good era. And you're right, I just noticed he's wearing a Carbot t-shirt. That's so sick. That's so sick. Carbot did some phenomenal animations about Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I did a reaction video to it, so I'm basically as creative as them. But yeah, no, check those out if you haven't seen them. They're brilliant. They're super cool. Alright, enough walking about. Devs are afraid of people missing the content they've made. The problem is that that's only an issue if you haven't made a real game. That sounds a crazy thing to say, but like, notice how that's not an issue with Devil May Cry 5 or like Souls or Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff. If you've made a real game, then people are going to want to find out as much about it as possible. But if you made something like FF16, for example, which is Final Fantasy just trying to mimic its idea of what action gamers want or some stupid shit like that, you can't make it too difficult. It's really expensive. No one gets walled on any story boss ever. I mean, I'm sorry, all the bosses in FF16, whether it's Garuda, whether it's Titan, whether it's Bahamut or whatever, you're not gonna really get game over to any of them. It's just a cinematic that you just press buttons through to keep the cinematic going. It's not real gameplay, even though it can be fun. All right, it's a vibe, it's a spectacle, it's a roller coaster ride. Yeah, whatever. But it's not. I don't consider it to be refined gameplay the way that, say, like Devil May Cry or Souls is. I just don't. That's why no one gets walled. That's it. And yeah, does that make sense, chat? If you make a proper real game, people just want to explore as much of it as possible. But if you just made like an expensive inconvenience, which is what modern FF is, no one's curious about it. No one cares. No one goes in and does this and that. Yeah, there's theory crafting, what, like the 1% of people. Most people don't think like that. They just kind of want a great game. Anyway, I don't know if I'm making this point well. Anyway, whatever. Let's keep going. Fuck it. Black Myth Wukong is a great example of not spoon-feeding the story. I still need to play that at some point. All right. Let's go. Carmex, you remember Amy Hennig going on a tour after leaving Naughty Dog? She was doing panels talking about how bloated games are now and how we should go back to the 7 to 15 hour long games. Yeah, I mean, Devil May Cry 5 is interesting because you can finish it quickly, but you can't stop playing it. You know, people have finished Devil May Cry like so many times because it's so addictive. That's a great game. Whereas, like, how many people replay FF16? Okay, like, yeah, I think I made my point. Like, no one does this. And if someone does, then call the cops, because that person's crazy. So, you know what I mean? Like FF15, 16, these games are just one and done, and you would be insane to play them again. So, I'd say the same about FF7 Rebirth. Yeah. Whereas, like, people were replaying Clair Obscur nonstop, people replay Souls nonstop. I've replayed Broforce a lot. Risk of Rain 2, I fucking love those games. Amazing games. I know they're not for everyone, but to me, they're great games that I can't stop finishing over and over again. Anyway, people forget the origin of video games is the arcade. If there's no replayability, what's the point, Rip Van? Exactly. Look, better to make a 40-hour game that people want to replay rather than an 80-hour game where they can't wait for it to finish, you know. One of these types of games people recommend, the others people don't.
À réfléchir et qu'il n'y ait pas toutes les réponses qui soient mises devant nous.
Je vais t'offrir le repos.
Bayonetta, un classique aussi.
Oh hell yeah, brother.
Bah, du coup, du réalisateur de Devil May Cry 1, avec Kamiya, qui était un peu le successeur spirituel pour lui de ce qu'il a fait quand il est parti de Capcom et qu'il a arrêté Devil May Cry, qui est aussi exceptionnel, niveau feeling, niveau action, combo, enfin c'est un des meilleurs gameplays de jeux de combat de tous les temps, encore aujourd'hui. Donc ouais, si vous aimez Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, c'est un...
They don't make video game women like that anymore. Bayonetta is just outstandingly attractive, you know what I mean? She makes the glasses look cool. I wear glasses so I can say this. I don't think she'd look right without the glasses. They're just part of the look. Her hair is that amazing like cone with a ball at the top. I mean, and I think her proportions are subtly enhanced. Like, no human is actually that sort of like tall or long, if that makes any sense. But she's just wonderful. Just an awesome looking character. Honestly, I think her look kind of just sells the game in a way. In the way that the Bouncer, their characters sell the game. Except her game's better. Ragnell, thank you for the 8 months. For this month, I want you to give Billy extra pets just for me. Oh, you, all right, I will. I spoil the shit out of that cat. I love that cat, mate. She's like 12 heads tall. Yeah, she's sick. I'm gonna just change my shirt real quick because it's cold. All right. Let's get back into business. Long live King Billy, the great cat. He's a very royal kitty, isn't he? I mean, he's got a rather pedestrian name, but he is a very royal-looking cat. But I think the contrast is nice. I think the fact that he's just got such a regal, grumpy face, and then he's just called Billy. It's cute. Standard proportions for the non-RD types in chat is around 8 heads. Bayonetta has a unique set of proportions, to say the least. Yeah, I know, that's the thing. Like, at first you think, is this just a really tall, hot woman? But no, she's unusually... It's kind of subtle, what they've done. No one is actually proportioned like her. All right, let's keep going.
Un classique aussi. J'ai vu
T'as vu un truc là qui
le
t'intéresse?
meilleur jeu de tous les temps. Encore, il y en a beaucoup. Hein. Ça fait partie des jeux auxquels j'ai le plus joué de toute ma vie, si ce n'est le jeu auquel j'ai le plus joué de toute ma vie. Alors,
Ok.
Guild Wars, qu'est-ce que c'était pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas? C'était
ok.
un MMORPG. Bon, les vrais professionnels diraient un CORPG parce que c'est pas vraiment massivement multijoueur, parce qu'en fait, il n'y a que dans les villes que tu es avec tout le monde, mais tu fais ton groupe dans les villes.
Ok.
Et après, les missions, c'est en petits groupes de 4 à 8. Et ce jeu, mais qu'est-ce que c'était bien. Et surtout, il n'y avait pas d'abonnement. Donc en fait, qui était sur Guild Wars à l'époque, qui est sorti à peu près en même temps que World of Warcraft, c'était tous les gens dont les parents voulaient pas payer l'abonnement World of Warcraft, typiquement mes parents. Du coup, ils avaient acheté Guild Wars parce qu'il n'y avait pas d'abonnement. Donc c'est tous les reclus de World of Warcraft. Et au final, c'était exceptionnel.
Funny thing is, what a lot of parents didn't realize is that, like, and I only noticed this when I started playing World of Warcraft Classic for the first time in 2019, you end up spending less money on video games when all you play is WoW and do your monthly $15 subscription. Suddenly you're not buying like AAAs or like indie games anymore that you just like finish in a week or so. You're only playing this one game because the first time, and I warn you, if you haven't played WoW Classic, that game will eat you alive. All right. I'm very lucky that that game has only taken 6 months of my life. Okay. Two different periods of 3 months at a time. For many people, it's taken like years, sometimes a decade or more. Like when I played WoW Classic for the first time, even though it was 2019 and I was like 30, I was like, after just a bit of it, and I got the feel of it, I was like, hang on, I was like, oh my god, I can totally see how people died from playing this for too long. Like, this is, with all due respect, I was like, this is insanely addictive. I don't want to do anything else. I want to ruin my life just so I can get max level with the best gear so I can kick people's asses in Stranglethorn Vale. Because a rogue ganked me while I was leveling, and I will never forget that insult. I will for that one guy who killed me while I was leveling, I will kill every alliance I see for the rest of my life. Like, I will be avenged. So yeah. Eric the Graham, thank you for the $2. Stellar Blade was good. Reminded you of Bayonetta? Yeah. I don't know if I should play that. I'm too distracted by her ass. It's too hot. So you already get addicted to normal games, so no thanks, chat. Yeah. Thing is, like, don't play WoW on an off season. Like, don't play it now. But every now and again, there's like a surge where it's the meta and everyone plays it. Like Season Discovery, Phase 1 was insane. Never seen anything like that. I've never seen thousands of players on the starting screen in the starting area at once. I've never seen anything like that. And WoW Classic in 2019, all my Aussie boys got on that, and that was hilarious. That's what I learned from them, that anytime you see an alliance, you immediately get on your mount and you ride them down and slaughter them. I had a friend who was so bad, right, that like, he was chasing someone down, they ran into the town, being like, oh my god, I'm safe. He just rode right into town, right past the guards, killed him, and then got killed by the guards. This guy was such a bad person in game. I think he was definitely on a kill on sight list, and I learned everything from him, which is why when Season Discovery happened, I'd been ganked non-stop as a shaman in my first playthrough, and I was like, I'm never letting that happen again. So I immediately went Druid Season Discovery, and I think I killed something like 9,000 players in the open world. Yeah, some of them were, what's it called? That thing where you team up with people. Is it Warsong Gulch or whatever? You do on teams and stuff. I did that at Farm Honor for a bit, but I know that the total number was about 9,000 because I killed everyone I saw. We had a bounty on our guild because of me. Look, it's not my fault. It's not my fault, all right? It's their fault for choosing Alliance and coming through Ratchet, all right? It's their fault for playing on a PvP server. You know, I was giving them their money's worth, all right? And imagine signing up for a PvP server and getting no PvP, all right? I did Blizzard a favor, okay? You know, I think I deserve a thank you card. Rejected Sheep, thank you for the $10 super chat. Love your rage bait videos. Please keep them coming. You know what? Thank you for that $10. You know what? I'm not even trying to rage bait 99% of the time. I'm actually not. I'm just saying what I think. But I have quite how would I say? I don't know, an aggressive style of arguing. But let's not pretend that, you know, the remake fandom doesn't have that style of arguing when they do it as well. The difference is they don't bring evidence or arguments. They just insult you and say horrible things. So, all right, enough fucking about. Simon. Yeah, someone had to be the bad guy, Simon, all right? Someone had to be the bad guy, all right? And I believe I played my part to perfection. Battlegrounds, Warsong Gulch, Arathi Basin, or Alterac Valley. It was Warsong Gulch. It was that one. That's the name I know. All right, enough fucking about. Let's do this.
C'est tous les reclus de World of Warcraft. Et au final, c'était exceptionnel. C'était trop bien. Il y a un système de build où en fait chaque classe avait des centaines et des centaines de compétences. Plus tu pouvais avoir 2 classes. Vous avez des combinaisons infinies et tu avais des builds complètement débiles en fait qui sortaient vraiment des sentiers battus de ce qu'on trouvait dans les autres MMO. Il y a vraiment ce truc de t'es dans une ville, t'avais pas de recherche automatique de groupe, donc c'est juste t'allais dans la ville et tu cries sur le chat vocal qui veut faire cette quête avec moi, qui veut faire cette quête avec moi, et t'avais vraiment cette sensation de créer ton petit groupe d'aventuriers, d'y aller. Parfois ça se passait bien, parfois c'était un désastre, parfois t'avais un mec qui déconnectait au milieu, et oui, quand tu déconnectais tu pouvais pas te reconnecter à la mission, et généralement c'était foutu, donc vu qu'à l'époque l'internet c'était un peu coup-ci coup-ça, t'avais plein de souvenirs traumatisants là-dessus où t'arrives au dernier boss après 1h30 de mission, et si tu perdais la mission, tu redémarrais au début. T'as un mec qui découvre le boss, si vous aimez les...
Is there something you 20-year-old broccoli-haired TikTok posting Fortnite flossing Zoomers are never going to understand? The internet wasn't always this good. It was a dark and ancient time back then. All right, let's keep going.
Les aventures entre copains, je pense que maintenant c'est mieux parce qu'il y a plus grand monde de trouver des potes avec qui jouer. C'est vraiment, c'est exceptionnel, il y a trop de bons souvenirs. Est-ce que vous avez 8h30 devant vous, que je vous parle du sacro-saint Devil May Cry? C'est pour moi une religion, hein. Clairement, c'est une des meilleures séries de tous les temps, commencé par Kamiya et fini par Itsuno sur le 2, 3, 4, 5. Le meilleur gameplay de jeu d'action.
I'm going to completely agree with him. I mean, you all saw when I streamed Devil May Cry 1 to 5 like a couple months ago. I think DMC 5 was one of the best games I have ever played, period. And I think Virgil specifically is one of the greatest inventions of video games. Like, it's not just because on top of the style meter, he's also got the concentration bar, which rewards you for aura farming. It rewards you for standing still, for RP walking, perfect dodging, landing an attack, and it punishes you for running, because running's not cool. Virgil wouldn't run. You know, missing an attack, missing's not cool. Dodging at the wrong moment and stuff. Like, I've never been so incentivized by a gameplay system to RP as a teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid type character. It was amazing. It was so fun. I couldn't stop playing it. And I'm looking for excuses to bring it back. Yeah, I think Devil May Cry 5 is amazing. And it's also the result of building on that combat system for 20 years. You know, there's so much refinement. There's so much... there's so many tweaks, adjustments, quality of life, development, so on and so forth. It's just a remarkable game. And it's cool that Verso in E33 takes influence from Virgil, you know. But the difference is, here's the difference, all right? When Square Enix takes influence from Devil May Cry, it just has FF16 be a reskin of Devil May Cry. Like, all of Clive's moves are basically copy and paste of Virgil, Nero, and Dante's moves. What Clair Obscur does instead is you have Verso, who has a lot of DMC-inspired moves, but he plays in turn-based combat. He plays like he's in FF10, with Legend Dragoon QTE attacks, and parries and dodges. So while he has some while his fighting style is kind of similar, he plays and feels completely different. Notice how people call FF16 Devil May Cry, but no one calls Verso a ripoff of DMC. No one calls it, like, I don't know, Devil May Verso or Verso May Cry or something. Like, one is seen as being Verso was inspired by DMC5, whereas Clive feels copied from that. Yeah, as you say, Timmy, inspired versus copied. So.
Point. Voilà, je peux débattre avec quiconque de ce fait. Pour une raison simple, déjà, c'est que, déjà, c'est trop bien. Il y a du air cancel. Qu'est-ce que c'est le air cancel? C'est que quand on donne un coup en l'air, on peut appuyer sur le bouton saut si on est suffisamment près d'un ennemi pour reset les combos qu'on peut faire en l'air. C'est-à-dire qu'on peut faire 3 coups en l'air normalement, et si on fait par exemple 3 coups et qu'on appuie sur A pour sauter en face de l'ennemi, le perso va faire un mini jump, et si on réattaque direct, en fait, on peut refaire
These
3 coups.
combinations are amazing.
Mais en fait, c'est une mécanique qui est un peu héritée des jeux de combat, c'est le cancel. Et là, avec le air cancel, en fait, on peut faire des combos mais de fou furieux. Et c'est pour ça qu'il y a des vidéos sur YouTube de gens qui font des combos mais de malades mentaux, parce qu'en fait, ça ouvre les portes de la créativité, mais qui sont en fait infinies, de trucs que tu peux reset dans tous les sens. Et c'est exceptionnel. Bon, il n'y avait pas le air cancel dans le 1, mais par contre, le 1 niveau ambiance, je trouve que c'est toujours le meilleur. Inégalé. Mais en fait, de base,
first game is awesome. It's such a strong first entry.
4. Et en fait, au fur et à mesure qu'ils avançaient dans le projet, ils se sont rendus compte que ça n'avait plus rien à voir avec Resident Evil. Et du coup, ils ont rebrandé ça dans une nouvelle IP qui était Devil May Cry. Mais du coup, il y a pas mal de restes de jeux d'horreur en fait. Alors, le jeu, il fait un peu peur. Ce qui est contrebalancé par le fait que Dante est trop stylé et qu'il se fout de la gueule de tous les démons et tout ça. Donc en fait, tu joues, t'as pas peur parce que tu te sens surpuissant. Mais l'ambiance est un peu horrifique, gothique. Ouais, niveau ambiance, ce jeu, en fait, c'était mon premier jeu PS2. Mais...
Yeah, I mean, this is a good point. Like, in a horror game like Resident Evil, you're scared of the enemies, but in Devil May Cry, the enemies should be scared of you. That's actually how you should play it. You should play in a way where the enemies should fear you. That's... it's insane because it's insane how dangerous you can be in that game. Jump cancel is wild if you're really skilled. Yeah, no, some of those Devil May Cry combo videos were just off the charts.
Une claque dans la tronche, et je pense que depuis, c'est peut-être le jeu qui m'a le plus influencé niveau goût et esthétique personnelle avec Castlevania, parce que c'était très gothique, ce côté très sombre, mais en même temps, et c'est vrai que les Japonais, je trouve, le font très bien, c'était très sombre, mais en même temps léger. Il y avait cette espèce d'ironie dans le drama qui était ultra intéressant. Dante, il pétait la classe. Déjà, première ciné, il se fait envoyer une moto dessus, il la repousse en tirant dessus avec ses flingues. Je me suis dit, ok, bon, c'est le meilleur jeu de tous les temps.
Sword. Time to go to work, guys.
Yeah, the opening is so ridiculous. Like, Dante's just chilling in his store, and then Trish explodes in on a motorbike, like, I think throws the motorbike at him, and he's like, yeah, whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's so fucking stupid. But it's brilliant. It's what a game should be. Just good old-fashioned, over-the-top, cheesy fun. And it's cool.
Inspirant, je trouve, mais enfin qui a inspiré de toute façon tout le monde du jeu vidéo parce qu'il est arrivé, tout le monde s'est dit ok, c'est le meilleur perso de tous les temps en fait. On était ultra cheesy dans le 1, c'est pas le jeu qui brille par son histoire, par contre la mise en scène est très cool, mais clairement l'histoire, bon. Pourtant je suis le plus gros fan de tous les temps et j'adore Virgile, j'adore Dante, j'adore Sparda, ça a jamais été le truc qui brille dans Devil May Cry, en tout cas dans le 1, dans le 2 on en parle.
This is another important point he's making. Like, the story of Devil May Cry, it's not actually too important. The gameplay is absolutely the centerpiece. It's absolutely the star of the whole thing. And like, when you play as Virgil, there's never really any story. Like, when you play as Virgil, you get a unique opening cutscene and a unique final cutscene, and in 5 you have a unique final boss, but he doesn't have his own story, and it doesn't matter because it's so insanely fun to play. And it's a big reason why that combat doesn't work with FF16, because Final Fantasy, it needs the story to be good. It needs the story to be really strong, really powerful. Final Fantasy is famous for having very impactful, moving stories. It's a weird combination of that with Devil May Cry combat, and it just doesn't work.
Pas. Mais dans le 3, 4 et 5, ils ont fait un plus gros effort là-dessus. Mais dans le 1, c'est un espèce... En fait, c'est assez comparable à Resident Evil au final. Où c'est un peu n'importe quoi. Il y a son love interest qui s'appelle Trish, qui en fait est sa mère.
Wrong, she's not his mum. Trish is not Dante's mum. She just has the same face as Dante's mum for some reason. So it's fine. It's fine if he simps for her, or if I simp for her, alright? She's a MILF, okay?
Qu'est-ce qui est en train de se passer? C'est bizarre. Il sort des phrases cheesy, il y a la très connue...
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
le cri en lâchant une...
The voice crack there is amazing. It's so good. But you know what? It's all right. It's all right. It's part of it. It wouldn't be the same without it. PJK, thank you for that $10 super chat. This shop's physical collection might be worth like $1 billion in a few years. Well, it will. I mean, that's it. You don't get any more physical discs anymore. Stuff like this, that's it. That's all you got. So it could be worth a shit ton given enough time. All right, it's time to fill your dark soul with light.
Mais tu dis, mais qu'est-ce qui est en train de se passer? C'est n'importe quoi. Et moi, je trouve que ces jeux, ils sont vraiment, c'est des jeux attachants.
I love how he's just like, what is this? This is nonsense.
Des fois, tu dis, bah ouais, c'est nul, mais je m'en fous. En fait, ça fait partie des défauts de la personne et c'est ce qui le rend.
Tu cherches pas un jeu parfait, quoi. Tu cherches un jeu qui a une...
parfait.
Look, I think that whole fill your whole dark soul with light thing, it kind of just fits in with that Castlevania. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you. Whoa. You were almost a Jill sandwich. It just fits in with that, where the charm combined with that time period, it would feel wrong to replace it with something else. It's fun. It's just fun. It's and that's at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
C'est chiant de toute façon. Enfin, les jeux qui essaient d'être parfaits et qui essaient de répondre à tous leurs défauts. Généralement, ça rend des trucs chiants, mais c'est comme, et c'est ma théorie, c'est que c'est comme les gens.
Games that try to fix their flaws are boring, and as I say, if you buy Castlevania Symphony of the Night today and you play it in English, you don't get those lines. You don't get, what is a man? They've replaced it, at least in the version I had on PS4, they've replaced it with new lines, with new voice acting. And I was like, what is this? What is this? I know it's technically better, but where's my miserable little pile of secrets? Get the fuck out of here. How dare you fix my imperfect masterpiece?
Les gens qui essaient d'être parfaits, bah ils sont chiants en fait, parce qu'ils ont pas de personnalité. Alors que les gens qui assument leur côté un peu chelou, bah finalement c'est les gens intéressants quoi.
Ce serait quoi pour toi du coup les défauts un peu de Clair Obscur? Il y a des choses qui sont assumées et t'es ok avec ça et...
Oh les mini-jeux par exemple, bon on savait en le faisant ça va être insupportable, les gens ils étaient pas un câble, mais ça fait partie du délire, c'est nous
Non, these are great.
On est imparfait mais whatever, on le met. Le fait de pouvoir devenir absurdement fort à l'acte 3, enfin on le savait, et en fait on était là, bah... Oui, il y a des gens, ils vont détruire tout en un coup et ils vont pas voir tout le contenu, mais on s'en fout en fait, juste c'est marrant.
Nah, I thought the minigames at E33 were fantastic. Maybe it was influenced by the fact that I was streaming them, you know, I'm hanging out with you guys, got an audience, but I love these kinds of stupid minigames with bullshit mechanics, and it's probably because I've grown up with Sega Mega Drive and a bit of Super Nintendo and just like old games where you just had some bullshit back then, Earthworm Jim, you know, you had some bullshit back then and it was completely unfair and yet somehow you found a way to beat it. Because fuck you, because fuck this game, you know what I mean? And I feel like this guy has definitely played those same kinds of games. And he was just like, it feels like those mini games are a tribute to that sort of bullshit game. Like, it feels like the devs are intentionally trolling you. But I think it's okay because, one, they're optional, and two, the rewards are just stupid. The rewards are just like a swimsuit. Okay. These would be a lot more bullshit if you gated really important equipment and gear and magic behind that. Then it's like, oh man, do I really have to do this stupid shit for this thing I need to beat the game or beat this boss? That's where it's different. So, yeah. Chadley in a nutshell, you said it, not me.
Oui, il y a des gens, ils vont détruire tout en un coup et ils vont pas voir tout le contenu, mais on s'en fout en fait, juste c'est marrant. Nous, c'est ce qui nous fait kiffer. Et les imperfections, ouais, c'est ce qui fait partie du charme. Mais en fait, Clair Obscur, il y a plein de décisions niveau design qui sont imparfaites de base. Enfin, nous, ce qu'on nous disait beaucoup avant qu'on sorte le jeu, c'est vous faites un jeu qui mélange le côté exigeant d'un jeu d'action avec le dodge et le pari, et le turn-based. Personne va aimer en fait. Les joueurs de turn-based aiment le turn-based, et les joueurs d'action ils aiment le jeu d'action. Nous, on s'en fout. On pense que c'est cool, on y joue et c'est marrant. Et on a réuni les deux et ça a marché. Mais de base.
That's really good they didn't listen to that advice and were like, okay, well, thank you for that, but we think this is cool, so we're just doing it anyway. And yeah, I mean, well, yeah. And it, you know, people said no one would like this. They're wrong.
Il y a beaucoup de décisions de design qui, vues d'un point de vue extérieur et business, fout aucun sens en fait.
Tu penses que tu aurais pu faire clair-obscur dans une...
That's an interesting thing he just said. There's design choices that from an outside perspective or a business perspective make no sense. But you can't make everything based on a business perspective. It's just not how art and entertainment works. Yes, that will always be an element. That will always be tied to it because the money's got to come from somewhere. It needs distribution. It needs to be accessible. Yes, it needs, of course. But you can't... If you have committees design everything or you base everything on the market, you just get this soulless cash grab design. You get modern Final Fantasy. Fuck it, I said it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Un gros studio, production de jeux vidéo?
Non, enfin pas n'importe laquelle en tout cas. Peut-être au Japon. J'en sais rien. C'est pour ça que j'aime les jeux japonais, c'est des jeux qui ont des... Enfin, il y en a aussi à l'ouest, hein, mais je trouve moins assumés. C'est des jeux d'auteur, quoi. Des jeux où tu sens qu'il y a quelqu'un derrière qui a une vision ultra forte, qui sait ce qu'il veut. Et c'est pas parfait du coup, parce que les êtres humains sont pas parfaits. Mais on s'en fout en fait, c'est pas ça qui compte. Et c'est pour ça que moi je trouve le système de notation globale, de noter graphisme, gameplay, histoire, tout ça, ça a pas de sens pour moi. C'est comme noter quelqu'un sur ce qu'il s'habille bien, est-ce qu'il est assez gentil, est-ce qu'il est assez intelligent, et tout ça. Enfin, ça s'en fout, tu vois, c'est le tout qui fait quelque chose. Bon, Devil May Cry 3, masterclass absolue. Après Devil May Cry 2, qui fut un naufrage industriel notable, où j'avais perdu foi. Parce qu'en gros, Devil May Cry 2, il est sorti juste après Devil May Cry 1. Un hot take, c'est que Devil May Cry 2, le design de Dante est le plus stylé de tous les Devil May Cry. Donc j'avais vu dans la chaîne, je me suis dit, oh, Devil May Cry 2 est encore plus stylé.
Oh non!
Et en fait, on c'était la douche froide. Enfin, pour le mec qui a subi un développement très compliqué, qui a dû être sauvé 6 mois avant la fin, qui de base devait même pas être un Devil May Cry en tant que jeu. Le sauvetage de la série avec le 3, qui est un des meilleurs. Enfin, globalement, de toute façon, le 1, 3, 4, 5, ils sont tous exceptionnels. Mais ouais, non, ils sont rattrapés de ouf là-dessus. Là, l'histoire devenait vraiment intéressante pour le coup. L'introduction, bon, c'était pas vraiment l'introduction parce qu'il était dans le 1, mais bon, de Virgile, qui était le frère de Dante, du coup, qui devenait jouable dans la Special Edition, qui puait autant la classe que Dante. Donc là, mais en fait, ils savent trop bien faire des persos où juste ils sont trop attachants, ils sont trop classe, ils sont trop stylés. Il était edgy, il avait un katana, c'était vraiment, c'est de la classe pure.
Virgil is so cool that I don't even really, it's not my favorite character type, you know, the katana wielding edgelord, but Virgil sold me on it. I love Virgil. He's what got me into that kind of playstyle, that kind of character.
C'est juste les héros.
Motivation.
Trop stylé.
C'est du charisme à toi, en veux-tu, en voilà.
Mais
quoi.
c'est vraiment ça, et c'est de l'aura farming pur du début à la fin. Ils sont tous les deux incroyables. Je pense que le 4 c'est celui auquel j'ai le plus joué, qui divise un peu plus dans
DMC4 was really fun as well. I really enjoyed that.
Du coup, tu faisais le jeu une première fois dans un sens avec Nero, qui est un nouveau perso, puis avec Dante au retour. Mais sauf qu'en fait, moi ce qui me saoule, c'est que niveau gameplay, je le dis encore aujourd'hui, même si il y a le 5, c'était le meilleur Devil May Cry pour moi, c'était le plus technique, où il y avait plein de glitches, en fait, genre de bugs, qui faisaient que tu pouvais faire des combos qui n'existent pas dans le jeu. Sur les vidéos de Devil May Cry 4, c'est Dragon Ball, les persos ils volent dans tous les sens comme ça, c'est exceptionnellement stylé. Et le jeu qui m'a lancé dans le game 4, dans le game du YouTube, puisque je faisais des vidéos sur le Devil May Cry 4, sur un compte auquel je n'ai plus accès.
Mais non.
Si. Et si vous voulez les retrouver, c'était le compte s'appelait Sparda, donc le fils de Dante, Sparda 777.
Ok.
Voilà, j'ai mes premières vidéos de Devil May Cry 4 où je faisais du Bloody Palace et des combos.
Oh, that's so good!
Devil May Cry 5 exceptionnel aussi, qui m'a relancé ma carrière de youtubeur. Pareil, j'ai mis 3 vidéos en ligne. Combat contre Virgile, qui est peut-être le meilleur combat de boss de tous les temps pour moi. En tout cas, celui que j'ai le plus fait.
That's an awesome fight.
À taper Virgile, à trouver des nouveaux trucs, comment contrer ses coups et tout. Un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps. Jouer à Devil May Cry. Je pourrais en parler pendant 20 heures de suite de pourquoi Devil May Cry est exceptionnel, mais
On a vu.
Je vais faire chez tout le monde. Il y a beaucoup de trucs techniques. Non, c'est vraiment on en parle. Et lui, il est un peu différent, donc c'est pas exactement Final Fantasy, puisque c'est le 14. Peut-être, ouais, dans le top 3 des jeux auxquels j'ai le plus joué de ma vie aussi. Là, Square Enix, je trouve qu'ils ont fait le meilleur truc, mais genre de l'histoire du jeu vidéo niveau relancement de jeu. En gros, ils avaient sorti une première version, c'était un désastre. Tout le monde y jouait, c'était nul. Et en fait, ce qu'ils ont fait, c'est qu'au bout d'un an, ils ont sorti une cinématique dans le jeu de fin du monde. Une cinématique de genre de 8 minutes avec Bahamut qui arrive, qui explose le monde. Ils étaient là, ok, trop stylé. Personne n'avait joué au jeu, mais tout le monde avait vu cette cinématique, qu'est-ce qui se passe chez Square Enix. Et en fait, ils l'ont relancé un an plus tard. Ils ont tout retravaillé, ils ont relancé le jeu, et là, il était vraiment exceptionnel. Qui cartonne encore aujourd'hui. Et c'est là que je dis que les Japonais...
Yeah, no, it is exceptional what Yoshi P and the boys pulled off in rebooting FF14 because it should have been unfixable. It should have been unsavable, and yet somehow they did it. And as we all know, look, I got my criticisms of FF14 when it comes to like how bloated its writing can be. Obviously, we don't need Dawn Trail or stuff, but I loved this time I spent streaming it. A lot of my viewers, a lot of my community comes from 14, and I do not regret the time I've spent there. And I thought I'd be done for a while. Then it turns out that there's going to be an FF7 remake crossover happening in Evercold. So I may have to return to the realm once again. Ooh woo. I may have to come back someday. But yeah, and if you may not like 14, and as I say, I got some big criticisms of it, but I think it's the second most successful MMO in the world. It's basically the infinite money printing machine for Square at this point, apart from their Magic the Gathering crossover. So something like that, yeah. All right, boys, let's keep going.
Le risque créatif de dire notre jeu il marche pas, c'est un bid total alors qu'on a dépensé des millions et des millions dedans. On va faire une cinématique, on va investir 20 millions, je sais pas combien elle a coûté leur ciné, mais elle devait être ultra chère parce qu'elle est ultra longue, juste pour killer le jeu et le relancer après, sachant qu'on sait pas si dans un an le jeu il va être bien, parce que c'est un travail. Retaper un MMO en un an, moi je sais pas comment ils ont fait, hein. C'est impossible. Faire ça et ensuite dans un an il est relancé et ça marche. Enfin, je trouve que c'est une histoire qui est trop belle et le jeu est exceptionnel, il a encore ses extensions, il y a encore une communauté ultra active, et voilà. Bon, moi, sa sortie, du coup, je l'ai poncé, mais comme pas possible. Je faisais partie d'un groupe de raid qui est le deuxième groupe de raid du serveur Odin à avoir tombé Twin Tania, qui était ultra hardcore. T'avais des musiques de fou, l'ambiance était exceptionnelle, la DA était exceptionnelle. Moi, je jouais en la Lafel, qui était la race toute petite.
Oh.
Et tout le monde était.
Oh, he's a Lala player as well.
Mais on était bien entre nous.
So me and Yoshi P all play Lalafels. Like, it's funny how Lalas are hated by a lot of 14 players on site, but I don't care. They are the best race. Period. They are the most annoying. They are the funniest to put in the stupidest glams ever and ruin every cutscene. And my Lala, I think right now is glammed as Sonic the Hedgehog, and he's a dancer, so he's holding 2 golden rings, and he has 3 dashes. My Lala's being glammed as Noctis, Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Luffy from One Piece, and I think he was just in a little Halloween ghost outfit for Heaven's Ward. It looks so stupid when Horshaphant died. It's like a smile better suits a stranger. My ghost is just like, boo! It looks so fucking dumb. No, Lala's the shit. They are the funniest race.
Des combats de boss qui étaient ouf, l'histoire était ouf, et surtout je pense que ce qui m'a vraiment marqué pour avoir joué à des jeux plus compétitifs après, c'est à quel point la communauté était cool. En fait, je suis retourné genre peut-être 5 ans après, je connaissais plus rien et juste je faisais des donjons et tout le monde t'aide en fait. Ouais. Genre les gens ils arrivent, ils disent ah ouais. Ok, tu t'as jamais fait ce donjon, bah attends je vais t'expliquer et tout ça. Et après est devenu de jeux un peu plus hardcore où les gens se mettaient sur la tronche. J'étais choqué en fait. Ah mais il y a des gens bien sur internet. Ils sont là. Et en fait on retrouve tous les codes de Final Fantasy.
Not necessarily. 14's community can be very welcoming, but that doesn't mean they don't have their own unique brand of toxicity. And everyone who has played 14 for a long time knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I made that short. Who is the more toxic community, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14? Well, you can run this experiment yourself. Go into a World of Warcraft stream and ask them, does this game have a toxic community? The streamer's going to be like, of course it bloody does, and my community's the worst one of all. And, you know, all the chatters are going to be like, oh yeah, we're fucked, mate. Now go to an FF14 stream. Ask the streamer, does this game have a toxic community? And watch that streamer sit there and think very carefully for the next 20 or 30 seconds about what they're going to say next. That's the difference between the toxicity of World of Warcraft and FF14. Anyway, let's keep going. Now, they've always been cool to me, well, when they like me, but yeah. I think 14 has a lot of good things going for it. I don't think it's perfect, though. I don't think it's the best story ever. Some people get mad if you have those thoughts. But overall, I've had a great time with it. Doing Dawn Trail after OTK's top streamer as a sort of like I'm not in Texas doing IRL nonstop. I'm back here. That was super fun. That was super fun. And I love voice acting Wu Klamat. That was some of my favorite times there.
Oh my God.
Toxic positivity.
Ils sont là. Et en fait, on retrouve tous les codes de Final Fantasy et ça rappelle un peu les Final Fantasy old school dans la DA, dans l'univers, ou à partir du 7, disons. Après, le 9 est un peu séparé et ça rappelle un peu le 9 d'ailleurs. Mais 7, 8, 10, ils étaient un peu plus matures, enfin réalistes dans leur DA et leur style. En fait, c'est un bon mélange parce qu'on retrouve le charme un peu enfantin des premiers FF, en tout cas comme on se les imaginait en pixel art ou du neuf. Mais avec aussi des persos badass qui rappellent plus les FF modernes, 7, 8, 10. Donc c'était vraiment un très bon mix et je pense que c'est pour ça qu'ils ont touché tout le monde en fait. C'est que c'était une espèce de quintessence de la DA FF qui parle à tout le monde, avec les références qui parlent à tout le monde. Et les boss en fait, quand tu vas taper Titan, tu vas taper Garuda, donc moi je suis heureux.
T'as joué à tous les FF?
J'ai tous fini.
Ah, wow.
Bon, de base j'ai commencé par le 8.
Ok.
Je fais 8, 9, 10, 12, le 11 j'ai pas joué. Parce que c'était un jeu en ligne aussi, le 11, avec abonnement. Et
Life's too short to play FF11, at least in 2026.
après, pour ma culture, en gros, je vais tout refaire, genre un par un. Ouais. Bah, le dernier que j'ai fini, c'était il y a 3 ans. Attends,
Ok.
je vais faire le pur, c'était Final Fantasy 3. C'est le dernier que j'ai pas fait.
Wait. Hang on, what did you just say that?
3 ans. Attends,
Ok.
je vais faire le pur, c'était Final Fantasy 3. C'est le dernier que j'ai pas fait.
The one I haven't played is 13. 13 Andy's wrecked. 13 Andy's in shambles, mate. Let's keep going.
Final Fantasy 15. Un jeu qui a beaucoup divisé, qui était très clivant. Oh, il est en développement ultra difficile de base, c'était FF versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's saying that. 15, whether you like it or not, you can't deny that it is divisive. Massively divisive.
Et puis il a été rebrandé en FF15. Et alors moi, c'est ma hot take, mais j'ai adoré ce jeu. Alors que c'est un open world, et que l'histoire est pas forcément incroyable. Mais en fait, ils avaient fait un truc très malin, qui était de construire tout un univers avant que le jeu sorte. Où il y avait eu un animé, il y avait eu des fictions écrites, il y avait eu un film, Kingsglaive, qui était visuellement ultra impressionnant, même si l'histoire cassait pas des briques. Moi, il m'avait accroché avant que le jeu sorte. En fait, le jeu était sorti, je connaissais déjà tous les persos, je connaissais tout. Et du coup, j'étais juste heureux, en fait. J'avais juste l'impression de continuer une aventure dans un univers que j'adorais. Et du coup, il y a pas mal de problèmes niveau histoire. En fait, les 3 premiers quarts du jeu, l'histoire avance pas. Mais moi, je m'en foutais, en fait, parce que je la connaissais, l'histoire, tout ce qu'il y avait autour. Enfin, il se passe un truc énorme dans le jeu. La ville principale, là où il y a le père de Noctis, il se fait en gros capturer par l'ennemi. Dans Kingsglaive, il y a tout un film autour de ça, que je connaissais. Dans le jeu, et c'est là que je me mets à la place des gens qui n'ont pas forcément vu tous les trucs autour. Il l'apprend dans le journal, il fait « Ah ben, merde !» Et puis voilà. Puis il essaie d'y aller, il se fait défoncer, et puis il repart. Niveau drama, il n'y a rien, quoi. Alors que moi, du coup, bah, en fait, il met ça dans le journal, et puis j'ai tout le film en tête, et je me dis « Ah ouais, ok, c'est cool, c'est pour ça. » Mais pour les gens qui n'ont pas tout suivi, ouais, le jeu, il est un peu...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's interesting how he experienced 15, that he kind of knew all that media leading up to it, or at least I guess it was Kingsglaive that came out first. I don't know if anything else was first before 15. I just played the game on launch, so I'm like, what? The story was an absolute mess. It was all over the place. I think the combat is just pretty bad. If you think, like, there's a reason no video game has ever taken inspiration from FF15's combat, and probably ever will, you know. Noctis hold down circle to make him spam combos. Like, come on, guys, please. Yeah. F15 is great as a pure escape from reality. And that's the thing, I don't think it's a healthy thing to make a game that's meant to replace real life, including your friends. Because sometimes on my YouTube videos, you know, I'll get like a comment saying like, oh, well, I don't have any friends in real life, so I liked FF15 because it made it feel like I had friends. 50 likes. I mean, it breaks my bloody heart to read such a thing, but here's what I would say. If you don't have any friends, and you want to make friends, the last thing you should do is play Final Fantasy 15. All right? That's going to be like 100+ hours of your life gone. Hours that you could have spent making new friends or learning social skills, you know, to figure out how to do it better, or why your friendships weren't working out to begin with. And second of all, FF15 will teach you all the wrong lessons, all right? FF15 will teach you that it's socially acceptable to act like Prompto. Let me tell you something. If you're hanging around with people in real life, you're like, oh, hi there, opening. We're in the money. We're in the money. I just want to ride my chocobo all day. Stairs, they go on. Forever, they go on. On and on. If you act like Prompto, all right, you are going to have no friends, no relationships, and you'll never get a job. All right? And the problem is that if Noctis, Gladio, and... Okay, the problem is, yes, the Square invented a lore reason for why Prompto is that way later on, because they realized they screwed up with this character so bad, they had to invent a reason for why he sucks endlessly, relentlessly. It doesn't matter, because if Noctis, Gladio, and Ignis acted like real people, if they acted like real friends, they would have told Prompto, hey man, like, you don't have to deliberately be cringe all the time, all right? We like you just as you are. You don't have to keep trying so hard. Just relax, chill, man. You're all right. But instead, the three of these assholes sit there enabling this stupid theater kid behavior, all right? If you have no friends and you want to make friends, don't play FF15. It'll waste the only time in life you ever have. It will waste time that you could be using more productively, and it will teach you all the wrong lessons. All of them. It will ruin your social skills. Do you know how in fact, I know this so well that I wrote 2 songs on my YouTube channel. Type in SebiWeb's FF15 rap or how Final Fantasy destroyed my social life. I wrote a rap and I wrote a sing-along song about how that game destroyed my social life. Not that it taught me the bad lessons. I already knew Prompto sucked. I've always hated him. But I did play Final Fantasy 15 for too long. That's true. I played it for about 100 hours when I was unemployed. Believe it or not, it didn't make me more employed. Didn't make me more attractive to women. So yeah. Anyway, not fucking about. Jinray, you fucking dog. Guys, also follow my man Jinray. He's a true blue Australian. So you hate him because he's cool? No, Prompto is anti-cool. Prompto is the God Emperor of soy. All right, Prompto is a black hole of social skills. He, cursed be his name. In fact, he's so cursed, I'm gonna go take a piss, because that's how angry I am when I think of Prompto. All right, and then we'll come back to this video because this is a lot of fun. So you could have spent 100 hours playing FF11 instead. Well, that's the thing. No, that's actually better because you socialize with real people in FF11. So your social skills won't degrade or learn all the wrong lessons the way that FF15 will do, all right? No, it's actually better. It's better. Spend 100 hours on FF11 than 15. I'm gonna take a piss. I'm so angry. Prompto's taking the piss. Alright, chat. Be right back. Well, chat. Well. Angel Roche, thank you for gifting a sub to Kent Ninja. Look what I found. Look what I found having a wee little scoot. Wee little runabout. Wee little fat boy. Come on, Billy, give chat a smile. Here comes a smile, chat. Here it comes. Oh, what a little fat boy. Look what I found in the bread maker. It's a wee loaf of bread. A wee loaf of bread right there. Oh, hello. It's me, Cat Safe. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, my little fat boy. Come on, Billy. Give him a... Just falling asleep in my hands. Devereaux. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, mate. Come here, wee Billy. Say thank you. Ahem. Oh! Oh, hello! Thank you for the 5 subs! I'm gonna have a sub-throwing segment in FF7 Rebirth. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, Midnight! Thank you very much for the 10 gifted Subarus. Thank you. I'll see you in FF7 Revelations. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, so squishy. Devereaux, Midnight, thank you so much for the 5 gifted and for the 10 gifties. Right, you see that, Billy? You're going... That goes to some of your treats, alright? You want to get... Billy, give them a smile, alright? Give them a smile for the treats. Here it comes. Just look at that smile, chat. Just look at that. Angel Roche, you saw Zorn the bunnies? They loved the Billy Webb socks? Ah, cheers, mate. Cheers, I hope they're doing well. Hope they're doing well, mate. Alright, chat. It's time for Billy to go back to his home planet. Oh, he's just fallen asleep. Alright, give him a wave, Billy. Give him a wave. Give him a wave. Oh, goodbye. See you later. Meow, meow, meow. Oh. Alright, you furry little egg. Off we go. Off we go. Change buddy. Alright, we're back in. As I was coming back in, I just heard his little bell ring. And he looked at me with such longing in his eyes. And I was like, oh, alright. Haven't seen you all day. Here's a wee squish. Streets of Rage, Asura, I fucking love that game so much. I rocked him to sleep, low, pretty much. He's always chilled and a healthy boy. Oh yeah, no, we spoiled the shit out of him, mate. Also, Angel, thank you for that 200. You like how he's so comfortable? Thank you, thank you. Billy has no care in the world. Vic, well, I think we can all learn something from Billy. I think we can all learn something from cats on just how to just chill. Like, as humans, right, we're kind of always a bit stressed, which is understandable. But just look at a cat and you're like, I know that's an intelligent creature, but how does he just not give a shit? like cats are one of the smarter animals and they just know how to switch it off and just be like, and just not care. Great animals. Dragoon Knight, thank you for the meows. Alright, and guys, Devereaux Midnight, thank you for the 5-pack and thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Absolutely huge. They're like a living cushion. Pretty much, yeah. Shamani, good morning. How the fuck are ya? Alright. It's fucking time. Let's continue with this. Oh god, this is gonna be a long video. I'll try not to pause and talk too much. 1 hour and 16 minutes. We all knew this was gonna happen, alright? But I'm gonna do it. Let's go.
Dur à suivre, quoi. Et surtout, en fait, toute l'histoire se passe sur le dernier quart du jeu, qui devient linéaire et où tout est très cool. Mais en fait, moi, j'ai beaucoup aimé déjà les musiques du Yoko Shimomura. Pour moi, ça fait partie d'une des meilleures OST de Final Fantasy, et genre, elle est exceptionnelle.
It's funny, this is the exact song I was thinking of.
suis allé la voir en concert d'ailleurs après ça, parce que genre, vraiment j'ai été marqué, j'écoute encore les musiques. Mais l'ambiance en fait qu'ils avaient réussi à créer, grâce aussi à tout ce qu'il y avait autour du jeu, rendait le jeu vraiment super plaisant. Niveau gameplay, il était bizarre, si t'avais des potions, tu pouvais plus ou moins pas mourir, donc tout était simple. Mais c'est ce que je disais au début, en fait, il a été...
Yeah, it's basically impossible to die in this game because you can use potions whenever you want. Like, literally whenever you want. No cooldown, so you're just unkillable. Yeah, it's not great.
De charme avec tout ce qui a été construit autour pour moi que vraiment j'ai trop kiffé ce jeu.
Ça fait quand même pas mal de jeux open world que t'aimes bien pour quelqu'un qui aime vraiment pas les jeux open world.
Ouais, mais oui, mais et en fait ça c'est même pas un bon open world traditionnel. Enfin c'est pas un bon open world je trouve. Il y a pas très bien designé, il y a pas grand chose à faire, les quêtes c'est un peu du FedEx. Et je sais pas pourquoi j'aime ce jeu en fait. C'est vraiment mais j'aime trop.
Yeah, it's not. That is so interesting. Okay, here's what they did on Twitter. Watch this.
Moi ça fait partie d'une.
Here's what they did on Twitter. They took this screen cap of him holding FF15 with a subtitle, to me, it's among the best in the Final Fantasy series. And they're like, see, he loves FF15. Take that, E33, modern FF people, Sugoi and all that. They fucking lied, man. He's talking about the music here in this video. he's talking about the music, man. He literally then just says it's not a good open world game. The story's a mess, and the only reason he understood it is because he'd seen the movie and like the outside media. So the gameplay was weird, and you're basically unkillable if you have potions. They fucking lied, man. Oh my god. And I thought that's why I have to make this video as well. As a fuck you to those people. No. Let's remove the snarkiness from that comment. The reason I had to make this video and see for myself, like, how true is this really? It's just, it's crazy. It's why I call modern FF fans the most dishonest fan base in the world. They can't even argue honestly. By all means, like, you know, bring your evidence and stuff, but don't fucking lie. Don't be like, see? He thought FF15 was the best in the series. Don't fucking lie, guys. Jesus. Sorry, I shouldn't swear. But it does get rather annoying. Alright. Snarky remark. Witty retort. People lying on Twitter? Who would have thought? Alright, and you know what I like about his opinion about 15? Is he says, I don't get it. It's bad at all these things, but I still like it. And you know what? I think that's totally legit. That's fine. There's things that I like. I'm like, I know that technically this sucks, and yet it's mad. I still love it, man.
Ensemble. Et je trouve que c'est un truc que les Japonais faisaient, en tout cas, les jeux qui ont une vision forte. Bien. Pourquoi j'aime ce jeu en fait? C'est vraiment, mais j'aime trop ce jeu. Je n'ai pas parlé encore, mais tous les jeux que j'aime bien, j'adore leur OST aussi. Ouais. Et c'est un peu ce que je disais de ces jeux qui ont une vision forte et où tout marche vraiment ensemble. Et je trouve que c'est un truc que les Japonais faisaient, en tout cas, au moins à l'époque, mieux que les autres dans leur jeu, où on sentait que tout était ultra cohérent et que c'était pas le compositeur qui a appelé pour mettre la musique par-dessus le jeu. Tout était réfléchi vraiment ensemble.
Et du coup, vous, là, dans votre studio, pour Clair Obscur, comment s'est construite la musique? Est-ce que c'est dès le départ, vous la pensez en même temps que vous construisez le jeu? Est-ce que ça arrive plutôt après? Est-ce que tu peux m'en parler de comment ça s'est fait? Bah,
Lorient, c'est un des premiers à être arrivé dans l'équipe. Hein. C'est le troisième à être arrivé à l'époque où on n'avait même pas de studio, c'était juste un projet passion. Parce que dans ma tête, c'était très clair la musique, c'est un des piliers fondamentaux de l'expérience du jeu. Et c'est ce que je disais, j'ai pas envie que la musique soit construite par-dessus le jeu, j'ai envie qu'elle soit construite avec le jeu. Et pour ça, c'est important d'avoir un compositeur qui suive tout le développement, qui connaisse l'histoire, pas juste du jeu en fait, mais du studio en fait, de comment nous on évolue, comment le jeu évolue, comment les personnages du jeu évoluent, les environnements et tout ça, et qui soit qui fasse partie de l'équipe quoi. Et c'est pour ça que Lorient il a fait un taf de ouf et il était ultra intégré dans l'équipe comme tous les autres gens du studio en fait. Et c'est ce qui a permis je trouve d'avoir une cohérence aussi forte quand on a trouvé la voix d'Élise Dupont.
Lorient is an incredible find. Oh my god, and Alice Dupont, amazing singer as well. I can't imagine Clair Obscur without his music or without her singing. They're just such important elements of the whole thing, of its feeling. Christopher Glass, what is that background music playing? Did you mean the FF15 one? I forget what it's called. Otherwise, I don't know. There's just kind of silence here. Shadow Roken, welcome in. But thank you for that $5, Christopher Glass. Music provides the soul to the mechanical experience of the game. Yeah, no, music's really important. Golgoth, welcome in. All right, let's keep going. And she's beautiful too, Ariente. I know, I didn't want to say it though, all right? She's a married woman, all right? Well, let's all be respectful here.
du studio en fait. Et c'est ce qui a permis, je trouve, d'avoir une cohérence aussi forte. Quand on a trouvé la voix d'Alice Duport-Percy aussi, qui est du coup la vocaliste du jeu, qui a fait un taf monstrueux avec lui. Mais en fait, toutes les décisions de musique étaient prises en connaissance de tout le reste du jeu, par Lorien. Et ça change tout.
Il y a carrément des concerts de la BO de Clair Obscur à Paris ou ailleurs. Ça te fait quoi de dire que tu dis que c'était le but et t'as réussi un peu ce que tu voulais faire? Ouais, bah en fait c'est bizarre à dire, mais limite ça me rend encore plus fier que le jeu lui-même. Ah ouais parce qu'entre guillemets c'est pas moi. Tout le crédit revient à Lorien et Alice. Et en fait, juste savoir que j'ai contribué à faire que ces concerts existent, sachant que moi la musique de jeux vidéo c'est un truc j'écoute plus de musique de jeux vidéo que de musique pas de jeux vidéo dans ma vie quoi. Enfin, c'est un truc qui est tellement important et c'est une fierté de ouf. C'est pour ça que quand on a fait l'année dernière, on a fait 4 concerts, j'ai tous fait. C'est vrai? Oh oui, et à chaque fois je pleurais toutes mes larmes, mais c'est trop bien.
I wish I could have gone to these, but you know, they understandably didn't come to Australia because we're on the other side of the world. But God, if there's ever another one of these, I will go to that.
Heureux. En fait, je suis heureux pour Lorien et Alice aussi et l'orchestre.
I'll get my ass there.
Sentir qu'on peut créer quelque chose de beau comme ça, bon, ça me touche vraiment au fond de mon âme, quoi.
I got an SKA. Oh, that's good.
Oh oui.
Oh, that's great.
Un énorme classique. Aussi, Oddworld, l'Exode d'Abe. En gros, on joue un espèce d'alien qui est un esclave d'une espèce de méga corporation et qui essaie de...
Absolute top tier choice right here. Abe's Odyssey is awesome, but I had more fun with Abe's Exodus. These games are incredible, absolute peaks of the PS1. Among the best games in the world of that time period.
S'échapper en essayant d'aider aussi ses potes aliens. Vraiment, c'est que des espèces d'énigmes de comment s'en sortir, sachant qu'on se prend une balle, on est mort. Il y a beaucoup d'ennemis avec des flingues. C'était vraiment super dur. J'y ai rejoué il y a pas longtemps pour vérifier si c'est juste. Parce que parfois je rejoue à des jeux, c'est juste que j'étais nul à l'époque. Et en fait les jeux sont faciles, mais genre celui-là il est vraiment dur. Et niveau DA, il n'y a pas vraiment d'équivalent. C'est ultra original. Parce que côté hyper sombre, vert alien chelou. J'ai encore tous les sound effects gravés dans ma tête quand je fais. Parce que tu peux prendre le contrôle mental des autres esclaves. Puis après tu débloques que tu puisses prendre le contrôle mental des ennemis.
Such incredibly strange mechanics. Like, as I say, like, you're weak as piss, man. Like, one gunshot, you're dead. But at the same time, you have an OP ability where you can literally possess your enemies. You're just like, and now you're controlling a soldier. The soldiers were called Sligs, which had these, like, horrible, like, claw mouths and, like, these black visors with red glowing eyes. And they laugh at you. They laugh at you after they kill you. All right? They go, in it, in it. I'm like, fuck you, man. Like, so sick. So unbelievably creative. This game felt like it ripped you out of this world, this time and place, and just put you somewhere else, like this alien planet. Very immersive, incredible atmosphere. Just brilliant, just brilliant. I can't say enough good things about this. I'd love to stream Abe's Odyssey and Exodus someday.
Alors, t'as un flingue, alors que ça fait genre 20 heures que tu joues que t'as pas de flingue. C'est trop bien. Et t'as les paillettes qui sont... Voilà. C'est gravé. Je pense que vous n'avez même pas à changer le sound effect.
On peut juste ta voix sur l'image.
Abe's Odyssey also gives you a masterclass in sound design. It's perfect. All right. Everything sounds exactly as it should and just like makes the world more believable, more weird. You kind of forget it's a game in some ways because things weirdly feel alive. Like the AI for the enemies is quite erratic and unpredictable. By PS1 standards. It's so good.
Et la fréquence sonore est accurate. Ça fait 2 heures déjà qu'on est. Hein. Je commence à peine là. Hein. Je vois ce qui arrive. Ok. Oh, Dynasty Warrior. Oh là là, mais je suis désolé.
Oh, yeah,
on va commencer par ça. Vous voulez que je fasse du speed
Vas-y, fais comme tu veux, t'inquiète.
Dynasty Warriors, bon, c'était pas sur PSP que j'ai joué, c'était sur PS2. Dynasty Warriors 3. Il y avait du couch coop. Donc c'était trop bien, voilà, c'est tout. Tu défonçais des milliers de soldats à la chaîne en faisant des trucs trop stylés dans la Chine antique. Enfin, c'est toujours Dynasty Warriors aujourd'hui, hein, c'est du défoulement pur. Dead or Alive, ah bah... Ah oui, c'est pas le jeu de combat là. Ah oui, non, ça c'est le jeu que j'aurais aimé avoir quand j'étais ado mais que j'ai pas eu. Moi j'ai beaucoup joué Dead or Alive 2 et 3.
You're just not allowed to make mainstream games like that anymore. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wonder how many concerned mothers got upset over that game. So good. Opeth, thank you for the $3 super chat. Off topic, have I seen The Remarkable Life of Berlin? No. Story about a man with a disability who lived via WoW. Tears guaranteed. I didn't know that. Oh. No, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, that sounds sick. That sounds mad. Based as fuck. Damn straight, mate. Look, Dead or Alive, it started as a video game. It started as a fighting game, and then it just became like hanging out on the beach in swimsuits. But you know what? Who cares? All right, who cares? All right, someone's got to do it. It clearly filled a gap in the market.
Premier jeu de combat avec Guilty Gear, où j'étais vraiment saigné de chez saigné. Le gameplay était exceptionnel. On a un peu tendance à dire c'était des jeux pas terribles parce que c'était un peu beauf, mais en vrai le gameplay était vraiment ouf. Il y a un système de compte qui était
I didn't play it as a fighting game that much, but I had a lot of fun with it. I love Tina, the wrestler. All right, look, I'm a simple man with simple tastes. All right. Anyway, let's get out of here. Plastin Moogle, welcome in.
Unique, où tu pouvais contrer en haut, en bas, en avant, en arrière selon le coup des ennemis. C'était ultra profond. Mais ouais, vu qu'il y avait ce truc de...
Un peu de beauf pervers.
Un peu de beauferie pervers. Et c'est un peu le truc, c'était tellement assumé in your face que c'était... Bon, oui, why not? Crash. Crash Team
I
Racing.
missed this.
Bon, oui, beaufrie pervers. Et c'est un peu le truc, c'était tellement assumé in your face. Vu qu'il y avait ce truc de...
Un peu de beauf pervers.
Un peu de beaufrie pervers. Et c'est un peu le truc, c'était tellement assumé in your face que c'était... Bon, oui, why not? Crash Team Racing, bon j'avais pas joué sur PSP mais sur PS1.
This game was awesome.
C'est Mario, mais bon Mario c'est Crash clairement. J'avais grandi sur PS1 avec Crash Team Racing, Crash Tag, Crash 1, 2, 3. C'était un des gros jeux de mon enfance. Crash Team Racing c'était un peu le premier open world de voiture, hein. Parce que dans Crash Team Racing, si je dis pas de bêtises, sur PS1, il faisait déjà comme Mario Kart World où tu pouvais aller de course en course.
That's right, it did.
Vers d'autres courses, mais pour aller d'une course à une autre,
ouais,
tu étais dans une espèce d'open world de PS1 pour aller à la prochaine course.
Crash Team Racing, I think, is the best Mario Kart clone or Mario Kart inspired game I've ever played, because it does some things differently. I can't remember if Mario Kart has a jump. Does it? But I know Crash Team Racing did, and you could jump and then power slide around corners like that, and it just made movement feel amazing. It felt great. Chocobo Racing was also really fun. Chocobo Racing didn't have a jump. It had a thing that seemed like a good idea at first, which was you could upgrade your magic, your abilities, but in the long run, it just meant you didn't use your powers. So let me put it this way. If you get Fire 1, you just shoot fire in a straight line. But if you get another fire on the racetrack, now you have Fire 2. Now it's like, it will home into one enemy. And if you get a third one, you get Fire 3, and it homes around the whole track. The problem is, you find yourself saving your weapon rather than using it half the time. Whereas Crash and Mario Kart, get your weapon, you use it. Get a new weapon. I just think it's a better gameplay loop. So yeah. Crash Team Racing could get a remake and blow up. It actually could. No, it's Crash Team Racing is really fun. I'd say it's one of the most fun multiplayer games I've ever played, and you could really do an online version of it, man. Couch co-op in the area with friends. It was such a good couch co-op game. It was so sick, man. Mario Kart has a tiny hop. Okay. Then I stand corrected. Naughty Dog don't make them anymore. Well, they're too busy making Intergalactic with, I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah, exactly, Ken. It felt good to have a built-up weapon at first, but I think the OG gameplay loop is better. Anyway, let's keep going.
C'est le père de l'open world, quoi.
En fait, c'est le père de l'open world, c'est Crash Team Racing, voilà. Vous l'avez entendu ici. Et Medieval, qui était absolument fabuleux.
This game is so dumb, man.
Je conseille vivement à tous les gens qui aiment les jeux d'aventure. C'est hyper cool, le gameplay est super prenant. Le système de combat est simple mais cool. Et un des personnages les plus iconiques de PlayStation, Final Fantasy 4.
Yeah.
Je peux pas faire une tangente à chaque fois de 15 minutes sur chaque Final Fantasy, mais je vais skipper les moins importants parce que sinon on va vraiment pour 75 heures. PS Vita. PS Vita. Je savais même pas qu'il y avait autant de jeux qui étaient sortis sur PS Vita.
C'est quoi le dernier jeu qui t'a marqué, toi? Lequel t'as joué là récemment?
Qui m'a marqué. Il y a eu quoi après Elden Ring? Lies of P, c'était avant? Non, c'était après Lies of P. Que j'ai vraiment signé.
At some point. I hear this is like the best Souls-like.
C'est le premier vraiment très bon Souls-like qui est inspiré de la formule des Souls, mais qui fait les choses suffisamment différemment pour avoir l'impression de pas jouer juste à une copie. Des systèmes vraiment différents, une ambiance de ouf, une DA trop cool. Et d'ailleurs, fait marrant. Mais quand j'ai joué à Lies of P, j'ai vu qu'ils avaient un manoir comme base. Et je me dis, ah merde, nous aussi on a le manoir dans lequel tu reviens souvent. Je me dis, ah bah c'est dommage. Et donc il se passe en plus dans une époque assez proche. C'est très européen, c'est très belle époque, début de l'électricité et tout ça. Mais
funny, I know that Lies of P has a mansion as well, and it does feel kind of French. I just never made that connection between that and E33. But because they're such radically different kinds of games, it just works. It's just fine. Alright, let's keep going. It's the best non-FromSoft Souls-like. Yeah, I gotta play Lies of P at some point. Oh, it's Italian. Oh, okay, well, like, I'm working here. Alright, let's keep going.
Non, la DA était vraiment
cool. Oh, yes, of course, because it's Pinocchio and Geppetto. Ah, close enough.
Bah, c'est pareil, globalement, tu comprends rien la première fois que tu le fais, mais t'es touché, tu sais pas pourquoi. Mais bon, après je suis allé rechercher toute l'histoire et tout ça, donc j'ai compris. Enfin, c'est un jeu qui a une âme, quoi, je trouve. Enfin, c'est juste, tu sens qu'il y a quelqu'un qui essaie de te parler à travers le jeu, et c'est ça qui touche, quoi. Bon, Persona, ne pas parler de Persona, qui est quand même une grosse inspiration. Je pense que c'est ma série de turn-based aujourd'hui, enfin récente, préférée. Il y a une métaphore qui est sortie il y a 1 an maintenant, que j'ai enfin fini en ce début d'année, qui est trop bien aussi. Et Persona 4 particulièrement, j'en ai des souvenirs mais exceptionnels, parce que je l'ai fait à la fin de mon lycée, au moment où en gros on allait tous se séparer avec mes potes parce qu'on allait partir dans des facs différentes et tout. Et Persona 4, c'est l'histoire de quelqu'un qui arrive dans une ville, qui se fait des potes, et à la fin en fait il s'en va du lycée, et tu comprends qu'il se sépare un peu de ses potes. Et du coup moi c'est un jeu qui m'a touché, mais genre au fond de mon cœur. Et c'est un jeu, ça c'est marrant, je me rappelle, j'étais allé dans un magasin qui s'appelait Attack, c'est un magasin de jeux vidéo près de chez moi, un petit boui-boui. J'étais parti pour acheter Tales of Vesperia. J'avais genre 40 balles en poche. J'y vais, Tales of Vesperia était à 50 balles. Je fais oh non. Et du coup, j'ai déjà les 40 balles et je me suis dit, bon je vais quand même les dépenser, je vais pas revenir sans rien. Et j'ai trouvé Persona que je ne connaissais pas du tout. Genre vraiment pas du tout, Persona 4. Et du coup, je l'ai acheté parce qu'il était à 40 balles. Et je me dis, ça fait chier, moi je vais jouer à Tales of. Et tu le lances. Et je le lance. Ça s'ouvre sur ça, la Velvet Room, où il y a Igor du coup qui nous accueille. Et il y a une musique Aria of Soul, qui est une des meilleures musiques de tous les jeux vidéo du monde entier, et qui commence. Et je te regarde plus, je suis mais attends, mais ça va être incroyable en fait. Et je n'ai pas lâché le truc, j'ai joué, je l'ai fini 5 fois, enfin c'est un de mes jeux préférés de tous les temps, parce qu'il est arrivé au bon moment de ma vie, et la façon dont je l'ai acquis, et c'est un peu comme Journey au final, où je n'attendais vraiment rien du tout, je l'ai lancé au pif, et limite, ça me saoulait parce que je voulais pas jouer à ça, et au final c'est un des meilleurs jeux du monde.
Angel.
C'est trop bien.
Do you believe in fortune telling?
Persona 3 aussi, que j'ai fait juste après, du coup, qui est exceptionnel aussi. Persona 3, par contre, niveau BO, je pense que c'est une des meilleures BO de tous les temps du jeu vidéo. C'est une espèce de rap fusion chelou, où tu l'écoutes, t'arrives au dortoir et t'as un mec qui commence à rapper derrière, qu'est-ce qui est en train de se passer? Et c'est trop bien, ça marche trop bien. C'était une prise de risque de ouf, c'est Shoji Meguro, le compositeur. Okay. C'est un génie absolu, tous les personnages, il fait des trucs ultra différents. Là, au Persona 5, il est passé en plus sur du jazz.
This is something I respect about the Persona games, is like, we all know anime games are not necessarily my taste, and I think a lot of them kind of look the same. I'm sorry, just that's how I see it. Persona seems to take these crazy stylistic risks with its visuals and with its music, and it doesn't feel like other anime games. Let me put it this way. I would never mistake a Persona game for like any of the others. I wouldn't mistake a Persona game for like, whatever, Genshin Impact, Xenoblade, Tales, Trails, sexy males, you know, I wouldn't mistake it for any of that. And for that reason, I kind of want to stream Persona 5 one day, but that's also going to take a really long time. So I think I should finish Metaphor first, which I will come back to eventually. There's just other shit I got to do first. But anyway, let's keep going. Prepare for 200 hours. Oh, God, that's how long it will take me on stream. You never see it coming. And also, Persona 5 is where you get E33's menu from, its battle menu, which I think, as I say, I think that is a cool alternative to the scrolling menu and all that, like the boxes, the text boxes that we're used to. It feels very fun, feels very gamey. I think it's all right.
Persona 4 c'est plus de la pop, Persona 3 c'est plus du rap. Et à chaque fois c'est du génie. Alors vraiment il est trop fort.
rentrer dans le jeu tour par tour qui te plaît autant. Ça plaît pas forcément à tout le monde tout le temps. Et toi, pourquoi est-ce que qu'est-ce qui te plaît? C'est quoi? C'est juste un truc de ton enfance? C'est...
Non, moi, je sais pas, j'aime ça en fait. Juste, en fait, je comprends pas ce truc de... Le turn-based, c'est old school. Moi, j'y ai jamais cru, j'ai toujours cru que c'était une énorme connerie. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui disent ça. Mais en fait, c'est un système de...
Thank you. We've been saying this, all right? This whole idea that turn-based is somehow outdated and needs to evolve into action. This is a stupid gaslight. It's wrong. By that logic, chess needs to evolve into a game where you throw the pieces at each other and try to dodge them in real time. It's just, you're just wrong. You're playing wrong. All right? And shut up. So, Devereaux, thank you for gifting a Subaru to Les Enfants Terribles. Les Enfants, you are safe. You are safe from the ads. All right, you're safe. It's just dumb. And, yeah. Only Square Enix said turn-based is outdated. I don't... I assume they have. I can't think of a quote off the top of my head or an article where they said that, but I know that their fans do. A lot of modern Final Fantasy fans will say, turn-based is dog shit, it's outdated, and then they'll call you the fake Final Fantasy fan. It's like, oh my god, okay, thank you for that. No, thank you. It's stupid. It's just wrong. Like, what do you think Final Fantasy Tactics would be improved if you just, like, retooled it to play, like, Mega Man or Donkey Kong Country? It's just like, you changed it, man. You changed a completely different game. So anyway, let's get going.
Jeu. Moi, j'aime bien les jeux de plateau aussi. En fait, moi, c'est pas que le turn-based que j'aime bien, c'est aussi le côté préparation de ton équipe avant. Et en fait, juste quand tu prépares un plan, que tu arrives en battle, et que tout se passe un peu comme tu veux, et que tu vois que toutes les pièces que tu as préparées pendant genre 50 heures de jeu avant s'imbriquent et que tout marche super bien et que tu défonces le boss en face, c'est ultra agréable parce que tu te sens intelligent en fait. Là où dans le jeu d'action à la Devil May Cry, je me sens pas particulièrement intelligent, je me sens rapide des doigts, je me sens j'ai de la dextérité, mais dans un turn-based, c'est plus...
Yes, someone's described it this way, like, when you're good at action games, you feel like a badass. And, but when you're good at turn-based games, you feel like a genius. All right? They're just completely different. Like, I made a short about this. Being great at action games feels like being Levi in Attack on Titan. All right? You're just a spinning ball of blades. Being good at turn-based games makes you feel like Overlord. Einzelgun! You know, where you're just... No one can even touch you, because you're just covered in so many spells. Anyway, let's keep going.
Ouais, ton cerveau qui est récompensé, quoi. C'est un peu des maths, quoi. C'est juste, tu mets des trucs ensemble, tu fais ta démonstration, t'arrives à la fin, ça... X égale 2, c'est le bon résultat, tu défonces le boss, t'es content, et j'aime ça, tu vois.
T'étais fort en maths?
J'étais fort en maths, ouais. Et très très nul en compta, ceci dit. Je sais pas pourquoi. Ce qui n'est pas terrible en tant que directeur de boîte.
Just hire an accountant.
Est-ce que juste je peux revenir sur la création aussi rapidement de Clair Obscur? Tu disais que tu as commencé à le faire un petit peu tout seul. Est-ce qu'en fait, entre le moment où toi, tu as commencé à créer le jeu, tu as commencé à le penser, et le résultat final, à quel point est-ce que ça a changé en cours de route? À quel point est-ce que le résultat final ressemble vraiment à ce que toi, tu avais en tête au départ?
À niveau gameplay, ça a quasiment pas changé.
Ok.
C'est le truc qui est resté du début à la fin quasiment intact. À niveau DA, ça a quand même bien changé parce que moi je suis pas en DA. Je sais faire des cinématiques, je sais construire des niveaux et tout ça, je sais faire du game design, mais je sais pas dessiner. Donc on a Nicolas Maxon-Francombe, notre DA, qui est arrivé sur le projet et qui a un peu... on a discuté évidemment de quelle direction on prenait, mais c'est lui qui a fait tous les dessins et c'est un putain de génie, donc tout ce qu'il fait c'est trop stylé, du coup on dit on va prendre ça. Parce que de base en fait moi je faisais un truc plus steampunk, qui venait aussi du fait que vu que j'étais tout seul, je chopais des assets gratuits pour essayer de construire un truc. Et il y a beaucoup d'assets victoriens, et moi j'aime beaucoup le victorien. J'aime beaucoup Castlevania, j'aime beaucoup Devil May Cry, j'aime beaucoup les ambiances gothiques. Mais ça a été quand même très vu et revu maintenant. Aujourd'hui je trouve le gothique, donc on a essayé de trouver plus original. Et la belle époque c'est un peu un truc qui ressemble, mais suffisamment différent pour être plus original. Du coup on est parti là-dessus. En fait le jeu dans l'esprit est pas si différent de ce que j'avais en tête au début. Donc niveau... Ouais. Et après c'est plus niveau... ambition en fait, qu'on a fait un truc 10 000 fois mieux que ce que j'avais en tête parce que de base j'étais tout seul et que c'était un peu pourrave quoi.
Enfin, qu'est-ce qu'il faut concrètement aujourd'hui pour une personne qui a envie de démarrer un projet, de démarrer un jeu? Qu'est-ce qu'il lui faut concrètement en termes d'outils, de matériel?
Ça dépend de quel type de jeu. C'est complètement possible de faire un jeu tout seul, hein. En soi il faut juste un ordi. Les moteurs de jeu maintenant ils sont gratuits à utiliser en tout cas. Généralement tu payes à la fin quand tu sors ton jeu. Typiquement Unreal Engine, moi je suis tombé amoureux d'Unreal Engine quand j'ai essayé. En fait c'est gratuit jusqu'à ce que tu sortes ton jeu. Il y a juste besoin de ça en fait. Et après ça dépend de quel type de jeu tu veux faire. Moi, typiquement, ce genre de RPG, tout seul, j'aurais pu faire un truc, mais ça aurait été un peu pourrave, quoi. Alors que non, avoir une équipe, c'est super important, et surtout, en fait, trouver les gens qui comblent nos faiblesses, en fait. En fait, l'équipe, elle s'est construite comme ça, moi. Typiquement, je ne sais pas dessiner, je vais chercher quelqu'un qui est une brute à ça. La musique, bon, je joue de la musique, mais je ne sais pas composer. Je cherche un compositeur qui est vraiment fort. Mais ça dépend aussi beaucoup du jeu que tu veux faire, quoi. Nous, l'ambition que j'avais, c'était pas réaliste de le faire avec une seule personne pour faire un truc bien. Mais si c'est pour un plus petit jeu en 2D, il y a beaucoup de gens qui se lancent tout seuls et qui arrivent, même en 3D, en fait, tu peux faire des trucs maintenant. Quand je pense à Forgotten City, qui est un jeu qui a été fait par un mec qui était comptable avant, je crois, et qui s'ennuyait. Et en fait, il a chopé plein d'outils à droite à gauche, et c'est marrant parce que quand il faisait son truc, moi j'étais sur le mien en parallèle, et en fait, je voyais on prenait les mêmes outils, de trucs qui sont un peu cheapos gratuits, mais où tu t'en sors en fait, et t'arrives à faire un truc potable. En fait, pour moi, c'est comme ça que la scène indé a fleuri. Hein. De base, c'était beaucoup Unity. Maintenant, André, il arrive un peu plus sur la scène indé aussi. Tout le monde peut pas construire son moteur maison. Personnellement, j'ai aucune idée de comment on fait. Et la plupart des gens n'ont pas les moyens, ou en fait, la plupart des gens qui se lancent, je pense, dans un projet, c'est pas toujours le cas, mais c'est des gens qui ont un peu des histoires à raconter, pas forcément des histoires narratives, mais ça peut être au niveau gameplay, au niveau musique, enfin, quelqu'un qui veut s'exprimer. Et aujourd'hui, les systèmes sont accessibles de au moins pouvoir mettre la main à la pâte et voir ce qui nous manque en fait. Moi c'est ça qui m'a permis de commencer au final, c'est j'ai commencé, je me suis dit ok comment on fait un modèle 3D, comment on fait du game design, comment on branche des blueprints, comment on fait enfin tout quoi, comment on crée un jeu, et de me buter sur les trucs sur lesquels, enfin de me buter dans le sens où je me mange un mur, là où je sens que mes skills de base, en fait soit il me faudrait 5 ans pour devenir fort, soit juste j'ai pas ça en moi quoi. Et c'est là que je me suis dit, ok, là il me faut cette personne, et de créer un jeu. Mais ça, en fait, c'est la porte d'entrée. Sans ça, j'aurais jamais fait de jeu. En fait, pour moi, c'était un truc un peu mystique de.
Yeah, you gotta have a team. I mean, you just can't do everything yourself. It's just impossible, man. I mean, God, I can't be my own editor most of the time. I have like 3 or 4 editors and a thumbnail guy. I just don't have the time or the energy. Also, midnight. Good night. Take care of yourself. Damn, I'm tapping out. Wish I could be here for the rest of the stream. I gotta lie down. Good night, chat. Midnight. Good night. Good luck. And thank you for the subs. I appreciate that. Mega! Thank you for the tier 3 subscription. I am not reading that out. How dare you say that? This man is twice the man you are. All right, where's your French turn-based Final Fantasy? Didn't bloody think so, but thank you for the tier 3 subscription. I appreciate that. Yeah, I saw in another video, he was saying that with Unreal 5, it is now possible to make these games that basically look AAA without breaking the bank. It just won't cost this absurd amount that it used to. I mean, and we all know the meme. I mean, like, video game graphics, they kind of peaked 10 years ago. Like, we don't need to focus on making graphics better. They're already there. Now it's just about, like, art style, creativity, direction, focus, ideas, you know, execution. You don't need to spend like $200 million to make something good. You can spend it on a lot less. Just hire the right people, smaller teams, less bloat, and have nothing unnecessary in your game. All right? No cat Sith box throwing. Anyway, let's keep going.
De créer un jeu.
So, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Sans ça, j'aurais jamais fait de jeu. En fait, pour moi, c'était un truc un peu mystique de. Il faut 50 personnes, il faut de l'expérience, il faut coder son moteur de jeu. Enfin voilà, donc en fait, ce truc d'accessibilité. Et c'est un peu comme l'histoire de beaucoup de musiciens, hein, de trouver un instrument quelque part, de commencer à jouer. En fait, c'est la porte d'entrée qui te permet après de développer tout le reste, quoi.
Est-ce qu'on entre un peu dans une ère où il y a beaucoup plus de place pour ces petites équipes indépendantes, pour les studios indépendants par rapport à ce qu'il y avait avant?
Moi, je pense qu'on y est déjà. Hein. Enfin, les jeux indés sur Steam, globalement, ça fait longtemps que ça représente une énorme part du marché. C'est plus dur de se démarquer parce que du coup, forcément, c'est plus simple de sortir un petit jeu indé. Mais il n'empêche que sur Steam, dans les top sellers, t'as toujours la moitié qui sont des jeux indés, qui cartonnent. Après, il y a un gros syndrome du survivant aussi, que nous, on peut avoir aussi, donc c'est pour ça que je mets en garde quand même. Enfin, c'est compliqué, c'est beaucoup de chance, c'est beaucoup d'étoiles qui s'alignent aussi. C'est rencontrer les bonnes personnes au bon moment, et même en fait, juste que ton jeu arrive sur le marché au bon moment. Mais ce qui est sûr, c'est qu'il y a énormément de place pour les jeux indés. Et je pense qu'il y en aura aussi de plus en plus, parce que je pense qu'il y a de plus en plus de gens en fait qui sont entrés dans le marché via les AAA, et qui maintenant, en fait, on en fait beaucoup, et cherchent des choses un peu différentes, ou en tout cas sont ouverts d'esprit à ce truc indé. Et juste les jeux indés, je pense que niveau pop culture, c'est devenu cool en fait. Parce que je pense que c'est sincère. Et c'est ça le truc le plus différent, c'est que...
Well, I mean, like, indie games, they just more often remember that they're games, you know? If you play, like, say, Risk of Rain, Mega Bonk, Sultan Sanctuary, Titan Souls, Broforce, Hotline Miami, Journey. They just remember that they're games. They're not trying to be real-life replacement simulators. And I don't think that's even a good thing to make anyway. I think that's unhealthy. I mean, hey, you know, if you're sick of the world and you're like, fuck it, I just want to live in the game world, sure. But I don't think that's the best. I don't think that's what we should all be aiming for. Lizzie, welcome in. Guys, chuck a wee follow to the lovely Lizzie in my chat right there. She also mentioned Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight, again, is a game I haven't played, but it clearly knows that it's a game. It's not like, let's go to the shops as Hollow Knight and have coffee and read books. I don't know. Shamari Shawshanks, thank you for the 22 month-a-roo. GG's on a lot. Welcome back to FF14 saying, oh god, I can't believe that game is bringing me back. Just go away, FF7. Stop pulling me into 14 now. Shadow Bloody Rolkin. You reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? Thank you, Shadow Rolkin, for the 10 gifted subs on Sebby Goddamn Webs TV. Thank you very much, Shadow. I appreciate it. Soy Master. Thank you for that 10 puck. So. Yeah, I mean, say look at a game like Sultan Sanctuary, for example. I think that's just kind of, I think a guy did the programming and I think his missus did the artwork. I think Sultan Sanctuary is made by 2 people and it's a really fun 2D local co-op Dark Souls type game. It's really, really fun. You know who else is fun? Shamael with a 10 gifted Subarus on Sebby Goddamn Webs TV. Shamael, you're right. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Shamael. I don't even know if you're Scottish, but that sounds like a name a Scottish person could have, and you know what? That's good enough for me. Thank you for that 10-pack, Shamael. Absolutely bloody legend. Chicken chorizo burrito, mamma mia. Thank you very much. Burritos aren't Italian, but close enough. Thank you for the 3 months. And Voodlo, thank you for gifting a sub to Arianti Dita. Thank you. Your pro game life simulator, if it's done well, it works well for some people and you think some people need it. That's fine, yeah. I guess, look, it all comes down... Look, the whole debate keeps coming back to modern Final Fantasy because it just doesn't know what the hell it's supposed to be. It's just trying to be everything, which results in it being nothing special, or it's just a bloated mixed bag. It just has to stop trying to escape its past, all right? Modern Final Fantasy has been running from its past for 25 years and it's just not bloody working, all right? And no other game series I can think of has this problem. I can't think of a single one that has this problem. Or whenever any other game series does something like this, it immediately gets called out. It immediately gets called out, you know? No one's trying to convince you Devil May Cry 2 is actually a masterpiece, or Resident Evil 6 is actually the best in the series. No one is doing this, all right? But with modern FF, it's just basically been that for the last, like, it's been Resident Evil 6 for, like, the last 25 years, while people trying to tell you that's what it always was meant to be. So, all right. Crash Bandicoot tried to escape from his past and failed miseries. I don't know anything about that. I stopped playing Crash after I played 1, 2, and 3 and Team Racing, and then I was done. I'd moved on to different pastures. Guys, Shadow, Shamil, thank you again for those 10 packs. You absolute bloody legends. How much of FF's lack of identity is petty office politics and hubris about the old Squaresoft guard? I could imagine that, like, 7 Remake is born out of a little bit of spite. I can imagine that it's like them trying to stick it to Sakaguchi. Creatives don't like when you tell them their ideas are bad. And they can hold that grudge for years, sometimes decades. Yeah. I don't think it's impossible. But the problem is, the more they try to prove Sakaguchi wrong, the more they prove how much they actually needed him the whole time. If that's what they're doing. If that's what they're doing, all right? It's just a tinfoil theory. Also, Bodrik, Europe is waking up. What time is it there, Europe? Is it morning for you guys? Razu Khan, thank you for gifting a Subaru to Lazy. I appreciate that. Thank you for treating her well. David Bowie said this about how an artist makes their worst work when they're trying to play to the gallery. That's the Square's problem for the last years. Well, that's what I mean. If you try to make a game that you just think is the most fun, cool thing ever, that's the best process. If you try to make a game, though, that's meant to make the most money with a set number, with these demographics based on these charts. You just, like, come on, guys, man. It's not how art works. It's just you're gonna result in something soulless. And that's not specific to Square Enix. Like, a lot of game companies do that. So, yeah, it makes me sad. So, like, 10 a.m. in Europe? Fuck. Well, you know what? I'm gonna listen to this European talk for another half an hour. Let's go.
Généralement, les jeux indés, c'est... On a aussi des gens qui font des jeux indés juste pour faire de la thune vite fait, mais dans l'essentiel du temps, le but, c'est juste d'exprimer quelque chose, en fait. C'est de faire un projet pour le kiff, et de faire quelque chose qui fait plaisir à soi et qui fait plaisir aux joueurs, et je pense, de toute façon, les plus grands succès, c'est comme ça qu'ils commencent. Ça vient d'une intention qui est pure, quoi.
The biggest hits come that way, from, like, pure intention. It's kind of what Alan Moore said, where he's like, the actions you take, I can't do his accent, but he says something like, the actions you take without fear of failure or lust for success are the purest actions that you will ever take. All right, that's me doing a very bad accent from wherever he's from. But yeah, no, he's right, though. When you're just kind of in the moment, not worrying about the past or not thinking about the future, that's when you'll kind of do your best work.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Je n'ai jamais aimé un seul Assassin's Creed. Je les ai tous commencés. Et à chaque fois, c'est en open world. Au bout de 2 heures, je me dis, en fait, je m'ennuie. Donc j'ai lancé Odyssey. Je me suis dit, à l'époque, je bossais chez Ubisoft en plus. Et je me suis dit, je teste par professionnalisme. Et je suis tombé dedans, en fait. Je suis un énorme fan de Grèce antique. J'ai grandi avec Senseiya. Tu me mets un temple grec sur la boîte, je suis vendu à moitié. Le gameplay était plutôt cool, l'open world était vraiment cool, tu avais des figures mythologiques que tu voyais un peu, et qui faisaient écho à tous les souvenirs que j'avais de Senseiya. Et du coup, j'ai trop aimé. Voilà. J'ai jamais fini un seul autre Assassin's Creed de loin, mais celui-là, je l'ai fini, j'en ai trop bons souvenirs. Juste de voyager en Grèce antique, d'aller voir les temples, de grimper sur les temples. C'est la chose la plus proche qu'on ait eu dans le jeu vidéo.
Wait, he finished Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Isn't that game, like, absurdly long? Holy shit. All right. Good work, my man. Also, Shamil, thank you very much for that 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the 5-pack. You are right. Only if you do all the side quests. Oh, that's right. No, I have a friend who played Odyssey, and he tried doing all the side quests. He said it's like the longest game in the world. Also, Shamil, thank you again for that 5-pack. Thank you. Appreciate it. Saint Seiya. Saint Seiya? I don't know. Let's have a look at this.
Peut-être vraiment bien. Catherine, full body, c'est trop bien. C'est fait par les créateurs de Persona. C'était entre le 4 et le 5 et en haut.
I don't know what this game is about, but I heard it's quite unique. People have recommended this to me before to stream. It's definitely got something, okay? Otherwise people wouldn't keep recommending it. What is this cover? Is that a man in his undies crawling down the chests of 3 gorgeous women? I wish I was that guy! All right, chat, we're streaming this right now. No, all right. We'll put this on the list, all right? We'll think about this, and let's keep going.
C'est quand ils s'entraînaient sur un nouveau moteur dont ils sont servis pour faire Persona 5. Ils ont fait ça un peu en mode training. Et c'est un puzzle game. Et le concept, c'est qu'en gros, on joue... Je crois que c'est Vincent, le héros, qui est là, qui est au milieu de toutes les filles. Et en gros, il va se marier, et il y a une jeune fille, elle, du coup, qui l'approche dans un bar et qui le drague à mort. En gros, il faut faire des choix. À chaque fois que tu es dans le bar le soir, entre soit tu dragues la nouvelle, soit tu es fidèle à ton mariage. Et ça se répercute sur le puzzle game, et tu as 2 fins différentes. Et le concept est...
The plot is that you're getting married, but a girl at the bar keeps flirting with you, and you have to choose whether you flirt back or not. Oh, that's so funny. So the thing is, though, that's a great bloody plot. That's hilarious. That's simple but effective. I understand it. All right, it's memorable. All right, let's see where it goes.
Barré, tu fais que tes puzzles en caleçon comme ça avec des espèces de boutons puis tu vas mourir un peu partout. C'est barré.
What? You solve puzzles in your underwear.
Puzzles en caleçon comme ça avec des espèces de boutons puis tu...
With sheep that keep dying all over the place. What the hell is this game?
Tu vas mourir un peu partout. C'est barré, mais c'est trop bien. Et pourtant, je suis pas très puzzle game, mais là, en fait, t'as une ambiance qui est telle, et juste le soir où t'as ta vie secrète, où tu vas dans les shops pour envoyer des SMS, en fait, c'est tellement absurde, c'est tellement what the fuck, loufoque, qui est genre jamais fait ailleurs, que le jeu vaut vraiment le coup. Bah.
There's some great Japanese games like that, where it's just like, it's simple bit bizarre, and you're like, what the hell is this? I think, like, one that comes to mind, I think this is back on PS2, something called, like, Katamari Challenge or something, and I think the goal was that you had to run around, rolling around, and everything you rolled into got stuck to you. And you continue, Katamari Damacy, as you roll around, you keep sticking everything to you, from like bushes to chairs to park benches to real people to taxis. And I think the purpose of you rolling to this giant ball was so they could shoot it into space so it could turn into like a star or a planet or something. What is this ridiculous idea? And yet it was very popular. People were like, bro, you have to play this game. It's so stupid. It's so fun. Like, I love ideas like that, man. So, Devereaux, thank you for the 100 bits. If you stream all the games on your list, I'll be doing this until I'm 90 years old. Yeah, I mean, look, this guy is a true gamer that he's played all these, man. So, 510, there was a recent one released, and it's still good. Ooh, chuck it in the games recommendations section of my Discord, or I'll try and remind me of it later on. It would be fun to stream. Anyway, enough fucking about. Let's keep going.
Un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps. Mon Tales of préféré très largement, Tales of Vesperia. J'avais jamais été un très grand fan des Tales of jusqu'à ce jeu, mais qui est vraiment magnifique déjà. Genre la DA, encore aujourd'hui je trouve que c'est le plus beau Tales of, mais genre d'assez loin. C'est une DA cel shading qui était sortie sur 360 et PS3 au début, et je l'ai refait il y a pas longtemps, et vraiment ça reste encore magnifique. T'arrives dans les environnements, ça a pas vieilli dedans dessous. Il y a un peu un côté un peu Zelda-esque dans la DA, Zelda The Wind Waker un peu, mais en HD. Et le gameplay est vraiment exceptionnel. Et alors ça va être bizarre, mais c'est un des gameplays qui me rappelle le plus Devil May Cry en late game, parce qu'il y a aussi des histoires de cancel que tu peux faire quand tu builds bien tes persos, notamment Judith qui est la perso avec sa lance qui vole haut dans les airs, où tu peux faire des combos de fou furieux aussi. Donc je passais des heures et des heures à faire des combos de malades mentaux qui ne servaient en soi techniquement un peu à rien, puisqu'il n'y a aucun vrai boss que tu peux envoyer en l'air pendant 15 heures, mais juste tu tapes des gobelins pendant 2 heures en l'air et c'est rigolo. C'est un des jeux que j'ai le plus fini, j'ai dû finir genre 6 ou 7 fois. Et en plus il y a un New Game Plus qui est trop cool. En gros à la fin du jeu, tu as une boutique où tu peux acheter des bonus pour le New Game Plus, des bonus débiles, genre XP x 100, des trucs comme ça. Non, vraiment, si vous aimez les RPG, un peu ce sens d'aventure et de groupe, comme un groupe de héros qui sont vraiment charismatiques, une histoire vraiment cool et un gameplay vraiment qui a une profondeur, mais vraiment de ouf. Jouez à Tales of Vesperia. Okay. C'est vraiment un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps pour moi.
So I've said this before, like, look, anime games aren't my thing, but I'm sure Tales is good because people will not stop recommending it to me, all right? I get these in my YouTube comments all the time. Play Tales, play Trails, I don't know. I mean, is that the same series? Close enough. Play Trails of Vesperia. All right, so it must be good for an anime game, otherwise people wouldn't keep recommending it. But anyway, let's keep going.
Voilà, j'adore ce jeu. Dragon Ball Fighters, un des jeux de combat que j'ai toujours aussi. J'aime beaucoup les jeux arc system de combat. Je sais pas si vous avez remarqué, je ne parle que d'eux.
A lot of DBZ games just kind of look like the same thing. It's like, okay, let's play through the story again. This was like, nah, fuck it. We're just making a full-on fighting game. And yes, there's been a lot of DBZ fighting games as well, but this one got a lot of attention. This one looked next level. This looks sick. Whoa! It's biblically accurate Broly. Notice how they're using real Broly? Notice how they're using Old Testament Broly and not the fake good guy version from the movie where he's the misunderstood good guy. Like, piss off, man. Broly is best as a bad guy, and the debate's over. All right, you're wrong.
Le jeu de baston trop mal dans l'univers de Dragon Ball. Et alors, je sais que c'est criminel, mais moi, je ne suis pas un grand fan de Dragon Ball parce que je n'ai pas grandi avec. J'ai grandi avec Senseiya. Et la petite histoire, c'est que j'avais pas le droit de regarder Dragon Ball parce que mes parents trouvaient ça trop violent. Du coup, on regardait Sensei, qui est plus violent. Mais c'était pas à la télé, en mode voilà, les mangas violents, Dragon Ball, tout ça. Mais du coup, j'ai jamais vraiment. J'ai pas eu d'enfance liée à Dragon Ball. Mais enfin, je connais tous les persos, du coup. Ça fait partie tellement de la pop culture. Mais non, jeu de combat trop bien. Mais là, j'étais compétitif. Je rigolais pas, tu vois. J'étais sur le PS Store et je montais très fort.
He played Dragon Ball FighterZ competitively, or with a competitive mindset. Yeah, this game is very sweaty. Old Testament Broly is how you'll refer to him from now on. It's the only Testament Broly.
Très haut. Quand je bossais à Ubisoft, il y avait des tournois d'internes aussi. Je l'ai gagné, mais voilà, je vais me la péter. Mais... Non, mais j'aime vraiment beaucoup de jeux et trop beau aussi. Après, le premier trailer,
it looks sick, man. It looks dope. Yeah, I remember being hyped.
Dragon Ball, l'animé, mais en jeu, et c'était de la 3D. Et Arc System, ils ont trouvé un truc, et c'est de la magie noire subatomique d'arriver à faire que la 3D a vraiment l'air d'être de la 2D. Généralement, la 3D, tu la crames assez, même si ça a l'air d'être de la 2D, tu la crames vite. Art System, c'est les seuls qui arrivent à faire que tu crames rien. T'as l'impression que c'est de la 2D. Et chaque image est en dessin, est en screenshot 2D. Enfin, je sais pas comment ils font. Franchement, ils sont ultra impressionnants. Et le premier trailer qui est sorti avec cette tech, c'était Guilty Gear d'ailleurs.
Ah, Guilty Gear, alright.
T'avais les deux persos qui se battaient. Tout le monde était là, oui, bon, c'est Guilty Gear un peu plus beau. Et à un moment, ils ont fait le power move de l'industrie du jeu de combat. Ils ont tilté la cam. Et là, tu te rends compte que c'est de la 3D. Tout le monde est là, wow, c'est un truc de fou. Ils avaient réussi à faire ce truc de personne n'avait cramé que c'était de la 3D jusqu'à ce mouvement de cam. Attends, mais tout le monde était là, mais attends, c'est de la 3D en fait. Et c'était de la 3D. Et enfin, Art System, pour moi, c'est des jeux.
I didn't realize how much Guilty Gear has evolved because I think the only time I ever saw it, I must have been like, oh god, 14 or something. 15, 16, I don't remember, but it was 2D back then. And I do remember, the only characters I remember were this huge dude called Potemkin. The guy is like got a huge bomb collar, he's a slave, and Dr. Baldhead, which apparently is his real name. But yes, and you're not going to believe this, chat, but he's got a bald head. But yes, what a coincidence. Also, Shin Super Saiyan, thank you for the $4. Dragon Ball FighterZ came when Marvel vs. Capcom was at its shittiest, and Bardock for the win. Yeah, I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 just looked shit. It just looked shit, man. I don't think it should have ever stepped away from its 2D style. Just look at its 2D character designs, man. Marvel vs. Capcom 1, 2, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, so on and so forth. They look so sick. That is biblically accurate Venom. Okay, that is one of the best versions of Venom I have ever seen in anything. We are Venom! You know, and like how he can like bite you with his arms just turn into like a mouth. Oh, so dope. So fucking sick. Yeah. Alright, let's keep going.
Génie absolu, ils sont trop forts niveau jeu de combat, mais niveau DA aussi, c'est des monstres. Niveau 2, on a déjà parlé. Oh! Moi, je sais pas s'il y a Until Dawn. En tout cas, c'est la série Dark Pictures. Gros jeu qu'on fait avec mes frères.
Okay.
On regarde beaucoup de films d'horreur à la con. C'est notre
Man of Medan, I don't know this one.
Et ça, c'est des films d'horreur interactifs.
Until Dawn is insanely fun, and I would love to stream that game again. I might stream it for Halloween in October, I guess. Because the last time I played that game was, God, it was 6 years ago. Jeez Louise, that's fucking great stream game. That is so fun. Optic Blast! Yeah, I see you there, Marco. Let's have a look at this one. I don't know this one.
Nanar. Until Dawn était vraiment très bien pour le coup à faire en coop. Depuis les autres ils sont un peu moins bien je trouve entre frères.
I agree with him. I think Until Dawn is the scariest. It's got great jump scares. Such a good stream game for that reason. The Quarry wasn't as scary, but the Quarry was really fun to stream because I can't put the VODs on my VOD channel, by the way, because I got really hammered. I'm talking like 16 beers. First playthrough, I did all the wrong decisions, like provoking the cops non-stop. I think I got everyone killed in the first opportunity they could get killed in. It was a very short playthrough, surprisingly. And then the second one, I tried to keep everyone alive. And yeah, I was absolutely hammered. I tried going through it once to be like, can I trim all these rather controversial conversations or moments without I was like, nah, this is gonna take like 10 years. It's just not worth it. It was hilarious though. It was so fun. Those of you who were there, you know. All right. Maybe I could stream The Quarry again sometime because I really enjoyed that, man. And I loved how when a character, when you have to like make a decision, it's like, do I agree or disagree? The character's face will just be like, I love those moments. I thought those are like me and chat were just dying to them every time. I even made a music video about that. If you type Sebi Webb's The Quarry music video, every time they did that, I just mimicked it. And my editor chucked it together into an entire music video, and it's dead in the algorithm because it's a copyright song. I was such a noob to YouTube. I didn't realize, oh wait, we can't do that. But it's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece, that music video. My editor, fantastic work with that. Just type in Sebi Webb's The Quarry music video. You'll find it. All right, let's keep going.
Pote, c'est toujours un bon moment parce qu'en fait, chacun choisit son perso. et tu te passes à la manette. Et Man of Medan, moi j'ai des très bons souvenirs, parce que ça commence dans un bateau.
Man of Medan.
Au début du jeu, il y a une merde sur le bateau, je sais plus exactement, mais il faut prendre la décision de sortir ou de se cacher. Et moi je m'étais caché, et mon perso a disparu tout le jeu. J'ai plus jamais joué. En fait, il était caché dans le bateau littéralement toute l'aventure. Et l'aventure se termine, et il sort du bateau, et je sais plus, mais genre j'avais joué 4 minutes, alors que mes frères ils avaient tous joué genre 1h30. Et j'étais deg, j'aurais pas dû rester dans ce bateau. Voilà. Voilà. Mais en vrai, entre potes, c'est quand même...
It's not that good. I heard the casting of Frank Stone isn't that good either. Might be a fun stream game at some point.
Je sais pas si vous vous en rappelez, du trailer de Killzone sur PS3, qui était un des moments les plus marquants du gaming, et ils avaient sorti un trailer qui n'était pas exactement le jeu final, mais qui se vendait un peu comme le jeu final. Il n'y a toujours aucun jeu aujourd'hui qui est aussi beau que le jeu tel qu'il avait été présenté. Mais du coup, je l'avais acheté, parce que j'étais simplé. Et en fait, le jeu était vraiment bien. Donc je me sentais pas floué. Mais niveau graphisme, le premier trailer de Killzone, je me rappelle...
Here's the thing, this must be a good game, because even I know this title. And I've never played it. Killzone Shadowfall. Some of you guys are saying back when PlayStation knew what the fuck they were doing. Well, yeah. Here's the problem. It's on a physical disc. I mean, it's outdated. I think physical discs need to evolve into non-physical digital, like how turn-based needs to evolve into ARPG. All right. So I'll stop. Actually, no, I won't stop. I'll do it again.
Oh, il avait bien buzzé parce que c'était un truc.
Il manque du rêve, quoi.
Ouais. Mais le jeu était cool. Et pourtant, c'est pas trop mon style de jeu, mais j'ai fini. Ouais, les Call of aussi. Je suis pas un fan de Call of, mais avec mon meilleur pote, on avait un rituel sur Call of Duty 2, qui était un des seuls jeux, je crois qu'il était offert avec la Xbox 360. Du coup, c'était genre des premiers jeux qu'on avait, c'était le seul qui avait de la coop, du couch coop. On avait toujours sur la même map, qui était une espèce de il y avait un bunker dans la neige, c'était Stalingrad, je crois. On jouait qu'à deux, parce qu'on n'avait pas le Xbox Live à l'époque, et on passait 12 heures de suite à se tirer dessus, depuis ce bunker jusqu'en bas, depuis en bas jusqu'à ce bunker, et on alternait les places, et on faisait que ça. C'était parmi les meilleurs souvenirs de gaming avec mes meilleurs potes. Henri, si tu vois cette vidéo. Et vraiment, c'était toutes les soirées, quand j'y repense, de débile profond. Mais qu'est-ce que c'était bien. C'était vraiment 12 heures sur la même map qui était pas grande en plus, hein. C'était vraiment un bunker inouï. Bah de base, j'aime pas trop les FPS, à part peut-être qu'il est là, le contre-exemple BioShock, qui est un de mes jeux préférés de tous les temps. L'intro de BioShock 1, c'est la meilleure intro de jeu vidéo de tous les temps, point. J'avais téléchargé la démo sur la 360, c'est la première fois que ça m'a fait ça. J'ai joué
I love the concept of BioShock, like the idea that, what is it? It's like an underwater city in which all religion and belief systems, they're just, we don't care about any of that. It's just pure science, but it's just science and human selfishness just gone wrong. Horrific human experiments. There's those little girls who you gotta... They try to stab you? I forget. And there's like these huge dudes called Big Daddies that just walk around in huge underwater suits with drill arms and try to grind your brain out. It could be a cool stream to do someday. I unfortunately have... Look, I did watch a bit of a playthrough back in 2015, so I know that, like, there's different endings. I know Will You Kindly. I know... What is it? A man chooses. A slave obeys. It's really interesting, though. It could be a really cool stream. I don't know if the second one's any good, but I heard the third one is quite good. The third one seems very strange, very interesting. I guess if you're gonna do it, you gotta do two as well at the same time. You gotta do them all, I guess. Sebi BioShock. Do you think a BioShock 1, 2, 3 set of streams could be fun? It's an Ayn Rand game. Okay. Whole Atlas Shrugged. Fountainhead. Okay, alright. BioShock has an unmatched atmosphere of 10 out of 10. Yeah, I do remember, even though I was watching a playthrough of it back in 2015, I was like, man, this game feels like something else, man. This game has a vibe. It's sick. Alright, let's keep going.
La démo, je suis arrivé à la fin de la démo, je l'ai acheté. Mais genre je suis parti à la Fnac alors qu'il était super loin et je l'avais acheté parce que
this is great.
Et t'as ce truc qui s'ouvre, t'as du speech de Andrew Ryan, je crois.
I think this is such a great opening for a game.
Qui est tellement original, en fait, tu ne peux pas
It's so unique.
savoir plus. Et non, BioShock c'est un de mes jeux préférés. Et pourtant, c'est même pas que j'aime pas les FPS, c'est que j'aime pas la vue première personne. En fait, je sais pas, c'est un truc qui me dérange un peu. Dès qu'il y a un mode de third person, je prends le mode third person, même s'il est pas ouf. Je ressens pas d'accrochement au perso si je suis en première personne, je trouve. J'aime bien le voir, en fait. Et puis juste, en fait, niveau contrôle, je trouve que ça permet moins de...
I'm going to agree with him on this. I mean, like, I don't have a problem with first-person games existing. But I remember with Cyberpunk, I personally wanted a third-person view, and I know a lot of people felt the same way. Maybe I'm just being a noob. Maybe if I played it, I'll be like, oh, wait, of course it can only be played this way. That said, for a game like Subnautica, I think first-person was essential. And I think Subnautica would be less good if I could see what I look like. I kind of like the idea that I feel very isolated, and that things attack my screen, not attack my character. What's another example? I think horror games, first person is awesome. Games like Madison, you can think of a few yourself. Yeah. Everyone connects to Doom Guy? Oh, yeah, but I mean, Doom Guy's just fantastic. You know, Doom Guy's in a bit of a league of his own. He doesn't feel like other first-person characters. Ashna Koi, welcome in. Thank you for that Ashna wave. So, alright, you gotta go, Plaster Moogle. Take care of yourself. You all right. So, alright. RE7 and 8? Yeah, I think RE7 works well in first person. I think it's sick, man. Subnautica VR would be absolutely terrifying. Yeah. This guy knows his stuff. Oh, he does know his stuff. If he didn't know his stuff, he wouldn't have made a good game. So.
De folie. T'imagines Devil May Cry en première personne, tu vomis au bout de 2 secondes. Donc je suis moins première personne. Ouais. Mais Bioshock, un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps. Il y a Symphony of the Night aussi. Bon, j'ai déjà parlé de Castlevania, mais celui-là, un des meilleurs. Moi, j'en ai 4 qui sont exceptionnels, les 3 sur Game Boy que j'ai montré tout à l'heure, et Symphony of the Night sur PS1, avec Alucard, un des persos qui pète le plus la classe du monde du jeu vidéo. Enfin, jouez-y, quoi. Si vous aimez les Metroidvania, lui, c'est un peu le... Pour moi, c'est un peu la référence ultime dans ma tête. Mais moi, c'est celui-là vraiment.
Castlevania Symphony of the Night is just one of the greatest games in the world, in my opinion. I don't play Metroid, but in the whole Metroidvania genre, this is such a standout. One of the greatest soundtracks ever, period, in video game OSTs. I use a lot of them in my Just Chatting sections. The shit you can do in that game is nuts, man. Like, this is a PS1 game. Alucard, being a vampire, can turn into a bat. He can turn into a wolf. He can turn into a cloud of mist. Like, these are all things vampires can do. The sheer volume of weapons and all the different things these weapons can do is insane. All these different kinds of shields, right? From whether it's like an iron shield to a Medusa head, you then get a weapon called the shield rod. And the shield rod, if you hit attack and block at the same time, it does unique attacks based on that particular shield. It's just so sick. He has spells. And the inputs for these spells are like fighting game inputs. You kind of just discover them by accident. It's just, oh my god, it's so excellent. I would love to, I need to stream this game because I don't think I have a VOD of Castlevania Symphony of the Night on my VOD's channels. So yeah, I think we will have to stream this at some point. It's gonna have to happen. It's so good. So fucking sick.
Je me suis dit, vache. En fait, t'as ce truc, bouchez-vous les oreilles si vous voulez pas être spoilé, mais en fait, au bout d'un moment, tu finis le jeu une première fois, tu penses que c'est la fin, et en fait, le château se retourne, et tu refais tout le jeu avec le château.
We all got the bad ending the first time, because we didn't know, like, there's a really specific set of things you need to do to, unlock the entire second half of the game, which is a reverse castle, the entire game just upside down, with a whole different set of enemies.
Tu te rends compte que niveau level design, les mecs, ils ont pensé...
This was nuts, man! Because I remember thinking, that was a really sad ending. And I go online looking up, you know, Symphony of the Night, talking about it, and it's like, why is everyone talking about this thing called the reverse castle? And I look it up, and I'm like, oh my god, I've only played half the game.
De gauche à droite, mais aussi de droite à gauche dans l'autre sens. C'est des psychopathes du level design en fait, et ça marche trop bien et c'est exceptionnel. Et juste cette idée, ça va retourner le cerveau. Et
I can't think of any other game that's done that. It's insane.
Qui fait ça quoi? Parasite.
Yeah, who does that? Oh shit, okay.
Mon petit Resident Evil à moi. On l'avait avec mon grand frère, on se pissait un peu dessus, mais l'héroïne Eve était trop stylée. Et c'est vraiment un Resident Evil, c'est les mêmes contrôles, ça ressemble beaucoup, avec un côté un peu plus RPG. Et j'ai tenté d'y rejouer. C'est niveau contrôle, c'est clairement ça a très mal vieilli. C'est du third person, je crois que c'était des caméras fixes. Et quand tu essaies de tourner, en fait, ton perso, il tourne comme ça. Donc si t'es poursuivi par un... Enfin, si tu cours par là, que t'as un ennemi là, en fait, ton perso, il tourne comme ça, et après, tu peux avancer tout droit.
The thing is, Parasite Eve, it sort of gets away with it just on pure vibes alone. Like, its atmosphere, its feel, its cool factor. Aya Brea is just beautiful and strong and sexy. Also, a Nomura design. It just gets away with it because it looks and feels so good. But yes, its gameplay was... I don't have great memories of it.
Et enfin, ça met 8h30 à se retourner, c'est pas très fluide. Mais à l'époque, on s'en foutait. Et l'ambiance était vraiment
this is a good point. Back then in the PS1, no one cared how bad half these games controlled because the atmosphere was really cool. Games were new, you were young, and yeah, it was a different world back then. So, anyway, let's keep going.
Cool. Si vous aimez les vieux Resident Evil et que vous ne connaissez pas, jouez à ça.
Another cool thing about Parasite Eve is it shows how cool Squaresoft used to be before they became Square Enix. Because Parasite Eve is basically, what if, okay, Resident Evil, you guys kind of cornering the market on horror here. What if we combined Final Fantasy with Resident Evil? Let's see what we can make. And they made a game that went as hard as Resident Evil, if not harder. It was brutal. It was really, really intense, man. Really violent. Insane body horror, like just even the level 1 enemies are shocking. Whereas Enix today, I don't think they could do that. I just don't think it's their philosophy. I don't think it's in them. Squaresoft was cool, and modern FF is just not. Oh, yeah. See, you're not going to see something like that in an Enix game. To my memory, at least.
Quand même, hein, surtout lui, pour moi. Lui, après, dans le top 3.
Oh, here we go, boys. Here we fucking go. Sorry, I missed that. We got to say this. Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9. Nice. A man of culture, I see.
Quand même, hein, surtout lui, pour moi. Lui, après, dans le top 3. Le 8 d'abord. Bah, en fait, c'est celui avec lequel j'ai commencé, moi. Et à l'époque, je savais même pas vraiment lire quand on y jouait, et mon grand frère non plus. Et Final Fantasy VIII, c'est un jeu qui est compliqué. Hein. Même aujourd'hui, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup d'adultes qui essaient de comprendre le système de jonction et de progression, personne ne comprend rien, parce que c'était ultra obscur. Et je me rappelle que, ouais, en fait, on faisait le premier niveau en boucle, on arrivait au premier vrai boss qui s'appelait Sulfura, en haut d'une tour, et nous on savait que faire auto-attaquer en fait. Et on arrivait au bout, on sait que auto-attaquer, et ça marchait pas, et ça passait pas, il était impossible ce boss. Et on a recommencé ce passage pour essayer de trouver comment battre ce premier boss, mais dans ma tête, c'est des centaines de fois. Peut-être que dans ma tête d'enfant, en fait, c'était juste 10 fois, j'en sais rien. Mais en fait, je pense que c'est mon souvenir de gamer le plus fort, d'arriver en haut, voir Sulfura, se faire défoncer, ok, on recommence, et on repart au tout début du jeu, dans Balamb Garden. Du coup, la musique de Balamb Garden, qui est l'intro de Final Fantasy VIII, elle est gravée là, mais à jamais. Et ben, j'ai eu la chance de rencontrer Nobu et Mathieu.
To be fair, Balamb Garden's theme music is a good song to have etched into your brain forever. Immaculate vibes, super chill, super cozy. The junction system was unusually complicated in the PS1 era. Today you can sort of figure it out, but like it was a bit tricky for me to understand because I played so much Final Fantasy VII that my parents put a half an hour limit, a half an hour of PS1 limit a day for me. So yeah, now I could save up these half hours and have 1 hour in over 2 days. You can see what it's going. Now, in their defense, I may have deserved that because my grades were not great and my I wasn't doing anyway, I may have deserved that. So but at the same time it was some fucking bullshit. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Du coup, je lui ai dit qu'il m'avait peut-être le musicien qui m'a le...
Nabstro, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate it.
À jamais, et ben j'ai eu la chance de rencontrer Nobu Ematsu, du coup je lui ai dit qu'il m'avait... C'est peut-être le musicien qui m'a le plus marqué à vie, juste pour la musique de Balamb Garden. Et je pense que finalement, niveau design des persos, c'est peut-être celui qui se rapproche le plus de Clair Obscur. Moi, c'est vraiment mon style en fait, de ces héros, des tenues assez sombres, assez sérieuses, et c'est un peu à la Bleach au final. Et ça, c'est ma petite théorie, mais que les gens qui aiment Final Fantasy VIII sont aussi les gens qui aimaient Bleach, qui n'était pas le plus gros des Big Three avec Naruto et One Piece. Comme Final Fantasy VIII, c'est pas le plus gros du Big Three qui serait peut-être 7, 8, 10, mais il y a un style qui sont dégagés qui était vraiment ouf. L'histoire, bah, du coup, je l'ai refait peut-être 5 ans après, quand je savais lire. L'histoire, incompréhensible. Globalement, c'est du n'importe quoi.
It's true. FF8's story makes no sense, all right? In his words, it is complete nonsense. It's a mess, all right? It's a dog's breakfast. It's a pile of spaghetti. And you know what? No one cares because it looks so good and it feels so good and it sounds so good that it just gets away with it. But yeah, I remember streaming this game back in 2024, and as I was playing it, I was like, my God, what the hell's going on here? So, but it's just really fun. It's just really fun. And you know what? That's what a game is about. Mega, thank you for the 100 bits. The graphics are the best ever in the PS1 to this day. Yeah, no, FF8 and 9 have incredible graphics for their time. Although I still love FF7's art style. I find that just, oh, it's top tier, mate. Fucking top tier. Yeah, in a way, you could, if you remake FF8 the way you've remade FF7, it probably actually wouldn't fuck up the story too badly. It might actually improve it. You know what? I think this is the game that needs all the whispers and all the fate ghosts, all the time jannies, whatever the hell you call it, all right? You don't need them in 7. It was fine. But this actually might need some fixing.
Mais c'est très bien. Et c'est ce que ça revient à ce que je disais, c'est t'as des moments dans la scène où tu fais « Hein ?» Mais c'est complètement con. Et en fait, ça marche trop bien parce qu'ils embrassent complètement ce côté what the fuck, tu pars dans l'espace, vraiment, tu dis pourquoi ? Et en fait, tu sens qu'il y a un délire qui est ultra assumé et qui rend le jeu ultra attachant. Je l'ai fini 18 fois aussi. Parce qu'en plus, il y a un système qui fait que tu peux finir le jeu au niveau 1 parce que les ennemis scale avec toi. Du coup, t'es pas obligé de level up, t'as pas de grind. Mais par contre, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'au bout d'un moment, tu apprends une habilité qui te permet de manger les ennemis et qui fait que quand tu montes d'un niveau, tu gagnes plus de stats. Donc si tu veux vraiment opti, il faut faire le jeu au niveau 1, débloquer cette habilité et après bouffer tout le monde en fait. Et du coup, je me faisais des délires juste à essayer d'avoir des persos maximisés à 100%, ce qui prend des plombes. Mais c'était rigolo. Le 9...
I think the way I kind of broke the game was I drew like 100 double spells out of Elvaret. He's the guy you fight in Dollet Town. And I think I junctioned them all into Squall's attack. And I realized all I had to do was just attack with Squall, and he did something like 7,500 damage every hit. There was no point doing anything with any of the other characters. Like, if they could summon a Guardian Force and it would do like 1,500 2k. Well, why would I waste that time when I can just skip their turn and have Squall just attack everything, just destroy everything? Yeah, so, yeah. You gotta hit the hay, take it easy, Carmex, take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, let's keep going.
Aussi, bah, le 9 c'était un grand classique aussi. Moi c'était un peu moins mon style niveau DA. Par contre niveau gameplay, il y avait des systèmes trop intéressants. Notamment il y a un système qui est super proche de celui qu'on a repris dans Clair Obscur. Il y a celui des accessoires qui sont un peu des Lumina, où ils avaient tous leur passif et après tu peux faire un peu ta popote de passif et faire des builds complètement craqués.
Yeah, the Lumina system in E33 comes from FF9's gem system, where, how's it work again? Weapons and armor will have certain abilities attached to them, and some are character specific. And you can learn them, and then as you level up, you just have like a larger number of gems in your body as you level up, and then you can just insert more of those gems into those abilities. Some abilities are like whatever, they'll cost 3 gems, some are really good, they'll cost like 8 or 10 or 12. I agree with him. FF9's art style is very specific and it's a turn off to a few people. It's more, 9 feels like Spirited Away mixed with Final Fantasy, and it's very jarring if you started on 7 and 8 and you're like, oh man, if 8 was trying to top 7's aesthetic, I wonder what 9 will look like. And you just see Steiner and Zidane, and you're like, the fuck is this? A lot of people had that reaction. But once you get over that and you're just like, okay, this is a very different, it's a Final Fantasy, but it's a very different kind of one. You play it, and in hindsight, I was like, nah, this game is, this is a top 10, this is a top 5 FF. For me, you could even say it's a top 3. It's excellent, I think. As I say, OG FF7 is the most impactful on me. I think it's got the most heavy-hitting emotional moments and really powerful atmosphere. But 9 is not trying to do the same thing. It's like a very whimsical, strange tale. It really feels like you have been pulled out of this world and placed in another reality entirely. 9's magic. Let's put it that way. There's a reason FF9 is a lot of people's favorite. Anna Wonders, welcome in. Oi, mate. Have you played with Doja yet? A Doja? I don't know. Also, Anna, I hope you're doing well, mate. It's been bloody years. Years. Sorry, my Scottish accent is atrocious. Also, Naife. Sorry, Naife, thank you for that prime. I appreciate that. Thank you. I was having a nice glass of Johnny Walker Black right here. A wee Scotch whiskey. Yeah. 9 has aged the best of any FF. Well, 9's characters and story make more sense than 8's, but 8 looks cooler. Yeah. So, here's the thing. I don't think 9 needs a remake. I think 9 is at its max power level already as a PS1 game. I don't really think there's anything you can or should do with it. And I think anyone who plays 9, I just think you... I feel like it's one of those things where you think you want it, but you don't. Except I'm actually right. It actually applies in this one. You remake 9, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think you need to. Isn't there already a graphically upgraded one? Well, there's the Mogiri mod, which takes its backgrounds and I think uses like AI smoothing or something and makes them look really like realistic and polished and new and good. And then there's the Memoria project, which is, I think, a fan-made thing where they've recreated Alexandria and you can walk around in Vivi as Vivi and stuff. Yeah, but I don't think Square's remaking it, and I don't think they should either. I don't think they should remake 10. I don't think Square should remake. I don't think modern day Square Enix should remake any Final Fantasy, any classic FF, to be honest. I don't think they can be trusted with that. I'm sorry, like... That's just what I think. So, anyway, let's continue.
Enfin, le boss, il avait même pas le temps de jouer, tu le défonçais. Et c'était super agréable. Et niveau DH, je trouve que c'était super osé ce qu'ils ont fait. Où c'était un peu une espèce d'adaptation du pixel art qui n'était pas réaliste, mais qui était plus avec des proportions un peu cartoony. Un peu à la Miyazaki, quelque part. Dans les proportions.
See, hang on. Let's come back here.
Super osé ce qu'ils ont fait. Où c'était un peu...
Here's the thing. If you can now turn the camera and stuff... how do I say this? The advantage of fixed angles is that the director, the game developer, whatever, they can pick the most cinematically effective angle and design everything around that. So it feels like you're walking around inside of a painting. Now, anyone who says, oh, if I can't move the camera, well, it's wrong, it sucks. Well, hang on, think of it from this perspective. Let's say you go to a movie, like a Quentin Tarantino movie, a Martin Scorsese movie, or Lord of the Rings. Do you want to be able to move the camera the entire time you're watching that film? Or would you rather sit back and trust that the director who's gone to like film school and is experienced is picking the best cinematic angle for every single shot? You know what I mean? I'd rather just kind of trust. It's a different kind of experience, sure, but I'd rather sometimes just trust the artists to do that part for me. It's quite difficult. When you're moving the camera, you now have the difficult task of making whatever you look at look great. And Clair Obscur is good at doing that. And I think Elden Ring and the Souls games are good at doing that too. Almost whatever you look at, it looks sick. But it's also a lot more work. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know. That's just my opinion. And Billy's scratching at my door, so I'm going to bring him in to say hello. Just give me a wee sec. Come here, you little fat boy. Oh. Don't run away. Come here. No, Billy. Come here, you. My little fat boy. All right, Billy, come here. Come say hi to chat. Come here. Having a wee scratch at my door. You little sausage. Look at this wee fat loaf of bread I got here. Look at this little fat boy. Anna, you never met Billy, have you? Because we only got him in, I think, like, was it 2023, chat? Are you 3 years old? You 3-year-old loaf of bread? You little fat boy. Look at his little floppy hands. Also, Mega, thank you for the 100 bits. So, Oh, alright, alright, alright. I think Billy wants me to come play with him, and I will, alright? We will play after stream. But right now, I'm recording some YouTube videos, and I've got to do it first. Come here, you fat boy. Come say hi to chat. Come say hi to chat. Alright, chat, I'm going to give you one Billy smile, and then I'm going to let him go, okay? Alright, Billy. You ready? Here comes the smile. Look at that, chat. Ear to ear, mate. Look at that wee smile. Little fat boy. Oh, so amused. Alright, Billy, give him one last smile, and then I'm going to put you outside, alright? Here comes, chat. Oh, what a scrumptious little loaf of bread. Alright, off we go. Alright, Chad. I'm going to put him outside. I'm also going to take a piss, and I might refill my whiskey. And then we'll continue. Off we go. Off we go, Billy boy. Off we go. Down you go, little fat boy. Alright. I'm going to chuck some music on, and I'll be right back. Be right back. Happy pissing! You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Alright, chat. Fucking back. I got my whiskey. And it's time. Time to continue this video. I will get this done, chat. There's a high chance that this stream is going to go for a long time. But that's okay, because I really, really want to get these videos done. I really want to do this, alright? We got to get some YouTube long-form content. It can't only be ripping on Final Fantasy VII Remake, alright? Even though it deserves it. And it fucking deserves it, alright? And there will be more of it, believe that. But it can't be the only thing. Nayako, can I take a sip of whiskey for us, pretty please? Thank you, love. Oh, alright, just for you, mate. Alright, cheers, Nayako. Here's a wee sip of whiskey. That's good. Let's go back to Devil May Cry 5 replay. I will eventually. There's some games I want to knock out beforehand, though. We gotta get back to gaming. Exactly. No, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. But this has to happen first. This has to be done. It has to be done. It has to get done. Alright. And it will get done. Right here. Right now. Thank you, chat. Appreciate y'all being here. You can see fake ghosts showing up as Laguna scenes or Ultimecia interference. Oh, God. I mean, it's a bad idea no matter what. Alright. Let's do this. Let's go.
Une espèce d'adaptation du pixel art qui n'était pas réaliste, mais qui était plus avec des proportions un peu cartoony, un peu à la Miyazaki quelque part, dans les proportions des têtes, des corps et tout ça, qui lui donnait un charme de ouf. Enfin, c'est un des classiques.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Et Bibi, meilleur caractère, évidemment.
Bibi? You mean Bibi? Oh, in French he's called Bibi? Oh, that's so cute! That's so cute.
Ça, on peut en parler, Legend of Dragon. Mais pas comme les gens pensent qu'on puisse en parler, puisque mon histoire avec ce jeu, c'est tout le monde depuis la sortie de Clair Obscur me dit mais c'est comme Legend of Dragon. Et moi, je n'ai jamais joué à ce jeu. Je ne l'ai jamais eu. En fait, je voyais dans le magasin. Bah, du coup, on avait un peu le choix entre ça et Final Fantasy. Du coup, on prenait Final Fantasy. Mais il y a un système aussi de QTE sur les attaques. Donc, tu peux faire des combos comme ça, qui est très similaire à ce qui se fait dans Clair Obscur. Mais tout le monde me dit ce système est repris de Legend of Dragon.
Toi, tu n'as jamais joué?
Vraiment, je ne savais pas.
Et depuis,
Well, the difference is that in Legend Dragoon, the QT attacks, they can go up to like 6 or 7 hits. You know, like Gust of Wind Dance or Moonstrike. And whereas in Clair Obscur, they're really just like 2 hits. And at most, you get 3. So, yeah, I wouldn't really say... Clair Obscur, they're just kind of fun. They just make the attacks a bit more engaging than some you do. Whereas in Legend Dragoon, they are like a much more important part of the gameplay. In my opinion, at least, in my experience. Logan Bloody Lifts, thank you for the 15 months. Seb, my man! Good to see you, brother. Hope you've been well. I've been good, Logan. Been very bloody good, mate. I needed that 2 weeks off. And I've just been raising my power level to come back and record this much long form content on stream. Feels good. Madness Hero! Yeah, Legend Dragoon, I would actually say, is the... Let me put it this way. Chrono Trigger is sort of like the cool cousin of FF4, 5, and 6. Legend Dragoon is like the cool cousin of FF7, 8, 9. Let me put it this way. I think it belongs in that category. I think it belongs to those games. Chrono Cross as well, but I think Dragoon is cooler. Dragoon has some problems, like its translation can be a bit generic and the random encounters can be a pain in the ass, but the world, the music, the character designs, the story, you know, the vibes, you know, the volcano, double slash, more and more, hard blade, explosion, does all of that. It's so good. It's so sick. Dragoon is a great example of a game that's not perfect, but most people just don't have any bad memories of it. We all remember it well because it's so fucking sick. So yeah, flame shot. Oh, it's so mad. So yeah. All right. Even if modern Square Enix could potentially not butcher an FF8 remake, you still wouldn't be crazy about the idea. It would be 4 $80 games. Yeah. Hey, 4 discs. 4 games. Get with the times, dude. I'm just gonna open my window. All right. Yeah. The item limit is a pain. Oh yeah. No, Legend Dragoon, it only lets you hold 32 items, not 32 stacks. 32 items. All right. They make up for it by having the items be completely overpowered, but still, though, it's fucking bullshit. So, all right. No, fucking about it. Let's keep going.
T'as pas voulu essayer après la sortie?
Si, j'ai essayé du coup. En fait, j'ai essayé même pendant le développement, parce qu'il y a des gens de l'équipe qui en avaient parlé aussi. Et j'ai regardé, j'ai fait oui, c'est assez similaire, parce que t'as ce truc de QTE dans les attaques, mais qui est plus central chez eux que chez nous. Chez nous, c'est un peu plus simple, slash optionnel. Mais je le ferai un jour.
Well, you can see the difference right there. He hit the button twice, but Gustav hits more than twice. Whereas in Legend Dragoon, every single hit is a button, slash, and bang, bang, pow, moonstrike. So that's a difference in that.
Tout le monde...
LOD, Dragoon is much more rhythm-based in that regard.
De le faire. Faut juste que je trouve le temps. C'était une inspiration non volontaire, quelque part. Bon, on a vite fait parler des autres combats, mais voilà, moi c'était lui auquel j'ai beaucoup joué. Tekken 3. Nous, vous pouvez débloquer Gon. Le Gon, c'était le petit dragon, il est exceptionnellement stylé. Et en fait, on pouvait jouer que
that's so good. For many people, well, this is the Tekken game that, like, exploded the series. Like, Tekken 1's where it all starts, obviously. Tekken 2 is pretty cool, has some sick vibes, great opening scene. But 3 is where it was like, welcome to the 90s, motherfucker. The opening of 3 is still one of the best openings in video game history, period. All right, this is not for debate. It's just one of them. It's got one of the best soundtracks in the entire series history. Like, its OST, every song is a banger for basically every character. And as you can see, the first thing he does is unlock Gon. Yeah, you can unlock this piece of shit. This little asshole who's so short that he just goes under all your high attacks, and he can fart on you. Yes, and he can breathe fire on you. And I played him a lot. We all played as Gon, but the only fair way to play Gon is to have mirror matches because it's so stupid. Yeah, just a phenomenal. This is one of the games that sold the PS1. That's how good Tekken 3 was.
Gon, parce que Gon, c'était le petit dragon, il est exceptionnel.
And to this day, when I play Tekken 8 and you can have jukebox mode, I have just got Tekken 3's OST layered onto everything. The menu, character select, this is my fighting music. It's so good.
Stylé, mais en fait on pouvait y jouer que chez mon cousin celui-là. Du coup on y allait tous les étés, il habitait à Marseille et on avait peut-être 3 heures à chaque fois de Tekken par été pour essayer de débloquer Gon. Du coup quand on est arrivé on était prêts, on avait lu tous les magazines, on s'est dit ok c'est bon, on sait comment on débloque Gon, on y va et on l'a débloqué une fois. Bon, du coup on a pu jouer avec lui genre 3 minutes, mais on était super heureux parce qu'on a pu jouer. D'ailleurs il était un peu nul, il y a un deuxième perso qui était en fait.
I love that. After all that to unlock Gon, as soon as you unlock him, he's just kind of lame. It's true, though. He's a funny idea for a character, but he's just completely stupid. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Because he's a T-Rex, his punches are so short that they can't even reach further than his own nose. So you have to be, like, right in the enemy if your punches to even hit them. He's so stupid. He's such a shit character. But he's hilarious, you know. He's one of the boys. We all love him. He's a meme character.
Qui a une épée dans sa main. On n'a jamais compris comment donner un coup d'épée. Et vraiment, on était petits et ça nous rendait complètement ouf. Et vraiment, en fait, c'était...
Minidisc! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on SebiWebs TV. You know what, Minnie? I raise a glass of Johnny Walker Black to you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. In fact, as Barrett said to Leslie, Minidisc, you all right? Wiki. This is interesting where he's saying we never figured out how to swing the sword. Actually, if you just hit, I think in Tekken 3, it's just down back, like diagonal down backwards and square. He'll take out the sword and slash you. If you do like a Hadouken, like, you know, quarter circle forward square, he'll do like a jumping spinning move, somersault with his sword. Yoshimitsu's sword isn't really that necessary. Is it left square? Fuck, I haven't played this in like 20 years, mate, but this was the good old days of Tekken where there were some characters who had projectiles like True Ogre. Yoshimitsu, there were some characters with weapons. Yoshimitsu had a sword. But it wasn't like today, where it is fucking bullshit, where you get guys like Victor, Kunimitsu, Noctis, who with zero effort are spamming like ultra great swords, blades everywhere, safe throwing knife, projectiles, teleports behind you, long spear that's like 12 feet long, stabs you in the feet. Whenever anyone in Tekken says, Tekken's always had weapons, that person, all right, is either young, doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, or they are just lying to your fucking face, okay? The weapons in Tekken today are nothing like how they used to be back in the OG days. And anyone who's played the old games knows what the hell I'm talking about, all right? It's bullshit. Don't you give me this crap that Tekken 3 had, like, characters who played, like, Noctis and Victor and Kunimitsu. Fuck you. Just be like, by all means, you can enjoy the new games, but just be honest about them. Just be honest. Anyway. As I say, the weapons here, they had the longest wind-ups in the world, and they took like 10 business days to recover from, all right? You swung your sword, I could see it coming. You miss, guess what? You're getting your shit pushed in. So it's just stupid. It's just so dumb. But anyway, let's keep going.
Donner un coup d'épée. Et vraiment, on était petits, et ça nous rendait complètement ouf. Et vraiment, en fait, il fait que taper avec ses poings, en tenant son épée comme ça, ou ses pieds comme ça. On dit, putain, il a tout tapé avec une épée. Et on n'avait jamais compris.
That's how you know this guy was playing this as a kid. Because every kid thought this. So like, he's got a sword. How do I use it? I'm just punching while holding it.
Oh, putain, vache.
So good. So good.
Theme Park World, j'avais complètement oublié ce jeu. On l'avait sur PC et on l'avait saigné dans tous les sens. C'était un jeu de gestion de parc.
I don't know this one.
Parc et t'essaies de le faire tenir, de gagner de
I know
la
this
thune,
name,
de
though.
maintenir les gens heureux. Et tu pouvais faire un peu n'importe quoi. Et surtout, tu pouvais tester tes attractions en première personne. On n'avait jamais réussi à aller très loin parce qu'on était vraiment très nuls. Mais comme jeu de gestion. Ah oui. Ah non. Non, je confonds. C'est pas ça du tout. Pour savoir Art of Darkness.
Pas du tout.
Pas du tout, c'est The Guardian of Darkness. Je ne connais pas ce jeu. Mais non, Art of Darkness, je sais pas s'il est là, mais c'était un des gros jeux de mon enfance aussi. Qui était fait
I know that game cover.
Un garçon avec un pistolet électrique qui était exceptionnellement beau et stylé. Et The Guardian of Darkness, un pistolet électrique.
They don't make games like this anymore. This is like a lost art form.
Qui était exceptionnellement beau et stylé. Et The Guardian of Darkness, du coup, je recommande aussi énormément. On joue visiblement un moine exorciste détenteur de la puissance physique ancestrale. Ah ouais. Qui ne veut pas être moine avec la puissance physique ancestrale?
Even Tekken fans are not having fun with Tekken right now, Venoch. Oh yeah, there's always going to be people who'd be like, oh, you know, he doesn't know what he's talking about. No, let me put it this way, guys. All right, I'm not saying I'm great at Tekken, but I was playing Tekken before I was playing Final Fantasy. All right? That's how long I've been fucking playing these games. Does that mean I'm the best in the world? No. But I was there, okay? I was there at the forging of the first games. I was there. So, anyway, let's keep going. Whoa, that's so old.
Alors je sais que tout le monde préfère Automata, mais moi je préfère Nier 1. Parce que j'ai commencé par Nier 1 et c'est comme ça que j'ai... Non, j'ai pas découvert Yokotaro comme ça en fait. Yokotaro, j'ai découvert avec Drakengard. Drakengard auquel personne n'a joué, qui était sur PS2. Et moi j'ai fait le 1, le 2 et le 3.
It is true that most people didn't discover these games until Nier Automata. That was like the big explosion. Yeah, but a lot of people who like these games seem to prefer... what's the other one? Replicant, I think. Drakengard is better. I've heard Drakengard's gameplay is bad, but I've also heard it was intentionally bad because the director wanted you to know that killing is wrong. I don't know if that's true, but that's such a hilarious idea. We made the game bad on purpose because you should feel bad for playing it. I don't think that's true, but it'd be, you know what? You know what though? Knowing Yoko Taro, that is actually believable. I think Yoko Taro is a genius.
Je crois que le 2 c'est pas lui, mais qui étaient des jeux ultra bizarres, ultra marquants, c'est des espèces de RPG de Dark Fantasy.
He would do something like that.
Tu jouais, c'était un peu la Dynasty Warriors, mais t'avais aussi ton dragon, donc ça c'était trop cool, mais le gameplay franchement c'était pas ouf. Mais l'histoire et l'ambiance, c'était du Yoko Taro déjà, mais en mode dark. Enfin, c'était n'importe quoi. T'avais, je sais plus, t'avais une histoire d'un prêtre pédophile qui était dans ton équipe et tu te dis, what? Qu'est-ce qu'il fout là? Et
What do you mean?
J'avais genre 12 ans, je comprenais rien, je me disais,
come on!
C'était déjà l'esprit fou de Yoko Taro, qu'on retrouve après dans les Nier. Et du coup, Nier, qui est la suite de Drakengard, alors je crois que c'est dans le canon, et Drakengard 3, pardon, faut que j'en parle. J'en ai parlé d'ailleurs, Yoko Taro. C'est le boss le plus traumatisant de toute ma vie, le boss de fin de Drakengard 3, pour la true ending. Parce qu'en gros, c'est un jeu de rythme. T'as fait tout le jeu, t'as monté ton stuff, t'es niveau 10 milliards, tu défonces tout le monde. T'arrives sur le boss de fin, ça devient un jeu de rythme, donc déjà toutes tes stats, on en a plus rien à foutre. Et c'est des espèces de cercles qui sortent d'une statue géante autour de laquelle il faut danser. Et c'est un jeu de rythme. En gros, il faut imaginer Guitar Hero, mais sans les notes qui défilent. C'est impossible. C'est impossible. En plus, c'est genre à la fin, la dernière note, l'écran est full noir, donc tu penses que t'as fini, tu poses la manette, et en fait t'as encore une note qui arrive et qui te chope forcément. J'y ai passé, sans déconner, je pense 1 semaine et demie, tous les soirs, à essayer de le faire. Quand j'y suis arrivé, c'était le meilleur moment de ma vie, mais c'était un des boss les plus infâmes. Mais je pense que c'est le boss pour moi le plus infâme de l'histoire de la vidéo.
You shouldn't be allowed to make bosses like that.
Il avait dit que c'était fait pour pas être battu.
Ah, c'est vrai.
So funny.
Ils l'ont construit de façon à ce que personne ne puisse le dire.
Voilà. C'est un jeu qu'on peut pas gagner, sauf que tu passes une semaine et demie, tous les heures de ta vie, et qu'à la fin t'y arrives. Mais c'était sadique.
Oh my god.
Nier 1 qui était
That sounds god awful.
Qui m'a bien fait chialer aussi. C'est là par contre j'ai découvert les musiques de KENSHIRO qui sont parmi mes musiques préférées du jeu vidéo aussi.
I do want to respond to some of these chats. So it's hilarious. When you win, you get missile striked by a fighter jet. You recently watched Drakengard games with your girlfriend. They are wild and honestly made you appreciate Yokotaro's craziness. I mean, I played Nier Automata in 2017 in Japanese, and I remember thinking that this was the closest I'd felt to playing an FF7-ish game, FF7-ish experience in this day and age. I was like, this is nuts, man. In Japanese, the voice acting is just brilliant. It's so strong. It's so specific. It's insane how emotionally evocative it is. The world was just... I was like, what the hell is this world? I mean, technically it's Earth, but it's 11,000 AD, all right? That's like 9,000... That's very far into the future, all right? Let me put it that way. And, the twists and turns, it was just so interesting, it was so intriguing, so captivating, and I love the vibes of some areas. I loved the bunkers vibe. Sorry, I loved sneezing into my microphone. The bunker has such a chill song. It's like meditation, it's like spiritual. I loved the Robot Village with Pascal. I think that song is absolutely beautiful. And I love just running around in the desert and the sand or the cities, and then, like, oh god, its music was just incredible. It was, yeah, no. Like, Nier Automata, I think, what am I trying to say here? Around the end of the game, its gameplay did feel a bit button mashy or repetitive, and maybe it's just like when it's switching between these two characters in this final moment, but yeah. In terms of like vibes, the experience, there's nothing else like it. It's incredible. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. A2's got a great ass, and so does 2B. All right, let's keep going.
C'est là par contre j'ai découvert les musiques de KENSHIRO qui sont parmi mes musiques préférées du jeu vidéo aussi, qui étaient exceptionnelles. Et juste, ça fait partie de ces moments de gaming un peu forts. Au début, tu arrives dans un village et t'entends une guitare et quelqu'un qui chante, et tu dis, c'est trop stylé, c'est trop beau. Et tu te balades dans le village et en fait tu te rends compte que c'est spécialisé et tu dis, ah mais attends, en fait si je me rapproche de là, c'est plus fort. En fait tu te balades dans le village et tu vois, je crois que c'est Devola, qui joue de la guitare et qui chante, et juste tu te poses et tu t'écoutes et tu dis, c'est incroyable. Et t'as joué 5 minutes.
The Nier games are really good at moments like that. You just kind of walking around, I was like, hang on. Oh, this music's beautiful. And he kind of does in fact, he kind of has a moment like that in E33, where you're walking through the Gestural Village and you find one with a guitar. I think it's called Lorien, and you're just playing like heaps chill tunes on his guitar, named after Lorien Testard. So that's pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Still reacting. It's a long video, mate. Look, it's a long video, but it's got to be done, and it's going to be worth it. Mega. Tekken has always been about change. All right. Thank you for the 100 bits. You know, the funny thing is, I think the best way to argue with... I think a funny way to argue with dishonest modern FF fans is to just turn their own arguments back on them. Just say this has always been about change. That's always been about change. Just use their bullshit logic against them, and you'll... I don't know. You're not going to convince anyone, but you'll have fun. Anyway. Enough fucking about. Let's keep going. We have 14 minutes left. Chat, we're nearly done. Let's do it.
Bon, il y a des chara-design, je suis pas hyper fan, mais globalement, niveau histoire, niveau émotion, c'est du génie. Et qui a été repris dans Nier Automata, du coup, avec, je trouve, un meilleur chara-design et une histoire qui est, pour moi, super poignante. J'ai été plus prise par celle de Nier. Peut-être parce que Nier Automata se rapproche beaucoup de lui, du coup j'avais plus l'impression de connaître. Et niveau gameplay, par contre, Nier Automata est bien supérieur, je trouve. Parce que ça a été fait par Platinum Games, le gameplay. Et c'est de la bombe.
Yeah, Nier Automata's combat feels remarkably fluid. And the fact that the dash also cancels whatever you're doing, it just, oh god, it feels so good, so reactive. It's really, I remember having a lot of fun with this, and I would love to stream this again in Japanese, the correct language. And for all of you who are going to have a whinge, if you played this, you probably already played it in English, all right? time to get a bit cultured and experience it the real way. Anyway, let's keep doing this.
Vous me dites si on va accélérer, hein. Ça fait longtemps quand même. J'essaie de focus que les principaux. Je vais faire le plus important du coup. Évidemment.
Oh, here we go, boys.
On arrive à la quintessence. La quintessence pour moi, lui, qui est pas forcément le choix le plus populaire, Demon's Souls, qui est du coup le premier de la série des Souls, et le premier gros jeu de Miyazaki du coup. Je me rappelle, c'était mon frère qui l'avait acheté. Personne connaissait. Mon frère a commencé à dire... Et moi je commençais, je me disais, c'est une génie. Ça pour moi c'est un vrai jeu.
It's funny, that is how Souls was received at first, whether it's Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls. Some people are like, this sucks, this is too hard. Whereas in this day and age, people are going to laugh in your face if you say that Dark Souls 1 is too hard. That's how different the gaming landscape was back then. But Dark Souls 1 is, it's amazing. It's some of the most fun I've had on stream. And I remember streaming it, I think, to about 50 people before I ventured into FF14. That would have been after that. Demon Souls I haven't played. Do you recommend it, guys? Would that be a good set of streams? Because something that pisses me off about Demon Souls is that if you die at the boss, the bonfire is at the very beginning of the level. And you have to just run through the entire level all over again just to have one more attempt at the boss. Like an asshole! So, I think that is a barrier of entry. That turns off a lot of players, whereas DS1, I think, is a bit more forgiving when it comes to that. There's shortcuts within the levels? Okay, Organic Meow. You are on duty to... You're the shortcut master, all right? It's on you. If I don't find those shortcuts, it's your fault. Yes, if there's shortcuts, by all means. Feel free, chat, to tell me where they are. Demon Souls slaps, okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to play the original because I'm not buying a PS3 for that, but I'll play the PS5 version. I think that could be a lot of fun. And chat, you're going to see me have a big fucking whinge, all right? When I fight that boss, who when he grabs you, he sucks out one of your levels. Permanently, all right? This is the most bullshit mechanic I've ever heard of. It's shocking, okay? And yes, when he does that to me, because it's going to happen, I'm going to miss. I'm not going to know the tell. You're going to see me get real pissed off on the stream. So, the remake is faithful enough? Oh, all right, good. So, all right, let's keep going. It's not as good as the other Dark Souls games, but the experience is worth it. At the end of the day, I've played all the other ones, so may as well do it. When's a 13 straight? Stop. 13 will happen, all right? I just got to get some shit done first. Look, 13 will happen when I say it happens, all right? It is on the cards. It's high priority because I want to do it before 7 Revelation, but it will happen. All right, let's keep going.
Aussi. C'est un jeu qui assume des choix ultra forts et ultra pertinents, et du coup le jeu, dans sa globalité, et tu sens vraiment la vision quelqu'un essaie de te parler derrière, quoi. Ultra dur, ultra impossible à comprendre. T'avais des mécaniques, notamment le système de tendance de monde, où en gros, le monde il était plus tendance blanche ou noire. C'était pas indiqué dans la UI, hein. Fallait aller sur internet pour essayer de comprendre ça. C'est un jeu où si t'as pas de guide, t'es paumé du début à la fin, tu sais qu'est-ce que c'est que maintenant tout le monde a un peu l'habitude de la formule Souls, mais à l'époque, en plus, Demon's Souls c'est un peu différent. Personne connaissait rien, donc vraiment tu commençais ce jeu, tu sais qu'est-ce que c'est que cet ovni, et juste essayer de comprendre c'est quoi le jeu de base. Pourquoi c'est impossible? Pourquoi je me fais défoncer par tout ce qui bouge et que le premier ennemi dans la map il me démonte? Et en fait, essayer de comprendre ça, comment ça marche, comment il faut jouer.
Yeah, in your first Souls game, it is possible just to get killed by the first trash mob you run into, because you're not used to games that like this. So yeah.
Les mystères, les trucs de tendance de monde, pourquoi je suis envahi par... est-ce que c'est du online, est-ce que c'est pas du online, je comprends rien. En fait, j'ai vraiment l'impression d'être tout seul, avec un esprit fou en face, et essayer de le comprendre. Et dire, pourquoi t'as fait ça? Pourquoi dès que j'ai fait 2 pas, je meurs dans ce jeu, ce n'est pas logique. En fait, quand tu comprends que c'est comme ça que t'es censé apprendre et recommencer, en fait, c'est un peu un vieux
Well,
jeu.
I mean, there's the world before Souls, and there's the world... there's the world before Souls, and there's the world after Souls, you know. And we live in the post-Souls world. But before Souls, you would find DS1 hard, and you'd be like, this is the hardest game in the world. Whereas nowadays, it's like, nah, man, that was like a step in our evolution. Grofale, welcome in. It's so fun. All right, let's keep going.
Dans une couche de jeux modernes. Parce que tu prends les très vieux jeux sur arcade, en fait, tu recommençais à la chaîne.
What did he say? Hang on, wait, what did he just say? It's like an old game wrapped in a modern gaming shell. I mean, yeah, that's what I say about, like, Dark Souls. It feels like an old game in terms of its difficulty, in terms of its mystery, in terms of its like, what's that over there? I want to explore that. Like, I got no guide. I don't know where the hell I am or what I am or what's going on. What happens if I go through this door? Oh my God, I'm getting bummed. Help! You know, except instead of getting bummed in pixel graphics for the 90s Sega Genesis, you're getting bummed in modern AAA graphics, you know, so, and with all the quality of life. Also, like, you have infinite continues, which is very nice. Whereas in old games, if you got bummed too many times, that's it. It's just game over. You have to start again from level 1. Whereas in Souls, you can get bummed infinitely and not lose your progress. I think that makes sense, the way I just said all that. All right, let's keep going.
Dans une couche de jeux modernes, quoi. Parce que tu prends les très vieux jeux sur arcade, en fait, tu recommençais à la chaîne, tu remettais une pièce. Et là, c'est un peu ça, mais sous un... Bon, techniquement, c'était pas hyper avancé à l'époque, mais c'était une couche un peu triple A, quoi. Et du coup, il y a un truc qui, dans l'esprit de tout le monde, était là, ça ne marche pas, ça ne peut pas s'imbriquer. Et en fait, c'est une des plus grandes séries de jeux vidéo de tous les temps, donc ça s'est imbriqué. Le plus intéressant, c'est Dark Souls 2, parce que lui, il divise plus, parce que c'est pas Miyazaki qui était à la tête, et qui est assez différent des autres, en termes de level design et de tout. Mais moi, je le dis ici, j'ai adoré Dark Souls 2. Il a énormément de défauts, notamment le placement des ennemis, parfois il y en a 200 fois trop, et la difficulté n'est pas toujours faire. Mais le jeu reste trop bien, il y a des builds vraiment trop cool à faire. Moi, je l'ai beaucoup aimé, parce qu'après Demon's Souls, à passer genre 1000 heures et 1000 heures sur Demon's Souls et Dark Souls 2, j'avais encore eu ce renouveau, parce que c'était pas fait par la même personne, du coup il y a un truc très différent. Alors Dark Souls 3 qui est sorti après, en fait j'ai mis genre 1 an et demi avant de vraiment le commencer, parce que j'avais l'impression de...
Dark Souls 2 is one of those games where it kind of is the worst in the series, or at least it's the most divisive, but I have a lot of respect and love for the Dark Souls 2 community, all right? You wish that you could find a man or woman who would love you in the same way that a Dark Souls 2 fan loves their game, all right? Warts and all, through all your imperfections, all right? That game is not perfect by any means, but DS2 fans love that game, and they will defend it with their last dying breath. And I can't tell how many of them actually love it, to be honest. I think half of them actually love it, and the other half just like to troll other Dark Souls fans by calling it Peak Souls 2. I think they're hilarious. I think DS2 fans... DS2 is my least favorite game in the series, but DS2 fans are my favorite fans in the series. Does that make sense? Like, every time I see memes showing that are just basically ripping on DS2's gameplay or its game design, making it look bad, that's like putting up a bat signal for the DS2 fans everywhere, and they flood in to tell you what an asshole you are for not playing the game correctly and this and that. They're just great. I think they're hilarious, man. Also, when I played Dark Souls 2 on stream, I didn't finish it because I think I got pissed off at the Iron Keep. You know that area where everyone quits the game? The area that Guillaume Broche is specifically talking about terrible enemy placement? Like, that's why I was like, okay, fuck that place. I did start summoning people in just to beat the shit out of everything in the game with me, and the creativity of the Dark Souls 2 community with their character designs was just unmatched. It was brilliant. I summoned in Pink Guy. You remember Filthy Frank, who turned into Joji? The pink Zorb suit? Yeah, there was a guy who was just Pink Guy. That was his whole character design. And he was really strong. And he must have been watching my stream because I kept dying because I sucked ass. But whenever I got to a new bonfire, he was there. His summon sign was there, ready to get back into my game and help me again. Pink Guy helped me like crazy through a good chunk of that game. And then, I think in another part, I summoned Zeus. Yes, Zeus. An old man with, like, toga robes around his pants, shirtless, absolutely jacked, beard, long flowing white hair, and every time when I summoned Zeus into my game, he just threw heaps of lightning bolts at enemies non-stop. He never meleeed, and he never did anything different. He just lightning bolted the fuck out of everything. I was like, bro, this community rules, okay? No, it's funny, as I say, DS2 is my least favorite game, but my favorite fandom out of all the Souls Andes. Absolute legends, man. So, yeah. And to the Dark Souls fans who get annoyed at me for ripping on that game, I do apologize. I think you guys are awesome. All right. Anyway, let's keep going.
Alors Dark Souls 3 qui est sorti après, en fait j'ai mis genre 1 an et demi avant de vraiment le commencer parce que j'avais l'impression d'être vidé de Souls, j'ai juste beaucoup trop joué. Alors je trouve que le 2 avait un peu remis.
That's funny that he says that because my first Souls game ever was Dark Souls 3. And I remember getting the shit kicked out of me by Iudix Gundyr non-stop. And I was like, what? This game's too hard. Like, what is this first boss? And then I was like, you know what? Fuck you. And I just went at it and eventually I beat him. And I was just like, yes! You know, I was like, holy shit. It's been a while since a game has made me feel this way. Okay, all right, now I get it. So, yeah, no, Dark Souls 3 was my entry into the series. I had a great time with it. I think it is excellent. I think it's a work of art, that game. Some Souls players don't like how sort of linear it is. I just don't mind it. I don't know, maybe it's like my first, and that's how it works. But I've had a lot of fun with that game. I'm gonna sneeze. Hang on. It's gone. It'll be back, believe that. But yeah, Sebi played strength build. You were damn straight. You mean the correct build? You mean the only build? Damn straight I'd use a strength build. The low IQ, high strength build. That's my favorite build in the game. It's just so good. Like, look, man, it hasn't let me down since. All right. Imagine leveling Dex like an asshole. All right. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hey, look at Mr. Dex build over here. Oh, with his oh so delicate, dexterous attacks. Listen, mate, you pick up that big fucking club the size of a small tree and you bonk that demon with it, all right? That's how a real man plays Souls. No, I'm just fucking about. I like strength. I just enjoy the simplicity and the stupidity of a strength build. I just fucking love it. It just feels great. But if you want to play any other way, you know, it's all right. You all right. You just watch me parry Simon's attack. Amazing, Stanklebop. Oh, you, get out of here. Welcome in. I appreciate that. Dex is totally valid. It's just not me. It's just not me. So, strength build is why Bloodborne is the only Souls game you've beaten. Can you be a strength build in Bloodborne? I mean, like, I've played a bit of it on stream. I went with the Saw Cleaver, but I've been told that what I should have done is gone with, what's the... It's like a hammer, but you can take a blade out of it. I think if I stream Bloodborne, I need to use the hammer build, because I did not have as much fun with Bloodborne. The Kirk hammer, that's what I need. Yeah. Alright, boys. Leo Relic, enjoy your FIFA. And let's keep going. We're going to finish this. It's going to happen.
Après toute la série des Souls, globalement, Bloodborne, pour moi, c'est une des meilleures directions artistiques de tous les temps. C'est magnifique. Tu te prends des claques toutes les 3 secondes. C'est du victorien exceptionnel. Sekiro, un des meilleurs systèmes de combat de tous les... Claques toutes les 3 secondes. C'est du victorien.
I think the Souls games are literal works of art in video game form. They are exceptional, and there's a reason that they changed the gaming landscape forever. If you haven't played them, I highly recommend them. And I think great entries into their world. Elden Ring is the one. Elden Ring's the big one these days, but because Elden Ring is so big, it can't be pound for pound as amazing in every moment or every area the way that these smaller ones can. Like Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 are just superb looking wherever you go, wherever you point the camera. That said though, Elden Ring is an incredible technical, artistic and gaming feat. It's just amazing. It's like 5 times bigger than any other Souls game. There's a reason it is the big boy. So they're all amazing in different ways and for different reasons. They're all good experiences. I think they're kind of like among the apexes of gaming. And it's interesting. The reason there aren't that many great Souls likes is because you're facing this impossible challenge. If you deviate too much from how a Souls game plays, it just kind of feels a bit off. It feels wrong. But if you play like a Souls game, it just feels like you copy-pasted it. So it's a very difficult challenge. And it's interesting to me that Liza P seems to be the only one that's really pulled that off. Mega, thank you for the 100 bits. I lost my Souls virginity to Bloodborne. I need to stream these games at some point. because the only Souls VODs you can find are me doing the Elden Ring DLC, and I'm kind of hammered. I'm kind of drunk during those. So, Ebonheart, welcome into the YouTube channel. Jellyfish summon only. That's right. The only thing I ever summoned in Elden Ring was the jellyfish. Except against Millennia. I was like, all right, fuck you. Fuck you. We're using the Mimic for this. So, Giorgio Sawais, thank you very much for the $4 super chat. If you played Dark Souls 2 with a big hammer, it's one of those games where 70% of the game you can just pancake enemies. Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good to just splat an enemy. I did that with the Zweihander in DS1 heaps. So, Black Myth Wukong plays that. I heard Black Myth Wukong isn't really a Souls-like. It's more like a God of War-ish game, but I don't know because I haven't played it, so I don't know. I'll have to experience it myself. All right, boys, let's keep going.
Exceptionnel. Sekiro, un des meilleurs systèmes de combat de tous les temps. Premier jour, je me suis mis le speedrun tellement j'étais accro à juste Paris. Elden Ring exceptionnel aussi. Voilà, quoi, tout ce que fait Miyazaki, de toute façon, c'est de l'or. Enfin, c'est ouf que je trouve autant de jeux, ils aient fait un sans faute, quoi.
That's a great moment. That is such a welcome to Elden Ring
Peut-être t'as d'autres franchises comme ça ou d'autres jeux où en fait, c'était tellement fort que forcément ça a été l'inspiration pour beaucoup de studios.
Bah là au niveau open world, Breath of the Wild, hein, quand il est sorti, mais tous les studios qui faisaient de l'open world étaient en mode il faut faire ce que fait Breath of the Wild parce qu'ils ont compris. Et c'est ça qui a fait que ça a autant marché, c'était aussi exceptionnel. Après d'autres exemples comme ça, bah, je pense en vrai c'est bête, mais Devil May Cry 1, les contrôles et la façon de se déplacer, de comment la caméra est placée, de comment on joue un jeu d'action en 3D bien. Bah, je pense que c'était le blueprint de beaucoup de jeux d'action après, c'est ce que le directeur de God of War disait aussi. Ils sont arrivés, ils ont dit ok, les jeux d'action en 3D c'est ça. Tout le monde a fait ok, vous avez raison, parce que c'était exceptionnel, et que jusque-là, les jeux d'action, même sur PS1, ils avaient, bah après les moyens techniques étaient différents évidemment, mais n'avaient pas réussi à transcrire le dynamisme de la 2D en un système 3D qui marche vraiment bien, quoi. Il y avait des jeux d'action, mais c'était plus simpliste. Devil May Cry, ils ont apporté un côté très technique qu'on avait dans la 2D vers la 3D, et qui se traduit encore aujourd'hui. Ouais. Devil May Cry, pour moi, c'est un jeu de baston 2D, traduit en 3D.
That's so funny that he said that, because that's what I thought when I was playing Devil May Cry. I was like, hang on. These are Street Fighter inputs that I'm doing, like back, forward, square. And I said with DMC5, it felt like discovering Tekken again for the first time. I was just like, hang on, this is crazy. This is such a bizarre combination of these different mechanics and things like that. Toomey, thank you for the peak sub. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry plays like a Street Fighter-ish sort of fighting game. Obviously a lot different from that, but it's not PvP, it's PvE. It's so sick, it's so fun.
La complexité dans le jeu de baston 2D. Et c'est pour ça que ça me parle, quoi. Ah, Lost Planet. Lost Planet, un des jeux Capcom, et que j'ai acheté, qui est pour moi, dans ma tête, mais j'ai pas rejoué, le jeu le plus dur du monde entier. Où il y avait des missions où tu avais littéralement 9000 ennemis sur toi et t'avais juste un vieux pistolet et il fallait en plus les viser dans leurs espèces de boules oranges. C'était impossible. C'est pas compliqué. En plus j'étais assez vieux, je sais pas, j'avais genre 16 ans. J'étais super nul.
God.
Et ce jeu était impossible. Et tu passais ton temps à t'enfuir de 9000 bestioles qui te couraient après et t'essayais juste d'arriver à l'objectif en courant sans mourir. Mais je ne comprends pas que tu pouvais pas te battre dans le jeu. T'étais seul face à 2 milliards de trucs.
What is this game?
J'ai compris, j'ai pas rechecké depuis, mais dans ma tête c'est le jeu le plus dur de l'histoire. Ah oui. Ni no Kuni, un des très grands RPG, fait en collaboration avec le studio Ghibli.
People love this game, yeah.
Et une DA ghibliesque qui marche trop bien. Encore aujourd'hui, le jeu est trop beau. Il y a le 1, il y a le 2 aussi, le 2 qui est très bien aussi. Et il y a une world map. Les world maps, pour les fans de JRPG, ils savent que c'est la grande map qui lie en gros les niveaux entre eux.
Wow,
et je pense qu'une world map, pour les fans de JRPG, ils savent que c'est...
Now I see why people were saying that E33's Overworld felt like Ni no Kuni. All right. Okay, I'd never seen this until now. See, to me, I was thinking like FF7, 8, 9. I mean, look, this is that same kind of idea. Square doesn't do that anymore, but yeah. Okay, that's cool. That's really nice. That's really nice to see that there are other game companies taking inspiration from those older games and keeping that spirit alive. Yeah, that's really nice. Also, that was surprising to see a bit of Studio Ghibli sort of art within the game itself. Yeah.
La grande map qui lie en gros les niveaux entre eux. Et je pense que Ni no Kuni 2, c'était peut-être la dernière vrai world map stylé dans un JRPG, de mémoire. Mais j'aimais trop ça, enfin, c'est vraiment un JRPG à l'ancienne. Pour tous les gens qui aiment Final Fantasy, franchement, c'est du bonbon. Il y a des niveaux, l'histoire est trop cool, hyper prenante, il y a beaucoup de moments avec des émotions vraiment fortes. Les musiques sont trop bien, enfin, tout est trop bien dans le jeu. Vraiment, si vous aimez les JRPG.
Ok,
donc, je crois qu'il est dispo sur PC en plus maintenant, donc il n'y a pas d'excuse. Oh, bah on en parlait. Voilà, je sens.
I'm gonna offend a lot of people when I say this. It looks a bit kiddish for me. I don't know, but the thing is, there are some people who love this style. So if you haven't played this and this looks good to you, as he said, you know, on PS5 you have no excuse. Play this game, por favor. That's Spanish, but whatever. Anyway, let's keep going.
Oh, bah on en parlait. Voilà, un jeu Senseiya, j'ai pas joué. Mais à chaque fois dans les magazines, les jeux Senseiya, tout le monde disait que c'était vraiment pas ouf. J'ai pas joué, mais...
Je crois que j'ai joué à celui-là.
Ah ouais?
Ça me parle.
C'était bien?
PlayStation 2. Non.
Ouais, mais c'est dommage, quoi. Il y a tellement de trucs à faire sur un jeu vidéo Senseiya. Si seulement il y avait un game director fan de Senseiya quelque part dans le monde, ça aiderait.
Je pourrais peut-être devant nous, non?
Un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps. Hop. Final Fantasy 10, Slash 10-2. Bon, je préfère le 10 au 10-2 très largement. En fait, le gameplay est super cool. L'histoire, faut la prendre comme elle est. C'est bon. C'est un peu plus kitschoun, c'est un peu plus marrant, en fait, c'est beaucoup plus léger que ça veut dire ce qui est beaucoup plus dramatique. Faut juste pas le prendre en mode c'est vraiment du Final Fantasy 10 quoi. Et Final Fantasy 10 par contre bah un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps, hein, enfin, clairement. Donc quand on me demande mon Final Fantasy préféré, c'est soit le 8 soit le 10. Et le 8 il y a une valeur nostalgique qui est super forte, mais si j'ai un Final Fantasy à recommander, c'est le 10. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, je joue encore super.
Yeah, I would say Final Fantasy X has aged the best out of them all, or at least it's very accessible. If you have, if you are a broccoli-haired, TikTok posting, Fortnite flossing, Orange Justice dancing Zoomer who wants to get into the Final Fantasy series, the good ones, the Golden Age, this is probably the easiest window into those games. After you've finished FF10, then your broccoli-haired, TikTok-addled brain will be able to handle the glorious polygonal Minecraft graphics of OG FF7. Either that or pick FF9. I don't recommend doing FF8 before 7 and 9. Do FF8 after those two. If you're a streamer, FF10 first playthroughs are a fantastic meta. They're so good. Everyone loves an FF10 first playthrough. Because when you stream it, let me put it this way. Half the voice acting is good, like with Auron, Lulu, and Riku. The other half is a bit of a meme. But when you have an audience, instead of just sitting there in your bedroom by yourself with Titus laughing at you and your dad listening with disappointment from the other room, when you have an audience, now it's just like fun. It's like, oh my god, what the hell is this? And your whole chat will explode with people just going, ah, 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 including me. I'll be there. I'll be one of those people. So, 10-2, that's a joke. Don't even bother. 12 is great if you have run out of melatonin. Yeah, and if you have difficulty sleeping. FF12 is like taking 12 melatonin and then watching paint dry for 12 hours. It's great if you can't fall asleep. All right, let's see what the rest is.
Bien, l'histoire, à chaque fois que je le refais, je chiale à la fin. Mais genre, c'est 100%. Pourtant, je la connais par cœur, je sais exactement cette scène, je l'ai déjà vue sur YouTube 18 fois. Et pourtant, à chaque fois, l'émotion s'attaque.
10's ending is strong, and I've seen two different streamers who I know streamed all of FF14's MSQ, didn't cry once, either of them. Both of them streamed FF10, both of them destroyed by the ending. And they were in their 20s, all right? Broccoli-haired, TikTok posting, Fortnite flossing, Orange Justice dancing, skibbity-rizzling, 6-7ing Zoomers! And they still cried at the end of FF10. So, it's a strong entry.
Les scènes sont hyper justes. Il y a la scène du rire de Tidus dans laquelle tout le monde se fout. Et quand j'étais petit, déjà ça m'énervait parce que les gens n'avaient rien compris à cette scène. Alors que c'est une scène de vidéo, je trouve ça trop beau. Le gameplay, le late game est trop bien avec les chimères noires. On peut passer des dizaines.
No, he likes the Titus laugh scene. No, terrible person, and I hate the game. That's it. E33 refunded. No, if you like the scene, you like the scene, but you are allowed to understand the scene and still not like it. All right, you're allowed to do it. That is a thing you are allowed to do. But that said, as much as I rip on that scene, I'm still glad it exists because I just Titus laugh at people. I think that laugh has become part of my vocabulary now, and part of my that's just part of my way of speaking at this point. It's just too good. It's just too good. But this is another thing, like, people on Twitter were adding me with like, he made E33, but he liked a game you didn't like. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Like, I don't have to think the same as the person who made a game that I like. You think that way because you are a modern Final Fantasy cultist and you see these games as your religion and Square Enix as your priests, all right? You are completely insane. That's why you think you have to think that way. But you're allowed to like different things, all right? Two of my good friends don't like Clair Obscur, and that's fine. It didn't hurt our friendship at all. We're still friends because we're normal people, all right? But if you're not a normal person, then you think that if the devs like something, then you have to like it too, because you are completely insane. Anyway, let's keep going.
À taper le même mode pendant l'entraînement juste pour compléter le sphérié, mais c'est trop bien parce que au final, t'arrives sur les Chine Noir et t'y arriver. Ça, c'est un des meilleurs jeux de tous les temps, tout simplement. Si vous avez aimé Clair Obscur et que vous avez passé Final Fantasy.
Like FF7 is my favorite story, but FF10 is an incredibly fun game. It just holds up and it just nukes the argument that turn-based combat is dated or that it's not fun. Play FF10 and then talk to me after that. All right. FF10 is so fun that people who don't play turn-based games think it's a great game. It's fucking great. Anyway, let's keep going.
Je vous recommande de commencer par lui.
Est-ce que toi, t'as envie de créer une franchise un peu comme ça, d'avoir des trucs de suite et tout, que ce soit pour Clair Obscur ou pour un autre?
C'est la question, hein. Moi, j'ai envie de faire des jeux, c'est tout. On verra.
T'as remporté le GOTY et beaucoup de trophées.
Moi, j'étais pas tout seul, hein, mais oui.
Qu'est-ce que vous ressentez, ne serait-ce que ça?
Bah, nous, on est heureux, hein. On est sur un peu notre meilleure timeline, où il se passe que des trucs de fou. Mais je pense que ça nous dépasse encore complètement. Typiquement, les Game Awards, j'avais l'impression d'être un third person. En fait, je voyais mon corps faire des trucs, mais j'étais pas dedans, j'étais un peu en dissociation totale. Et j'aimerais être en dissociation depuis le lancement du jeu, donc quand ça va se reconnecter, je pense que je vais exploser. Et je pense que c'est le cas de pas mal de monde dans le studio, quoi. En fait, on a une team qui est tellement soudée et tellement cool, en fait, entre nous, où c'est vraiment l'ambiance, c'est un peu bande de potes qui font un jeu. Ça nous permet de rester vraiment les pieds sur terre, de rester concentrés sur ce qui est important pour nous. On en parle beaucoup entre nous et on s'accompagne là-dessus, quoi. Donc, en vrai, là, aujourd'hui, on prend juste ça comme une chance de ouf. Le studio, maintenant, il est sécurisé. Enfin, on est tous super heureux de faire ce qu'on fait. On va juste refaire ce qui nous a fait kiffer, en fait. Nous, on a passé 5 années où je pense que globalement, l'équipe de dev, enfin, on était tous trop heureux de bosser ensemble, c'est trop bien passé. Et de refaire ça, en fait, dans notre petite antre à Montpellier, en fait, c'est ça qu'on kiffe. Et c'est ça que les gens kiffent aussi, donc pourquoi changer? Et je pense qu'il y a un peu ce truc de pression qu'on peut se mettre si psychologiquement on part à droite ou à gauche, de se dire on va faire plus gros, on va faire grossir le studio, parce que les attentes sont plus grosses, du coup on va faire grossir, et on arrive sur des jeux qui au final, personnellement, je ne joue pas parce que je n'aime pas ça. Donc en fait on va rester, on va faire des jeux qui nous font kiffer, et si ça suit tant mieux, si ça suit pas, tant pis.
Et tu sais déjà que le prochain jeu il va moins plaire parce que...
J'en sais rien en fait, et je m'en fous un peu. C'est bizarre, enfin c'est bizarre à dire, mais... Le premier jeu, on l'a pas fait pour plaire en fait. Et je pense que c'est pour ça que ça a marché. Donc le prochain jeu, on fera aussi des décisions drastiques et peut-être ça va pas plaire. Bon c'est la vie. Les gens, s'ils nous suivent ou pas, c'est leur décision. Mais c'est comme ça qu'on voit la suite, quoi. Et je pense que c'est la manière saine d'aborder le truc en tout cas. Si on veut pas être écrasé sous la pression. Bon après, si on vend 0 copies, on aura quand même des problèmes, mais normalement ça ira. Ah bah il est là, le goût.
I honestly, I think whatever they do next, I mean, it's fine. I mean, it could be a completely different game. It could be a fighting game, could be a racing game, could be a real-time strategy. It doesn't really matter to me. I think they've done more than enough. You know what I mean? Like, it's still amazing that Clair Obscur Expedition 33 exists at all. Like, it's actually insane. I couldn't believe that such a game was being made. It felt like the Final Fantasy you weren't allowed to have, you know. The people with the keys to making this type of game were pretty insistent that they were never going to make this type of game ever again. And the fan base of that type of game was determined to make sure, how would I say, Modern FF fans were absolutely determined. Modern FF fans were willing to die on the hill that this series should never be turn-based again, and that this type of game shouldn't be made. And you saw that, like, when E33 came out, modern JRPG fans who were salty that their favorite anime game... when Expedition 33 came out, There were modern JRPG fans who were salty that their favorite anime game was getting less attention than Clair Obscur. All right, they tried to destroy it, didn't work. And a lot of modern Final Fantasy fans hated this game because this game showed through example why all their bad arguments for the last 20 years were wrong. All their weak defenses for modern FFs, confused, misguided, what am I trying to say here? You know what? I need whiskey, that's what I'm trying to say. A lot of modern Final Fantasy fans hated Expedition 33 because it proved all their bad arguments wrong. It destroyed 20 years of gaslighting in a single day. They tried to destroy it, again, didn't work. And it's interesting because E33, I don't think it could have been made in Japan. It could not have come from the JRPG industry because, as I say, Square Enix was the only one who was going to make this kind of game, and they are determined to make an ideological point that modern FF can work as an action game and in fact be better as that, and I think they are willing to spend as many flaming dump trucks of money as possible as it takes to prove that, and I don't think they'll ever will, but they'll keep trying as long as they have the infinite money printing machine of FF14 and the Magic the Gathering card crossovers. And I don't think it could have come from America either. I don't think America makes this kind of game. I'm struggling to think of when they have or ever did. Maybe the Lord of the Rings turn-based game? Was that America? I don't know. But also, I think that the modern Final Fantasy fan base of America, they seem to be the ones who are the most against this kind of game existing in a way. Like, whenever I have my German viewers, my Russian viewers, I got a lot of European viewers who say that, like, oh yeah, this whole thing about modern Final Fantasy, that doesn't really exist here. That's really just like an American thing they see. That's where, like, the toxic fans come from. That's where, like, all the anger and the rage and the insistence that modern FF cannot go turn-based ever again. That's where all the gaslighting comes from. So, I don't know. I don't think... It could have come... I think it only could have come from outside both America and Japan. It had to come from a country like France. I'm trying to think where else could it have come from? Germany, maybe? I don't know much about the German games industry. Poland? I mean, they did The Witcher. Again, I don't know these other European games industries. Like, when I think about it, from Poland, I only know The Witcher 3 and Hellish Quart. Finland, I know Fear and Hunger. I don't know how big the Finnish game industry is. I think Russia would rather make something like Space Marine 2. So yeah. Mordred, thank you for the 14 months. China, I don't know. China's a bit of a wild card. It's quite difficult to pick what they would do. Belgium? Maybe Larian Studios? I don't know. Belgium, maybe? Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy that it happened. Here, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that it's crazy that Clair Obscur exists at all. So if they choose to make something completely different, if that's all we ever get of that world and that type of game, I'm okay with that. Because it's insane it happened at all. I thought there would never be a game like this, like ever again. I kind of just given up. I was in the boat that a lot of people were in after FF7 Rebirth, where I thought, you know, maybe I just don't like video games anymore. Maybe I'm just over them. Maybe I just outgrown them. And it's like, no. We were just living in the pre-Clair Obscur world, you know. We'd just been let down by too many bad Final Fantasies for too many years. Alright. Oh, God, I am going to finish this video. It's going to happen. Alright, chat, it will happen. You couldn't focus on games, then E33 came along. Give me dopamine. I mean, that's the thing. Like, as I say, like, E33 revived a lot of my interest and love in games. It blew this channel up, which is fucking crazy, and I'm endlessly grateful to this company and to this game for that. You know, I'm personally very lucky this game happened. And also, this game made it possible to criticize modern Final Fantasy because now there was something to compare it to. You know what I mean? Like, with FF16, Rebirth, all these things about what FF should be instead or how it could be better, there was nothing to compare it to. But now there was. Then now was a game that, for lack of better words, was better than FF15 and 16 and FF7 Remake Rebirth. It was just better in terms of its storytelling, in terms of its pacing, in terms of its vibe, its tone. It wasn't bloated, it wasn't cringe. And its combat was better than FF16's and 15's. Now, you can prefer 7 Remake Rebirth. As I say, like, I don't think it's the worst part of those games, but I personally prefer this. I just think Final Fantasy never needed to leave turn-based combat. I think the whole thing has been a failed experiment for 25 years. Yeah. And I think Clair Obscur was kind of the last nail in that coffin. So, Georgios Wise, thank you for the $4 super chat. Give me a high fantasy medieval FF game, please. Sincerely, a Greek. I mean, fuck it. Make the Odyssey. Make Troy and make it a turn-based game. There you go. That's a good idea right there. Why is no one doing that? You know what I mean? Yeah, what, you wouldn't buy it? Yes, you will. Anyway, Horndice, your bet is that the next Sandfall game will have a similar combat to E33 with one difference. The attacks will be inputs, like fighting game inputs, instead of selecting ability and doing Q. You mean like Legend of Legaia or something? Maybe. I mean, look, whatever they do next, I'm okay with it, because I think they've already done enough with this. I think they've already changed the Final Fantasy conversation forever. Forever. It will never be the same after this game. And that's just a fact. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna do it. We've only got 4 minutes left. All right, it's gonna be done. Let's do it.
Jeu non populaire que personne n'a aimé, Devil May Cry 2. Ah oui, par contre, Lucia, ça c'est quand même un drame. Parce que déjà Dante, c'était la version la plus stylée de Dante. Où ça, elle a jamais été reprise, c'est dommage. Et Lucia, du coup, qui s'est retrouvée au milieu de ça, qui était le deuxième personnage jouable, qui était trop stylé. Genre son design, moi j'ai mis, mais en fait tous les persos sont trop stylés. Bah, vu qu'elle était dans un jeu pas ouf, on l'a plus jamais revu. C'est triste.
Genre quoi, les GTA, Red Dead et tout, c'est pareil, tu prends pas?
Ah ouais, non, c'est pas ma cam, mais du tout. Je comprends moi GTA, en gros je m'amuse une demi-heure, j'y vais, je fais tous les cheat codes pour avoir les hélicoptères, je tue tout le monde, je me fais défoncer par la police, et j'arrête. Mais je sais pas, j'accroche pas, je m'ennuie.
Donc là GTA 6 qui arrive.
Bah, je suis peut-être la seule personne au monde où ça... En fait, techniquement, je suis très curieux de savoir ce qu'ils vont faire quand même, parce que c'est, enfin, niveau budget, déjà, c'est n'importe quoi. Mais je sais que c'est pas un jeu qui va me faire vibrer.
Je pense que tu parles de...
Doesn't GTA 6 have something like a billion-dollar budget? Or needs to make a billion? I don't know, man. It probably just will, though. I don't know. It's got some absurd budget. Like, GTA 6 is gonna be, like, it's gonna be an event. 3 billion. 2 billion. 2 billion. You know what, chat? I need to find out this right now. What is the production and marketing budget for GTA 6? Between $1 and $2 billion. What do you mean? Between $1 and $2 billion? That's what? Oh, that's too much. That's too much. I don't think it needs to be that much. I mean, this is holy shit. I've never seen a budget like this for a video game ever. That is unbelievable. Holy shit. The thing is, it will sell a lot. This will be like the event. I will stream this on launch. All right, this is going to be nuts, man. The $100 pre-orders have already made their money back. People are dumb sheep for not waiting on gameplay. The thing is, though, GTA 6, it's going to be such an event that even if its gameplay sucks, even if it's fucked, everyone's still gonna buy it and play it anyway, man. Look at it this way. This is like the Super Bowl. This is like the World Cup. This is like the Olympics. What, you think it's not gonna sell out in 1 second? Wrong! No one cares. They're gonna do it because it's the event. Because it's the thing. It's that. So yeah. Nolan's Odyssey. There's no way this is gonna be as bad as the Odyssey. Alright. Alright. There's no way. I doubt it. I just highly doubt it. So, yeah, And I don't know. This is going to be something. Anyway, we got to finish this video. We have to finish it. Oh my god.
Devil May Cry, qui est pas le nom le plus facile à dire. Clair Obscur Expédition 33.
Ouais.
C'est pas le nom le plus...
Ah, c'est relou, hein. On hésitait entre Clair Obscur et Expédition 33, on a dit ouais, on met les deux. On l'a dit, mais pour nous, Clair Obscur, on le voit plus comme le nom de la franchise. Expédition 33, c'est une des histoires qu'on veut raconter, mais c'est l'idée.
T'es pas dit, ah, peut-être pour l'exporter.
So there's an indication there. He says Clair Obscur. It's like, you know, the name of the franchise, and Expedition 33 is one of the stories within it. So it is possible they might make another game that's about like the Riders or something, or just something else within its world. But anyway, I mean, I'm okay with either way. If this is all we get, I'm fine. If we get more, I'm fine with that too.
Peut-être plus compliqué.
Surtout Kepler, notre éditeur, quand on est arrivé avec ça, ils ont fait Who is Claire and why is she obscure? On a fait bon, on part de loin. Moi, ça me tenait beaucoup à cœur parce que c'était très symbolique de beaucoup de choses, soit dans le jeu ou en dehors. Je voulais Clair Obscur. Puis le mot est beau, je trouve, Clair Obscur. D'ailleurs, les Japonais, ils se foutaient de nous à la sortie. Hein.
Ouais.
Parce qu'ils pouvaient pas dire le nom, du coup, ils appelaient ça Nantako 33, je crois. Bon, ça veut dire genre n'importe quoi 33. Parce qu'ils n'arrivaient pas à dire le nom. Ce qui est une belle revanche sur la vie après tous les JRPG au nom incompréhensible. Typiquement, Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga 2.
Ah, tu maîtrises, hein. Wow.
Mais c'est 33 ans d'expérience dans les titres de JRPG.
J'ai une question aussi, rien à voir, mais je crois que... En fait, je ne sais pas si tu en as déjà parlé ou pas. Dans votre... chez Soundfall, quel usage vous en faites ou pas? Est-ce qu'il y a un code ou pas? Qu'est-ce que...
Nous, là, notre vision, c'est pour toute la partie créative, non. Parce que c'est... Enfin, je trouve que ça prend un peu la joie de faire les trucs créatifs. Donc, pourquoi changer? Enfin, nous, on a tellement kiffé faire notre premier jeu que... pour faire pareil, quoi. Et les artistes qui sont à Soundfall, ils aiment dessiner, ils aiment faire de la 3D, donc on continue comme ça, quoi. Et après, pour tout ce qui est, je sais pas, administration, même code en soi, ça dépend de comment... En fait, c'est dur de dire comment l'industrie va évoluer. En tout cas, nous, ce qui est sûr, c'est que la façon dont on kiffe faire des jeux, c'est créé, donc on continue comme ça, quoi.
Donc vous l'appréhendez avec pas mal de recul et de sérénité,
Ouais. Ça fait... Je pense que tout le monde a un peu peur, hein, quand même, vers où ça peut évoluer. Enfin, tu vois, là... La vidéo, déjà, ça fait peur de tout ce qui est en train de se passer, de trucs qui viennent de mieux en mieux. Les jeux vidéo, on est encore un peu protégé du fait que techniquement, c'est quand même autre chose. Mais ça va arriver un jour, quoi, je pense. De pouvoir cracher un jeu en 5 secondes avec un prompt, est-ce que ce sera un bon jeu? J'espère que non. Mais je pense que tout le monde se posait la question de dire si ça fait un peu peur. Mais en tout cas, pour le moment, nous, et c'est là que je suis content aussi d'être arrivé avant, c'est que on est un studio qui est sécurisé, donc même si on fait pas les choses de manière optimale, on s'en fout. Il y a Dark Chronicle que je vois là qui est très bien aussi. Non, mais forcément des...
Georgios Wise, thank you for the $4 super chat. Usually during the development of a game, there are many ideas thrown around, but not all are used. So there is possibility for another game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it should be... Look, I think these guys know what they're doing. I think this guy has played video games. I think they'll be all right. Also, Mega, thank you for the 200 bits. Just for comparison, the highest budget movie ever made was Star Wars: The Force Awakens, with a net cost of $530 million. Well, here's the thing. Video games make a lot more money than movies do in this day and age, and it's been that way for a while. So you could, yeah, I don't know. And there's not going to be another game like GTA 6. Like, that's kind of, it's going to be such an insane event. No other company can really pull that kind of hype in a way. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think what else. Anyway, let's keep going.
On s'en fout. Il y a Dark Chronicle que je vois là qui est très bien aussi. Non, mais forcément, déjà... En fait, déjà, c'est trop bien cette émission, je viens de le dire. Il y a tellement de jeux que j'ai envie de parler, mais bon, je vais pas y rester 8 heures non plus. Déjà, je pense qu'on est resté trop longtemps. Mais non, c'est trop bien, mais je pense qu'il y a un des messages du jeu qui est For Those Who Come After, et Learn from the Ones Who Came Before. Et là, c'est un peu le temple de ça, quoi. C'est tous ces... Enfin, Clair Obscur n'existerait pas sans tous ces jeux-là qui sont inspirés les uns les autres, qui ont construit sur l'héritage, que ce soit au niveau gameplay, histoire, musique, tout se construit les uns sur les autres. Je trouve ça émouvant de revoir tout ça au même endroit. C'est un peu un musée pour moi, c'est même pas un magasin. Enfin, moi, une de mes plus grandes fiertés en tant que créateur, c'est de me dire que de participer aussi à cet héritage global du jeu vidéo, qui va inspirer d'autres gens, et d'autres gens qui vont refaire des trucs, qui vont moi me inspirer, et qu'on construit tout ça en tant que collectif industriel. On était Those Who Come After, et on aura d'autres après nous, et c'est trop cool.
D'ailleurs, t'as déjà des projets ou pas avec Sunfall pour les prochaines années?
Yeah, that saying, for those who come after, it's such a great iconic saying of this game. And it really is like part of E33's philosophy, where it's wearing its influences on its sleeve. Like, Clair Obscur is clearly a game that has been built on the foundation of so many other games. And it's kind of done what Bruce Lee has done, where you just take what works from all these different sources, but you also don't use what doesn't work for your idea, your vision. It's sort of like a Jeet Kune Do of video gaming. It's sick. It's such a cool idea. It's such a phenomenal work of art and gaming.
Je peux vous en dire que ça va être très très bien. Voilà. On en parlera quand on sera prêt. Oh non!
Oh! Uh-oh.
Huh?
That was sick. That was mad. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was... No! Get out! That wrong song. Play this one. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Guillaume Broche, the new goat of video games is French Video Game Club from Con Beanie. We're subscribing right there. Smash the like button and subscribe both on this video and on my channel, all right? I reacted to that video, so I'm just as creative as them. Here's the link to their video in my chat. Catch me live on Twitch. Let me know whatever, I don't know, tell me something in the comments interesting, and I'm gonna have another whiskey. Ooh, Sugoi, get out of here. It's over. Video's over. I'm working here. God, what a terrible outro. Right, let's timestamp that. Oh my, 8? What? I did that for 4 hours? Oh, I gotta... I may have lined up too many videos for me to react to and make on stream. Oh my god. Fuck. I will still keep streaming, don't you get me wrong, but how did I spend 4 hours reacting to a 1.5 hour video? Fuck. Okay, we're gonna have to trim a few things. I don't think we're gonna do the history of Final Fantasy speedruns today. That's 1.5 hours, and you know how long that's gonna take me to do. Oh, come on, man. Oh, professional yapper? Hey, look, man. It's a job requirement. It's one of those things you just gotta do. Look, it'd be a great video. It'd be a great video, because it's gotta be done, and it's not about FF7 Remake, although we did mention it a few times, because it deserves it. Alright. Fucking deserves it. So, Sebi's streams are as bloated as FF7 Rebirth. Hey! My streams are held to a different standard than such a video game, I'll have you know, alright? It's unfair to use such metrics. A master of yapology? Oh my god. I got carried away by the Dark Souls games? Yeah, I know. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, it's better to give your editor too much to work with and then just trim it down, pare it down. It's better to do that. You're here for the tier list? I feel like I should do that. Yeah, you know what? This is too much. We won't do this today. We might do these. Let me just... Fuck. Oh, I didn't even open the Blue Mage ones. Ah, shit. Okay, well, we'll do... I think we can do Bahamut today. We won't do Blue Mages. I'm just not gonna have the mental energy. And I might need to have, like, just a wee, like, 5-minute break. I might do a bunch of squats just to get the blood flowing. I don't want to have a coffee. It's 8 p.m. I've been up since 8 a.m. I don't want to fuck my sleep pattern. That's a tricky one. God. All right. FF7 squats? Yeah, I'll just be like Zach. I'll do heaps of squats. You watch someone do an edit stream, it's actually interesting. Well, I don't edit my own videos. I have editors to do that, because it's just too hard. So, the Prompto rant, Devereaux. Well, you know what? Prompto fucking deserves it, alright? The Prompto gas, I will destroy the Prompto gaslight. So, and I'm gonna stream on YouTube as we. Already am. It's Sunday morning. For you, here to the bitter end with nothing else to do. Oh, all right, chat. You know what? Maybe I'll keep streaming. Maybe I'll keep doing this. I just need to... Do I not get hungry during these streams? No. Because one is the caffeine, another is the alcohol, and the third is the breakfast I have. Like, I get one of those twin packs of steaks, so I eat 2 steaks and I chop 2 entire red onions into the frying pan. So that's a lot of food, right? That's a lot of food, I think. But anyway, that's why I have a lot of slow release energy for like the entire stream. Yeah. Sebi is off to win a wig. A wig, Nunny? Dinner. Protein. Hey, look, man, it's good. You love Sebi Webb's YouTube stream? We outperform the Twitchers. Do you? Well, I mean, it's crazy. I do, I still can't believe this stream pulls a pretty big crowd on YouTube. That's pretty nuts, man. If you need sleep, do it. Never. If I do, I'm trying to think. I'll tell you what, chat. I'll tell you what. I don't think I have the yapping energy to do a Final Fantasy tier list, just because, like, I've just been doing that non-stop, but I can think of some fun content. I actually can think of something fun. It's going to be a bit out of left field, but I think you'll enjoy it. So, but I will need to go take a piss. I'll need to do some Zac squats, okay, some Cloud squats, some Soldier squats, and I think we can do this. How long do I usually sleep after these long streams? 12 hours? Like, a lot. Like, literally until I can't sleep anymore. So, but that's it. My YouTube shorts pulled you here. We need insights on yours, like yours on YouTube. Thank you, Your Game. I appreciate that. I got an Instagram message request today telling me that I should kill myself for the type of content I make. So I appreciate your content. I appreciate your chat balancing out that. Yeah, they really didn't like that I said Devil May Cry's... So what is it? They didn't like that I said that FF16's combat feels ripped from Devil May Cry 5 with video evidence. Yeah, I think they had a real issue with that. So, what time is it in Aussie land? About 8 p.m. Yeah. You know what? All right, I know what I'm gonna do. I got a really fun idea, actually. And I've been wanting to do this for a bit. We're gonna record a bunch of shorts on stream. It's not gonna be about Final Fantasy. I'm Final Fantasied out. All right, I'm FF'd out. It's gonna be about Total War Warhammer. Now, there's a bunch of shorts I'm going to do about each of the legendary lords that you can play as, because they each have like an opening cutscene, they got like some mad lore, and then I can say something funny or two about them, and being on whiskey will help for that, whereas I'm burned out on FF. I can't talk about it anymore. And I will also show you what a bit of the gameplay looks like. You'll get to see my incredibly unbalanced, overpowered armies versus some victims. And then I'm going to pretend that, like, my victory is due to my Sun Tzu Art of War strategy, when it's just the fact that my army is just... Let me put it this way, chat. I'm not going to spoil what my army is. It's absolutely horrendous. And naturally, I'm playing as the Beastmen and the Lizardmen. The most horrific monsters possible. All right, that's the plan. Enjoy this video. Actually, get out of here, Yuna. Yeah, let's do one of these. Here you go. Enjoy some Tokyo at dusk to the sweet sounds of DJ Cutman. All right, I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna do some squats, get my brain as energized as it can be. We'll record a bunch of these, and then it will be over. And I'm sorry, guys, we're gonna have to do another. Well, what we could do, I do want to do FF2 and 3, so we could open the stream with a tier list. Then we can, after the tier list is done, we can do FF2. And then the next stream we open with a tier list, and then we do Final Fantasy playthrough, after that. I think that's how we can balance it out. It's gotta get done. These videos have to get done, Sonny Jim. They have to get done. Floppy chess balls, thank you very much for the 200 bits. All right, that's the plan. I'll BRB. Alright. Alright. I see you there in chat, simping for my chair. Alright. Be ashamed of yourself. Alright, chat, we're back. I see you scouting. Is this GTA 7? Yeah, look how realistic it is. Ray tracing. One hell of a realistic driving sim. What's up, Games Raper? How are ya? Mike Behan, wonderful chair. Lend me your eyes, so I may see with clarity the BS of the world. Remasters are lame? I mean, it depends on the remaster. You think I'll do the pixel remasters of FF2 and 3? Yeah, I'm gonna do those ones, so... El Nino, what's going on, you fucking dog? Also, guys, I appreciate you guys being patient with me making these YouTube... How do I say? Doing these, like, YouTube recording streams. Because the benefit of this is then my editors basically have... their hands full for like a really long time, and the YouTube channel can just keep pumping out long-form content. And then we can just do a bunch of game streams and not worry about that. Videos where it's just basically like, here's me playing a game, they don't really work unless you're already famous. Like legacy famous, like 1 million subs. Not in this day and age. In this day and age, you kind of like... It's all React, dude. It's all the React meta. I mean, you know, it's a meme, but it's true. So, but the stuff I'm reacting to is stuff I like anyway. So, it all works out in the end. It just takes, it can just, as you've seen with that video, it can just take a while because I do tend to yap and get distracted. But hey, man, that's the way it is. So, it's just good to have you back on streaming, bro. Oh, you, Alan, get out of here. Cheers. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. The stream chair is better than FF7 Remake Trilogy, Trig. You know what? I'll take it. I'll allow it. So, we're here for the Sebs. Oh, you stop. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to see what a real man's game looks like. Total War. Warhammer. Now, there's a bunch of shorts I have in mind that I want to make for this. It's going to be a lot of fun. God, that writing is absolutely tiny. No one is going to be able to read that. Even a big-time streamer like Asmon or XQC does that. It's great. We get to see it live. Thank you. Appreciate it. The thing is, it's tricky. My difficulty these days is just having the energy to do all this. Yeah. Because I also try to have a life outside of streaming and YouTubing, which I think is really important for your mental health. A lot of streamers don't do that, and it can make them weird. It can fuck them up. The trade-off, obviously, is, you know, is that I'm not streaming or YouTubing as much as I could be, but I just think it's important. I think it's healthy. I think it's necessary. So... Behold. Alright, let's just check the volume here. How's the volume for you guys? I think it's quite quiet. That's probably going to be a bit loud. Let's put it on 50 and see. Alright. Okay. How's that volume? Is that a bit too quiet, the ambient stuff? How is that for you? Fat People Enjoyer. Wow, love the stream, big man. Lots of love from the Chubby Chaser community. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, look, mate. Big girls need loving too, alright? I love them. So, not the only thing I love, but they're fantastic. Now, we have Manfred von Carstein here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to show you a bit of what this game looks like, and then I am going to make a bunch of shorts out of the Legendary Lord blurbs. Let me just turn the brightness up for me. It's really, really dark. Now. Alright. It's time. That's really quiet, isn't it, for you guys? Is that really quiet? Hang on, let me just check something. Okay, what if I go 100%? How is that? Seb actually gaming? Hold on, just for a wee bit. Just for a demo. Look at that handsome man. Look at my boys. I fucking love Beastmen. Alright, so anything but metaphor. Hey, hold on, we're not doing a full playthrough of this. This is just a demo. This is just a tech demo. So have a look at this game, right? It's sort of like Civilization. In that you have this whole map. I may have done this. That's not supposed to look like that, by the way. This is meant to be lush, beautiful Greenland. But because I am the Beastmen and a bunch of psychopaths, we have completely fucked up and destroyed the entire landscape. That's me. I did all of this. I've ruined the world, basically. I killed everyone except the bad guys. The only thing that's left, let's have a look. The only thing that's left are the Skaven, Zench. Look at Zench, man. Oh god, what are they all doing here? Zench, notice that Zench corruption turns everything blue and acidic. Your goal is to destroy? When you're evil, the goal is to destroy. Why is the volume so quiet? Why is it so quiet? I know it's really quiet, I just don't know why. Oh! Okay, now I know why. Just hold the line, chat. Hold on, this is gonna get really loud. Now I know why. There we go.
Lord Conjurer.
Okay, alright. There we go. I had it really low, that's why. I'll just fix this up. There we go. Blue Waffle Maker, thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription. Appreciate that, That Doom stack, that's a lot. That's a little accurate Empire. Yeah, anything but Ever 13. Okay, so here's what the map actually looks like when you haven't fucked everything up, okay? Sortex Trail. Look at that. What I like about this map is that it's not that it's like super realistic. It looks very gamey, but it looks so nice. It's just so pleasing to the eye. And you just scroll around and you're like, ah, look at all that. I did that. I fucked up everything. Is that Nurgle? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Alright. Oh, yeah, I worked very hard to keep Nurgle alive. Oh, shit, we have Slanesh over here.
Yes.
Where's Dakala?
Sister of delight.
Oh, I just realized my chat box is covering their faces. Let's put that up here. This chick is nuts. I played as her for a bit. She's really fast. I'm the bad guy? What do you mean I'm the bad guy? Okay, look, that's their territory, right? Let's have a look at my territory. I may have done all of that. Yeah, this is meant to be lush, beautiful lizard man territory. This is meant to be tropical. This is meant to be a tropical paradise. That lava is my fault. All the vegetation being dead is my fault. That was that may have been me. That's all me. You see that? This is supposed to be elf territory. It's supposed to be a haven, and I fucked it. I fucked all of it. Oh my god, Morgoth will be proud. Oh mate, dude, the Chaos Gods should be very proud of the Beastmen, of what I have done, of what I have accomplished. I'll have you know. The Dark Elves were being a bunch of arseholes, so I may have had to wipe them off the face of the earth. We've actually scorched earth this place. You'll be shocked when I load my other game and you see what all this is actually supposed to look like. This is all chaos corruption. This is fucked. This is so bad. That's me. I did all of that. All right. What of the High Elves? What? There's none left. This is all that's left, mate. The Skaven. You've got the Skaven. You've got Nurgle. You've got Zench. You've got Slanesh and whoever these terrible people are.
Spread mine on them.
Is that Codex Suneater? Fuck yeah. And whoever these guys are. Alright, alright, alright. Now, chat, I'm going to show you what this gameplay looks like. Just for the fun of it. What a charming fellow. Just for the fun of it, I'm going to attack my own allies for your entertainment. Making this attack as an act of war. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Fuck you, Skaven.
Curses!
Look, I've kind of already conquered the map. We're just fucking around at this point. Watch this. Before we begin, let's have a look at their army. Haven't played these in a long time. Good shit. This is so fun. This is such a good game, man. This game is a reason to get a strong PC. Right. Let's have a look at the enemy's battle. The enemy's army. I think these are night runners. Oh my god, they're so loud. Is that too loud for you guys? Should I turn the game's volume down a bit? How's that for you? Welcome in, Pibus. It's fine? Okay. Sick. Alright. Who else do they have? Let's have a look at their lord. Oh my god, it's such a filthy little pieces of shit. Okay, so that's their whole army. Nothing too impressive. What is this? Ooh. Oh, you're just night runners as well. Okay. Alright, chat. You've seen what I'm up against. Hang on. Do you want to see my army? Where's my army? Oh, these guys are really dangerous, by the way. I think I'm gonna win with my superior tactics. All right. This is about to get messy. All right, Sibby might be the villain. What do you mean? Look how good my guys look. Alright, I'm also gonna put my chat above my head. There we go. Okay. These poor Skaven, they have no idea what is coming for them. Let's have a look at my lords. Gorball. These guys are real assholes. Huge asshole. Oh! Cygors. Giant, blind cyclopses who can only see magic, and they just throw these boulders with brute strength. That's my artillery. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I give you the superior tactics of Sebiweb's TV. Actually, let's just... whatever, we'll put you here. Put you there. Put you there. Alright, that's good enough. Behold, the superior tactics of Sebiweb's TV. Alright, let's see this from the Skaven's perspective. You're rooting for the underdogs? Whoa! This is what I've been doing on my off days. Alright, I needed this. I needed this, guys. Oh my god. Alright, let's root for the Skaven, boys. Let's do it. Oh my god. Oh my... Actually... Oh my god. I've got a better idea. I'm actually gonna redo this, and I'm gonna do this better. Alright, it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. This is why you get a strong PC, so you can load this game quickly. Trust me. It's all worth it. It's all worth it. Swing to the bank. Welcome in. Is this Total Warhammer 3 or 2? This is 3. So if you get 3, I recommend just getting 1, 2, and 3 so you have access to all the base races. And then just play on the Immortal Empires map. And just sandbox it. Just pick something that's fun. Pick a fun race and just steamroll the whole map with it. So, alright, here we go. Let's try that again. Yeah, declare war. I'm gonna make this battle even better. Alright, let's go. This is rat torture. Look, those Skaven deserve it, alright? They're a bunch of assholes. Cause a bit. Oh, welcome in. Alan, I can't be the villain. I say Ubu Sugoi, exactly. Ibby, look, I don't have a better enemy nearby that I can do this with. Alright, let's do this. Here we go. Put you there. Put the big boys here. Alright, this is how we're gonna do it. Oh, really? There we go. Let's get all the fun stuff up front. Okay. All right. Now let's go. Okay. All right. You guys rooting for the rat people? Here we go. Here we go. Okay, here it comes, chat. Here comes the party. Here comes the party bus. Oh my god. This is so unfair, man. Look at my superior tactics. I'm like Sun Tzu. I'm like Zhuge Liang. This is absolutely fucked. Notice how I'm not doing anything? Like, my guys just win. With sheer monstrosity. Look at this thing! Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. You created the Siege of Troy? Oh my god, your PC was struggling. They lost their morale in seconds? I mean, they should. Look what they're up against. Like, this is so unfair. How sick are these things, man? These are Gorgons. Whoa! How different from, like, Warcraft Tauren are these, man? It's like, they're nothing alike, man. Holy fudge indeed. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa! Haha, you're baby! Anyway, I think I won. Well, okay. I just wanted to show you a bit of the gameplay. I want to show you my brilliant tactics. And now I'll show you my lizard men. And then we'll start recording some shorts. So. Holy shit. The Skaven, it wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. It was pretty unfair. I think it was pretty unfair. And Cephalon, are we Warhammering today? We're winding down. Losses 0. Look, notice how I had 0 losses? Alright. Get out of here. We'll just loot and raise. Yeah, alright. Okay, Sonny Jim, let's load. Spirit of the Jungle. There we go. Alright. They are doing a 40k version of this as well, which is tricky because Warhammer Fantasy takes place on one planet, whereas 40k, the Imperium alone has 1 million planets. It's some absurd number like that, so yeah. I'm assuming that the 40k version will either have multiple maps, or it will be like some event that takes place that can potentially take place all on the one planet. Check this guy out. Nakai the Wanderer. This is the other character I'm playing as. That's a huge crocodile. So sick, man. So cool. Top 3 favorite factions? Probably, I'd say Beastmen and Lizardmen. And I'm still finding a third. Maybe Chaos, but they've changed Chaos massively. I need to play more, I need to play the Chaos Gods and, like, find ones that are fun. Australian confirmed? Damn straight, brother. Alright, now. I'm gonna attack this. I'm gonna attack this. You ready to see my army? Wait for it. Oh god, this is gonna be horrific. You're a Warhammer fan? You're damn straight I am, brother. I'm still getting to know it. I'm still getting to learn it. So, this feels like what commanders show regular Imperial Guards before they march to their inevitable death in 30 seconds. Yeah. The Tomb Kings? Ah, fuck it. You know, I would say Tomb Kings are one of my favorites as well. They're so mad. Oh, fuck! Oh, no! Oh. Oh, it's one of these. Oh, well. I was hoping for an open field battle. That's good enough. Do you want to see my army before I roll them in? This, ladies and gentlemen, is my boomstick! This is my army! Absolutely nothing but Dread Saurians. That's my entire 20 stack. The biggest, strongest, most monstrous unit in the entire game, and that's just my whole army. Now here are my boys, here are my leaders. We have, who are you? Skink Priest. Oh. Notice how the Lizardmen are like dinosaurs riding other dinosaurs? Just like a bunch of skinks riding on a stegodon of God. So mad. I think you're my skink chief. Oh, look at this guy. A small T-Rex riding a big T-Rex. That's a wall and meat. Damn straight, brother. Nakai, the Wanderer. Alright, well, let's, let's get him in. Right. Alright, where are they? Alright, let's go here. Where are you? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Who do you think's gonna win? Who do you think's gonna win? Am I total war master? Yes. With my tactical genius, I think that my overpowered army is gonna beat their pitiful numbers. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's so bottlenecked! This is a terrible strategy! This is the ultimate game to sit at your PC just laughing fatly. Whoa! Dinosaurs in Egypt! What will they think of next? You know what? I'll show you what we'll think of next. Watch this. Well, well, well. I'm gonna summon some raptors. Hello, boys! Get him! Get him! Go! Go, go, go! This game the first time you play this game, it's going to eat about 3 hours of your life. It's going to eat about 3 months of your life. It's so fun once you start playing it. Alright. Oh my god. And what other game lets you play as dinosaurs versus undead Egyptians? You know, not many. Alright, boys. I think it's time. can't go here. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh, hang on. I did that wrong. Okay, there we go. There we go, boys. All right. And you know what? Let's get these boys out. Let's do another summon. Hello, boys! Whee! I think these things are ranged. They just fling heaps of spines at you. Are there some giant-ass raptors? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Alright. Yeah, I think here my boys come. Ill Zero, how you doing? Oh my god. The units look sick. Like, actually, how cool do they look? And they all have multiple animations, so it looks very dynamic. It doesn't look like copy-pasted, or that they're just repeating the same action over and over again. Oh, it's so mad. Oh, this game is so fun. And you don't have to paint them. So yeah, think about this, right? Like, if you want, like, Warhammer figurines, it's gonna cost you, like, what, hundreds of dollars for one army, and you gotta paint it all yourself. If you just buy the games, you got your figurines right here, and they actually move. And you just get all races. You don't have to, you know. Look, they're playing themselves. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is just absolute carnage, man. This is chaos. War. War never changes. Eben, thank you. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. Elven dragons look cool. Elves look sick. Elves look fucking dope. Oh, look at this thing. That's a Troglodon, which is more like an aquatic stealth dino you can use. It'll lose in a fight to a Carnosaur, but it's still sick. It's like a Spinosaurus. So. Oh my god. Well, anyway, I think I made my point. I think I made my point. Alright. And so the dinosaurs won. The end. So. No wonder Sebi has 0 losses. Look at all those dinosaurs. Yeah, you think I'm gonna lose a single one of these things? Skylar, good night. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. So, what I want to do is I want to record a bunch of shorts through this.
Empire's blessings, yes.
I want to record a bunch of shorts through this, through all the Legendary Lord, like movies and their lore and all that. So, then the meteor came. Hey, man. Let's say that. Is that too loud? Is that overpowering my voice? Just checking, because I just want to check all this shit. The Ninja Rat scroll file? Right here. Hang on.
The Lord of Decay.
Right here, mate. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have Ninja Skaven. Because in Total War Warhammer 3, they added Cathay, who are like the Chinese race. They're basically Chinese emperors who can turn into dragons, and they have giant terracotta warriors on their side and huge stone lions, like the ones you see in Asia. It's so fucking sick. This game is amazing. Volume's great? Okay, good. All right, where do I start, chat? Tell you what do you want me to start on? What would you like me to start on? Look at all the options you have right there. The Beastmen, Demons of Chaos, Dark Elves, Grand Cathay. The Orcs? All right. You can't go wrong with the Orcs. I'm just gonna record these. When does this start? What time stamp? Okay, here we go. Begin here. End there. I'm just gonna do as many as possible until I run out of energy. And this will be a good little. It'll just be like a good variety, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Total War Warhammer. Let's start with the greenskins.
I'm the one true Git.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Grimgor Ironhide. This guy is Shrek with a really bad temper. He is insanely strong. I've played as him once. He can almost melee an entire army by himself. Like, he's that stupidly OP. Even for a black orc, Grimgor Ironhide's thirst for war was oh fuck, I screwed up my line. Let me try that again. Even for a black orc, Grimgor's thirst for war was exceptional. If a single day went by without a battle, Grimgor was known to start camp-decimating arguments, his one good eye blazing with eagerness to find fault to start a good scrap. 2 days without a battle, and Grimgor would smite anything he could reach, save, perhaps, his fellow Black Orcs. No one knows for sure what would happen if 3 days without a battle ever occurred, but even scarred veterans tremble just to think of it. This unquenchable thirst for battle is a sign that marks out a war boss for leadership, a sign that the orc is favored by Gork, or perhaps Mork, no one can really tell the difference. In a hulking black orc with unmatched fighting skills and ferocity, it has marked out Grimgor for greatness, the prophet and the harbinger of Gork, or perhaps Mork. We're still trying to figure that out. Yeah, Grimgor is just awesome. I think canonically he's quite strong. I think canonically he bashes Archaon the Everchosen. I might be wrong about this. Like, I'm still learning a lot of this shit. But yeah. I think Grimgor was originally a slave to the Chaos Dwarves, and he kind of like became the Orc Spartacus and led some rebellion in which he broke out. I think that's the story. But yeah. He headbutts him. Grimgor Ironhide headbutts Archaon the Everchosen. See, this is why you can't underestimate orcs. Alright? They might be the comic relief race, but they're not weak. So, Wurtzag is your favorite? Well, Wurtzag is awesome. Wurtzag's so funny, man. He's so good. Let's just timestamp these real quick. Alright. Just to make it easy for myself. Alright. Whatever. We'll just say that's Grimgor. An Ordicus. Yeah. Skaven detected. Damn straight. Alright, let's see who else we have.
I have seen the future.
Wurtzag brings his prophetic influence to the central jungles to guide the Sorry, let's do that again. Sorry, cut, start again. I got thrown off.
I has my mystic powers.
I think he does this on the battlefield, non-stop. Like, not while he's fighting, but I think his idle animation is him just shuffling endlessly during battle. And I think some of his specific orc units do that as well. Wurtzag is hilarious. Man, he's such a good character. Wurtzag ad Iora Zahubu is a savage orc shaman of mighty mystical powers. Known as the Great Green Prophet, he is guided along his path by the green-skinned gods. He heads tribes to greatness before wandering off to pursue yet another mad plan to advance orc kind. Wurtzag's Green Crusade began in the Southlands. With the magical energy that arched uncontrollably out of his eyes, he transformed the former shaman of the... And that's a long sentence. Let me just, like, raise my power level for this. Wurtzag's Green Crusade began in the Southern Lands. With the magical energy that arched uncontrollably out of his eyes, he transformed the former shaman of the Bone-Nosed tribe into a squiggly beast. As the tribe prepared to ritually eat Wurtzag for this deed, the marinated orc entered a trance and spouted a tale of long ago when the now sorry Bone-Nosed tribe ruled the lands. The cold-blooded ones came and built great pyramids, driving the tribe away, destroying their idols. Since those shameful days, the tribe has lived under a curse. Wurtzag rekindled their spirit of conquest, and, filling in for their transformed shaman, led the Bone-Nosed warriors to level the nearest Lizard Man city. Oh my god, okay, well I'm sure the Lizard Men weren't happy about that. Using the rubble of the wrecked pyramid, Wurtzag ordered the Greenskins to erect two... Oh, fucking hell, that's a hard sentence. Using the rubble of the wrecked pyramids, Wurtzag ordered the Greenskins to erect two edifices, and to this day, these same stone-faced idols watch over the Bone-Nosers, and the tribe's fortune has grown. You're not here, hiding under a rock, Eben? Oh my god. I haven't played as these guys, and I don't know if they're any good. Savage Orcs. Savage Orcs are the ones that dance constantly, right? And they're specific to him. And I think their war paint gives them extra protection. This is so well executed, Focus. You mean these shorts I'm trying to record? Well, what I'm going to do, right, chat, is we're going to open each lord with their opening movie. That's the fun stuff. As I read the lore, this won't be in the short. I'm going to have my editor just add footage from the game. Just so, like, I'm reading it, we'll have this in quotes so it's clear that I'm reading out their lore, and then we'll just have, like, cool visuals from the game going on. I think this could be a fun set of shorts. I think it could be fun. They're strong early game. Yeah, problem with orcs, right, is that dwarves don't like them. And basically every dwarf unit is armored. And orcs are pretty lacking in the armor-piercing department, so you just get fucked, man. You get wrecked a lot of the time. Dwarves, though, their weakness is that they are slow, so you can surround them. Similar to beastmen. Beastmen have a lot of armor-piercing, although then again, my beastmen armies are basically made up of like the biggest units ever. It's just minotaurs and giants, so yeah, they're kind of fun. Whoever does my shorts does a fantastic job. Oh yeah, no, my Flays is brilliant. Dwarves are absolutely cracked. Let's do this guy.
The biggest, meanest gobbo ever!
My god. Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. Look at that paunch. Which is literally his name, by the way. Grom the Paunch is a huge and powerful lump of a goblin war boss, a superlatively sized individual whose looming presence and ferocity makes him a living god amongst other goblins. Wait, he's a goblin? He's much bigger than any other goblin in this entire game, but there's a reason for that. His prodigious size was caused by him once having consumed a portion of uncooked troll meat. Remember, trolls are endlessly regenerating. An act of gluttony that means he must relentlessly eat copious amounts of food to keep constantly digesting the regenerating flesh, lest his massive, protruding belly eventually bursts. Oh my God, that's the most horrible... Oh, shut up. That's the most horrible lore ever. It is said that Grom has not seen his legs since consuming the foul meat, yet his frightening size means that he no longer needs to, and can instead order others to see them for him, if he wishes. Following countless successful raids across the old world, his grandiose reputation has grown as much as his bloated frame. In the past, Grom's war has seen hundreds of different green-skinned tribes flock to his standard, held aloft by his knight's skin standard. Hang on, let me just redo that. In the past, Grom's war has seen hundreds of different green-skinned tribes flock to his standard, held aloft by his Night Goblin standard bearer, Niblet. Oh my god, that name. In battle, the self-styled Goblin King often rides with his attendants upon a chariot suitably sized for his expansive proportions, charging into battle with devastating momentum, only achievable due to his obscene weight. Oh, it's such brilliant lore. You can tell that the writers had such a fun time coming up with these ideas, and then executing them. It's just fantastic, mate. Oh my god, what a fat bastard. Elmar, welcome in. We are recording Total War Warhammer Shorts on stream. And we're having a lot of fun with this. I'm having a good time, chat. So, all right. Can you share an opinion that FF7 Remake parallels the Star Wars sequels? Oh, I already know that. I already think that. Because 7 has a massive influence from Star Wars, and FF7 in a lot of ways is the Star Wars of video games, and they both got butchered to death. So yeah. Don't you worry, I think I already know. Get in my belly! The OG lore, it's so good. It's so sick. He never stops. He hasn't seen his dick in years, basically. Regenerating trolls come from Paul Anderson's 3 Hearts and 3 Lions, then popularized by D&D. Ah, that's cool. Il Zero, that's so creative. How does someone think of that? Well, this idea, how creative is that idea? That the reason he's such a fat bastard is because he ate a piece of uncooked troll meat, which is endlessly regenerating, so he has to eat constantly so that he doesn't explode, which is why he's so fat. It's so sick. Such a mad idea. Alright, who else do we have? Let's change it up. Let's change it up. Let's do... You know what? The other goblin is funny. Oh, you know what? We may as well finish what we started. We'll finish what we started. I agree with that. We'll do as many as we can, then we'll move on. Some of these guys aren't too interesting. Not the orcs, they're all cool. But some of the humans are like, whatever. Bruja, you're damn straight, I'm still on. Wolvenhead, you watched my Rebirth playthrough. And you have to say, I gave it a fair go before I accepted how bad it is. I tried, man, I tried. And you can see the moment I break, which is after the gold saucer opening dance number. And it's funny because someone in my chat saw that I wasn't happy, and they're like, no, trust me. Just get into gold saucer, it'll all be worth it. I'm like, all right, this better be good. And at the end, you can just see me like... What the fuck was that? And that's when it was all downhill. That's when a villain was born. That's when my villain arc began. I feel bad because the person probably thought I'd like it. It's like, nah, it's not happening, mate. All right, let's do a goblin.
I got me brother.
Skarsnik. Oh my god, look at that squig. Such a little gronk. Now, he may be small, but he's really dangerous. Skarsnik is the chieftain of the Crooked Moon tribe, and the most powerful... Oh, fuck, my chair. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me try it again. Have some whiskey. Skarsnik is the chieftain of the Crooked Moon tribe, the most powerful night goblin in the World's Edge Mountains. All of the surrounding green-skinned tribes acknowledge Skarsnik's overlordship of the peaks, valleys, and the upper levels of the ruined dwarf hold of Karak 8 Peaks. That was quite a sentence. Through devious machinations... Machinations? Oh, yeah. Through devious machinations and relentless spite, he has risen to command in the midst of the bitter and ongoing three-way battle between the Greenskins, Dwarves, and the Skaven. A merciless opponent, Skarsnik is forever devising new traps with which to lure his enemies to their doom. His mere name kindles an incandescent rage in dwarves. It is said that the abominable deeds of Skarsnik have gained their own chapter in the Book of Grudges. But the dwarves are not alone in hating Skarsnik. Oh yeah, the Book of Grudges is dwarves just keeping records of every time you annoyed them. And they have to settle those grudges. And I think one of them's such an asshole that he brings the book into battle and writes down grudges mid-battle. Oh, you tapped me there, I'll fucking get you for that. Dwarves are assholes in Warhammer, and they're hilarious for that reason. The Skaven have made innumerable pacts with the Greenskins, only to find themselves double-crossed by arguably the shrewdest Night Goblin ever. To be fair, the Skavens will also double-cross you, so it's, you know, it's first come, first serve. Skarsnik orders heaps of Skaven skulls stacked into grim monuments. Hang on. Skarsnik orders heaps of Skaven skulls stacked into grim monuments to demoralize his Ratmen foes. Queek Headtaker, second in command and right claw to the Grand Ruler of Clan Moors, has cowed to place the head of Skarsnik on his trophy rack. Not a day goes by in Karak 8 Peaks without some plot, probing raid, ambush, assassination, or full-scale assault. Yet still, Skarsnik rules supreme. By the light of flickering candles made of dwarf fat, oh my god, Skarsnik sits on his iron throne and plots yet more wicked schemes of conquest. Yeah, goblins don't have the physical size of greenskins, but they're very cunning and they're really good inventors. I'd say, I think goblins, dwarves, and Skaven are the best inventors in Warhammer Fantasy. Apologies if I missed one or two. But yeah, in other words, Skarsnik is a real arsehole. Does that voice hurt your throat? It's okay. I could be doing it better. I might get my pillow. I might use a pillow to adjust my posture so I can speak a bit differently. I might be going a bit too hard, but it's alright. I'll get into it. Skarsnik. At the end of the day, though, it is Warhammer. Like, these voice actors these voice actors throw everything into it. Like, if you play this game has some of the best voice acting I've heard in video games, like, period. Like, when you get guys like Sigvold the Magnificent, you know, it's just fantastic. And the Skaven VA is incredible. Like, they really sound like rat people. You don't think of it as a person doing voice acting. The illusion's complete. So, Thorgrim's Book of Grudges. You have his OG model, 2 way. They're such gronks, man. They're such assholes. All right, who should we do next? Chat? Britannia's... Yeah, no one gives a fuck about Britannia. No one cares about these guys. If I do Britannia, it will only be to do the woman. Because that will be a good YouTube thumbnail. Because you goon lords will click on it because it's a hot woman. Alright, that's the only reason I'm doing it. But we won't do them just yet. So, the Lady of the Lake. Who should we do, chat? Which race? Skaven is so funny to play because you've got to be an asshole. Yeah, no, Skaven, you can't be nice people. Like, let me put it this way, chat. The way to play Skaven is to make an entire army of Skaven slaves, just expendable units, and then send them into your enemies, so they just get all tied up in that. Your other army needs to be nothing but long-range artillery, and then you blow up both the enemy and your own slaves from halfway across the map. You do that, you are almost unbeatable as the Skaven. They are pieces of shit. You're not supposed to be nice people with them. You're supposed to have absolutely no regard for your own population's safety when playing as these filthy little rats. They're just brilliant. They're just wonderful. So, yeah. I might even clip that Skaven part. That's very funny. I might even add that on to the end of one of these things. This is fun, chat, because I've been wanting to make some Warhammer content for a bit. It's just difficult to break in with long-form content. I think you need shorts to just kind of get it out there. And if people think it's fun, then they think it's fun. Dwarf Skaven. You want the ninja? You want the Skaven? Dark elves? Ooh, okay. All right, let's do vampires as well. Okay. Slaanesh is very cool. The only race with nukes. No, seriously. Skaven have nukes. I think, I'll tell you what. Skaven technology is the most unstable, but it's kind of the best. They've got nukes, and they got into space. Goblins and dwarves couldn't do either of those things. They're nuts. So, alright. Your city's revolting is also a positive because you kill the revolting army for food. I didn't know that, Poop, and I do. And that's why we're going to do the Skaven next, because that's a hell of a sell. That's lore right there. All right, let's do it.
Clan Moors triumphant, yes.
Listen to that voice acting. Like, it just sounds like a rat. You don't think of a person in a voice booth. The illusion of Skavens is incredible in this game, and this is Queek Headtaker. Warlord Queek Headtaker is right claw to Warlord Nordwell, Grand Ruler of Clan Moors and member of the Council of 13. That Queek has risen so high in arguably the most powerful warlord clan is a credit to the terrible violence he unleashed on any in his way. Queek's vicious streak and vitriolic temper, along with his immense ego, are legendary among Skaven, who regard such traits as greatly admirable, you filthy rats. Although his scarlet-armored storm vermin often accompany him, Warlord Queek takes pleasure in personally dispatching enemy leaders. In his arrogance, he carries the severed heads of his latest opponents on a trophy rack to remind followers and Warlord Nordwell of the fighting prowess of the almighty Warlord Queek, the Headtaker, the Dwarf Smiter. Adorned upon his spikes in Queek's collection are Krug Ironhand, Ikit Slash of Fester Spike, and the hands of Baron Albrecht Kraus of Averland. Yeah, Queek is really dangerous, and I don't know what else to say other than that. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got, man. That's all I got. Queek is the first thing I ever played as in this game, but because I was trying to play like a normal person, I'd never played a Total War, ever. I just got my ass fucking handed to me. It turns out Skaven can't beat Lizardmen in a one-on-one war of attrition. Lizardmen are just too strong. So, yeah. All right. Let's keep going. I'll read the... Okay, so what are the Skaven? I mean, why don't we read that out? The Skaven are a cunning and diabolical race of scuttering humanoid rat creatures that have spread their loathsome corruption to the farthest corners of the world. From deep below the ground, these scavengers have built a vast under-empire, whose military power and incomprehensible numbers has the potential to smother the kingdoms of the old world in a seething tide of violence and anarchy. They follow the malevolent deity known as the Great Horned Rat, whose wishes and demands are both supreme and absolute. It is said that the ultimate goal of the Skaven is to conquer the surface world and bring about the Great Ascendancy, where the Horned Rat's children will swarm across its face and claim all of it as their own. The Skaven are interesting because technically they have the numbers to be the strongest race in Warhammer Fantasy. They could conquer the world. They could beat anyone. The problem is they can't unite, because by their own nature, they're too backstabby, they're too treacherous, they're too cowardly, alright? So they could win, they just won't, because they suck too much. they're just a huge bunch of assholes. But they are a wonderful race. I think the Skaven are one of the greatest fantasy races ever conceived. These filthy little hideous rat people who are heinously addicted to warpstone, which is this world's version of like crystal meth and uranium combined. Genius inventors, but their technology is way more unstable than goblin or orc. But their technology is way more unstable than goblin or dwarf tech, and goblin tech is already pretty bad. They're just immensely unpredictable. They have nukes, and they've even gone into space. They are nuts, and there's nothing else like them. I can't think of any other fantasy race that you can really compare them to. They're kind of their own thing. Amazingly creative and just fantastic. All right, and I think that's a good little And that's a good little Skaven blurb. I feel like each race deserves its own short as well. And the cool thing is with these shorts is the script is already there. I can't write something better than this. So, yes. Yes. And you know what? Maybe I'll read the orc one as well. I'll do the races as well. Also, chat, I appreciate you guys just sitting here and behind the scenes while I record these live. I just don't have the energy for this off stream, to be perfectly honest. It just feels weird doing it by myself. So I appreciate y'all. Also, you get to see this, a window into a completely different world from what you're used to on my streams. So, Yo Zero, good point. Tell you what, chat. Let me give you a taste of what the Skaven are like. We won't do this today. Sorry, no tier list. It's just too hard. I think it's the, what is his name? Ikit Claw. That's his name. Ikit Claw trailer. This is sick. The Prophet and the Warlock. This is so fun. This is so cool. The trailers for this game are really sick too. Tell me if you can spot the movie reference. Oh, the Predator reference. That's so sick. Just awesome. Uh-oh. Like, who's more brutal? Look at those things! Oh, so mad, so sick. You can't really pick who's stronger, can you? Because lizardmen are no joke, but these are rats with Gatling guns and nukes, like, and motorbikes. Like, which one's stronger? It's so fucking sick, man. It's such a cool game. It's so dope. They're adorable little buggers, you damn straight they are. Streaming will be Olympic sport. I mean, fuck, I'll contend. How good are the warp stone bullets? Yeah, so here's the trailer. And I'll tell you what, we'll just to keep things interesting and fun, to stop this from getting too dry, we'll look at a trailer now and again as we keep doing this. Who else do we have? I'll tell you what, we just saw that, we just saw the man of the hour. Let's check him out.
All the warp stone. Mine. Mine.
Ikit Claw, Clan Scryer. Chief Warlock Ikit. Oh god, how do you even pronounce this? Chief Warlock Ikit. Chief Warlock Ikit Claw has taken Scryer's blend of science and sorcery to entirely new levels. He was tall and white-furred before a failed experiment exploded and mangled his body, so an intricate iron mask of his own invention now covers his hairless skull, and a cunningly wrought exoskeleton aids his withered left side. God, these are long sentences to do. The iron contraption is run by a warp generator, a masterpiece of engineering that siphons the winds of magic to also power Ikit's devilish inventions. Whirring cogs hiss and vent steam as the chief warlock moves, clanking like a fully armored knight. Like all Clan Scryer Warlock engineers, Ikit has continued to tinker, adding countless upgrades. He wields the crackling blade Storm Daemon, a modified halberd wrapped with copper wire coils set with glowing warpstone, energized with barely suppressed power drawn from his warp generator. Yeah, this guy's a bit of a mad scientist, and he's got like a warp flamethrower, he's got nukes, and he's completely nuts. He is awesome. So, yeah. Who would win in a fight, dinosaurs or rats with guns? Well, there's only one game in the world where you can find the answer to that question, and it's this game. So, I mean, hey, yeah. Change title? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Let's just timestamp this before I forget. I think I should change the title. All right. Let me just do that, chat. We're gonna call it Warhammer Fantasy Deep Dive. How about that? That's good enough. That's good enough. I'll do it on my Twitch stream as well. Yeah. That's all I can think of, to be honest. Get into voice acting already? You're good? Oh, well, here's the thing, right? Is like, I get more steady work because I can work whenever I want. And I can make a better living just doing this. Like streaming and YouTubing. Let me put it this way. There's no other voice actors right now doing what I'm doing right now. Yeah, there's no other VAs doing what I'm doing. And I'm not saying I'm a VA. I've got the skill set just because I've done the training and got some experience. But I don't know. This is kind of it. Like no one's doing this as far as I know. Valerian's Avenger, welcome in. You at your grandma's 90th. Happy birthday to her. Ninja Rats. Oh, all right. Oh, all right, Grofile. Oh, all right. Chat, you want to see some Ninja Rats? All right, one's in chat if you want to see a Ninja Rat. Ah, fuck it, I'll just do it anyway. Boring Gamer, welcome in.
Lord of the Eshin.
Wait, hang on.
Chief Master of Deep Warren.
The Night Lord. Yes, yes. Awaits.
Snick. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have Ninja Rats. Deathmaster Snick is the chief assassin and prime agent of Lord Sneak, Lord of Decay, and Night Lord of Clan Eshin. His infamy is only exceeded by the mystery which surrounds his whereabouts at any particular time. Lord Sneak ensures that this is the case as long as no one knows Snick's location. No one. Hang on. Let me just reread that sentence. Lord Sneak ensures that this is the case. As long as no one knows Snick's location, no one can truly feel safe. Deathmaster Snick has appeared all over the old world at one time or another, seldom being seen, but always leaving his distinctive symbol traced in blood beside the decapitated heads of his victims. No one truly knows what horrors the Deathmaster has perpetrated during his long and mysterious existence. It is only on the battlefield that Deathmaster's presence can be at least felt, stalking his victims, concealed beneath the magical cloak of shadows, its ensorcelled power strong enough to make a mockery of the most intricate defenses. Where the stealthy tread of Deathmaster Snick falls, no prince or warlord is safe from his blades. Basically, he's Master Shredder if he was a Skaven. And that's all I gotta say about him. I don't have anything else to add to that. What is that? Snick. How do I even pronounce this? Snitch. Snitch? Am I pronouncing that wrong the whole time? And his name, I think, is actually pronounced Snitch. Anyway, that's good enough. Alright. Alright. These are going to be a fun set of shorts, because as I say, while I'm reading, this won't be the visual. It will be visuals from the game itself, and I'll let my editors do that. I look happy at the stream, boring? I am. Look, here's the thing. I do love doing a lot of the Final Fantasy content and a lot of the criticism of a certain game, but the endless hate I can get from this loving and tolerant fandom, it can get a bit annoying after a while. Whereas I don't think any of them have a problem with me doing this. All right, I think this is fine. So, all right. I'm probably high on Warpstone. It's lore accurate. XX to HD. You know what? Not a bad idea. I think we could get away with one of those. All right, who should we do next? Let's have a look at this one.
The Liber Bubonicus predicts this.
The Liber Bubonicus, Lord Skrolk. That Lord Skrolk walks the world as an affront to nature. What an opening sentence. And a sign of the power of the great horned rat. Plants wither and die where Skrolk treads, and the very air about him seems to congeal and darken, as if stained by his baleful presence. Yo, this guy sucks! Skrolk is an ancient, having existed many spans of even the most long-lived of his foul kind. Rather than weakening with age, he is possessed of a diabolic vitality that belies the years and the heaped diseases he carries. Oh my god. Indeed, he is bent and gnarled under the weight of countless corruptions. The flesh that is not hidden by his tattered shroud is leathery and covered in a layer of dripping buboes. This is horrific! Even worse, the mysterious hunching growths framed by the robes promise... What? Hang on. The mysterious... Let me read that again. Even worse, the mysterious hunching growths framed by the robes promise something still more virulent. Each new pox only toughens the aged plague monk, who has himself become a walking disease. This might be the worst Skaven yet, man. This guy's worse than Queek Headtaker or Snitch or the guy with nukes and a flamethrower. This is the worst one. This guy's horrible. This guy is horrible, bro. Just look at him. Look at him. Fucking hell. This guy rules. Lord Skrolk. Man, that was actually like shocking to read. I was like, man, this just keeps getting worse and worse. You joined at the perfect time, RP enjoyer. You're damn straight. The disease dude from Elden Ring. This guy is the Dung Eater before the Dung Eater was a thing. You'd get AIDS from breathing the same air as him. You'd probably get something worse. That's the thing. You'd probably wish that you got AIDS instead of whatever this guy gives you. Like, here's the thing. That's a bad thing in our world, but in the Warhammer world, there is far worse than that. Like, Nurgle would probably have like 50 diseases up his sleeve that are worse than that. he's a walking biohazard. Really powerful to play as? Yeah, he looks sick. He is Gul'dan if he was a rat, Nina Boo Boo. Yeah, Gul'dan is probably more powerful, but I feel like this guy's more disgusting. I'd actually kind of rather get fucked up by Gul'dan than by this guy. Let me put it this way. I think this guy can make your life much worse than Gul'dan will. So, that's what I think. Yeah. Wow. Well, surely he can't be worse. Surely the next guy can't be worse than this. Let's find out.
Hungry. Always hungry.
What is that? Throt from the Hell Pit. Throt's status as one of the Hell Pit's most feared lords is evident from his ability to create and lead to battle vast numbers of bloodthirsty creatures, exercising more control over his minions than even the most adept packmaster. It is no surprise that he is a forerunner in advancing Clan Molder's status, joining many Skaven battles accompanied by his packs of war beasts. Whenever Throt personally joins a fight, he wields the Creature Killer, a modified things catcher of his own design that can grab and throttle even beasts the size of a rat ogre. Additionally, Throt carries a special whip made from Minotaur hide, cured in troll digestive juices. Oh god. Even the hunchbacked and mutated things that scuttle through the warrens of Hellpit with senses dulled fear its stinging pain. So he's like a turbo rat slave master thing? What? His name is Throt the Unclean. This guy sucks. This guy sounds like an asshole. All right. What does he have? Has access to the Clan Molder Flesh Laboratory. Construction. Okay. He gets benefits for the force-feeding chambers. Upkeep, minus 20%. Okay, he gets reduced upkeep for wolf rats, rat ogres, mutant rat ogres, brood horrors, and hell pit abominations. God, what even are half of these things? Oh my god, this guy is, oh brother, this guy stinks! In more ways than one. So, what is this guy called? Throt the Unclean. Oh my god, I can't believe you guys made me use Skaven. Alright. Wow. I think Skrolk wins the game.
Lustria will fall to pestilence.
I think he's kind of the worst one out of them all, like...
No one controls Warlord Queek.
Like, Queek's just a very dangerous, psychopathic warrior.
Icket Claw engineers death.
Like, he'll nuke you and burn you.
The Lord of Decay.
He's just Shredder. This guy looks worse than he actually is.
So stitch limbs together.
This guy is easily the worst one. This guy is fucked. Pew bloodless Ilzero, yeah. Ilzero, when you were playing this game, and I think you got attacked by a beastman whose name was Pube Bloodless. I love the Beastmen. I think the Beastmen might be my favorite race. I think Beastmen, Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, and Skaven. They're all fucking sick. Let's,
Despair involve fighting.
I think we should do the greenskins, like their overall thing. I think we should make a short out of that. If you were in this universe, you'd be whatever race hates the Skaven. That's like half the races, man. That's like everyone hates the Skaven. Like, everyone hates these things. Look at it this way. The Empire hates the Skaven so much that they deny their very existence. The Empire will tell you that there is no such thing as a Skaven. All right, let's do this. Greenskins. Orcs and goblins are the scourge of the old world. Orcs are built for violence. Goblins, by contrast, are smaller but more cunning. Collectively known as greenskins, they are an aggressive and brutal race with an unquenchable love for fighting. While the greenskins have made lairs in ransacked dwarf holds, they can be found across the old world, the majority residing in the arid Badlands, mainly fighting amongst themselves and only coming together when the call to war goes out. On such an occasion, one such occasion is now. Actually, no, let's do that more dramatically. One such occasion is now, and with a strong war boss to unite the tribes, the time has surely come to unleash the green tide and ravage the lands of both humies and stunties alike. For such are the demands of Gork and Mork. And who would go against the word of the green gods? Exactly. Whoa! Awesome. Warhammer orcs are different from Warcraft orcs in the sense that... How would I say this? Warcraft orcs are like noble savages, you know, strength and honor, sug. Warhammer orcs are just huge assholes. I think they're based on football hooligans. They don't even need to be corrupted by chaos to be assholes. In fact, I think they're immune to chaos. They're just huge dickheads regardless. And, yes. Yeah. Anyway, so... Yumis! Actually, I could probably do a better outro than that. That's right, boys. Welcome to the Greenskins. Now, where's the puny Yumis? So good. Alright, I think that's good enough. That's good enough. What time is that? Alright. I think this is... What game is this? Looks cool. Mayo? It's Total War Warhammer. And it is insanely fun. It's so fucking sick. They are British people. The most frightening people in the world. So, where's the Soy Boy clan at? The closest you're gonna get to that is either the High Elves... I don't know if there's anything soy in Warhammer. I don't think that exists in this world, man. I wouldn't say Slaanesh is soy. Slaanesh is like super gay, but also super straight. Slaanesh is everything. And you know what? Let's do Slaanesh next.
I shall not be denied anything.
Dekala, the denied one. Oh my god, look at her. Would or would not? Maybe after like 5 beers. But yeah, Dekala the Denied is lethal. Dekala is the mistress of the Tormentors, the greatest of all Slaanesh's war bands to ever roam the Chaos Wastes. She is as cruel as she is beautiful, as pitiless as she is beguiling. Grasping a sword in each of her multitudinous hands, her approach promises terrible pain and pleasure to any who stands before her. Dekala seeks the ultimate self-indulgence and freedom from the shackles of law and order, but desires this pleasure only for herself. Others can suffer as long as her wishes are fulfilled. Women, am I right? She is served by a host of thralls, victims of her hideous endeavors that erode both her will. Oh wait, no, I screwed that up. She is served by a host of thralls, victims of her hideous endeavors that erode both will and body. I've played a bit as Dekala. She is lightning fast on the battlefield. Because she has 6 arms, she can wield 2 weapons instead of 1, like every other lord. And I think that she steals... Hang on, let me just see. That's right. And she steals 10% of the experience of all other lords in your army. She is selfish, she is ruthless, and that is why she is brilliant. Let me just rephrase that. She is selfish, she is ruthless, and that is why she is perfect for leading Slaanesh. Fuck, I can't get that thing. What is it, the armies of Slaanesh? Ah, good enough. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? In other words, A typical women's. Oh, I can't put that in the short. Ah, fuck. Oh, well, you heard it live, chat. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Yeah, in other words, wow, what a woman. Also, another thing I like about Dakala's voice, let's see if we can hear it again. Okay, we'll come back to it. Dakala. Something I like about Slaanesh, like this, like, you know, she's not, there's worse looking characters in Warhammer, but she's also terrifying.
Drink deep, my thrall.
I can't tell if it's a woman doing a really deep voice or a dude doing a really high-pitched voice. I can't pick it, but I think that's intentional. Because Slaanesh kind of is everything. Slaanesh is gay and straight. Slaanesh is all the genders. You know what I mean? Except they are much more lethal than anyone you're going to meet on Twitter. They have the androgynous aspect about them. And it's, I don't know, it's such a cool part of their identity. Because it's, I mean, because Slaanesh is basically about pleasure and pain. It's about S&M, BDSM, and all that stuff. So, yeah, it's the point. I'll also, fuck it, I'll add that. I'll add that to the thing as well. And the cool thing is, I don't think there's any political agenda with Slaanesh, with how they've written Slaanesh and the demons. It's just like a really cool creative idea. Yeah. Omnisexual, that's a great way of putting it. Holy shit. She sounds like Joshua from MF16. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Oh, Clive. I'm the Phoenix. Quite the... Is that an Ifrit horn you got in your pants? Or are you just happy to see me? No! Doesn't sound like Joshua at all. How could you say such a thing? So... Oh my god. Who else can we do? Let's just talk about Slaanesh's lore in general. So... Slaanesh. Slaanesh is dedicated to the pursuits of... Oh god, that's a hard sentence to start with. Slaanesh is dedicated to the pursuits of excess, gratification, hedonism, pain, and amoral pleasure at the expense of any other soul. He is the youngest of the Chaos Gods, for the complex emotions of erotic desire and decadence only exist within the minds of intelligent races. From within the realm of chaos, the Dark Prince revels in each new sensation discovered. He guides the mortal inhabitants, laden with desire, to go ever further in their pursuit of stimulation. Those who serve Slaanesh... God, how do you pronounce this? Those who serve Slaanesh are consumed by their own dark passions, driven by the need for their mistress master's approval to commit even more sordid atrocities. And so, Slaanesh's followers practice war upon the nations of the South, seducing their foes into the service of their dark god, and inflicting symphonies of misery upon those who resist his call. Yeah, basically this is the BDSM, S&M, right, basically this is the OnlyFans, god. Yeah, I don't know what else I can add to that. Yeah. The Futa god? Yeah, well, yes, no, actually. Futa, Voring, OnlyFans, whatever you want to call it, that's Slaanesh's corner, alright? That's their business. The most degenerate demon race ever conceived. Wife material? Oh, God help me. Yeah. Obsession and perfection is also a perfect theme. Yeah. The debauchery god, Raven Rib. What's going on? They all vote Democrat? No! Look, leave the politics out! Leave it out! Leave it out! Get out of here. You may think you can fix Slaanesh, but you can't. Don't even try. Nothing good awaits you there, alright? Just a pit of fooder, voring, and OnlyFans. Oh, fuck. Oh, screw it. That's good enough. That's enough material to work with for my editor. That is horrible. Oh, these are going to be some fun shorts, chat. I don't know if they'll go anywhere. I don't know if they'll do anything, but I think it'll be entertaining. So, Slanesh will make you worse. Slanesh will fix you, not in the way you want to be fixed. Would you obey Slanesh or Nurgle? That's actually a tricky question, because I don't know, chat. Like Nurgle, you're going to be more horrific, but you might actually feel better. Slanesh, you're going to feel good, but you're also going to feel pain. But you'll probably be rewired to enjoy the pain? I don't know. That's actually a tough one. I don't know who you would have more fun serving. I mean, Nurgle is going to rot your body. But Slanesh is gonna peg you in every hole. I mean, fuck, man. Nurgle is probably the safest option. And Nurgle's interesting. Nurgle is the oldest of the gods. Slanesh is the youngest, because as they've said, Slanesh only works with intelligent races. Whereas Nurgle is so old that he's kind of before emotions. He's older than Khorne, he's older than Tzeentch. Because he's just pure disease and virus. Nurgle is basically like amoebas and shit. He's always... Nurgle's interesting in that regard. Yeah. The Great Unclean One actually... Yeah, he's not an asshole. He cares. He just wants you to love diseases as much as him. If Nurgle isn't worse than the Rat One, you're going to be disappointed. Oh, Grofal. I've read some of these. He's worse. He's worse. You think Lord Skrolk is the worst of the Skaven, but Nurgle's one of the worst, period. We're gonna get there. Believe that. Let's finish up with Slanesh first. So who are we gonna do?
Witness my majesty.
That is one boob and one peck. Anyway. Yes. Enkari. Enkari is a ruiner of purity, a despoiler of the faithful, and a harbinger of damnation. To him, fear and lust are the most succulent of dishes, but any mortal rapture provides sustenance, particularly if the victim can be propelled from the heights of one to the depths of another. Nothing is more delectable to Enkari than the act of snatching a prideful popinjay from the adulation of his followers, drowning him in stark terror, and then returning him, broken-minded and wallowing in his own involuntary filth, to the mockery of the comrades who once roared his praises. What an asshole, man! So, the thing this guy likes to do the most is take someone who everyone respects and then just completely destroy them and then send them back to their audience, their viewers, completely reduced. Wow! This guy's an asshole! Oh my god. Enkari loves to destroy your reputation. That's hilarious, man. Oh my god. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what else I can really add to that. That was hilarious. Enkari. Let's see. Let's do that. Yeah, just another day in Hollywood. I'm working here. All right. He's Ramsay Bolton. This guy's far worse than Ramsay Bolton. This guy would eat Ramsay Bolton alive. This guy alone with his army would probably take all of Westeros. Like anything Warhammer is next level. Anything Warhammer is just like the strongest thing ever conceived. So basically, for whatever it is. Yeah. Sounds like my ex-wife. Oh my god. This man's still at it? You're damn straight I am. Yeah, chat, I was gonna say, if I tried to do the FF7 tier list or like the speedrun history, I just would have been burned out. I'm just like Final Fantasied out for the day. This is revitalizing me. This is regenerating me like crazy. And I hope you guys are enjoying this as well, because I'm loving this. I'm like, I get stronger with every shot. All right, let's see the next one.
All the realms, a stage.
The accursed maiden steps. Carrier. Oh my god, hang on. Damn, I was hoping for a harder face than that. The Mask of Slaanesh was once the demonette held in the greatest regard by Slaanesh for her dancing skill. It, too, is what doomed her, as he perceived a slight when there was none, in her attempt to soothe him with a performance following a terrible defeat. The power of the mask's curse, to dance endlessly, enacting Slaanesh's story, past and future, allows her to recreate events as far back as her god's birth, as well as those yet to come. Oh my god, this is a hell of a power. Any who survive these visceral manifestations are left with but the scantest memories of what truly occurred, seeing only the ruin and death around them, and feeling only the bone-weary agony of a body pushed beyond its limits. Meanwhile, and elsewhere, the mask dances on. So I think she just dances eternally, endlessly. Yeah, jeez Louises, man. Alright, well that's sick, man. That was dope. Mask. This is dope? Thank you, appreciate that, Mr. Haku. It's fun, isn't it? Warhammer is just this awesome endpoint in every nerd's journey. I think we all end up here, because there's nothing else like it, man. Yeah. Hey! What is this? Clearly a Western dev did this! Yeah, but anyway. Well, the thing is, Slaanesh is... They're meant to be hot, but also like... They're hot, but they're also fucked. Like, you know, she's got great leg structure, that ass, and oh my god! Filter versus reality, so... I mean, Slaanesh... Their lords seem happy. So... Alright, guys. Who should we do next? Who should we do next? I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna refill my beer. Oh no, I'm gonna refill my whiskey, and then we'll record some more. I'm loving this right now. This is all I want to do. And I will let you enjoy the beauty of Dekala the Denied. I'm so happy I'm doing this right now, chat. I'm having so much fun right now. Oh, this is so good. I got a comment on one of my Devil May Cry 5 clips where it's like, I like when you enjoy things, Sebi. Look, man, I know. I do make a lot of content criticizing a certain game. It fucking deserves it. But yes, this is also a lot of fun as well, you know. I'm just gonna move my chat a bit up. Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright. Look, you gotta balance things out, alright? You gotta do more than... You gotta do more things at once. You came for Final Fantasy, now you have hermaphrodite demons instead. Mum, you bought the wrong game. You're going Devil May Cry. I mean... Would Dante and Virgil be okay in this world? They probably would be. I don't know though, I think the Chaos Gods would eventually fuck them up, as much as I love Virgil and Dante. The Chaos Gods are kind of like the most overpowered things ever. Like they'd even be able to hold their own against like a lot of overpowered anime characters and shit. Dark Elves are fun? Dark Elves are cool, yeah. Yeah, if they had to fight the Chaos Gods, look, I think Virgil would be able to beat Sigvald the Magnificent, but against, like, Chaos Gods themselves, that's a whole different kettle of fish, so... if you want to start with Warhammer, should you go straight to 3? Is there any value to playing the first 2? I'll tell you what it is right now, okay? If you get Total Warhammer 1, the races you get are... Beastmen, Bretonnia, Dwarves, Empire, Greenskins. I think I'm right. Maybe Beastmen are DLC, maybe Norska's DLC. You get the Vampires as well. And Wood Elves are DLC. If you get Total War Warhammer 2, you get Dark Elves, High Elves, Lizardmen, Skaven. Who else do you get? Something else. Oh, I think with 1 you get Warriors of Chaos. DLC are Tomb Kings, Ogre Kingdoms, Wood Elves, Chaos Dwarves. I haven't bought them. And Total War Warhammer 3, I think you get Khorne, Slaanesh, Nurgle, Zench. And you also get Kislev and Cathay. I think. I forget. Some of these are DLC and some aren't, so... Vampires? So do you need a piece? The vampires are sick, and the vampire pirates are also hilarious. They're great. The fact that this game has 3 different kinds of undead, and they're actually connected. Like the Tomb Kings, who are like undead Egyptians, they're kind of the first undead, I think. Nagash kind of created them. Those went on... I think they went on to create the vampire counts, and then vampire counts broke off and became vampire pirates. Like, it's actually so sick, the lore of how it's all connected. It's so dope. So, alright, who else do we have? Who should we do next, chat? Who should we do next? Actually, should we do Nurgle, or should we do... Someone wanted vampires are not too interesting, to be perfectly honest. But we could, I mean, we could. Dark Elves. Mix it up, High Elves. Yeah, I'm seeing a few Nurgles here. You know what? Fuck it, chat, we're going. We're doing it.
Lord of the Seas.
Wow. High Elf appreciators in shambles. We're going, instead of the most beautiful race, we're going for the most horrific instead. What do you mean, the Asmongold race? No, he's not. Although I do love that video where someone kind of like photoshopped Asmongold. What is it? It's the story. He's telling the story about how once he didn't shower for a month straight. And someone's like shopped him to look like a Nurgle worshipper as he's telling the story. I think he reacted to it. That is gold. That is so funny, whoever thought of that. The fact that it's a real story makes it even funnier. Justin, thank you for the $5 super chat. Oi! What's this got to do with the zogging Final Fantasy you get? I'll tell you what. Nothing. I need a break from all that. At least I need a break today. I'll come back and do some more. But thank you, Justin. for that $5 super chat. Cheers with a glass of Johnny Walker Black. Are you all right? The latest Resonant arc breaks that Sakaguchi left or decided to leave before Spirits Within fiasco and had to do with a corporate takeover. Yeah, I saw that, Nico. The thing is, right, hang on, let's just go here. The thing is, right, I think in that short it said that he'd signed the papers for Mistwalker Studios months before Spirits Within came out and they didn't know it was going to be a bomb. To me, it doesn't, that kind of just changes the timeline of events, really. Like, it's just, Spirits Within is still a bad movie. From what I heard, he then got demoted as Final Fantasy's director because of that movie, and then he left. I don't know how things are, but maybe he wanted to remain Final Fantasy's director. Let's assume Spirits Within was a success. Would he remain director and have ownership of Mistwalker as well? I don't know how creatives work in that regard. But yeah, I think that's interesting. So, he got demoted because he signed off on delaying FF10, which wrecked their quarterly earnings. Yeah, being demoted in Japan is the same as getting canned. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, look, if I have said in the past that he left because of Spirits Within, then I stand corrected. But I guess it was kind of just gonna happen anyway. Well, let's say, as I say, let's say Spirits Within is a good movie, and everything's peachy. Then he has what? Wait, hang on. You're saying he got demoted because he signed off on delaying FF10? Is that tied to Spirits Within or not? Sorry, my brain is not in Final Fantasy mode right now. It's really not. So I don't know if I should even discuss this, because this is just shifting it into a bunch of gears that just I'm not computing this right now. I'll tell you what, let's hold off on that, because I know the Resonant Arc short you're talking about, and we should do that a different stream. Yeah. So, anyway, I don't know shit about how video game, like, oh, I don't know. It's too hard. I'm not interested. We'll talk about that later. Final Fantasy is banned from this stream. Until I feel like talking about it again. Alright, enough fucking about. Let's talk about a real spirit within. Nurgle. Nurgle, also known as the Plague Lord, is the chaos god of disease, decay, death, and degradation. He is perhaps the oldest of his brother gods, for the process of decay began with life. Yet, Nurgle is also the personification of rebirth. After all, atrophy is simply one part of life's cycle, without which nothing new can grow. And so, those who embrace Nurgle accept their own doom with good humor. Disfigured by disease and mutation, they are keen to spread the grandfather's blessing to the poor souls that wander through life unafflicted. As plague spreads, so too does Nurgle's power and status amongst his brothers. He waxes and wanes, weakest when bellies are full and mortals are healthy, but quickly rising to absolute ascendancy when his followers unleash the most lethal of diseases. Yeah, Nurgle is interesting because, unlike Slanesh, who can only work on intelligent beings, Nurgle has just been around forever. Like, disease, viruses, decay, death, that's as old as time. And he's kind of the most basic in that regard, but he's no less dangerous than any of the other Chaos Gods. He's just got his own way of doing things. And yeah. Oh god, who is the strongest of all the Chaos Gods? I think Khorne is probably the strongest in terms of just pure power, but like Nurgle, you'll just get hit by like 500 diseases. I don't know if Nurgle is that I don't know how strong Nurgle is, but I think you just get hit by like 500 diseases and you just can't do anything. Like, it just breaks down every single part of your body and mind. He's horrific. That's why they call him Daddy Nurgle. That's close enough. Whatever. We're doing that. We're doing that. Sorry, chat. I'm kind of annoyed. I'll let my brain shift back into Final Fantasy mode, which I don't want to think about right now. I just want to think about this. So we're not going to talk about that. We'll talk about that a different day. Khorne cares not where blood flows from, only that it flows. Blood for the blood god. Damn straight, brother. In lore, they're technically equal because they're always trying to be the one to dominate. Zitones, yeah, and in a way, one can't win. They can gain dominance, but the game, the eternal game, it goes on forever. So, very opposite of the rat god. Well, the great horned rat, which is the Skaven god, I don't think it's on par with the big four. It's kind of seen as a lesser god. I've heard in like the Age of Sigmar, which is like after the events of this game, the horned rat becomes like a 5th chaos god, but I don't think it's quite ever on par with these guys. It's just not one of them. So, if one gets too strong, the others will unite to pull them down. Yeah, exactly, Volper. In a way, no one can really win. But that's the point. The thing is, if one Chaos God wins and kills all the others, the game's over. Warhammer's over. So, it's structured in a way where this game can basically go on forever, because at the end of the day, this is a game. That's what's so cool about it. They just didn't forget that. Zench playing 5D chess. Zench is nuts. We'll get to that later. So... all right, let's do this. Who should we start with? Let's get some dialogue from you.
Fuga, the disease weaver.
Kugarth the Disease Weaver. What a title. Whilst other great unclean ones work to spread the plagues already extant, Kugarth, the Plague Father, is fascinated by the breeding of new and virulent life. Kugarth aims to one day breed a contagion that can infect the gods themselves. I think the Chaos Gods need to keep an eye on this guy. Like, this guy's actually might be this guy might be a threat in the big picture. The Plague Father rides upon a massive palanquin bedecked with alchemical paraphernalia, vials full of seething powder, flasks of indescribable liquid, and Hessian sacks stuffed to bursting with Nurglings. This great bulk is held aloft by a carpet of straining Nurglings, and Kugarth is attended on by countless others, all bred from the Plague Father's pox vats. This guy might be like one of the worst ones of all. He's trying to infect the Chaos Gods himself. This guy I think the gods need to put this guy on a watch list, okay? This is going beyond the pale. This is too much even for them. So, Zetzer, thank you very much for the 9 months on SebiWebs TV. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Kugarth, the Plague Father. That is an amazing piece of lore, that he's trying to create a disease that can infect the Chaos Gods themselves. That's like nuts, man. Apothecary, welcome in. So, makes you want to hug the rat, Grofile? Yeah, how much less worse does Lord Skrolk seem after that? Like, this guy's, like, infectious on a divine scale. So, he's also in the 40k setting. Kugarth is in the 40k setting. I didn't know that. Slanesh would find it funny. Well, Slanesh probably has every STD in the book, alright? Slanesh probably already has gonorrhea and herpes and everything else. They're probably like, oh good, more diseases. They're probably just fine with it, man. Khorne would be really fucking angry about this. Khorne would be outraged. Zench, Zench is interesting. Here's the thing, what I think about Zench. I don't think you would ever be able to reach Zench. I think no matter what you do, Zench has kind of anticipated it and worked out a plan around it. And they're always like 5 steps ahead of you. I think whatever you try to do, you'll just never... You'll think you found Zench, you'll attack them, and it's probably like they've disguised one of your allies as them instead or something. Zench is really interesting. Zench is not strong, but their manipulation... Oh, well, Zench... I think their manipulation, gaslighting, and dishonesty stats are all maxed out. You'll just be caught in an endless web of lies forever. Yeah. And Zench probably caused all of it as well. Zench is probably the reason this guy's such a fucking asshole, so yeah. Yeah. Zench would not be amused by the audacity. Yeah. Zench? Oh, no, it is Zench. It is Zench. Ah, close enough, fuck it. I'll do it. So. What do we do next? Who should we do next? This bloke seems rather promising.
Warlord of Nurgle, conqueror of chaos.
Tamerkan, the Maggot Lord. This guy's lore, to my memory, is horrendous. Tamerkan the Maggot Lord has been known by many names, each more vile and grotesque than the last. As a powerful Chaos Lord, and one of the greatest Kurgan champions of Nurgle in recent history, his divine patron has blessed him with the ability to burrow into almost any host, taking control of their body as if he were its puppet master. Though his reeking maggot corpse has commandeered many faces, the ogre tyrant Karaka Break Mountain has become its favored host. And so that's not the Lord, by the way. That's just an ogre lord puppeteered by a maggot inside him. In such a powerful body, Tamerkan now gathers his great horde, determined to fulfill a twisted prophecy that tells of a horrific reign of terror across the chaos wastes and beyond. Death and disease shall run rampant in the bringer of desolation's wake, for his hordes are seemingly endless and bent on destroying the world. Wow, this guy is just the stuff of nightmares. I mean, pretty stock standard for a Lord of Nurgle. Yeah. Voice acting on point. Give me dopamine. Thank you. I'm loving this. This is so fun. All right. Let's keep going. What was his name? Maggot Lord. I mean, what else? That is absolutely horrific. So... Oh, a Maggot Lord, as the orcs might say. So. This guy has a lot of specific mechanics. Yeah, a lot of the DLC races play differently. They're great if you played the base one for a bit. Like Nakai, that crocodile I was playing as, he's DLC. He's like a roaming lizard man army. He's sick. He's so fun. So. You want me to read the description each time you start a new campaign? Well, you'll have my shorts at the very least. You'll have one of those. All right. Let's see who the next charming gentleman of Nurgle is.
The enumeration has no end.
Epidemius. All right, let's see what he's about. Epidemius is Nurgle's chosen tallyman, one of the 7 proctors of pestilence, and the cataloguer of all the Plague Lord's myriad diseases. Oh my god. His path through the realms is an unpredictable one, for he goes wherever the spore of pestilence leads him. Epidemius is busiest of all when Nurgle's power is strong, for the might of the Plague Lord is inextricably linked to the consistently shifting ebb and flow of disease. campaigning armies, with all the poor hygiene that entails, offers a glut of work for the tallyman, but also presents rare opportunities of his more unusual studies. It is a rare privilege to observe a mortal's decline as their body and soul is ravaged by disease, but the experience is often over far too quickly. Fortunately, there are always more victims to study. Wow! This guy sucks! I love how every lord... I love how this game is full of lords who are just the most terrible people ever, and they love every second of it. So, alright, Epidemius, ladies and gentlemen, and he's single too. So, let's get this guy. Epidemius. Oh, what do we have here? Alright, there we go. He's a Nurgle accountant. What a gronk. Epidemius is quantity over quality. Okay, and is shown in his campaign mechanics, whereas Kugarth is like trying to construct the ultimate disease of all time. Okay. The most evil of all. An accountant. Yeah, pretty much, man. Oh my god. All the Nurgle boys are single? What, you're telling me? You're telling me this guy doesn't have a girlfriend? Of course he doesn't. He's got more important things to do.
Master, scientist of plague.
He's a scientist, alright? He's got a pretty good job. I don't know, mate. You may not like it, but that's what peak performance looks like. So. Alright, let's, Alright, chat. Who should we do next? God, that was absolutely grisly. So, now, Slaanesh... I'm sure they're all single, but they got no problem getting laid. In fact, I think that's all they do. Chaos Dwarves? How about some elves? Zinch? Let's do... Let's do some dark elves. Let's do that.
I will have my vengeance.
Just look at that aura. Malekith, the Darth Vader of Warhammer Fantasy. The Witch King is the supreme ruler of Nagaroth and the eternal enemy of the High Elves. Long ago, he sought to claim Uthwan's crown, but the flames of Asarin left him scarred by fire and twisted with hatred. In the years since, Malekith has many times attempted to scour Uthwan from the face of the world, but each time has been undone by the cruel fate or the incompetence of his craven underlings. Yet, the Witch King is immortal, and he knows he will outlast those who foolishly believe themselves to be his betters. The day is fast approaching where old debts and insults will finally be repaid, and Malekith will do anything within his power to hasten its arrival. I think Malekith is one of the coolest looking elf designs I've ever seen. Like, he's like Sauron and Darth Vader of the ancient world, but something else. I don't normally like elves, I prefer the hideous monsters, but this guy I can get behind. He's sick. And we're going to timestamp that. I mean, just look at him, man. Look at that aura. What is it? Malekith. We're going to... Alright, I'm going to do the Dark Elves as well. Because, as I say, I don't normally care about elves, but these guys are interesting to me. Because just look at them, man. Look how fucking intense they are, man. Look how serious they are. Congo, welcome in. Let's see what their lore is. The Dark Elves, or the Druki in their own tongue, are one of the most ancient, powerful, and certainly the most sadistic of the three elven civilizations. The Druki are raiders, slavers, and heartless reavers of the first degree, their every whim being nothing more than to sow misery and pain to all who oppose them. For cruelty is the very lifeblood of their existence. What do you mean? Cruelty is the very lifeblood of their existence. Wow, these guys are terrible people. Thus do their black arcs and their corsair fleets ply the great waters of the world, raiding and enslaving all before them as a tribute of their own avaricious desires. Yet they reserve their most precious hatred for the elves of Ulthuan, their brethren in ancient times, who refuse to follow them under the Witch King's reign. Until the High Elves are sundered from Ulthuan, the Dark Elves will continue to bring woe and destruction to all the shores of the world. Yeah, I think Dark Elves are one of the most interesting elf designs or variations in all of fantasy. Like, they're not like Legolas, okay? They ain't like your Lord of the Rings elves. They're sort of like goth, emo, punk influenced with a bit of S&M as well. Yeah, they just look like no other elf I've ever seen, and they're really intense. Also, they run on a slave economy that's almost like completely, how can it even function? But I guess, you know, the riders just solve that problem. They have as many slaves as they need to have in any situation. So, yeah. Some of them ride on, like, dinosaurs. Oh, their dragons are sick as well. They just have, like, multi-headed hydras that come and rip you apart on the battlefield. They're such a cool race. Yeah. I think that's all I got to say about them. As I say, I'm not normally into elves, but this kind of elf I can get behind. Alright, Dark Elf. Let's go. This is so fun, man. This is so sick. I'm so happy I'm doing this right now. I'm so happy we're doing this on stream. Yeah. Crazy-ass elf ladies drunk on blood and murder. Yeah, well, I mean, like, their units are just, like, nuts. Hey, let's go back here.
I seek my birthright.
They are all the worst? Well, I'd rather hang out with the High Elves or the Wood Elves than these guys. Like, these guys are just bad news. Look at that helmet design, man. How fucking cool is that, man? So. Rikers, how has Warhammer not been tainted by the usual suspects? I don't know. Somehow Games Workshop is still fine. I think Warhammer's just like, it's so sweaty, it's so nerdy, that it almost can't happen. I don't know, I think, like, I don't know. It has a bit, it's not fine profile. Oh, well, then I stand corrected. Okay, well, I don't know. I think you just gotta, when you get these bad faith actors trying to come into old legacy IPs like this and then try and reshape it for modern audiences, I think you just needed to tell them to fuck off. You can't let them in, man. Because all they then do is then open the gates for all the rest of their friends to come in and then they just fuck the whole thing. It's you gotta just say no. And yeah, they'll throw a tantrum, yeah, they'll call this and that. They might even make a tweet about you that gets 4,000 likes. Oh no! Whatever will you do then? Well, watch out, World War I and II veterans. This is the real deal. No, just tell them to fuck off, man. Like, stop. It's like, otherwise, nothing will be enough. All right. I think we've learned this lesson that the outrage mob are just looking to get outraged. Like, you can give them everything they want, and they'll just find something new to get angry about because that's kind of what they want to do. That's their goal, is to find something to get angry about. You can't make them happy. Just tell them to fuck off. Just ignore them. So, Henry Cavill is the reason. Henry Cavill is the God Emperor of mankind, all right? Did you know, chat, did you know that Henry Cavill likes Warhammer? I bet you've never heard that fact before. I bet you've never heard anyone say that in your entire life until my stream, where I shared that new piece of information for the first time ever. But yeah, unironically, all jokes aside, I think he's kind of our best man. He's kind of the God Emperor of Warhammer at this point, or at least he's like the public face. I don't know. That's not the right way to put it. Ah, whatever. You know what, Henry? Just save Warhammer, please. Just save it. So, gatekeep like a hobby depends upon it. Well, you kind of gotta, because otherwise, here's what will happen. The usual suspects get into your hobby, they hijack the entire thing, and then they gatekeep it from you, from the OG fans. Like a certain other series that shall not be mentioned. But we all know what it is. Kupo. Right, but anyway, enough about that. Let's keep getting back to this. I'm trying to figure out which one to do next. You're a legend, brother. Love your content. Oh, you, Jules. Thank you. Get out of here. I appreciate that. Get that Red 13 face out of my chat. So, we're going to keep doing these guys. You know what? I think we've done absolutely nothing but men this entire time. Oh, we did a Slanesh one. Let's do a lady.
Heed me or perish.
I mean, well, whatever you say, madam. Wow! Now that is an outfit, my goodness. Morathi, the Hag Sorceress of Grond, first of the Hag Queens. they gotta have a better name than that. The Hag Queens is the mother of Malekith and the one-time consort of Anarion, who rescued her from a warband of Slanesh in the days of the first Chaos Invasion, before the Sundering. She is not only the lone witch elf allowed... Hang on. She is not only the lone witch elf allowed to use dark magic, but is also one of the most powerful magic users in the world, rivaling perhaps even Nagash, the great necromancer, the Lord of Change, and Teclis of Uthwan. She has struck demonic pacts with many vile and disturbing forces. She can unleash the terrible power of chaos upon those who displease her. Morathi's entire existence has been one of scheming and manipulation, just like a woman. That was in the original script. I had to just... Anyway, who knows how many of Anarion's darker deeds sprang from the seed she planted within his mind, or how the history of the elves might have been different if he had not taken her as his wife. Yet for all her beauty, she was ultimately spurned by the Phoenix King. Heartbroken, Morathi swore that if her husband could no longer rule the elves, then her son would do so in his place. Since that day, Morathi has pursued that goal with supernatural determination, spending millennia teaching Malekith all she knows of statecraft and magic, and working tirelessly to maintain his grip on Nagaroth's throne. She also has an OnlyFans, which you can find the link in the description of this video. Like and subscribe. Oh, close enough. All right, well, there we go. Yeah, I mean, what a MILF! Anyway, that's a short. So, Morathi. All right. Kupo Sugoi. She could be my mommy. I'm on just chatting? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I am kind of just chatting, but let's put ourselves in total war. Warhammer 3. Let's do it. Let's fucking do this, boys. No, thanks for letting me know. Yes, Malekith is her son.
Uthwan will be mine.
That's great, but can I hang out with your mom?
I will see Malekith crowned.
Oh my god, she's just stunning. Anyway, what's up, Inferno Homer? They bang Grofile? Malekith bangs his mum? I wish you hadn't said that, because I've already heard that, and I was thinking, maybe I just misread that. Maybe that's not true. I really hope that's not true. But now that you have said that in my chat, and Necro is confirming it, now we all have to know that, all right? Now that's in all of our heads, okay? Thanks to that, mate. Also, you know what? Don't answer that question. I'm gonna look that up in my own time. How and why did that happen? Because I don't. We're not gonna investigate that on stream. Country roads. Nah, get out of here. All right. I mean, the thing is, they are dark elves. They don't give a fuck. I mean, what? You gonna stop them? Anyway, let's have a look at this guy.
Commander of the Blessed Dread.
The Kraken Lord. That is a sick helmet, man. This Octopus Cthulhu metal helmet, that's so cool. Lokir Fellheart. Some dark elves take to the seas in search of plunder or revenge, but many more do so to escape the dangers of Nagaroth. Not so Lokir Fellheart, who was born to ply the rolling seas, bringing fire and terror to foreign shores. Putting to the sword any target he sets his attention to, Fellheart is the latest in a line of doom-bringing admirals to have commanded the formidable Black Ark known as the Tower of Blessed Dread, leaving countless ports and coastal cities ruined and ablaze in his wake. Also, that was a really long sentence. His deeds have not only earned him more glory than that of his forebears combined, but also wealth beyond measure, and he's single too. Slaves and the treasure flow into Karond Kar as never before, earning him the grudging respect, if not quite the loyalty, of the city's masters. The best plunder he keeps, but there is always plenty more for lavish rewards and bribes. He's probably fun at parties too. This guy's got a... you know what? He wins me over just for his Cthulhu helmet. It's that cool. Lokir Fellheart. That's his name. Alright. That was... yeah. Followers of Slash Heresy. None of the others are particularly interesting to my memory. I don't think it's worth... We can't do all of this, chat. I am going to run out of energy at some point. So, who should we do next, chat? Who should we do next? Who do you feel like? Monster Hunter is way too slow and deliberate compared to FF7 Remake combat. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, and I won't do it. Ooh. Damn, there's so many good... Ooh, there's so many good options. How old am I? I'm 38. God, I can't believe I'm turning 39 this year. Jesus Christ. If I look a bit younger than I actually am, it's because I'm half Chinese, which is a bit of a cheat code. But don't you worry, I will look like Yoda eventually. I'm seeing a lot of people want dwarves. Do you know, we've done a lot of monsters. Why don't we balance this out? I'm half Chinese? Yes. Yes. I know that sometimes I get the comments saying that I have Down syndrome eyes, but no. I'm half Asian, and you thought I was white. Alright? That's why, okay? Now, I understand why people might think that, alright? I do act and talk very Western, but I am half Asian. Okay. It's not the other thing. And no disrespect to the other thing, you know, you are what you are. But yeah, anyway, let us continue. You thought I was early 30s? Nah, just Asian. You fucking racist! Alright, now what should we do next? You know what? Let's do the dwarves. Can I speak Mandarin? God no, it's too hard. No, it's hard enough just speaking English as well as I can. Which I'm struggling with right now because I'm on a lot of whiskey and I've been streaming for 11 hours. Alright, let's do as many as we can before I reach the point where I'm just too trashed to keep going. We've already done the Skaven. Don't you worry, we got the recording for that. Let's do this.
For the Karazhan Core.
High King Thorgrim continues his age of reckoning. Now, this guy, that book he's writing in right there, is the Big Book of Grudges. which means that anything you do to annoy these dwarves, they write it down. And then they have to get you back for that. They are extremely belligerent. And, yeah, they're a bunch of assholes. Alright. Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Let me do this again. Thorgrim Grudgebearer is the current High King of the Dwarves. He is a throwback to the High Kings of old, eager for new conquests, mighty in battle, and a merciless enemy. Yet upon his worn brow there also sits a great wisdom. He is able to uphold the ancient traditions, as well as to accept, if not embrace, needed changes, such as alliances and new technology. Thorgrim is forever brooding upon how to return his people to their former glory. As the ultimate ruler of the dwarves, the great Book of Grudges is entrusted to his keeping. It is Thorgrim's avowed wish to avenge every single entry contained in that voluminous tome. An impossible task if he should ever live 1,000 lifetimes. Yes, so the big Book of Grudges is what the dwarves use to record every single transgression, everything you ever did to annoy them, no matter how major or minor, and all grudges must be avenged. And I think this guy is such an asshole that he brings the book into battle with him and records new grudges while the battle is taking place. This is ridiculous, man. But I also love that about dwarves. They are just the biggest, most stubborn sticks in the mud you can possibly imagine. And they're just wonderful assholes for that reason. Yet such is his resolve that he has already helped to rejuvenate the whole of Karaz Ankor. Tales of his deeds, and the long list of grudges already struck out, fill his grim warriors with a feeling that the dwarves have long done without. Hope. Born upon the throne of power, brandishing the axe of Grimnir, Thorgrim is at the forefront of what dwarves hope will be a great conquering, a new age of retribution. Yeah, they're gonna be, they're going to be avenging those grudges for a very long time.
I must retake the realms.
Oh my god. I love how he doesn't even walk into battle. He's just being held up by 4 dwarves, and that's their job. They just sit there holding his throne. I think when they walk into battle, they can also attack. While holding, I forget. Oh, they got shields. And I think it's so dumb. It's such a ridiculous design, but I love it. It's great. All right. So what was his name again? Thorgrim. This guy's a fucking asshole, man. All right. Let's keep going. Dave stole my lunch from the fridge at work. No, they will just do that, and they'll record that and pay you back in like 500 years. So, how can you talk to yourself for 10 hours straight? I don't know. It's just kind of a habit at this point. I think I've always been a natural talker, if that makes any sense. I don't know. I like doing it. Are there any games you're looking forward to? Oh yeah, plenty. I'm looking forward to like when this is sort of all over after 7 Remake is like done. I am kind of looking forward to doing other things, and I can do other things leading up to it in the meantime, but there's certain things you gotta do beforehand, so. And I am talking to chat. I am responding to you guys, so. There'll be new horizons, boys. To use the book as a weapon and a shield, I forget exactly. Let's do this bloke.
I am the White Dwarf.
He is. In fact, the White Dwarf is so important that the original Games Workshop magazine was called The White Dwarf. That's how much of a big chungus this guy is. How do I pronounce this? Grombrindal. Grombrindal is an enigmatic figure recorded throughout the dwarves' history, appearing to give aid to his bearded kin whenever they find themselves in a particularly dire and unfavorable situation. Oh god, that's a hard sentence. Grombrindal. Grombrindal. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. Grombrindal, the White Dwarf. He is an enigmatic figure, recorded throughout the dwarves' history, appearing to give aid to his bearded kin whenever they find themselves in a particularly dire and unfavorable situation. Just what can one dwarf do when Karak is besieged by thousands of greenskins, or a dwarf throng surrounded and outnumbered by a war herd of braying, ravenous beastmen? In Grombrindal's case, it turns out he can do quite a lot. The White Dwarf himself is a mighty warrior, some say bettered only by Grimnir himself. Oh no, I fucked up that sentence. The White Dwarf is a mighty warrior, some say bettered only by Grimnir himself. Every slash of his legendary axe sees the heads of Urks tumble from their dishonorable shoulders. Yeah, the White Dwarf is that guy. He was basically, to my knowledge, the face of Warhammer Fantasy for a while. Or at the very least, he was, you know, the name of their magazine. I have never actually played Lorehammer. Does it have lots of lore? Oh, Congo, you jester. Oh, you joker. Oh, that's rich. Yes, Warhammer has the most lore of probably literally anything conceivable. Like, and Warhammer Fantasy has more lore than you could possibly conceive of. Well, it's got a lot. And then Warhammer 40k just has, like, even more. I don't know, man. Are they even equal, Fantasy and 40k? Or I think 40k kind of wins the game. I think 40k is, like, obscene. It's, like, massive. Massive, massive. Let me put it this way. Like, there are people, like me, for example, who have rabbit-holed the lore of both Warhammer Fantasy and 40k for like ages. I go on bursts, like spurts, which is all I do. And I would say I probably know between 2 to 5% of the entire thing. I would actually just say 2%. Like, you can never know all of it. There are people who know nothing but lore and have never played the games. You know, in fact, I would say I'd say a lot of people who know 40k lore don't actually play the game. The lore itself is its own fun. And that's very unique. Like, really, like, what other game can you possibly think of where the lore is so fascinating that millions of people know the lore but don't play the game? I think Warhammer's the only thing that does this. WoW? I don't know. I think most people who like WoW play WoW. But a lot of people who like Warhammer actually don't play it. Lord of the Rings Online? Lord of the Rings is a book first, before a game. I wouldn't say No, that's the thing. Warhammer was always a game first. That's the difference. Lord of the Rings was always originally a book. It becoming games or a game was a much, much later development. So, I think it's only Warhammer. I can't think of anything else. 40k lore channels are great to sleep to. Yeah, Lieutenant 09 is superb, in my opinion. I gotta see if he's done any new stuff, yeah. Bloodborne Dark Souls? I don't think so. I think the proportion of people who play Souls to those who know the lore but don't play the game, I don't think it's the same as Warhammer. I don't know. I think this is the #1 in the world, at least when it comes to that proportion. So, alright, enough fucking about. Let's do another one. Let's do you.
The Slayer in me seeks death.
Wow. Look at that incredible beard. Look at that hair. Oh my god. Now that's a dwarf. Ungrim, there are few kinds of monsters that walk the world that Ungrim Iron Fist has not slain in battle. Armed with the enormous axe of Dargo, Ungrim deals death, carving a path of red ruin before him, while singing songs of old in a booming voice. Atop his head is a bright orange crest that rises above a sturdy horned helmet set with a golden crown. For Ungrim is both a slayer and a king, more than likely the last of the line of Slayer Kings of Karak Kadrin. Although Ungrim cannot seek his death in Slayer fashion, he grows ever more restless, leading the throng of Karak Kadrin into countless battles. Inspired by his High King and seeking to avenge his slain son, Ungrim marches to war with the least provocation. It was Ungrim who slew the Dragon of Black Peak, and who broke Quake Headtaker's siege of King Belagar's citadel in Karak 8 Peaks. The Slayer King has beaten Ogre Mercenary Golg Maneater, and has held off a Chaos army in the Battle of High Pass. Most dwarves are amazed Ungrim has lived so long, and none think that a mighty death in battle can be very far away. Yeah, so to my memory, I think Slayers are dwarves that are they're criminals or bad guys or for whatever, and their punishment is they're not allowed to wear armor, and they have to die an honorable death in battle, just killing as many orcs or Skaven as possible. I think that's a very clever way to... create a dwarf unit who is fast and unarmored, because otherwise they all just wear the heaviest shit possible. They're slow as fuck, but you can't even hurt them. So, yeah, it's a clever way to create some unit variety in their army, from what I've seen. Yeah. That's some impressive vocal fry. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Slayers are faulty dwarves who need to die by killing something far bigger than them. You don't need armor with a beard like that. No, I mean, yeah, not like these guys. Alright, I'm going to, what is that, Ungrim? I'm going to move on after these guys, because these are the big boys. The other guys aren't too important, and I'm running out of energy, and there's a few ones I want to do before that happens, so. But we will do the dwarf lore before we continue. Slayers aren't criminals. They've been dishonored to the point where they can only regain their honor by dying gloriously in battle. Yes, no, yes, thank you, yeah. And I do apologize if I get some of the details wrong. Like, I'm still learning Warhammer, because there's just so much to learn. You can never, ever, you just can't know it all, man. It's too much. All right. I will pick next, Griffo. Dwarves. Dwarves are a proud, bearded folk who are quick to temper, often defined by a love of gems, gold, and other precious metals. With their dwarf holds established across the old world, the Dawi, as they call themselves in Kazalid, prospered for many generations until their realm was riven by a chain of devastating conflicts and earthquakes. In recent times, the dwarves are a race barely holding on to the glories past, with only a few strongholds remaining in their hands, and the rest lost to enemies or abandoned to the elements. To this day, the Dawis still fight. Their ultimate goal is to restore Kara's Angkor, and they have the means to do it with fearsome throngs of warriors and the most advanced weaponry of the old world. They are also huge assholes who record everything you ever did to offend them in a big book of grudges, and they won't rest until they have paid you back for that thing you did 500 years ago. Yeah. So and they're Scottish. The most terrifying trait of all. So, alright, that's dwarves, that's easy. Short and quick, good enough. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick some after this. I won't do high elves, because there's other ones I want to do first instead. We will come back to this. We will complete this entire thing. Because I think it's fun. I think it's fun, and I think it would be wrong if I didn't do everyone. Even the ones who I don't think are that cool. You gotta do them all. So, let's do something that would make me happy. Okay. I got it. Beastman! Hang on, let's get his full. We missed the early part. Let's do the full thing. Khazrak, One Eye. Possessing a ruthless cunning far above that of his bestial kin, Khazrak the One Eye is the most dangerous and powerful beast lord in the Drakworld. He has plagued the region for years, descending without warning and then slipping away into the shadows once more. Khazrak has a unique ability to control and harness the unruly spirit of the herd and devise simple but effective battle plans. He is unlike most beastmen, his patient and cunning mind, at odds with the normal headstrong nature of his kind. Wait. Okay. He is unlike most beastmen, his patient and cunning mind at odds with the normal headstrong nature of his kind. Khazrak's warband roams the Drakworld, terrorizing townships and roads, and never before has a beastman leader proven so elusive to retribution. Yeah, he just perpetually evades his punishment. No one is spared in Khazrak's attacks, his superbly trained warhounds chasing down the few who manage to escape. Yeah, beastmen are really bad people. They're not like the Tauren, okay? They're not like what we know from Warcraft. They are terrible, evil, twisted demonic beings. They don't even speak language. Tauren will say things like, Moorwalker, greetings. How would I say this? What are some things Tauren say? Give me some lines, chat. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember some off the top of my head. Cinerette, welcome in. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Taurens would say... Taurens are actually chill. You know, you could hang out with them, and they speak language, alright? They would say things like, for the Earth Mother. Greetings, Wanderer. Welcome to our lands. Whereas beastmen would say something like, Dor Ixi Khazrak Dawathul. Khazrak One Eye. You know, they'll just say, Morgoth Ixi Oga Karakul. Like, they just sound horrific. I'm trying. Oh fuck! What's something the beastmen would say? I'm trying to remember a line from the game. Dolo Ixi Arathul, Khazrak Gorothal. They just sound monstrous. Yeah, it's like the black speech of Mordor or something. Keoth, thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate that. All right, that's Khazrak One Eye. What are you? All right. Let's see who the next charming gentleman is. Morgor the Shadow Gave. Wow, he just looks disgusting. The vile, twisted creature known as Morgor is the essence of mutation and corruption given form. His coarse hair is woven through with gibbering, shrieking skulls, and his form flows and reshapes with every passing second. Morgor's lair is deep within a cave near the forest of Ardenn. The dank stone walls flow like water in his presence, constantly reforming to mirror the dark visions that plague him. Morgor's mind is filled with images of destruction and desolation. Hatred boils within his heart, and he is consumed with the desire to make his waking dreams become reality, to rip down civilization in all its forms, to shatter order wherever it is found, and to change the world constantly and randomly. As he walks the world, As he walks the world, everything in his presence is irrevocably twisted. Grass grows in disturbing patterns beneath his hooves. Grass grows in disturbing patterns beneath his hooves. Streams flow backwards, and animals mutate horribly. Oh my god! Morgor, the Shadow Gave. Yeah, so wherever this guy walks, nature around him mutates and twists into horrific new unnatural forms. That is so sick. That is so evil, man. That is so horrific. This dude, yeah, this dude is a walking nightmare. Yeah, still out at 12 hours later? You're damn straight I am. Morgor keeps respawning in the lore despite getting killed multiple times. Yeah, he's kind of unkillable. He's more mutated by chaos than the other Beastmen lords, from what I've seen. Yeah. Sounds like my ex-wife! Yeah. Alright. Let's do the Beastman lore in general. Beastmen. Deep within the dark, twisted forests of the old world range the Beastmen, a race of savage mutants that bear various traits of bestial appearance. Beastmen are creatures of chaos. They follow the ruinous powers, so civilization is anathema to them. They tear down progress and society wherever it is found, much like Twitter. And so they raid, destroying hamlets, villages, and even towns that dare to exist close to their blood grounds. Yet should a bray herd be gathered, then even mankind's cities are under threat. For the Beastmen go to war with savage intent, slaughtering civilized races like cattle, burning down and shattering their homes, and stomping on the remains with their cloven hooves until there is nothing left but devastation and ruin. Yes, so they're not exactly like the Tauren from Warcraft. On the Beastmen's side, they have Gorgons, which are gigantic four-armed Goro-like minotaurs the height of a two-story building. They have Cygors, which are, again, two-story tall cyclopses who can't even see. I think they can only see the realms of magic, and they just pick up giant boulders, menhirs, and just throw them from across the entire battlefield. That's their artillery, by the way. Just pure strength. And they have the Jabberslythe, which is a creature so horrific, twisted, and mutated that I don't even know where to begin describing this thing. You know what? Just Google image it. And don't say I didn't warn you. The Beastmen. Oh yeah, and they don't even speak language. As I say, Tauren might say something like, Mawwalker, welcome to the Earth Mother. Yeah, what am I trying to say here? Tauren might say something like, Mawwalker, welcome, traveler. Behold the Earth Mother. Whereas Beastmen will say something like, Kazrak Uthre Arakol Doraksul. Yeah, they are literal monsters. Alright, that's the Beastmen, ladies and gentlemen. I have nailed, I think, this. Kupo. That's their blurb, and we're gonna continue on the others. Let's keep going. Menhir is such a good word. I learned that from Asterix and Obelix, yeah. A Jabberslythe is not something you want to meet in battle. Let me show you why. That's a Jabberslythe. Now, this is a very unusual Beastman unit because it doesn't look like anything else in their army. Like, everything in the Beastman is like a goat or a sheep or a minotaur or like a giant minotaur. But what the fuck is that? Like, what is that, man? What is this thing? It's like, this is literally the Jabberwocky, you could say. We don't know what the Jabberwocky looks like from that original poem, but this is probably the closest you could get to that description. So, You get eaten by... Yeah, its tongue has a hand on it that it will grab you with. It's fucked, man. That's me when I'm upset. Yeah, that's me before my morning coffee. So, yeah. But isn't this, like, crazy, chat? Like, we know Warcraft, we know, like, various laws and stuff, Lord of the Rings, but Warhammer is, like, this whole different universe where everything is dialed up to 11. Everything is, like, the most fucked it can possibly be. That's so good. Alright, guys, we're gonna do my favorite Beastmen, Legendary Lord. We're gonna look at the Beastmen who I played as. Ahem. Torox, the Brass Bull. That's what a real man looks like. If you are not at least that muscular, you have failed as a man. Torox, the Brass Bull. Once a domineering Minotaur chieftain, Torox ravaged the land with blood and carnage in every direction, before he devoured the head from an emissary of the Fell Powers. Oh yeah, so Chaos sent a messenger to Torox. Torox ate the messenger. And the Chaos Gods were like, wow, this guy... And the Chaos Gods are like, wow, this guy's an even bigger asshole than we are. Let's give him heaps of powers. So anyway, he devoured the head of an emissary of the Fell Powers, and the madness that took hold of him expanded the slaughter tenfold. Reborn with a shining body of brass and a heart gripped by endless rage, the blood beast will never tire, and his rampage of indiscriminate butchery is bloody and unending. This is who I played as, and he has heaps of buffs and boosts for Minotaurs in his army. He is just amazing. This guy is just walking death and destruction. You can steamroll the entire map with this dude. Yeah. Anyway. Really cool idea. A Minotaur who's basically just made out of metal. Alright. Let's timestamp that. So I played as Torox the Brass Bull, chat, and I had so much fun with this guy. I think he's DLC. I think you have to pay for him. And I bought him in 1 second because he just has like he has all these like Minotaur buffs. It's so fucking sick. If you want Minotaurs, this is your guy. This is the man. So, am I going for 11 hours, Kilf? I'm gonna try and hit 12. I'm gonna hit as many of these can before I run out of energy. So, do I do D&D? I'd be a great dungeon master? I don't, I'm afraid. I'm too busy arguing with people on Twitter. I'm too busy doing this. But no, dungeons. Maybe I'll get into Dungeons and Dragons one day. But I don't know. I haven't. As I say, I don't even have enough time or energy on today's stream to just do this. So. A brass bull was an actual execution device in the ancient world. Hobgoblin, welcome in, you fucking dog. I know, yeah, it's fucked. They would just burn you alive inside of it. It's, not great. So, yeah. That's right, and he is a reference to the brass bull, which was an ancient execution device. We're not going to talk about it in this short, you're just going to look it up yourself. And don't say I didn't warn you. I'll tell you what, Hobgoblin, we'll add that to the short as well. I'm just going to rip that idea off you and say it was mine. Alright, how about that? In front of, like, heaps of witnesses with heaps of evidence and receipts. Alright, who's next, ladies and gentlemen? Who's next? We have one last one. Malagor, the Dark Omen, also known as the Crow Father. The beastmen believe that Malagor is the doom of mankind personified. He is a figure of nightmare across the entire Great Forest, revered by the beastmen, but feared above all by superstitious humans. To man, Malagor represents the downfall of all they hold dear. Vilified by the cult of Sigmar as the epitome of sin due to his many blasphemies, a sighting of Malagor is the most terrifying portent of all. He is the winged fiend that rises from the benighted forests to challenge the gods of men. He is the devil rendered in woodcut in ancient tomes, kept under lock and key, lest the terrible secrets within blast the sanity of any who read them. Yeah, this guy is no joke. This guy is bad news. And that's all I got. I can't think of anything else. My favorite is clearly Taurox the Brass Bull, but this guy is also a very powerful lord, a very strong ally. He has a lot. He's a great spellcaster. This guy has some yeah, this guy's nuts. All right. There's one other I want to do.
Godhood awaits me.
And it's not you. It's where are you? There you are.
Shirion's eye guides me.
It's not actually this guy. It's this dude.
Bringer of darkness.
Kolek, Sun Eater. This guy rules. Kolek Sun Eater is a Shaggoth of tremendous age. He is one of the firstborn kin of Krankanroga. Fuck, I'm gonna have to learn that word. Marcel's, thank you for the 74 months on SebiWebs TV. Appreciate the hell out of that, man. Thank you so much. We are not playing anything right now. We're just, I'm just recording some shorts until I run out of energy. I'm doing the best I can. But thank you, dude. Thank you for the 74 months. Can't believe it's been that long, man. Respect. Have I been playing anything besides FF games and Warhammer, Bruja? Oh, yeah. No, I play a lot of games. It's just that, like, people know me for Final Fantasy and Clair Obscur. That's just how the algorithm, that's what the algorithm pushes. That's just like, I'm particularly passionate about that, but it's not the only thing I care about. I care about a lot of stuff. All right, let me try that again. Where was he? So there's Dragon Ogres, and then there's Shaggoths. Shaggoths are like gigantic half-dragon, half-ogre centaurs who are imbued with lightning. They're just constantly electrified. They are awesome. Kolek Sun Eater is a Shaggoth of tremendous age. He is one of the firstborn kin of Krakenrock the Black, father of the Dragon Ogres. Kolek was present when the terrible pact with the Dark Gods was forged, pledging their race to an eternity of servitude in exchange for immortality. The sagas tell that Kolek's part in the bargain was such an affront to nature that the sun hid its face behind a bank of storm clouds and has never looked upon Kolek since that faithful day. Since that fateful day. True enough, Kolek's coming is heralded by roiling black thunderheads. When the herald of the tempest walks, a raging storm blots out the sun. What did he do? What did Kolek do that was so horrific that the sun itself refuses to shine upon him anymore? Because remember, this is Warhammer Fantasy. This world is populated by the most evil people you can ever imagine, and yet somehow Kolek did something that was so evil that it outdid all of them. Like, what did he do? What did he do? I love how you just don't know. Like, because let me put it this way, chat. Oh, come on. Archaon is really bad. Sigvald is really bad. Malekith is really bad. They're all fucking evil. They're all fucking terrible, but Kolek did something even worse than all of them. He didn't flush. He ate pineapple on pizza. Hey man, look, I mean, he's bad, but he's not that bad. My god. So, he gave FF7 Rebirth a 10 out of 10. God. Oh, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, you know, I understand that. All right, so we will put Kolek Suneater. I fucking love Kolek. I played as this guy when Chaos was still a roaming army, and it was one of the most fun campaigns ever, man. In Kolek's army, it was nothing but Shaggoths. Kolek's army was 20 Shaggoths. That's what it was. A 20 stack of Shaggoths. It was so ridiculous, man. It was so powerful. Also, he has his weapon, which is a giant hammer, has one of the coolest names ever. Star Crusher. Because that's basically what he does. He'll, I mean, he's enormous, man. He's the size of a building. He'll just flatten you. He'll just crush you into mulch, man. Sebi, you my goat? Oh, you Hassan, get out of here. So, who's that freak below him? Why don't we have a look? You think the list of what he didn't do is shorter? I know, he's so bad, mate. He's such a bad person. All right, let's look at some other ones.
Germs and viruses fill their sinuses.
The Doctor. Festus the Leech Lord of the Fecundites. Stalking the northern forests in moth-eaten robes, clinking with vials of unimaginable concoctions, is the muttering, shuffling figure of Dr. Festus. Once a prolific curer of plagues in the Nordland, he made a desperate pact with Nurgle after encountering a strain of gnashing fever that he could not stem. Thus, the plague god filled his brilliant mind with every detail of every ailment known to the mortal world, washing away his compassion and replacing it with an intimate knowledge of disease and a desire to experiment. Though his curative powers are greater than ever before, woe betide the foe who crosses the Doctor, who delights in force-feeding his latest creations to unfortunate victims. Oh my god! The thing is, I don't think Nurgle realizes he did a bad thing here. Like, Nurgle is just like, oh, he knows so much about disease. Let me give him the ability to spread it throughout the world, you know. Like, this guy was a doctor, man. But that's kind of what the Chaos Gods do. They'll just turn you into the worst possible version of yourself, and then just unleash you on the unwitting masses for fun. So, yeah. They definitely know, Toby. No, you're right. At the end of the day, this is Nurgle. He's just like, oh yeah, it'll be fun. Oh my god. Alright, you asked for Festus, the Leech Lord. Jeez Louises, what a name. Phantom, thank you for the $2. Kolek is the reason we have 7 Remake. Okay, well, you know what? I understand. Nurgle is a loving father. Yeah, he's just trying to help you out, mate. J-Red, thank you for the $20 super chat. You took my advice and bought Expedition 33. You're about to dive into it. Good luck. Good luck. Hope you enjoy. There ain't nothing else like it in this day and age. So. And thank you again for that $20. It's absolutely huge. I got a few left in me, chat. I got a few left in me.
I am the chosen of the gods.
Who will I do? I want to do this one.
Bring ruin.
No, we can get a better voice line than that.
I'll have this world.
Handsome and lethal.
Handsome and lethal. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sigvald the Magnificent, the scion of Slaanesh. This guy is a wonderful character. Do not be fooled by how beautiful he looks. This guy is a terrible person. Though he appears to be more than 16 summers of age, Sigvald the Magnificent has blighted the world for over 300 years. The personification of beauty on the outside, but rot within, Sigvald rides at the head of an army of utterly devoted followers who would give their lives for him without a second thought. His elite bodyguard bear mirrored shields so that Sigvald might bask in his own divine glory, and dozens of exotic females attend to his every whim and desire. Yes, this guy's soldiers have mirror shields, so he can admire his own beauty while fighting in the middle of battle. Such are the depths of Sigvald's self-obsession that he will even call his retainers to attend him with their mirrors in the midst of battle, preening and murmuring compliments to himself. As a man... I need to reread that. Sorry, that's so funny, man. Such are the depths of Sigvald's self-obsession. He will even call his retainers to attend him with their mirrors in the midst of battle, preening and murmuring compliments to himself as men plunge into battle and die all around him. Yeah, Sigvald is vanity incarnate. He is just a wonderful character. He is so funny. Man, if you try to initiate diplomacy with him, he'll open with something like, "Yes, I am handsome, but let us forego flatteries and begin negotiations." It's like, who opens a sentence like that? But that's literally a line in the game. And he also has one of the greatest speeches ever. He has one of the greatest speeches before a battle ever, where he just he alliterates with the letter S non-stop, and it's brilliant. It's something like, "Sickly, sinful spectacle stand, shuffle, saunter, and shamble in mine sight," or something like that. "See how I sliver..." Oh, fucking how's it go? "See how I slide, swerve, sliver..." Oh, fuck, I can't remember, but you know, you get the picture, right? It's one of the greatest speeches ever, and his voice actor and his writing is just top tier. It's just perfection. I think he's just one of the best villain characters I've seen. Period. All right, and we are going to give him this as well. Sigvald the Magnificent. And you know what? Just because I want to do it, we're going to look at the speech right now. It's that fucking good. It's that worth it. I used to have this memorized. Sigvald the Magnificent speech. This blew my mind when I played this game, and this happened for the first time. Is this the one? Yeah. So you have these like you have these you have lord specific battles where you just teleport into a battle, and it's usually quite hard, and the reward is that you get some overpowered item. So I'm just playing this by myself. I'm like new to all of this, and you hate this guy. He sounds awesome, Raven. You ain't seen nothing yet, Sonny Jim. So, and I was like, oh yeah, story battle, whatever. And completely out of the blue, it opened with this.
Sickly, sinful spectacles stand, shuffle, shamble, and saunter shamelessly in mine scandalized sight. I suggest a solution. Surely such sedition should sour and succumb to Sigvald, the salacious, scandalous, and sensational servant of Slaanesh! Son of Succubi, scion of sordid acts and slayer of squalid serfs! See how I stroll, stride, swagger, and swirl, spin, slash, and stab at stupid, senseless scum! Soon they shall swoon, shall seek solace and death from sundry torments, wrought on them by my strategic, severing, scintillating shower of shimmering strikes! Send for the sword! Summon Sliver Slash!
Oh, so good. Such a magnificent character. And you gotta see how he looks here. Just look at this artwork, man. He's a dude wearing fantasy armor that usually a woman would wear. But he's so incredibly vain that, like, he just